WNVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Chicago. This is your morning routine.
Put some respect on my name.
Kap and J Hood.
That's right, we bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
Bring them out. Woo! Bring them out. 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 Bring them out.
Good morning. Welcome in to Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 with my friend Dionne Miller. I'm Kap. Jay Moore's at the controls. Charlie Bevins is our executive producer today. Shay is off, enjoying some time with his dad. They got a cool father-son weekend.
That I love the Indy 500, and I love that that's part of Shay's tradition with his dad. I love it.
I said to him, I don't get it, but I don't have to. But take pictures. Like my
it's
parents
so
are,
cool.
My parents are both gone.
Yeah.
I said, Shay, take pictures. You're going to Tigers games, then they're driving to Indy from Detroit.
Awesome. Yeah.
And they're going to sleep on someone's lawn in a tent.
Yeah, which is not my jam.
Me either. And do all this as father-son. I think it's super cool. But
it's super cool.
We have a lot to get into today because yesterday, Hot Mike caught Sylvie's love affair for Ben Johnson. Super cool there.
We knew that, but it was fun to hear it.
I actually think it's cool because it's real.
Yeah.
It's real. Whether he said he loved him or he hated him, it's real. Mm-hmm. And Ben Johnson spoke yesterday, and if you needed any more reminder of the difference between Eberflus and Ben Johnson, you saw it at the podium yesterday. We'll play some of it for you. I was talking to a player from the Bears yesterday, and I said, how different? He said, oh, doctor, you have no idea. He said, they don't let one thing slide. He said, everything has changed.
They shouldn't. Grady Jarrett said that, too. He said that Dennis Allen is the same way, which I could go on and on about how impressive the coaching staff looks at this point. And watching them coach, like truly coach, you can see it. They're teaching right before our eyes. But Grady Jarrett said, he's like, they stay on it. It is not like a one-time thing. This is what they're setting that expectation and the new standard, and either get on board or get out of the way. That's correct. Kind of the attitude that they seem to have.
That is correct. Here's first, before we play some Ben Johnson, this is our teammate. We love him. Tom Waddle, his biggest observation from watching Bears OTAs.
The pace was outstanding. It was a 2-hour practice. And again, you take it for what it's worth. I said to you guys, and I said this to Tyler a bunch, that's as high-paced and I don't know the best way to describe it, but that was as good of practice or as well-run a practice as I've seen in quite some time, going back to like training camps last year. Like that, I think they got more out of that than a lot of the training camp practices. Now, again, you're just in helmets, but the pace is there, the purpose is there. 2 hours, guys weren't hanging around, like sitting on the outskirts of the huddles, jacking around. Like everybody's paying attention, everybody's focused, everyone's going full speed. It was just, that's the way it's supposed to look.
He's right.
That's the way it's supposed to look.
He's right. And Tremaine Edmonds talked about this, like the way they are coaching them and pushing them, everybody wants to bring out their best. Even in May, it's early. It was their second practice, but it was intense and everyone felt it. And they tried to step up their game to one-up each other and push each other. And that's what you want. That's how you build a great football team. And that's what they're doing. And to Tom's point, I remember last summer, late in the summer, and I feel like Hard Knocks had just stopped filming or something, but it was an afternoon practice, and we were all standing out there watching them stand around. And I remember looking at another reporter. I was like, what are we doing? What is happening? Like, there was no order. There was no intensity. There was nothing to it. It was so bizarre. And to just even hold that up against what we watched yesterday, an indoor practice in May, was night and day. It was different. It was definitely different. Now, I am in wait and see mode. I'm slightly skeptical just because of the dozen of years that we've seen this and the 5-6 different head coaches I've seen come through. First-year head coaches say a lot of this. We're setting our standard. We're changing the culture. Say a lot of that stuff, and then it doesn't come to fruition. So I'm kind of watching it all unfold. I will wait and see. But I will say Ben Johnson is refreshing in the way that he speaks to us in the media. His honesty at this point is refreshing. His authenticity seems very refreshing. Just the way he answered about the tush push, you're like, that's truly how he feels. That isn't he's not like just giving us coach speak.
Well, you had the guy last year, and this is not a personal shot. I'm just speaking fact. The guy last year was absolutely the worst I have ever covered in terms of presentation at microphone.
Mm-hmm.
The worst.
The worst.
And I mean, I've covered 30-plus years in this town of a lot of coaches and managers. The single worst of all time in this town.
It was bad. It was real bad.
Horrible.
Yeah. I mean,
like how the most amazing thing to me is how he ever got hired.
Oh my gosh. Yes. Who said to me that we had, like, so many of us had to like Google his name when he got hired?
I remember coming in, I had gotten a tip, and I said to Hoodie, I got some breaking news. What? Bears are going to hire Matt Eberflus. And Hoodie literally was standing right here. And he said, won't make it to Arlington Heights. That was his response.
Wow. Well, at this point, I'm not sure any of us will.
That's probably a good point.
However, not far off. Not far off. I mean, even just as tone deaf as he was on his last day as head coach of the Bears. I mean, it was just a circus. What were we doing? What were we covering?
Circus. Here is Ben Johnson's opening statement on the second week of OTAs.
We've had a great off-season program so far. We're, call it 6.5 weeks into it now. The first 6 weeks went really well just from what we're objective-wise. We got a lot of players, not just as football is concerned, getting better in that area, but they're working hard in the weight room and conditioning-wise. We're bigger, we're faster, we're stronger as a team, and that was really the number one objective that we're looking to get done. And so that continues on now that we've hit phase. It's been nice to get out on the grass and get a little bit more full-speed football going. We're making mistakes just like we thought we would. Second day of install here today, and you could tell we had a little bit more mentals and more pre-snap penalties, and the little details kind of fell to the wayside. So we'll clean that up as we go, but the guys are working their tails off. It's fun to watch them compete. It's been fun to watch the coaches coach, and really excited about the direction that we're headed right now. It's come to my attention that.
All right, so he is happy where they're at. Of course, he's not going to come to the podium and go, yeah, the first 6 weeks have sucked, to be honest with you. So I take that with a grain of salt, but I like what you said. You ask him a question, you get a direct answer. He was asked by the Pen and Mike Club, the media, about Caleb Williams and all the drama.
It's come to my attention that the quarterback's been out in the media over the last week, and just to get out in front of that a little bit, I just wanted to say I wasn't here last year, and so I can't speak too much in terms of what it was like before he got here and when he got here last year, but from my 4 months on the job, he's been outstanding to work with, and we just are focusing on getting a little better every day.
Now, he said that on his own before we asked, and then we started asking more questions about his interaction with Caleb, which I love.
Okay, so stop right there. Last year, how many times did Matt Eberflus go to the podium over the last 2 years, 3 years, where he had no idea that they were going to ask him a question?
Oh, unprepared. He was unprepared.
But people around him, like, I know that they prepared him.
Yeah.
I know that Brandon Faber who's now working for Belichick, prepared him.
Of course.
Hey, Coach, they're going to ask you about this.
Of course.
And when did you tell Chase Claypool he was inactive? What are you asking me?
Yeah.
Like what?
Yeah. No,
and
you're right.
Last year, he coming, whether it was on our show, Waddle and Silvy before us, where he pinballed around because he didn't want to be questioned, and then to go to the podium, just horrible.
Yeah, it was
This
bad.
dude knew. They're going to ask me about Caleb. I'll meet it head on first.
Yeah, I'll say it first. And then he was asked questions about how he builds trust with Caleb, and Courtney asked a great question about how he approaches film study with his players, because that was obviously what Caleb said, is that no one was watching film with him last year, and he was turning it on by himself and not knowing exactly what he was looking for. I appreciated those answers.
Here's Ben Johnson on Caleb watching film.
Yeah, everyone's different. I've been around a number of coordinators, a number of quarterback coaches, and so I would say my style is kind of a combination of everything that I've been around and I've come to learn and love and appreciate. And so there's a process that I believe in, that we believe in as an offensive staff, that we're adhering to this springtime, and we're going to stay true to that. How we're going to develop that position in particular, and those guys are doing a great job working hard right now at it.
There you go.
I mean,
there's a standard.
There's a standard, and he also says repeatedly. Ben Johnson said, "It's early. We're still getting to know each other." He didn't placate our questions with these answers and say "Oh, everything's great and we're getting along so well, and I just know this about Kit." No, he's still getting to know his quarterback too, and he was honest about that.
Here is Ben Johnson on building that relationship with our quarterback.
Him in that relationship?
It's still early. We're getting to know each other. He's been in the building 6.5 weeks now, and getting to know him level. And the more time we spend together, the better I feel. We got a great coaching staff around him as well, with JT Barrett leading the charge. Declan's in the room. Press Taylor's in the room. So we've got some good seasoned voices in there. And then you bring in a guy like Case Keenum. He does a great job with his experience, bridging that gap sometimes between coaching and playing, and finding any potholes that could be in there. So I feel really good about the mix around him, and that allows the relationship just to naturally form.
There you go. Mm-hmm. And I was so happy they hired Antoine Randall.
Oh, yes.
So happy.
Yes. And when Coach Johnson talks about watching his coaches coach, that has been so fun for me to see too. It's been very cool. The upgrade across
his guys.
He does. But he also has proven guys on his staff, not names that we're trying to figure out on Wikipedia how they actually got hired. These are real quality coaches that have done it, that have some of them played at the highest level and now have coaching experience, come in with that. They can meet their players where they're at. And I mean, I'm telling you, I said it yesterday, I will say it again. I would love Antoine Randall to be a hype man in my life. You can tell he just builds people up.
He will be a head coach.
Yeah, agreed.
And I think
totally agree with you.
He will be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think he'd be really good at it. He's been great. I've also heard in the building, I don't know all that Declan Doyle is doing, but I've heard that he has been wonderful to work with and very, on it, very sharp. So that's good.
We're going to continue talking about OTAs. We'll get to your thoughts. Ben Johnson's been a breath of fresh air for the Bears. What is your level of bought in? Still doubtful? Wait and see? Or are you all in already? You'll hear more from the coach. Joe Tooney spoke. Grady Jarrett spoke. Kevin Byard spoke. We'll get to all of it next.
Good morning. Good morning to you.
Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago. Celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV, Godman, Sox fan. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So we show people how they can borrow cash to buy cash to beat inflation, right? So banks charge interest on your money, so I believe in reverse engineering things. So you borrow money, take the bank's money, and then go out and create increase. Do it by way of a business so you can create leverages, and then you can get tax rates for making more money.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
And you're your number one asset, but many times people don't insure themselves. So life insurance is a big deal. but it's also a vehicle of how the wealthy, basically shelter money.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
And then you can prepare yourself by putting money into insurance outlets that will grow compound interest and create generational wealth to have a living and a death benefits.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Those are some of the ways that you can use to create wealth and give yourself financial freedom while protecting your family.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV. Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Small's here. It's time to turn things up a notch. This summer, don't binge watch shows. Binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on the warm weather vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take your shot with 5 Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5heshot.com for full details and rules and enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Fat Pour Tap Works is the ultimate game day experience. Locations in Wicker Park, McCormick Place, and Lincolnwood, and the game is always on, baby. You hear Tommy Waddle talk about it. Dozens of beers on tap and a scratch-made menu and better than stadium food. Check them out at fatpourtapworks.com.
Now back to Kap and J Hood.
When I tell you he's got his own money, I mean the boy has got his own money.
On ESPN Chicago.
Dion's it for Hoodie. I'm Cap, 312-332-3776. So are you all in on Ben Johnson and the Bears? Are you still doubtful? Or it's baseball season. I'm just going to step back and be in a wait-and-see mode.
Where are you?
I keep trying to say that I'm in a wait-and-see mode.
Yeah.
That's not who I am.
Right, you're ready.
I'm a meatball. And
it's hard to just be in wait and see mode right now.
Right.
It's so
because
hard.
we're so anxious. I know. We're so ready for it to be different. And
like, I didn't like the Eberflus hire.
Right.
I'm like, who?
Right.
And then a day or two later, I'm listening to Waddle and Silvy and Dan Dockich from Indianapolis.
Yeah.
My friend. He goes on there. Boys, he was getting fired as the DC of the Colts if you guys hadn't rolled in and hired him. And I'm like,
I mean,
what?
Right there. Right there.
I'll never forget it.
Wow. Now, that was not the case with Ben Johnson, for sure.
No, everyone wanted him.
Everyone wanted him.
Everyone.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So here's more from the head coach. He was asked about coaching players hard.
Yeah, I think the great ones, they want to be coached hard. And that's really the assumption we're making with all these guys. They all, at one point in time, they've either come up to my office or DA's office or Coach Hightower's office, and they've all told us how much they want to be a good player, a good team. They want to be a part of greatness, and so we're going to treat them as such, and part of that is coaching them hard.
And that is the way that I've heard he's been since he walked in the door. He's coached everybody hard, whether they're rookies, whether they're Caleb Williams, all that stuff. Now, one of the things we were talking about in the break was that Caleb Williams was not made available to the media yesterday. I think he should have been. Based on everything we heard last week, I think this was a great opportunity for him.
Why? Because you're in the media?
Of course. Yeah,
but so you needed it for your package last night on ABC 7.
No, I think I did a really good job with what I was given. However, yes, it would have been better to have 18 talk to us.
I was watching the basketball game. I didn't see it. Sorry.
That's okay. I won't take it personally. But if we had... Now, Caleb's words are out there. His feelings from last year are out there in a different way, that he had this grand desire to go to Minnesota. And we now don't have... He could have offered some context to that.
Why? Why do we need it?
Because then I feel like then it goes away. Because now
you
whenever
need it for your story.
But I also think it's important for us to know.
Caleb would have got cooked, man. He was up there, he would have got cooked.
Of course.
People would still be asking questions.
And
like,
now they're going to.
You still want to go to Minnesota?
I know. But that's like... That's our market. Our market asks those questions. They're not afraid to ask those questions, and
that's
I appreciate
cool.
that. I appreciate that. But
that's
I also that's why they didn't put him up there. But
eventually he's going to be up there.
That's what I'm saying. Like putting it off isn't going to change that, Jay Moore. It's not. There's still there's a lot of questions we have about what he went through last year, and I also think that we are learning that how broken it really was around there.
Yeah, it was horrific.
It was awful, a disastrous rookie season. So, I want him to offer some context to that, because when he came to the podium,
and how far do you want him to go?
I don't know.
What would you like to hear Caleb say?
Okay, I'll be Caleb.
Yeah, let's rehearse this. Go ahead.
All right, were you really watching film alone? Did you not ask for help and they didn't offer it?
I'm on to 2025. I'm thrilled that Ben's here. Last year was not a good experience. I'm thrilled to be a Chicago Bear.
Thank you. I'll start my package with that.
Let's go, Caleb!
Thank you. That's all I needed. Onward. I mean, I just want...
But that's not where it's going to end.
Like, did you and your dad really try to get you to go to Minnesota?
I'm not talking about it. We did a lot going through the pre-draft process. It was new for all of us. I'm a Chicago Bear. I'm thrilled Ben's here. I'm thrilled at the progress we're making. And I hope we have a hell of a season.
For Caleb's sake, like, that's good for him to say, though, because then that gets put on all the graphics. That gets put on all the stuff that's all the sound bites.
It's a national story right
exactly,
now.
Like, now, are you relieved that Caleb Williams said this? When he's not talking, he's leaving more room for people to fill in the blank.
He's also probably going, look, the story is, folks, I'm a bear, and I'm happy.
And say that.
Here's what I'm going to say. Yes, the story is over, but it is now written in a book that is going to be published for the end of time. Give me some context into why you were even talking to this author about what you were feeling before you got drafted by the Bears. Why? Why did you feel the need to put all that out there? You knew it was going to be published in a book that will never go away. So now that's always going to kind of hang around.
And if you asked me that question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why? Why would you feel the need to talk to him?
Dion, I appreciate the question. I'm not revisiting history. Guess what? We made a lot of decisions as we went through the process. I'm thrilled to be a Bear. You want to talk about the 2025 Bears? I'm all in. I'm not talking about the past.
See, that I want to hear from him.
I would love to hear that.
I would love to hear that.
Because, like, even if we think he's going to say it, until he actually says it, like, we want to hear him say, I want to be with the Chicago Bears, because there's always going to be a portion of people who, until they hear that, are going to question whether or not he wants to be on this team.
But then you got the guy in the back of the room saying, Caleb, why are you dodging the question?
Right.
Now it goes on
Is that
forever.
how we sound? Is that how we sound?
No, I'm just
Jay Moore from the Kap and J Hood show.
Some type of voice here.
Yeah, Jay Moore. Yeah, next question. Yeah, I'm Jay Moore from the Kap and J Hood show. Why are you dodging the question? I'm not dodging anything. I'm talking about the 2025 Bears. You want to talk about the 2025 Bears? I'll stay up here all day. I'm not talking about last year.
I mean, what did he say? What was his famous quote when he first got drafted? He said something about He said, "Why would you duck? Why? What's the reason to duck? You embrace the expectations head on. Like, isn't that what he said? There's no reason to hide. So then why isn't he out there just owning it, saying,
But
yeah, I said it, but I feel very differently now."
But do you think that it was the coaching staff choice not to let him speak? Because what if he wanted to?
That is a great question. It very well could have been a decision that was made higher up that said we're not going to put him out there.
We love that Ben Johnson addressed it head on. I think we would love if Caleb did it. I think that's the disconnect.
I would like that. And I love that each one of his teammates who spoke yesterday had glowing things to say. What Tremaine Edmonds, like, Caleb is my guy, man, and everything I see about him is that he wants to be here and he wants to win. That's awesome. Let Caleb echo that with his own voice. That's it.
But who needs it? You?
I think a lot of fans need it.
I think fans need it. 312-332-3776. Call us and tell me, am I way off here? I feel like he should have spoken.
So you got the coach saying something, then you got the teammates saying something, but that's not enough, huh?
No, it's not enough. You're right.
Hear it from the man
You're
himself,
right.
huh?
I want more. I want more. I want his voice saying it. Yes.
Yeah, it's great because we're in the media and it gives us, hey, we got tomorrow's show. Yeah, Jamer, we're good, man. Just get a couple Caleb highlights. We'll take calls for 3 hours. Whoa, did he say enough? Who cares?
I'm loving, like, the voices of the media. Did he say enough?
He's the quarterback of the Chicago Bears. Everything he says will always be under a spotlight.
Every action he takes, where he shows up, what he does. Yes, that's part of being a quarterback.
I'm Brad Biggs, Chicago Tribune. Caleb, could you tell me why you would have wanted to go to Minnesota?
Dion's separating herself from this.
Why are you dodging the questions, Caleb?
Hey, I'm Dan Wiederer from the Chicago.
Stop it now.
Hi, I'm Annie Agar.
Annie doesn't come to our press conference.
But as a Chicago sports media journalist, you know how bad the Bears organization was.
Right.
Correct.
So does that give him any leeway for feeling the way he felt?
No, I'm not mad about his feelings. I don't think any lies were told at all. I don't think anything. There was no falsehoods in what he said, in what he thought before he got here, what he was sensing from the outside. I mean, he had every right to feel that way, to feel like, where am I going? This feels like they are a disaster. And then he said he came and he visited and it changed. But that was like swept away in this book promotion. So when did that change? What changed about that? And then during the year, was it worse than you thought? It was their worst fear. That's what Carl Williams didn't want.
Okay, so is your dad all in on the Bears now? I'm not talking about it. Is it true no one watched film with you? I'm not talking about it. Like, all it is just a goat blank at the press conference.
Then get it over with. Get it over with.
For who?
For him. So that we don't always...
for all of you men and women up there in Lake Forest at the press conference.
But, Cap, stop yelling at me. But listen, if he doesn't speak until day one of training camp, he's still going to be asked about it. So I'm just saying, end it. Like, let it be done. People, I think they're talking about it all, like, it's national news. What Ben Johnson said about the book, about Caleb, it's national news. So let the quarterback say his piece, give context, and then we all move on.
I mean, if he goes up there and goes, look, you want me to be honest with you?
Yes, I do.
It was completely effed up around here.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody watched film with me. Eberflus was a terrible head coach. I didn't really have a relationship with my quarterback. Now, every one of those TV shows up there, we got 4 monitor screens. Mm-hmm. Every one of them. Are the Bears the worst organization in sports? Are the Bears incompetent? Is Ryan Poles for allowing this? Should he still have... Who needs all that?
But the average Bear fan knows this already.
Exactly.
Yes.
We know we suck.
Yeah.
Until we prove differently, we suck.
Oh, that's facts, Cap.
That is facts.
Being honest.
I know. Well, part of it's because I want it for my story, but also I want to hear it from Caleb.
Odds are he's not going to say anything.
Right.
But he might.
I always wondered why, when there's coaches connected to rumors that they're going to take another job. Hey, can we ask you about the rumors that you're going to take the blah, blah, blah job? Why would you address that as a coach? All you have to say is, you want to talk about the team I coach? I'll stay here all day. That's all I talk about. Don't say, I have no plans to leave. Yeah, you probably do if the right amount of money's there.
Right,
And
right,
God bless
right,
you.
right.
Just say, you want to talk about the 2025 Chicago Bears? I'll talk all day with you. That's all I'm talking about. Caleb, did you really want to go to You want to talk about the 2025 Bears? I'll stay all day or I'm leaving. That's it.
Gosh, that would be such great.
Answer it.
That'd be such great sound if he said that.
Don't answer it. Nobody needs it. It's not like he's going to be a free agent in 3 months. We're like, is he leaving? He's here for the next 4 years. He does not need. We would like it because it would be great.
Yes.
All day long. We're going Bears Bonanza. Danny's got everyone working 24 hours a day. Oh, my God. Did you hear what Caleb said?
Bears Bonanza.
We don't need it. We don't.
I would have liked to hear from him. I stand by it.
And if you were Dion Miller, the accountant who lives in Lincolnshire who happens to want to watch Bears football, you wouldn't care.
I don't know
Dion
about
Miller,
that.
ABC 7, yes, you do.
Of course.
Let's go out to D, out in the field in Lake Forest. Thanks, Ryan.
You'll never believe
Caleb
what we heard
Williams
today.
spoke today. Yes.
But you know who was the best at that? Moving on, Belichick.
Oh, my God.
Cincinnati.
I'm on to Cincinnati.
Yeah, where did that guy go? That's not Bill Belichick anymore.
Coach, can we ask it? I'm on to Cincinnati. That's all he said. And you know what?
Yep.
The media had to deal with it.
Correct.
And that's what Caleb should do. I would tell him that. You don't owe those people in that room anything. Treat them with respect. That's the only thing you have to do. They are not entitled to your innermost feelings.
You're on to Cincinnati.
Good luck. Take control. Don't let them control you. I've been one of them. You try to lead them down the road. Hey, Caleb, how was your Thanksgiving? Bam!
You're on to Cincinnati.
Punch him right in the face with some question, and he's young, and he trips himself up.
You know that's my approach, too. Like, how kill him with kindness, and then bam!
Bam!
You're on to Cincinnati.
Oh, gosh.
We'll take more of your calls.
I'm sweating.
Phone lines are hopping.
Oh, my gosh.
312-332-3776.
No one agrees with me.
I agree with you, Dion. It's okay.
We'll be right back.
Kap, J Hood. Kap and J Hood. Mornings on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dion Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dion.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
Let me tell you about the best, not number two. He is number one by a mile. He is the best personal injury and rideshare injury attorney in Illinois. The awards say that. The client list says that. If you are injured on the job, in an accident, in a rideshare, there's only one name to call. It's Howard Ankin, 312-6-million. He is the best personal injury and rideshare injury attorney in Illinois. Just check the numbers. Howard Ankin, AnkinLaw.com. It's injury law made personal. You call, he calls you back. He is the guy you speak with. Howard Ankin, 312-6-million, Ankin Law.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
White Sox fans, don't miss out on our 125-year anniversary promotions in June. Between the 1993 Division Champs Rope Hat, presented by Wintrust on June 7th, Southside legend Ray Durham bobblehead presented by United on June 8th, and Southside legend Louis Aparicio bobblehead presented by United on June 29th, there's something for everyone. To purchase tickets and for the entire promotional schedule, visit whitesox.com/promos.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BODY to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text BODY to 321-321. That's BODY to 321-321.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Oh, Kap. J Hood, big fan, man.
Watch out, fellas. On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hello, Instaface.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood, the morning show on ESPN 1000. Dion's in for Hoodie.
I have riled up the natives.
Those phone lines. Every line. Hot and bob.
Holy moly.
Yeah. Do you feel like Caleb should address this? I could care less what he says. Again, if I take off my broadcast hat, I don't care. To come in and do a morning show every day and he says, oh, let me tell you what a train wreck Eberflus was and blah, blah, blah. Sure, it'd be great for work. But if I was him, if he called me and said, hey, man, can you advise me? What should I do? You should walk to the podium and go, you want to talk about the 2025 Bears? I'm all in. 24 is in the past. I moved on. That's it.
You know that gif of Jon Snow from Game of Thrones where there's like an entire army charging at him? I've never seen that show.
And
he's like withdrawing his sword and there's a whole army running towards him? That's Dion right now.
I know. I'm like bracing for impact right now.
All right, let's go to Jacob. He's on I-90. Hey, Jacob, what's up? Sparky.
Hey, what's going on? What's going on, Kap? First time, long time.
Appreciate you.
I just think it would be cool to hear an athlete just tell us the truth and just say, listen, I'm not refuting anything that was in the book. My dad and I aggressively looked for the best situation for me. And in the end, we thought that situation was in Chicago. and I'm thrilled to be here, and I'm ready to grow with this city and be a part of this community because, he's not suing Seth Wickersham for libel or slander. We all know this, and so. You always talk about wanting a direct answer. What could be more of a direct answer than that?
But it doesn't.
Yes.
But it doesn't end there, Jacob. And that's a great point you make. But it doesn't end. Where does it end then? Caleb, is it true that no one watched film with you?
Yeah, I think that Caleb can just say, "Listen, guys, I'm not sure that's a productive conversation to go in the past. I am not refuting anything in the book. You guys are all reporters. If you can't figure out what that means."
He's not no.
Don't cut him off. Jacob, you need to call Hallis Hall and train them to speak articulately the way you just did, because that was perfect. That's what I would want to hear.
But because by what he did right there, Jacob, thanks for the call, man.
Yeah, thank you.
What he did, and I understand what he's talking about. I'm talking about if I was Caleb, by saying what he said, I'm not refuting anything in the book. Bam, there's your headlines.
Yeah.
First Take and Breakfast Ball and every other show, including all Chicago shows like this radio station.
Well, as he pointed out, it's not like
Caleb didn't refute, so they never did. And now the thing takes on a life of its own.
I think it already has
like Chris Canty. Oh, he's
life.
so entitled.
He's entitled. You see that? Now he's taking shots, but not really ready to put his name on it.
That's
He
why
won't answer the media.
That's why I selfishly want him to talk.
Yes.
Selfishly.
Selfishly,
You're a
admittedly.
selfish human.
I am a selfish guy.
Well, I guess I am
For
too.
radio.
But I think his silence is not refuting it. Like he's not, as Jacob pointed out, it's not like he's coming, his dad saying, we didn't say any of that stuff. His dad would come out and say.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares if you're not doing a talk show. Nobody cares. I'm telling you, they don't. People are like, whatever.
Jacob was one for Dionne. The rest can all.
Now, if Eberflus was still boobing up Lake Forest, that's a different story. How are things going to be different from what we were hearing with the same coaching staff? But that's not the case.
96% of the Twitch and YouTube chat doesn't care. They want to move on.
Okay.
It's a lot.
I got one, Jacob. We led off with my one on my side. Everyone else.
Now we're going to feed you to the Lions.
Now I'm going to go home crying.
Beth in Geneva. Hey, Beth. Good morning.
Hi, Beth.
Good morning, you guys. I agree with Kap. I just think it's time to move on. I feel like when you're young, you're kind of navigating that process, and maybe he shouldn't have spoke to him. But I just feel like it's time to move on. I feel like his dad and him were kind of proved right.
Correct. That's exactly right. Like, he could go to the podium and go, look, my dad says we're quarterbacks go to die, and if we didn't fire Eberflus's ass, I would have died here.
Hey, he almost died with 68 sacks.
68 sacks, that's true. He did almost die.
So, yeah.
Thank you, Beth.
It's time to move on. I hope you guys have a great weekend.
You too, Beth.
Thanks. Bye.
See ya. Let's go to Derek, our guy in Brooklyn. Hey, Derek, what's up, Sparky?
Yo, good morning, everybody. How y'all doing?
Good. Cubs took 2 of 3. Cubs are 3 clear in the division, and they're going to beat your Mets' ass in the playoffs.
Wow, I would not throw that out there right now.
Cap, stop it. You don't even believe that, Cap. Cut it out.
I do.
But let me say this as a fan and a diehard fan. Honestly, I don't want to hear nothing about it. I'm going to tell you why. If you was in Caleb's situation and you had a father like him, and his father cared about where his son was going, and you know the history of our franchise, I probably wouldn't want my son to go to the Bears either because of the history. But he's here, and he's not going nowhere. So my thing is, like, why talk about something that, in actuality, his father wanted to happen? And, of course, you're going to take advice from your father because that's who's in your corner and that's who's leading you into the situation where you're going. But at the end of the day, he got drafted by us. He's here. The only thing I feel is a mistake, and this doesn't have nothing to do with Caleb, it's more upper management with Ryan Pope. They should have fired Eberflus last year because of the simple fact of such a high caliber quarterback was coming in, and they know Eberflus is not an offensive minded coach, and plus he's not a leader of men, and his record proved that. So my thing is, you knew you were going to draft this man, so therefore I love Ryan Poles, but I blame Ryan Poles for not doing the right thing. But at the end of the day, like Kap has said on other shows, he might not have had permission to fire him because of the money situation. We're not going to know these things unless somebody comes out from up and explains. But me as a fan and other fans that I've spoken to, we don't care. Just play football and win games, man. We don't care. You're here now. Who cares about what happened during the process of you coming here? You wanted to go to Minnesota. Your father wanted you to go to Minnesota because of how bad things are here. Things are better now. We got a real coach. Who cares? Play the games, win the games, bear down, go Bears. I'm out. Peace.
Derek, be good, man.
Derek, you're great.
Get a better baseball team to cheer for.
Don't talk smack to the Mets.
They're good.
They are very good.
Yeah, he's a diehard Bears fan. He's from here. He moved to New York, but he loves the Mets.
Yeah.
For whatever reason. He fell on his head as a young child. And he's
I don't disagree with what he just said. I don't disagree at all. But I still would like to hear from the
That dude was texting me from the Mets games, taunting me.
Of course he was.
Because I love Derek. He's great.
He is great.
312-332-3776. We've got a bunch more calls. We're coming to you next.
This is ESPN Chicago. Kap and Jay Hood on Chicago's home for sports.
Bears Weekly. Host Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer take you inside with the latest on your team. The latest news and the best interviews. Bears Weekly, tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Folks, La Quinta by Wyndham is deeply grateful for all our military members, veterans, and their families. We understand the dedication, sacrifice, and hard work that comes with serving our country. As a thank you, La Quinta offers 12% off their standard rates, upgrade a Wyndham Rewards Gold status membership, and preferred parking. They want to make your stays as comfortable and rewarding as possible. And they're proud to serve those who serve. Tonight, La Quinta. Tomorrow, you shine. Visit LQ.com to learn more about their special military perks and discounts. Restrictions apply.
Doctors and nurses make their living trying to help others, but they are human beings, and human beings sometimes make mistakes. When a doctor has worked for 24 hours straight, fatigue and lack of focus can lead to critical mistakes being made. Other times, it's the policies or system that's to blame. For example, when a doctor or nurse comes in on their shift, they are forced to rely on charts and records created by others. Sloppy paperwork or inaccurate record keeping can give the doctor an incomplete picture or, even worse, the wrong picture, and that can lead to serious injury or even death. It's called preventable medical error. Recent studies claim that preventable medical error causes up to 400,000 deaths a year. That's nearly as many deaths as caused by smoking. When this happens, those responsible must be held accountable to compensate the injured person or their family. But the good news is, just like you and I are required by law to purchase auto insurance, doctors also get insurance coverage in case they accidentally hurt someone. For help, call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
We're all better with help. Hey guys, it's Silvy. Take it from me, I use therapy all the time. But too often, people stay silent to avoid being judged. For over 10 years, BetterHelp has been finding the right therapist for people just like you and me. Visit BetterHelp.com/timeout and get 10% off your first month of therapy. That's BetterHelp.com/timeout. And let's get the help today.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. The Memorial Day sale is on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. That's no interest for 6 years or no payments till August. Get your Memorial Day savings at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com!
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Spring is here. It's time to visit IKEA Schaumburg and Bolingbrook for their annual sidewalk sale. Visit IKEA from now to May 26th for a wide variety of furniture and home furnishing accessories at big discounts. And register to join me and Hoodie for a trip up I-94 for some Chicago versus Milwaukee baseball. Save big at the IKEA annual sidewalk sale going on now. Jay Moore.
Now back to Kap and Jay Hood.
I'm a winner. I'm going to win.
On ESPN Chicago.
I'm a little bruised up. Took a couple hits today. I'm gonna get in ice tubs, do all the things that I need to do to make sure that my body's ready for tomorrow, and practice on other days, and obviously next game.
Hello, Instaface. So we're talking about Caleb. After the article came out that there's a book coming in September from Seth Wickersham that Caleb and his dad were not all in on the Bears. And then after Caleb visited Hallis, he said, all right, let's do this. I don't want to nuke a whole city. The dad said it's where quarterbacks go to die. And Caleb has not met the media during this OTA period now here. And Deion said he should have addressed it. I don't personally, if I was advising him, I would tell him, if you got to go to the podium to talk as the quarterback, go ahead. But when they ask you that, I'll talk about the 25 Chicago Bears. I'm not talking about last year, period. And move on. That's it. I don't need to hear anything. I don't. Why do you like Kevin O'Connell at Minnesota? Well, he's a really good-looking dude. We went out creeping on the town one night. I mean.
That's not what he's going to say.
Creeping.
I just think
he's skibbity. He's what's cool.
Look at you dropping skibbity.
Yeah.
Cap, what's skibbity mean?
It's cool. Could be a little weird, but what's hot. Like you don't care what people say.
Is that what it means?
Skibbity.
I honestly don't know.
That's true.
I don't know what it means.
Cap, pulling the lingo.
I'm very impressed,
I don't even know
actually.
about it.
Yeah,
hey,
I
man,
don't know either.
If you're one of the cool kids, you get a lot of aura points. That's it.
Aura points. All right.
Want me to tell you?
I'm impressed.
I got kids. I know what's
You're
going on.
hip and happening.
That's it.
I just think it would have been nice to hear from him. Whenever he does talk, he will be asked about this. So why not just end it? Get it over with. End it. Move on. He can say it. He can repeat it 1,000 times. I'm only talking about the 2025 Chicago Bears. Okay. Then after one press conference, we move on.
But who needs that except you in the media?
I don't know. Maybe fans would like to hear him say it, to be totally honest.
Yeah, I don't think fans care.
You don't think they care? Well,
no.
Yeah, according to most of them right now, I'm kind of keeping the tally.
I am too, actually.
And nobody cares.
We had one.
Okay, we'll give you that one guy.
I had one on
that one guy cares.
He does. And I appreciated that he took the time to call to support my cause.
Let's go to Rob in Sugar Land, Texas. He's our very wealthy listener. Hey, Rob, what's up, man?
Rob.
Well, I hate to say this, but I'm with Cap.
Of course.
I mean, what's he? You want him to say, yeah, I wish I was going to Minnesota and I wish I was still going to Minnesota? You think he's going to say that?
No.
I mean, I don't either. So what's the point? You know, he's going to just give you some words that is going to appease you, maybe? I mean, fans don't care about this. All we care about are wins and losses on the field. I don't care about winning the press conference. I don't care what color his nails are. I don't care about this or that. Just win me some football games, and all is good.
That's it.
Everything else is just minutia.
Yeah, again, if he was going to be a free agent in 6 months, you go, Well, is this going to change your thoughts about staying? It's not. He's in year 2 of, if they pick up his fifth-year option, we got him for 4 more years.
You know, and everybody knows what his dad said is true. I mean, Chicago is a place where quarterbacks usually go to die. He has the opportunity to change that narrative.
Yeah, like
and
what?
Should relish it.
Agreed. Thanks, Rob. Appreciate you.
Okay.
312-332-3776. Joey G in Melrose Park. Joey?
David Kaplan and Dionne Miller, good morning.
Good morning. What's up?
How are you?
We're
Thank
awesome,
you there,
man.
Jay Moore. Thanks, Jay Moore. Anyways, here, going to your ABC question.
Mm-hmm.
What was A again?
What do you mean, what was A?
What was A? What are you talking about?
You guys said, where are we?
Oh, are you all in with Ben Johnson? Are you wait and see? Or I don't even remember what the third choice was. It was like, yeah, whatever.
Okay, yeah, you know what? I ain't worried about it. You can't worry about it. I like what they spent again. You heard me talk about it before, Camp. I like it, the money they spent. But I'm going like Jurko. Let's see what it does on their field. 2, Caleb Boomer Williams. Stay off the microphone, kid. Improve it on the field.
That's it.
Where do you want to be?
That is
Done
it.
deal.
That is it.
Peace out, brother.
Peace out, brother. Have a good day. There you go. Our guy, Joey G.
The Twitch chat says Dionne choked like the Knicks last night.
Oh, now don't be mean to me.
Wow.
I know I can. I mean, I can be in the minority. I can stand in the minority. I'm okay with it. I'll own it. It's fine.
Tim's in LaGrange. Hey, Tim.
Hey, Deanna Hood. Deanna, I respect your opinion, but I couldn't disagree more. The Chicago Bears are where people go to die, or quarterbacks go to die. If you've been a Bears fan longer than 8 years, you can see that that's so true. Secondly, he's a Chicago guy now. He's playing for the Bears. Go out and win, bring some championships, and I think this is the team that can change that narrative. And if you are going to ask a question, ask him about this regime. Are they giving him the resources that he needs to be successful?
Absolutely.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you. No,
All
that
right,
is
appreciate you.
absolutely the question. How is it already different from what you dealt with or didn't have last year? How is that already changing the way you're heading into this season, or how prepared you feel for year 2 or your rookie reset year? Like, how much more prepared do you feel already because of the way this coaching staff is approaching things with you?
Let's go to Jimmy Mack in Orland Park. Hey, Jimmy.
What's up, guys? Thanks
What's
for
up,
taking
Sparky?
the call. Here's the one thing I will say, and I love Caleb. I want to put that out. I love Caleb, but I do think he owes the fans an explanation and a follow-up at least. This is not some, rumor that was floating around or a story that was kind of like Caleb generated this story himself. He felt comfortable enough going on record with a guy who he knew was writing a book about a story that he knew was going to come out, talking about nuking the city and all this other stuff. Yeah, I think he owes the fans some follow-up. You are the quarterback of the Chicago Bears, and when you say stuff like this, he had to know. What did he think it was not going to be a story?
Right.
So all I think he has to do is come out and just say, hey, it was a pre-draft process. We were going through everything. I'm here. I love the city. And then close the book and call it a day. Every day that he doesn't come out and say something about it is another day that it's a story. And when you're in the third largest media market in sports, yeah, sorry, buddy. That's part of the job.
No one's talking about it now except we brought up the topic, should he have spoken?
Well,
no one's talking about it.
But what Jimmy is saying
But where did the story come from?
It comes.
Where did the story? Did we just pull it out of thin air? Where did the story come from? It's a direct quote from Caleb
him,
Williams.
yes.
Yeah, from months ago.
But he
Caleb
said
Williams. This is all in the past, man. Nobody cares.
But it's in a book
Then
that will
why
live for the
why
end
are
of
you
time.
talking about it today? Is it not a trending topic on a radio show? If we're not, why are we even sitting here talking about
Because Dionne felt that he should have spoken, and I said, nobody cares. And I opened the phone lines up, and 99% of the calls are nobody cares.
But 99% of the calls are people wanting to comment on the story, right? So it's a story. It's a trending. He knew. He had months to prep. He and his father knew this was going to be a story. Yeah, just come out and put it to bed. That's all. I love the kid, but this is part of the job.
Would you let your kid?
Every
would
move,
you have
every
let your
quote is
kid
going to be scrutinized.
Would you have let? That's why he doesn't need to address any of it. Just say, I'm moving on. 2025's here. I'm excited.
That's all you got to say. I agree.
Yeah.
Just say I'm moving on.
Would you have let your kid come to the Bears?
I'm a meathead, so I'd be very happy if any member of my family was on the Bears. But I can see where he's coming from. Absolutely no. Given their quarterback history, I would. Right. But that's all you have to say. Just come out and address it. You can't just leave it hanging there, because not only is it a distraction to you, it's a distraction to the rest of your team and the training camp should be about the team and the 2025 trajectory.
I think it is.
A 3-month-old quote.
Thanks, man. Got to roll.
Thank
Appreciate you.
Thank you. No,
All right.
I agree. Yeah.
We've got shot or no shot in 2 minutes.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap and J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hey golfers, it's Silvy. I've been talking about Chicago's Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
You know, when I'm not hosting a spectacular game day party at the house, Fat Pour Tapworks is the ultimate game day experience. It's the best spot to watch any game in the city or nearby suburbs. And besides the brews, Fat Pour has great seasonal cocktails and a made-from-scratch menu that's better than anything I could make at home. Even if your team stinks, which is likely if you're a Chicago sports fan, Fat Pour has everything to make you feel whole again after the inevitable disappointment of another crushing loss.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV. The Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients, fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Welcome back to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Checkmate 1-6, immune suppression on target.
That's why I see him in the shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in the shot.
All right, every day at 8 o'clock, it's shot or no shot. Do you know how shot or no shot started?
Do tell.
So I worked for a dear friend of mine. He now runs the NBC Channel 5 and Telemundo. He used to run NBC Sports Chicago.
Yes.
Kevin Cross.
I do know Kevin.
And we would come in to have our post-show meeting or pre-show meeting when I was hosting Chicago Tribune Live, Sports Talk Live. And I'd say, hey, KC, what do you think about we do this? He'd be like, shot. Good idea. Let's flush that out. Or no shot. We're not doing that. No shot. And so I come here to work.
Yeah.
Still doing TV. Danny is the executive producer. And every day he'd be like, what do you think about no shot, Danny? That's a shot. It just became, I would use it with my kids. Hey, can we go no shot? I remember, Alex, can we get a ferret? No shot. Are we getting a ferret? No. And Danny one day said, you say shot or no shot every day. We should do shot or no shot on the air.
Oh my
and
gosh.
Let's do it at 8 o'clock. And it's become like the most listened to segment.
Of course. That's awesome.
Super cool. So
I'm honored to be a part of it.
It's a Danny Zetterman Kevin Cross collab.
And that's one to grow on.
Take
Story
that.
time with Uncle Cap.
Here is Charles Bevins.
Good morning on a Deal Breakers Thursday. How are we feeling
I'm
today?
so excited Dion's here.
I'm ready.
Deal
I'm
breaker.
ready. I've grown so much in my time here that I'm ready for deal breakers. But
Oh,
let's
yeah.
do shot or no shot first.
Always electric on a Deal Breakers Thursday with Dion. All right, let's start here. Shot or no shot. We've been talking about it for most of the morning about the Caleb Williams story and how it addressed to the media meetings yesterday. My question is, we're so impressed by how Ben Johnson handled it. Shot or no shot? Eberflus would have played dumb and pretended he didn't know about this story if he met the media yesterday.
He wouldn't have played dumb,
This
no
is
shot.
mean-spirited. This is mean-spirited.
I don't think so. I
He
think
wouldn't have been eloquent, but he wouldn't have played
He
dumb.
wouldn't have ignored it. No shot. He totally acts like it wasn't real. He just wouldn't have been so articulate and clear about how he felt about it, or he wouldn't have. He would have said it it just would have come off as tone deaf's not the right word, but I don't know that he would have been, he wouldn't have said it in such an eloquent way and such a put together way like Ben Johnson did.
Yeah, we handled that internally.
Yeah, but probably something like that.
I just think like he didn't really seem to know what was going on with the Chase Claypool thing and whether or not he actually knew, or he was just trying to like somehow get out of answering it. I don't know. It's the kind of thing where I could picture us sitting here today being like, how does he not know what that is? Again, I'm probably playing a little too much in hypotheticals.
Nothing that guy did would shock me at the podium. But I would think he would have said, look, guys, last year was not a great situation. The thing jumped the tracks. We're on to 2025. That's it. Well, did Caleb not want to be? Guys, you want to talk about this team? Let's go.
He is, though, the face of that team. I mean, right now it's Ben
Caleb
Johnson,
or
but
Eberflus?
Caleb Williams is. So if he that's why I think he should have said something. Anyway.
Oh, and you think Ben Johnson's the face of the team?
I think right now he is, yeah. Mm-hmm. Ben Johnson's the
All
face
right,
of the
Cap,
team.
I
right
ask
now.
you, shot or no shot? Ben Johnson is the face of the Chicago Bears, not Caleb Williams.
That's a no shot. Caleb Williams is the face of the team.
I think right now in May, we're all obsessed with Ben Johnson.
Yeah, but if you take a 50,000-foot view, you ask just who's the face of the Bears? Caleb Williams. Coaches come and go, man.
Okay.
I don't know who handled the biggest story about the Bears head on. That's a face of the franchise move. That's Ben Johnson.
Yeah, I think it's Caleb. Is it?
Well, we're just on a track record right now, and Bears are winning the offseason like they always do. So,
Shot or no shot, should Ben Johnson suit up?
Oh, wow.
Since he's the face.
I'll pass.
he's only 38. He could. He probably could.
That's it.
Okay. Ben Johnson loosened the arm up. He met the media yesterday, of course. He had plenty to say, lots of which we're going to be getting into throughout the day. One of the things he addressed, though, was the tush push. Here's what Ben Johnson had to say about that.
Man, I tell you what, does it become an explosive play ever? Have you ever seen a tush push become an explosive play?
Did it become a first down or a touchdown?
Yeah, I like explosive play. I like big plays. So I'm not a big tush push guy.
Shot or no shot, this is the attitude you want to see when it comes to the tush push.
Yes. I don't really care. So speaking of things I don't care about, I don't care about the touch push. Do it, don't do it, I don't care.
Look, if it's 4th and inches or we got the ball inside the 1, get it in the freaking end zone, get the first down. I don't care if you tush push. I don't care what you do. Just get the job done.
Don't hand it to a backup offensive lineman who's never carried the ball before.
Correct.
That's all I'm saying. Don't do that.
Correct. But again, do whatever you want to do. If you want to tush push, great. If you don't,
if you don't, that's fine. It's just, I mean, I appreciate a head coach who'd rather have more explosive plays than something like that.
Yeah. But again, if it's 1st and goal at the 1 and he's like, all right, we're going to tush push this in, great. I don't need to see 3 backwards laterals and then bang it off the goalpost and you catch the deflection for a touch. I don't need that.
If the tush push is what makes sense, then do it. Like what?
Exactly.
I'm not, and I'm sorry that Philly does it better than anybody else right now. Like, well, learn to do it. Learn to stop it. Move on.
You don't want to see DJ Moore throwing the ball on a 4th and 1?
No,
I don't.
They do not.
I do not.
And who
Don't
did
overthink it.
Who did the Lions? Oh, they had Panay
James
Sewell.
Yeah.
Sewell, yeah.
Panay Sewell do it.
Okay, well, speaking of the tush push, according to Seth Wickersham, tempers flared during the general session in league meetings yesterday regarding this rule. Eagles owner Jeffrey Lurie made an impassioned, borderline inappropriate speech, apparently defending it and criticizing Roger Goodell. Jason Kelsey addressed the room. 49ers owner Jed York asked Lurie how much more blank he had to say. Shot or no shot? This whole thing has just gotten ridiculous.
I don't feel like we should have known what went on in those meetings. Like his quote about teenage boy's wet dream.
It's just inappropriate.
But it's not inappropriate in a meeting of a bunch of men.
But there weren't only men there. There were women there too.
Okay, whatever.
Not whatever. It's just it's gotten out of hand and gotten ridiculous.
Yeah.
The whole fact that it's ridiculous.
I have no problem with what he said. It should not have leaked out.
I just think the bluster of like this whole pomp and circumstance and the circus around it.
Yes. Just unnecessary.
It's one rule and it's getting all the attention of the offseason. I think the playoff seeding was a much bigger,
and that just
more
was
impactful
withdrawn off
thing.
the table, right? They just took that off the table?
They withdrew their
request
proposal.
to reseed.
But this is one of the keys to keeping the NFL relevant throughout the offseason. All this type of stuff that goes on.
Right.
And that's why we constantly talk about it.
Yes.
Oh, did you guys talk about the Cubs 2-1 victory? Nope. We were talking about some ridiculousness that Caleb had to address again.
It's true, though. Bears move the needle.
That's true.
Football moves the needle.
That
it
is
is a
true.
365 conversation.
Yeah.
And even if it is tush push and potential playoff reseeding, no matter what it is, people will want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Oh, flag football again. Great, awesome. You're going to let one guy from the NFL get to win an Olympic medal? Isn't that what it is?
From each team.
From each team.
I mean,
is
there
it from
can
each
be
team?
up to one from each team.
I mean,
Plus an international player. Like we could have Torrey Taylor and DJ Moore. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
so dumb. I mean, great. Did you hear Kevin Byard say, I don't know if he'd want to do it, but Caleb would be an awesome flag football player? It's like, ooh, I don't know if I want to hear that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, great. He's athletic, but
It is dumb. Charlie.
All right, Grady Jarrett also met the media yesterday. Here's what he had to say about the Bears' ceiling.
The thing about it is, I mean, the guys have showed up to put in work, work. We've been grinding. I mean, it's been a heck of an off-season program, and it's been fun because and challenging because, it's pulling us together, man, and it's challenging every man involved to put their best foot forward, not 1 out of the 4 days, 2 out of 4, but every day, and that's what's been the really, refreshing part for me. I think more than just with me coming in and saying, we got to do this, we got to do that. It's I've been enjoying seeing what these guys are made of and being a part of this group. I come join this group and some great guys here, and I think a ceiling is very, very high for us. And I feel like every player in here, they want to do good, want to do good and working for it too, and I think that's just what's the thing. And so, I mean, I'm only familiar with what I know so far being here in the building, but I mean, it's been great to see the response from the challenges that the coaches have given us, and just get better every day.
Shot or no shot, Grady Jarrett's words make you feel much better about the Bears' pass rush potential.
Again, I've been through this so many years where, wow, that guy's in the best shape of his life. Really, why was he a fat ass before he ever got here? I'm not talking about Grady Jarrett. I'm talking about, or why is this going to be different or that going to be different? Oh, this coach is going to be this. I don't care what they say. I don't.
I mean,
just win football games. It's time.
It's
not
nice.
a pop-up. Can we please build something with
That is-
sustainability?
yes. Where every year you truly feel like they have a chance to do something.
Right. I'm not telling you I expect them to win 17 Super Bowls in a row.
No.
But guess what? Every year, wow, that team's going to be in the
How
mix.
about, yes, be in the mix. Compete for something. Have the end of the season mean something.
Right. And you go, oh, that year ended poorly. We had 3 injuries and we lost in the first round. But the next, wow, we made it to the Super Bowl.
Build
wow,
something.
we finally won one. Like
Yeah.
every year you're relevant.
I don't want any more 10-game losing streaks.
I don't want any more coaching searches.
I don't
for a
want
while.
either. Like, stop it. I can't. I mean, I got here in 2012. I believe that
Your
Ben Johnson
record's
is
way
my
under 500.
sixth head coach since I've been here.
2012.
Lovey.
Lovey was here?
Lovey.
Okay, Lovey, Trestman, Fox, Nagy,
Eberflus,
and
Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson.
In a dozen years, they've had 6 head coaches.
And how many GMs?
It was
Angelo still here?
No, it was
Phil Emery.
Phil Emery.
Ryan Pace.
Ryan
Poles.
Just win, baby.
Did you hear Dion's stomach just
My
now?
stomach's growling. Holy Lord. That was embarrassing. Did that go over the air?
Wow.
That's going on the soundboard.
Oh, gosh. That's so
A
embarrassing.
hungry Dion.
That's awesome. I'd like to know.
Oh, that's so embarrassing. Sorry, you guys.
Sidebar brought to you by Ankin Law, 312-6 million for the great attorney Howard Ankin.
Sign my ball.
Thank you. I would like to know. I found something out about Dion today, and it shows where the rest of us stand in her life.
Oh,
You know that-
gosh. What did I reveal?
She bakes
Oh,
for
yeah.
the press room in Lake Forest every week during the season, but she comes in here to fill in
Empty-handed.
for Hoodie and brings nothing.
And I'm hungry, and I still didn't bring anything.
Nothing.
I'll work on it.
Wow.
I'll work on it.
Did you drop it off at Mully & Haw?
No, I did not. Wow, shots fired. No, I did not.
Wow.
I did not.
Charlie, you got
I do
one
wish
more?
I had more coffee.
Yeah, hey, Keith, nice job on the coffee machine.
It's working?
No.
Fraud. Complete fraud. The market manager, he's all decked out in a beautiful black suit today. Yeah. Looks like $1 million. He came in here yesterday. Oh, it'll be fixed by 1 o'clock. You'll have coffee and water. Yesterday. Yeah. Guess what? We passed 1
Out of
o'clock
order.
p.m. We passed 1 o'clock a.m. And we're coming up on 8:50 or 8:30. No coffee, no water, nothing.
Damn. It's desperate times around here.
Yep. Welcome into the shelter here at ESPN 1000.
Don't shelters provide you coffee usually?
It's not even at that level at this point.
You're better than that, Keith.
I don't blame Keith.
You can get a cup of coffee at a shelter.
Keith is the grand poobah here.
Yes, but where's the repair? I'm sure he's not repairing the coffee machine. Isn't he bringing someone in to do that?
Well, he obviously doesn't have any juice with the coffee company.
Yeah, well, apparently not.
Damn. Wow. So bad. So bad.
We're
have
not in a
dehydrated
shelter.
people
We are
start falling.
These are first world problems. Although water is kind of important.
Yes.
Oh, water's just like a
All right.
main thing. Yeah.
We'll go around the National Football League. That's next.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yingling Flight is sold out.
Not so fast, big guy.
What?
There's still a chance. Hey guys, it's Silvy inviting you out to Emo's Tavern in Grays Lake. Join me Wednesday, May 28th from 7 to 9. I'm qualifying fans for a chance to win a spot on Team Waddle and Silvy, sponsored by Great Clips. And at the end, I'm picking one to win the twosome. See you at Emo's Tavern on Central and Grays Lake next Wednesday, May 28th. Please enjoy responsibly.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish. From fresh salads and appetizers to pizza, pasta, and desserts, Lou's has something for everyone. And now here's the latest dish and the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited time deep dish drizzled with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Dine in, order delivery, or plan your next event with ease. Guess what? They also have it available in thin crust. Order now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, baby. Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Feel the boom.
The Schaumburg Boomers have a little of everything this weekend. Friday night is country night, plus post-game fireworks. Saturday afternoon, the first 1,500 fans receive a Boomers Hawaiian shirt. Sunday night features a dazzling drone and fireworks show. Plus, Monday afternoon is a day game on Memorial Day. Get the championship fan experience at beautiful Wintrust Field. Fun for everyone with great baseball, great food, a free kids zone, free parking, fantastic fireworks, and more. Get tickets and more at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom.
Spring allergies, chronic sinus issues, snoring that's wrecking your sleep, whatever ails you, Sinus and Snoring MD can help you breathe and sleep better. Family owned, over 25 years experience, Sinus and Snoring MD will treat you great and give you life-changing results. Hey, this is David Kaplan. Want to breathe easier? Go to sinusandSnoringMD.com or call 847-545-0147 today. That's 847-545-0147. sinusandSnoringMD.com.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows and get 4 free, and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. It's a lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BODY to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BODY to 321-321. That's BODY to 321-321.
$5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and Jay Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks. I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator. I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes. This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl. I want winners. He starts to come and then he pulls out. This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
All right, we do it every day at this time. We go around the National Football League. Here is Charles Bevins.
All right, league meetings starting to wrap up a little bit up in Minneapolis. So we got some decisions on rules yesterday, on playoff seeding, on a bunch of stuff. So we'll just run through some of that and just some of the other NFL news. But first, Jim Irsay passed away yesterday, a Chicago guy and owner of the Indianapolis Colts. Just a guy who took over as an NFL executive in his mid-20s. Was just a hell of a career in the National Football League. A steward of the league, as he's often referred to.
Yeah, I went to high school with a member of the Irsay family. And Jim Irsay's dad, Robert Irsay, rest in peace, his offices were on Lincoln Avenue in Skokie and had a big Colts logo.
That's so weird. Why would it? It's so bizarre that it was here. Yeah.
Yeah. And the Colts had an office here in Skokie. Super interesting. And then when Robert named his son the youngest GM in league history at 24.
That's crazy.
Crazy. The league was so different back then.
So, I mean, 24.
Yeah. 24-year-old GM. And then when Robert died, Jim took over as the owner. And he'd had some what's the right way to put it? Personal issues.
Okay.
Substance abuse and whatever. He had one of the great memorabilia collections in the world.
Wow.
He loved to hobnob with rock and rollers.
Yeah.
And get their signed guitars.
Okay, yeah.
And all sorts of memorabilia. He was very generous when Jeff Dickerson passed and made a large donation to a fund for Jeff's son, Parker. I've heard he was a really good dude.
Yeah.
Died in his sleep at the age of 65, but had not been in good health. He lived a hard life, man.
Yeah. I saw an interview that Stacey Dales from the NFL Network did with him where she asked him all about music and stuff, which was very cool to see.
Yeah.
Just a different side of him.
Yep.
Instrumental in getting Dan Snyder out of the league, too, I guess.
Yes.
Okay, so yes, lots of NFL rule changes. Let's start with the big one, I guess. We talked a little bit about it in Shot or No Shot. But the tush push is here to stay, at least for now. They did not get the requisite votes to ban the play, to ban the tush push. The Eagles are taking a pretty big victory lap. Now they're selling merch that says push on, all sorts of stuff. Are you surprised this didn't get through, that we're going to have at least another year of the tush push being a play in the NFL?
Go ahead.
I mean, whatever. Is it going to be revisited again next year? We're going to talk about it again.
I think if there's any kind of a God forbid catastrophic type injury.
Well, correct. But there hasn't been.
There hasn't been yet. But there was a medical doctor who spoke and said, yeah, we have no data on injuries, but I can tell you when we do get one, it'll be catastrophic. But Jason Kelce
we don't want that, but.
Right.
I mean.
I'm sure it'll always become an issue.
Yeah, it's going to be like lingering around the conversations, but until I don't know why. Like, what would change that? Just because one team's really good at it. Whatever.
Again, unless there's serious injury problems.
Right.
It probably stays.
It stays, yeah.
Charlie.
The Detroit Lions playoff seeding proposal, not only did it not get voted on, they pulled it. So clearly they didn't think they had the votes required for it. I'm a little bit surprised the league didn't jump at it, because I think it's an automatic way for them to make more money and to have more ratings. As Breer said on this show on Tuesday, like, this is a rule that is probably being proposed more with dollars in mind than actual on-field fairness. But for them to pull this proposal with however many dollars they probably left on the table, I was surprised that this one didn't even reach the voting.
Yeah, I didn't understand why they pulled it unless they knew it had no support.
That's all I can figure too,
Right.
is that people weren't ready to make that change. I just think that's unnecessary all the way around. I didn't like that idea anyway, so I'm glad it's not going to be happening. Just this is the way it's set up. This is how it works. If you win your division with 9 wins, you just do. I don't know. You get to host. That's what it is.
Yeah, I go back and forth on it, because like I like there's the traditional part of me that does like the divisional thing, and I also don't like overreacting to outliers. Like, remember when the Saints-Rams thing happened and they could review pass interference all of a sudden, and then the very next year it was a complete mess. Like, these reactionary rule changes I'm generally against, just as a principle. But it does suck that Minnesota didn't get the home game last year, but at the same time, like, win the damn game.
Go win.
Go beat Detroit.
Go win
so
the game.
It's not like they didn't have a chance.
It's okay. Yeah.
Charlie.
One of the more, to me, intriguing announcements of yesterday, the NFL added an award, the Protector of the Year award in the 2025 season, granted to the league's best offensive lineman. The honoree will be decided on by a panel of former offensive line grades. This is really cool to me. I think it seems like it seems like every year we hear about offensive linemen talking about how they're the most thankless job in the sport. So they get a little reward for it now.
Yeah, I think it's super cool.
I like it too.
I would nominate Olin Kreutz to be on that panel, because that dude watches a ton of tape. He is brilliant to watch tape with. It was such an educational thing for me to sit with him.
I would love that.
And he brought his iPad out, and he's like, okay, I want you to watch this play. And I'm like, yeah. He's like, what did you see? And I said to him, he goes, no. I'm going to run it back for you. I want you to watch these two corners.
Wow.
Watch what they do, and watch how Justin does not even react to it when he should have read that, and now this guy's wide open right here. And I'm like, oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah. I would love to watch film like that.
He was teaching me things to look for on offensive line play, hand placement. Like, the dude is brilliant.
I would love a member of the Bears offensive line to be in the mix to win such an award. That would be very cool.
Joe Tooney, I would think.
That's what I'm thinking,
they
too.
might now with Joe Tooney.
Yes.
Let's go.
I know.
I do wonder, like, maybe they would consider, if they want to further expand the offensive line. Hey, look, I mean, money's always green. I wonder if they would ever consider doing like what college football has with the Joe Moore Award, which is the best offensive line in the NFL, or the best offensive line in college. I wonder if they would consider doing that in the NFL, just because there's so many damn offensive linemen to pick from.
Yeah.
Joe Moore no longer with us. Waddle and I don't remember what year, had him in studio down the dial.
Yeah.
And we listened to Waddle, who's brilliant as well, talk to Joe Moore about technical football stuff. Was football porn.
I
It was amazing.
I bet.
Passed away in 2003, it appears.
Yeah. So we did that late 90s,
Oh, that's
I'm going to
cool.
guess. Tommy and I started in 97, so somewhere between 97 and 03, we had him in studio. He was awesome.
That's cool.
All right, last thing here, kind of basically the footnote of the entire meetings from yesterday. They proposed a kick to the onside, they proposed a rule to the onside kick rules. Now you can do them whenever. You just have to be trailing, and they're also doing it from the 34-yard line. It seems like a lot of conversation about a play that never happened, or that rarely happens and basically never works.
It worked for the Bears against the Vikings.
It did work for the Bears, I suppose, but
It can work.
Yeah, I'm for you should be able to do it whenever you
Yes.
want. There shouldn't be some
Agreed.
stupid, rule hamstring. If you're losing and you want to try it, now I personally think you should be able to do it. You want to do it on the opening kickoff of the game? Have at it.
I mean,
You want
yeah.
to do it with the lead? Have at it.
Right.
There's a chance you're probably not going to get it.
It's a risk.
And you're
but
giving up great field position if it doesn't work. But if you want to try it,
Try it,
remember
try
Sean
it.
Payton in the Super
Yes,
Bowl?
yes.
Did he start the second half
second
with an
half that
onside
way.
kick?
Yes.
Do whatever you need to do.
I agree with that. I don't think we have to make it this certain a situational play.
Yeah,
you can use it
completely
whenever you
agree.
want to.
Our Around the NFL segment, as always, brought to you by Mr. Finance. Build wealth through smarter investing. Go to BrandonMrFinance.com. That's BrandonMrFinance.com. One of our favorite segments is Deal Breakers. That's next.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago. Hit the road with Kap and J Hood. Win tickets on the bus for the I-94 rivalry trip to Milwaukee in July. Stay tuned to Kap and J Hood for details or go to ESPNChicagoContest.com. Brought to you by the IKEA Annual Sidewalk Sale, now through May 26th.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical joint pain relief with over 50,000 satisfied patients. If you're suffering from knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, or hip pain, imagine living pain-free again. No more discomfort holding you back from the things you love. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and what's truly remarkable about QC Kinetics is their use of regenerative cell therapy. This cutting-edge treatment restores the tissues in your joints using biologic growth factors, natural healing agents strategically placed to repair and rejuvenate damaged tissue. The best part? There are no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. This is a non-invasive, natural option that gives your joints new life without the risks of traditional treatments. Imagine enjoying your favorite activities this summer like golf, tennis, or pickleball without being slowed down by joint pain. The consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics today at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955 and learn how their innovative treatments can help you live a pain-free life.
Cap and J Hood here with Howard Enkin.
Hey, what's wrong, Cap?
I slipped on the court and I pulled a hammy.
You did a slip and fall?
I know who to call.
He's playing hurt.
Seriously, anyone who experiences a slip and fall injury should call me at 312-6-million. Auto, truck, rideshare, medical mistakes, I'm here to help.
Yeah, but this one was Cap's fault.
I need some new shoes.
I might be able to find a cold pack for you.
Injury Law Made Personal is Howard Enkin, our attorney on the Kap and J Hood Show. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, you know, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
It's time to turn things up a notch. This summer, don't binge watch shows. Binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on the warm weather vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take your shot with 5-hour energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5heshot.com for full details and rules to enter today. No purchase necessary. It ends on June 30th, 2025.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
We all have to make choices in sports and in life. It could be running on third down.
You ran the same third down situation, and you ran the same play twice. You're getting paid for that.
I cannot believe the call.
Or managing finances.
This country, you got to make the money first.
Or it could be a deal breaker.
Deal breakers. We have a lot of fun with deal breakers. Here is Charlie Bevan.
All right, let's start with this one here. A few months ago, you got married, and before the wedding, your cousin, who is a professional photographer, offered to take your wedding pictures, saying, quote, "As my gift to you two, I would be happy to take the photos at your wedding." You repeatedly told him time after time he doesn't have to do it, and time after time you expressed your gratitude for it. And well, after receiving the thank you note, he calls you, apologizing for any miscommunication, but that the actual gift was taking the time to fit you into his schedule. But you owe him $3,000 for taking the pictures. How do you handle this?
Wow.
Damn.
I didn't see that.
I didn't either. So the gift was just simply
fitting you in, basically.
Wow, that was not presented that way.
Yeah, was there anything that he just out of nowhere, he blindsides me with this bill?
He's like, sorry, you must have misunderstood me. When I said it was a gift, the gift was fitting you into my very busy photography schedule.
Are the photos hot?
Yeah.
Steamy.
Wow.
Jeez.
All right, so wait, back up. Say the first
So-
part again. I got to make sure I'm grasping this.
So before a few months ago, you got married. Before the wedding, your cousin offered to take your wedding pictures. Your cousin's a professional photographer. Their words were, "As my gift to you two, I would be happy to take the photos at your wedding."
Yeah, I'm not paying it. I am
absolutely not paying it, huh?
And I'm not only not paying it, I'm telling him to go F himself.
Wow, I don't know if I'm saying that, but I'm not paying $3,000. Absolutely not.
Or I
that
would
was
take-
not was it was not explained. That's on you for the bad explanation.
Correct. Yeah. I would be, and if he pushed back, I would tell him to go F himself. Are you out of your mind?
Yeah, no. Immediately. No.
And if it
that is a
blows
deal
up-
breaker, that's the end of our friendship. If that is what's happening.
And he's my cousin, you said?
Cousin, like close cousin. You guys are tight.
Yeah, good.
Well, not that tight.
Yeah. He's not coming to any of the family functions.
Yeah, it's a deal breaker.
$3,000 is a little bit overpriced.
Like if he said,
That's
hey,
a lot of money.
hey, here's the deal. I charge $10,000 to do a wedding. I will cancel one, and for your wedding gift, you just pay me my basic fee of $3,000, and I'll fit you in. Well, then you know what you're getting into.
What's his credentials? I mean, if he go charge
Right,
$10,000.
like is this guy got like, is he got like one of those disposable cameras, or is he really good?
He's got a good camera, but at the same time, it's, you're not getting like a crew of photographers coming.
Does he shoot for Vogue or something?
He's not like my buddy Matt Buckman.
No.
You know my buddy at NBC, Matt Buckman?
Yes.
Bucky ran a wedding photography business and video.
Did he for real?
Yes.
Wow.
So what's the average cost for a photo shoot?
A lot. Wow, we didn't mean to yell that at you.
He told me he had, I don't remember what famous family, flew him to the Bahamas with his crew to do the video of their wedding.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's cool.
And he's like, and it was a lot of money.
It's a lot. Wedding photography is very expensive.
Yeah.
I mean, it's no joke.
Deal breaker.
Yeah, how much is an average wedding photography
I
set?
mean, I
don't
would
even know.
say.
Well, how big is the wedding?
It depends on how big the wedding is, but like $5,000 does not sound outrageous.
Oh, I think it's more than that.
You think it's more than that?
Yeah.
I got married a long time ago, so I don't remember.
Yeah, I
what we
think
paid.
we paid like $1,000
I know I paid
for the
more than
photographer.
that. Yeah.
And that was a long time ago.
I like the every table gets like 2 disposable cameras, and then you just have the guests
Is
take
that
the
what you're
pictures
doing?
for you.
Please take professional photos with your wife, Charlie.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's way more than that. Way more.
Please do not. Do not.
Get my
just
buddy
settle
with a
for
good
this.
iPhone.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's several $1,000s. Yes, this lady right here posted. If you're having like a nice wedding, we're not talking about at the Ritz-Carlton, $7,500 is pretty average.
Jeez.
Yeah.
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 That sounds right.
Know that. All right, might be iPhone pictures.
Yeah.
All right. You have a coworker who has passes to Bears training camp. Now, you're new to this company, and you decide it might be a good way to make some friends at work. You guys have something to bond over. Everything's going fine until the autograph session starts.
Mm-hmm.
Your coworker / potential new friend takes his football jersey and his football, and he starts shoving his way up to the front. He's moving kids out of the way. He's reaching over the railing. He's screaming, Caleb, hey, Caleb, over here. He's an autograph guy. Do you tell him what you really think, or do you just keep your peace on the ride home?
Well, I definitely step away.
Yeah, I absolutely don't want to be around him for that. And on the ride home, I would probably go, dude, are you out of your mind? Why? What'd I do?
Right.
You were like a jackass going after autographs.
Autographs, yeah.
Man, screw them kids.
Wow.
Would an autograph seeker, like aggressive autograph seeker, be worse than like a face painter?
Yes.
There's an earnestness to a face painter that I can at least respect.
No. I mean, I don't know.
Charlie, is there any truth to this story?
Got to support the team. No, I mean, I'm sure there's like a million examples of this happening.
Yeah.
But like this is not somebody you are super tight with. This isn't really, you can be honest with somebody you're close with. This is kind of a new person. At a new job that you're working.
Well, that'd be a one and done hangout. with that person, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd be done. Yeah. I know of somebody who anytime he sees someone of relative fame, I'm not talking about like the Pope or, the president, like there's Obama. I'm talking about like a B-level celeb, C-level.
Okay.
I got to get a picture with him. I'm like, what do you do with these?
Why?
Oh, I put him up in my house. I'm like, wait a minute. A picture? He's like, yeah. And he makes the guy, smile, and he puts his arm around him.
gosh.
And I'm like, that dude has no idea who you are, and he thinks you're out of your mind.
So he's doing a full-on photo shoot, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Like if you
Step this way.
Like if you said you were in a charity golf outing together, okay, can we take a picture at the end of the round? Sure. That's different. You kind of had 18 holes to bond, but you bump into someone. Can I grab a picture?
Oh, my God.
Twitch want to know who is it, Cap?
I'm not going to out him.
I remember you got your picture with Sierra at the BMW, but I remember that was like a, hey, come take a picture with Sierra. Like that was the entire purpose of the
Correct.
event.
That is correct.
That's very different than like.
And we did it as a radio bit.
Right. That's very different than like, hey, the guy from Friday Night Lights is over there. I'm going to go interrupt his dinner and take a picture with him.
I wouldn't know who that is. But
I would maybe do that.
With Kyle Chandler?
I love
Coach
Friday Night
Taylor?
Lights. Coach Taylor.
Yeah,
crazy.
Tim Riggins. If it was Tim Riggins, absolutely.
I was going to say, but what if it was like,
who?
I don't know, Matt
You didn't
Saracen
watch-
or something?
Oh, yeah.
Northwestern guy. He might be around here.
Guy. I'm
one
not
or
mad.
two episodes of Friday Night Lights.
I love that show. I think I've watched it like 3 times through. I love that show.
Charlie.
All right. You are planning a surprise birthday party for your spouse of many years. Your family is from Wisconsin. Their family is from Indiana. So, as a natural halfway point, you plan on throwing the party in Chicago, even offering to rent an Airbnb for the weekend for everybody. However, your mother-in-law foils your plans and tells you she'd just prefer to have 2 separate parties, one of which she expects to be near them in Indiana. How do you handle this?
So wait, I'm going to get the Airbnb. We're going to have a birthday party for my wife. And I said, oh, you got that crew from Wisconsin, that crew from Indiana. We'll meet in Chicago, and I'll take care of this. And my mother-in-law says she's going to horn in on all of plan making, and she wants to have 2 parties, and one has to be near them.
Yeah, she's like,
And am I expected to pay for these?
You're not expected to pay for the Indiana one, but you are expected to go to Indiana. So it isn't. She's basically saying, I'm going to sit out the meetup in Chicago. If you want to have a birthday, you guys should do it near me.
I would talk to my wife and say,
Let's adjust the whole vision.
yeah,
Right.
like, if you decide you want to do this one in Indiana, what is that? What about all our other friends that don't want to go to Indiana?
Mm-hmm.
So I'd have to talk to my wife and see what is important to
One
you.
party. We're only doing one party.
Yeah.
Yeah, it basically turns into you have like a Chicago party and then you go hang out with your in-laws for a weekend in Indianapolis or something for your spouse's birthday.
Correct. I would talk to my wife. It's
Yes.
called communication.
Yes.
I was bad at that in my first marriage. I am
Much better now.
elite at it now.
Mindy kicked it to the next level.
How do you broach it? What's the in? Are you just like, hey, this is
Well,
ridiculous?
Golly, we're grown-ups. Like, it's okay. You just say, let's figure this out so
Hey,
it's
hon,
not so
your mom
aggressive.
reached out. It's your birthday. I wanted to do this Airbnb thing, and we're going to invite all these people and have this party. Your mom wants 2 parties. She said she's not coming to the one in Chicago, but she wants everyone to come down by her. How do you want me to handle this?
Yes.
My
You
wife
just
would say,
discussed.
I'll talk to my mom. We're going to do one party.
Yes,
That's what my wife
that's what, and I would say the same thing. I'm like, I got it. We're doing one party.
Correct.
It's unnecessary to do 2.
So,
For a grown-up birthday party,
that's it.
it's unnecessary.
All right, let's take a quick time out. We have time for a couple more. We'll take a break and be right back to Deal Breakers.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J Hood Show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J Hood Show are presented by Ankin Law.
Playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments, placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app, sign up with the promo code USL, and get started today. You must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
This just in, the NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Feel the boom this weekend at Wintrust Field. Friday night is country night, plus post-game fireworks. Saturday afternoon, the first 1,500 fans receive a Boomers Hawaiian shirt. Sunday night features a dazzling drone and fireworks show, plus Monday afternoon's a day game on Memorial Day. Get tickets, boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
More deal breakers. Here's Charlie.
All right, you and your spouse have just returned from a small little trip from just nearby, from St. Louis, let's say. You guys haven't. It's been hard times. Your guys are falling a little bit behind on rent. Your partner just got laid off, and you grab your suitcase, and then you get back to your house, and you open the suitcase, and there's $250,000 in cash. What do you do?
So wait a second. Did you write these or did Shay?
Shay sent me this one. I wrote the rest of them.
Okay.
Okay.
I think this actually happened. I saw a story about it.
You did?
So
Yeah.
they grab a suitcase.
They took the wrong suitcase.
They took the wrong
They
suitcase.
open it up. There's $250K in it.
Correct.
And is there someone I could bring the suitcase back to?
You can bring it to airport security, I suppose.
They're going to keep the
But
money.
it has
There's
$250,000 in it.
Exactly. So are you going to bring it back to airport security?
I would probably do it this way. I would call the airline. Let's call them United.
Uh-huh.
United Airlines. Yeah, I need to speak with a supervisor, please. I actually have the wrong suitcase. If someone calls and claims it, please have someone contact me. I'm not bringing it back in. If someone calls and can identify what's in it, I will give it to them. And if no one ever calls and claims after,
But where's your suitcase?
Well, I got 250.
Not worried about my suitcase anymore.
I don't really
You don't
care
care
about my
anymore.
suitcase.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
about
right.
that suitcase no more.
I would probably put it somewhere for safekeeping, and I would probably give it, we'll call it 30 days. And if nobody ever contacts me,
Splurge City?
Splurge City.
I always feel like this kind of stuff happens in movies and TV
Yeah,
shows.
it's not in real life.
But they always overthink it. They're always like, oh my God, I got to go do something with this.
Okay.
And then the mob finds them or something like that. Just sit on it for a while. Wait
Okay.
for the heat to die down.
So I used to work for a company.
Okay.
I was a partner. The company's been gone for 10 years.
Okay.
I came home, this is true, 2 weeks ago, and there's a check from a well-known company for $2,100 and change made out to my old company.
Wow.
And I'm like, I haven't done business with this place 12 years at least, maybe 15. So I called the company.
Yeah.
And they said, oh, thank you so much for telling us. There's another company with a similar name, and we had it still in the system. The next day, I got another one. So now I've got over $4,000 in checks made out that I could sign.
Oh, my gosh.
And I took both checks to the post office, sent them certified mail, so they have to sign for them with a note, hey, take me out of your system. I haven't worked with you guys for 10 years, at least 12 years. And the guy called yesterday. Hey, we got the checks, and we just wanted to say thank you because you could have very easily deposited
Yes.
these.
Did they give you a percentage as a reward?
Yeah, and I
for your
said,
kindness?
I said, hey, man, if I'm going to steal, I'm going way bigger than $2,000.
Oh, absolutely.
You should have told him, though, like, if you send me one more of these, I am cashing it.
I
Like,
said,
get your stuff together.
Just stop sending me checks.
Yes.
So
exactly.
the $250K, if I go bring it back to security, there's a security guard who's having a really good time on the $250K in there.
Oh, yeah.
So I would take the suitcase, lock it up
Keep it for a while. See
for
what
30
happens.
days, and I would alert the airport, hey, if somebody's looking for a suitcase, I think they grabbed the wrong
Would they
one.
allow you to just keep it when they
What are
say
they
you
going to
have
do, break into my house?
I guess you're right.
Well,
But
if
see,
you want
if you give it to the security guard, he's going to turn it in and say, hey, somebody gave me a suitcase with $50,000 in it.
Right.
Correct.
Exactly.
I was going to say, Jay Moore, like, I found a suitcase with
20 grand.
$225,000 in it.
I found this suitcase with $1,000 in it.
With $1,000 inside.
Right.
So crazy.
Oh, my God.
There's a lot of space in here.
Yeah, and I would hold on to it. If they called,
And if they didn't, then
I wouldn't give them my address. I would just, and I wouldn't say what's in there. Yeah, I calling about that suitcase. Yeah, what's in there? And if they could tell me, it's yours. There you go. It's
there
not
you go.
mine. All right, Charlie.
All right, let's do one really, really quick here. You've been seeing a new person for a couple months. It's starting to get serious. You guys go out to dinner, drinks, great time. All of a sudden, the lights go down and someone walks up to the stage. An announcement is made that it's slam poetry night. The person you're with leans in and says, I've written a spoken word piece about our relationship. They go up and proceed to recite a 4-minute poem about their feelings for you. They start bawling halfway through, and they come back down and they go, wasn't that great? What do you tell them?
And how long have I been with them?
5 months.
That's aggressive.
Yeah, that's super aggressive.
I'd be embarrassed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're honest with them. You're like, I didn't like, that sucked.
I don't know if I would never.
What depends?
No, I
what
would
if
not
I'm
say
totally
that.
head over heels in love with them?
Well, then maybe you propose in the moment. Who knows?
You know what? Let's just get married.
Let's do something crazy tonight.
As if the spoken word
Like if
revealing
she's-
your feelings wasn't
like
crazy
if she
enough.
was revealing really personal, intimate details, that would not be cool. But if she just said, I've met this man in the last 5 years have been the greatest of my life.
5 months.
5 months. Been the greatest of my life, and he's changed me in so many ways, and I feel like I'm a better person because he's in my life. If I felt the same way, super cool. If I didn't, halfway through the poem, I'm leaving $100 for dinner, and I'm gone.
Gone.
I'm out. She's a wacko. That's how I
I don't know if it's a wacko situation, but it is very aggressive for 5 months to
It
like
is.
publicly declare your feelings like that.
Unless you've already started looking at rings.
That's true. But but in like a slam poetry night, that's weird. That's not my jam.
That's it. All right, we've got to take a quick time out. We will be back in exactly 2 minutes on ESPN 1000.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Captain J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Spring allergies, chronic sinus issues, snoring that's wrecking your sleep, whatever ails you, Sinus and Snoring MD can help you breathe and sleep better. Family owned, over 25 years experience, Sinus and Snoring MD will treat you great and give you life-changing results. Hey, this is David Kaplan. Want to breathe easier? Go to sinusandsnoringmd.com or call 847-545-0147 today. That's 847-545-0147. Sinusandsnoringmd.com.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
The White Sox play on ESPN Chicago. That means more than 162 games a year, passionate Sox fans are listening to their team right here. Do you want them to hear about your product or service? Of course you do. It's the key to success. Reach people you know will support you. White Sox fans are intensely loyal. Hell, you're probably one yourself if you're listening right now. So let us help you craft the message that speaks loud and proud about you. Email White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com. That's White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com. Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
Nine o'clock hour here on Kap and J Hood. Dion Miller in for Hoodie. Jesse will be with me tomorrow. 312-332-3776. Jay Moore's at the controls. Charlie Bevins is in for Shay as the executive producer. And I'm David Kaplan. 312-332-3776. I got a text from a friend of mine during the break. Dion. Works better if you turn it on.
I know.
My buddy Jay Hughes said, Cap, you and Dion just triggered me. I went on a date to the Bulls game with this beautiful young lady. All was going well until the T-shirt toss came around. She gets up, runs down the aisle of our section, and
That's
starts
awesome.
pushing kids out of the way to grab a T-shirt. She caught 2 of them. I said, deal breaker.
Those are like double XL T-shirts too. Like those are like blankets,
Or
basically.
small.
And they're so basic. It's like they're so basic.
Right.
They're nothing.
Covered in Geico logos.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. I thought that was pretty damn funny. Pretty damn funny. And Duff Two Darts on Twitter said, hey, Cap, the suitcase plan with the money is solid, but you're missing one thing. You got to get a burner phone and call with that one and leave that number. No shot. I'm leaving my personal number.
That's right. That's
a good
right.
point.
That's a very good point.
Very good point. So yesterday, Dionne was at Hallis Hall. Waddle and Silvy were at Hallis Hall.
Mm-hmm.
Ben Johnson ran his first session of the week. Was it the first one of the week yesterday? Or they went Tuesday, too?
So they
Tuesday,
they are
Wednesday.
we're only in OTAs. They only have us up there one day a week until
Correct.
mandatory mini camp the first week of June. So we have this Wednesday, next Wednesday, the second, third, and fourth of June, and then the following Tuesday.
So Ben Johnson went to the podium. There was no Caleb Williams sighting, but Ben Johnson was asked about Caleb Williams and watching film.
Yeah, everyone's different. I've been around a number of coordinators, a number of quarterback coaches, and so I would say my style is kind of a combination of everything that I've been around and I've come to learn and love and appreciate. And so there's a process that I believe in, that we believe in as an offensive staff, that we're adhering to this springtime, and we're going to stay true to that. How we're going to develop that position in particular, and those guys are doing a great job working hard right now at it.
So he obviously is more hands-on on how he's going to watch film with Caleb Williams. He was also asked about the Caleb Williams family drama with the Seth Wickersham article.
It's come to my attention that the quarterback's been out in the media over the last week, and just to get out in front of that a little bit, I just wanted to say I wasn't here last year, and so I can't speak too much in terms of what it was like before he got here and when he got here last year. But from my 4 months on the job, he's been outstanding to work with, and we just are focusing on getting a little better every day.
There you go. Caleb did not talk to the media, but Ben said about the book.
Yeah, we talked about it last week after it came out, but he's his own man. He's going to be treated as such. I think we're both really looking forward to turning the page on years prior and focusing on the here and now.
There you go. So Dionne.
Caleb could have echoed that and said, we are focused on, I talked to coach about it. It's all in the past. He can say all of those things. But his words are hanging out there without his context behind it. That's all I'm saying.
Could he say it on Twitter?
He could. How about an Instagram post?
I guess.
A nice Instagram post.
Okay.
Hey, this is going to be the only time I address this. I'm thrilled to be a Chicago Bear, and I'm on to 2025. All the stuff in the past is in the past.
Yes.
Take that.
Yes. That's it.
And he
You hear that, Caleb?
If he drops a take that, that would be amazing.
Get the tape.
He did post he's got a collab coming with Cole Bennett or something like that, which I believe means he'll be having some sort of music video. I'm not
Who's
really
Cole
sure.
Bennett?
Who is Cole Bennett?
I think he's a music video director. Do I have that right, Jay Moore? Yeah. Yes. Yeah, he's a Chicago area music video director. He's got something coming with Caleb, so.
So is Caleb singing?
I hope not.
How do you know? What if he's
you don't
good?
know. What if he's good at it?
Maybe. I feel like this
That's
happens.
kind of a jerky thing to
I
say.
feel like this happens from time to time, and every time.
Hey, Charlie's cooking dinner tonight. Oh, that'll suck.
It might.
I hope not.
You never know.
Maybe you're good.
Right.
I feel like there's been a number of.
Charlie, you're probably a guy who salts his food before you eat it.
I am a guy who salts
I do
my
too.
food before I eat it. Salt's the flavor
How
of
do
life.
you know that the food needs the salt?
I don't know.
Because it's not salty enough.
I just assume.
You don't know that.
I just assume.
Not for me. I know.
I
it.
know that was.
Do you know that there was a very famous executive? I'm trying to remember what company. I'll look it up online. And he would interview you for a high-level job. I'm not talking about like a busboy.
Yeah.
To be an executive. And he would take you to dinner. And if he watched you salt your food before you ate it, you're out.
You're out. Wow.
Done. He said, you are not open-minded.
That's not what that means.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it at like a steak dinner or something like that because I trust them. I trust that they know what they're doing. I don't need to do it. But if it's, my food or something, gotta have a little salt.
Well, that's my husband. That's why he gets so mad when I alter every order that I make, because he's like, "Don't you trust the chef knows that they put those flavors together for a reason?" And I'm like, "No, I don't."
Speaking of food, Dionne, someone wants to talk to you.
Oh gosh, who wants to talk to me? Hello? Oh, stop it!
It's your stomach.
It is my stomach. That's,
that's
so
so
bad.
good.
That's so bad.
That will live forever.
That is awful. Stop it! Stop it right now. That's so embarrassing. I am still hungry if anyone cares. Stop! Oh my God.
Yeah, here it is. A famous executive reportedly used to take prospective new hires out to lunch. If the candidate salted his food before he tasted it, the executive would not hire him. It has been attributed to Henry Ford used it, Thomas Edison, Howard Hughes, and J.C. Penney, among others.
I don't want to work for J.C. Penney. Okay, well.
Is J.C. Penney still in business?
I think so.
Yes.
They are?
I think there's
Yeah,
I think
there
there's
were a few
one
stores
up
left.
at
There were a few stores left.
at
There was
Golf
one at
Mill.
Golf Mill, but
yeah,
I
think
is it
there's
still
it's
there?
Still there. I think so.
Yeah, they have a few left.
God bless them. Sears is done, right?
I think so.
Oh, yeah,
Those
they've
the
been
two big ones when we were growing up, Sears and J.C.
And Montgomery Wards.
Oh yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Montgomery Ward. Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So there you
That was
go.
a fun walk down
Yeah,
memory
so
lane. Okay.
You do what you want, but no, you don't salt
Salt
your
your food. Okay.
before you eat it. In my world,
Okay.
we taught our kids that. So anyway, but back to Ben Johnson and his team already in progress. Tom, Waddle, and Silvy were there yesterday. They did the show there. But Waddle was asked his biggest observation from watching 2 hours of OTA practice compared to a nonsense we watched under Matt Eberflus.
The pace was outstanding. It was a 2-hour practice. And again, you take it for what it's worth. I said to you guys, and I said this to Tyler a bunch, that's as high-paced and I don't know the best way to describe it, but that was as good of practice or as well-run a practice as I've seen in quite some time, going back to like training camps last year. Like that, I think they got more out of that than a lot of the training camp practices. Now, again, you're just in helmets, but the pace is there, the purpose is there. 2 hours, guys weren't hanging around, like sitting on the outskirts of the huddles, jacking around. Like everybody's paying attention, everybody's focused, everyone's going full speed. It was just, that's the way it's supposed to look.
That's the way it's supposed to look.
Mm-hmm.
That's
right.
it.
He's right. Mm-hmm.
Tommy is right. There was also some of the team leaders speaking yesterday, and the press corps was hanging on every word.
Stop
it's
running. Oh, my gosh.
Stomach.
That's so awful. Oh, my gosh. I'm so embarrassed already. Don't make it worse.
Joe, we had a question. He's like, yeah, can we get some food in here for this young lady?
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Joe Tooney was asked about coming to the Bears.
Just kind of, as the days rolled into weeks, you kind of, realize, this is a special place, special building, special history here. And the people in the building, just make it even more special. And you just, kind of, I don't know if there's an exact moment or anything, but pretty early on, I could just tell, this is something I want to be a part of, something that I think could be really, really cool going forward. And yeah.
How about that?
I like Joe Tooney.
Yeah,
he's
Joe
not gonna.
Tooney's cool.
He's not gonna yell, "Take that," and walk off the podium.
He is not.
But I like him a lot.
He was asked about Ben Johnson's presence. Now, keep in mind, he's played for Belichick and Andy Reid.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, being in meetings with him, you can tell just the intent, the intention, the attention to detail, his, very high standard, which is awesome. And, he's very good communicating. You know exactly what he wants from each player, very specific. So I think he's a great coach. He teaches very well, and it's really cool to, learn from him. And, yeah.
He was also asked about his meal program in the offseason to get in better shape.
Would you stop? Oh my gosh, you guys are children. I can't help it. I'm hungry. I don't know what you want me to do. Shall I just go now? I'll leave right now. Take that. I will walk out of here right now.
That was so good.
Oh, my God.
So good.
So humiliating.
Yeah, that was so good.
Oh,
back to that discussion. Again, Caleb Williams did not speak. Whatever. Doesn't matter to me, but others would like him to address what was going on. Yeah. Kevin Byard was asked about Caleb and the drama.
I mean, truly, I didn't really think anything of it. I kind of just read some notes. I didn't read the whole article or book or whatever is supposed to be coming out. I just kind of seen a couple quotes on it. I mean, that was before he was here. If that's how he felt, that's how he felt. You know, obviously I can't speak for him. I can't speak for his dad. But since I've been around him, I haven't noticed any of that. I think every single day he's trying to get better. He's still a really good, talented, young quarterback in his league, and he's trying to get better every day. And that's all I see from him, just working every single day, staying late, obviously, and meeting with Ben and all those guys, we're trying to right the ship. We're trying to right this organization, trying to right the culture. And that's the only thing I can see from, honestly, anybody in this organization.
How about that?
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Byard, I love that dude.
He is such a good soundbite.
And he is
a truth teller.
Tremendous leader in that room.
Yes.
And I've heard from other guys, they're like, dude, Byard's one of the mainstays in there as a leader.
Mm-hmm.
Love it. Mm-hmm. Absolutely love hearing that stuff. So your thoughts on what you're hearing, the Caleb stuff, Deion wants to hear from him. I could care less in terms of the discussion about the Seth Wickersham stuff.
We did just get news that the Bears will kick off the preseason on Sunday, August 10th against the Dolphins at home at noon. They will also have joint practices with the Dolphins and the Buffalo Bills.
How about that?
During
Josh
training camp.
Allen, your guy, Jay Moore. Get him in studio.
It was his birthday yesterday.
Jay Moore's friends with him.
Oh.
His son was his fullback.
Really?
Jay Moore's son blocked for Josh Allen in college.
Yes.
No way.
Yeah. So Jay Moore
Get him
has
in.
promised
Let's do this.
Josh Allen on the show. How about that, right, Jay Moore?
Absolutely not. Can't do that.
Why not?
What?
Can't do that.
You can get him in studio, Jay Moore.
I'll bring him on the recap.
Wow.
Oh, my gosh, Jay Moore.
Danny's going to come in here and punch you.
Get him to come on Peggy and Dionne.
No shot.
No shot. Now, who says no?
He's coming on Kap and J Hood.
312-332-3776.
We also have to talk about the Cubbies. 2-1 winners, 3 clear in the division. Both baseball teams off today.
I hate those days when they're both off. I hate it. It's the worst. I don't want them to both be off on the same day.
Awesome. I'm going to be with my family tonight, my kids, my grandkids, my wife, my father-in-law, all of them, sister-in-law, all of us. All going to be together.
That is
for the
great.
weekend.
Good.
So I don't have to worry about covering baseball today.
That is nice.
Yeah, get off the air and gone.
I wish the weather was nicer, but...
Yeah, the weather sucks. Tracy Butler's banned from the show right now.
She's not banned from the show.
She's banned from the 7th floor. Not allowed.
Well, you don't have coffee up here. She probably won't want to come.
Exactly. We'll take quick time out and get to your calls. Be right back.
This is your morning routine.
Yeah.
Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago. The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. 125 years imprinted in history. On May 21st, 1915, the Sox edged Boston 3-2 in 17 innings at Old Comiskey Park. Future Hall of Famer Red Faber pitched 10 innings of scoreless relief to get the win. Exactly 110 years later, the Sox came up short in a one-run loss to Seattle 6-5 on Wednesday, despite hitting 3 home runs. The Sox are off today. They welcome in the Texas Rangers tomorrow night. Sox fans, the new City Connect uniforms are here, celebrating the legacy of the White Sox and the Bulls. This look honors Chicago's impact on both the diamond and court. Catch the team in the iconic uniforms every Friday night this season. Grab tickets and shop the full collection at the White Sox team store. For more info, head to whitesox.com/city. This has been your White Sox Minute.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
$5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
What? All the budget has to be used now? And we can use all the media buy?
Javier's marketing firm just got its dream funding.
Okay, ideas. Bobbleheads? No. T-shirt cannon? I seriously need some help here.
He needs to find marketing managers who are worth every dollar.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Sponsoring a job on Indeed gives it a visibility boost so you can hire faster. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Jay Moore, have I told you lately about IKEA? Spring is here and it's time to visit IKEA Schaumburg and Bolingbrook for their annual sidewalk sale. Visit IKEA from now until May 26th for a wide variety of furniture and home furnishing accessories at big discounts. And register to join me and Kap for a trip up to I-94 for some Chicago versus Milwaukee baseball. Save big at the IKEA annual sidewalk sale going on now. Jay Moore.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. Kap and Jay Hood are back on ESPN Chicago. Chicago's Home for Sports.
Keep your beak out of this.
Courtney Cronin, National Chicago Bears reporter for ESPN.
You have to temper expectations if you are a Bears fan, just given everything that this team had to kind of undo.
Breaking down the Bears and the latest NFL storylines.
Foles was given the flexibility and the freedom to take this thing down to the ground floor, down to the studs, to be able to build it back up.
Courtney Cronin with Kap and Jay Hood on ESPN 1000, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Courtney Cronin is brought to you by Costa Ivoni. Injured? Call 708-4million. For the people of Chicago, because they are Chicago. Costa Ivoni, your local personal injury lawyers.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Courtney Cronin's awesome, and she's on the Yingling hotline. Courtney, good morning. How are you?
Good. Good morning, Courtney.
So we've been talking about Ben Johnson speaking at the podium and Waddle talking about the tempo of practice, but there was no Caleb Williams. This is just me. I'm not speaking for Dion. I could care less if Caleb goes to the podium to address Seth Wickersham's article. I don't need to hear it. I would rather he just say, I'm not talking about it. I'm on to 2025. Where are you as a journalist and as a football observer?
Well, if I put my PR hat on, I think
if they would have had him talk yesterday, it squashes the problem of whatever, comes out of this. I mean, I've been in the camp that this is a non-story for this year. It's accurate and it's fair, a fair representation of what his rookie season was like. And he's well within his right, as Ben Johnson pointed out when he said he's his own man, to reveal what went on during his rookie season. I don't fault him for that. I just think it would have probably smoothed things over, and he's going to be asked these questions in 2 weeks when he talks at mandatory minicamp. I think you're just delaying the problem of recreating this story where you could have put it to bed yesterday. But 2 weeks from now, if I'm projecting what my questions will be for Caleb, it's not about last year. And I don't think it would have been much about last year if he would have talked yesterday. I want to know, how is Ben Johnson teaching you how to watch film? If this was such a big issue during his rookie season that he didn't feel he had the guidance or anybody telling him in the room how to see things on tape differently maybe than he was doing it in college. And obviously he's a Heisman Trophy winner. He knows how to watch film, but there's nuances to it that NFL coaches are going to teach you. I want to know how Ben Johnson's doing that. So, I mean, that to me is from a football fan's perspective of knowing how much smarter are you getting with your football IQ, and from a reporter's perspective, how is this story being spun forward? How do you feel you're being coached? Because we saw it yesterday. Ben Johnson had no problem calling out mistakes as they happened, even though it was day 2 of the install. I want to know from Caleb, do you feel like you're being held accountable more than you were last year? That's where the story goes from here in 2 weeks when he talks.
I totally agree with you, Courtney. I think he could have provided a little bit of context, but then I also wanted to know, how does it feel different that you're being prepared differently or coached in a way that will set you up for greater success moving forward? I totally agree with you on that. What did you think, though, overall of just how these guys are being coached? I felt like there was intensity, but I also felt so much intention with what they were doing at practice.
I did too, and I think it boils down to the drills that we saw, the ones where Eric Bieniemy is working with the running backs with 2 soccer balls, 2 mini soccer balls, and it reminded me of a goalkeeper drill that we used to do when I played high school soccer. A lot of lateral movement, we never saw that last year, and it seems like maybe he's bringing some fresh perspective to that position group. Some of the other ones, you saw some of the position coaches getting involved in the drill. Feels like more hands-on teaching than we saw maybe with the previous staff. But I got to admit, Dionne, I think you probably felt this too. I was trying to track Ben Johnson yesterday because we keep hearing from players, this guy is intense. He's, fired up, more fired up than some of the players are at practice. I couldn't find him.
Yeah,
I couldn't find him at times because he blends in with everybody else because he's got his Bears ball cap on, the same hoodie and pants that everybody else does. So it wasn't like he's running around screaming at the top of his lungs, firing guys up. There was none of that. So you had to keep a close eye when there was a mistake that happened, like during the 7-on-7 drill where Cole Kmet lined up out wide and apparently he was in the wrong spot. Ben Johnson blows the whistle, which he's gotten pretty good at, blowing it to signal that plays are dead. And, in that moment, they weren't going to run it because Cole was lined up wrong. So for Ben Johnson to light into Cole Kmet, who is a veteran, so not the veterans aren't immune from getting chewed out, I think that was a teaching moment. But also, I was like, okay, there's that passion that we keep hearing about with the new head coach of the Bears. It's not, I guess the way it was being portrayed early on was that Ben Johnson was going to be, yelling and fired up on 10 for the entire practice. That was a long OTA practice. So I think he did a good job of, showing us glimpses of that. And, hopefully you'll get to see more to find out what his true coaching personality is going to be like over the course of a 4-quarter game.
It felt a little like Where's Waldo, right? I kept looking around where he's blending into the wall. Why was this so hard to follow him? But I mean, I love that what he's showing these guys, and that it seems at this point that they've bought in.
No, it does. And I keep feeling like I need to be cautious with what you see in May at OTAs, because last year, there were times people were overreacting to Caleb Williams having rough days, but there's also, now we know, being able to connect the dots from the season, there were mistakes that were being overlooked. So it does hold weight what happens at this time of year. Certainly you can't put too much stock into the play when they're in shorts, but I think it's really the body language of players, how they respond to coaching, and what happens when stuff isn't, like when there are pre-snap penalties, when there are, mental errors that happen, and they're not, Ben Johnson saying details fell by the wayside yesterday. What happens next? Like in those couple minutes or couple moments right after someone gets corrected, how do they respond? And it's stuff you really got to look for, but that I think is going to be something that we point back to, depending upon how this season goes, to show where Ben Johnson made his strongest corrections to what happened to the team last year and how early he was able to do it in OTAs.
Mm-hmm. Before we let you go, there's going to be a Josh Allen sighting at Hallis Hall. He's not coming to play for the Bears. He's coming to compete against the Bears. They'll have joint practices with the Dolphins and the Bills this year. I think that's super cool. You like that?
I think it's awesome. I love it. They did the joint practice against the Bengals last year. They have been adamant that that's where they feel they can get some of the best work done, more than just, going against each other every single day in training camp and even in those games, because starters play so infrequently. I think that that's going to be of critical importance to have those in back-to-back weeks, since they're hosting Miami first on the 10th and then the Bills on the 17th. I think it's a wise strategy, and I like that they are one of those teams that have leaned into getting a lot of work done in the preseason against teams, other teams other than yourself.
Have a wonderful rest of your day, okay?
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Appreciate you. There she is, Courtney Cronin on the Yingling Hotline.
Courtney Cronin was brought to you by Costa Ivoni. Injured in a car crash or at work? Call Costa Ivoni, your local injury lawyers. They live here. They work here. They fight for their people. Costa Ivoni. Call 708-4million.
It's 9:30. Just keep grinding it out. Another couple hours. You can get ready for lunch.
Would you stop? You guys are so terrible.
Hey, when Joey G called, that's how my stomach be.
Oh, my gosh.
I need a beef.
A sports haunting continued last night as Pacers beat the Knicks in Game 1. What team haunts you the most as a Chicago sports fan? We'll share ours next.
Good morning to you. Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago. Did you miss Carmen and Jurko? Don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Woodford Reserve.
You want to change the way your money works for you. So when you book an appointment with BrandonMrFinance.com, what's it like?
I'm going to find out who you are. It's important to know what you want, what your needs are, because I want to focus on those things. And then I'm going to basically just come behind it and give you a lot of ways that you can grow, so you can own your time versus sell it. Because, no offense, most people, they work their jobs, it's selling the time, whether it's an hourly or a salary wage. But I tell anyone who works a job, there's nothing wrong with creating a business, because then you can tap into the tax code. So we're going to expose you to things that you've not been exposed to.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
We show people how to repurpose their life and organize money and then create, wealth. Like in my household, if you're a family person, I'm going to tell you that I don't pay anybody cash in my house. I give you a paycheck. I can write this off. But I'm also arming you to have qualified financials so that when you want to make applications for funding, you can verify income. So I'm setting you up to qualify for things that you want or you need.
So book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com.
I want to teach you how to grow, but this time on your own time with your own terms.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's @Omatic.com.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. The Memorial Day sale is on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. That's no interest for 6 years or no payments till August. Get your Memorial Day savings at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
Feel the boom. The Schaumburg Boomers have a little of everything this weekend. Friday night is country night, plus post-game fireworks. Saturday afternoon, the first 1,500 fans receive a Boomers Hawaiian shirt. Sunday night features a dazzling drone and fireworks show. Plus, Monday afternoon is a day game on Memorial Day. Get the championship fan experience at beautiful Wintrust Field. Fun for everyone with great baseball, great food, a free kids zone, free parking, fantastic fireworks, and more. Get tickets and more at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text DIG to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text DIG to 42424. That's DIG to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Kap and Jay Hood are back.
Show me the money.
On ESPN Chicago.
2-point game. Indiana with it. Halliburton. He'll take it. He'll backpedal a three for the win. And he got
I think that's a two.
That is a two. You're right.
I think that's going to be a two.
That only ties the game. That ties the game.
We're going to be going to overtime.
We sure are.
What a game last night. I'm laying on the couch rooting for the Knicks because I like Tibbs. They're up 14 with like 2:03 left. And Aaron Naismith goes just bonkers, drilling threes. I think he hit 4 of them. And then that shot that Jay Moore just played was Tyrese Halliburton tying the game. He thought he won it. He's giving the Reggie Miller choke sign.
Yeah.
And they're like, his foot's on the line. That's only a 2. And then they won it in overtime. Knicks collapse, and the Pacers have a 1-0 series lead. Tonight we get the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Minnesota Timberwolves, game 2.
Did you see Jalen Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns in the post-game press conference?
I did not.
I mean, their faces. It was like
what
so
happened?
sad. Like, what just happened? I mean, they combined for like 78 points.
Yeah. Brunson had, 43?
43.
Crazy.
That's insane.
Crazy. So
That's insane. In the Garden. Like, it's not like they were on the road.
Yeah. All those celebs that were there were all like in shock.
Stunned.
Shock. Baseball trivia for you. Can you tell me there are 2 guys tied for the MLB RBI lead. Who are they?
Aaron Judge.
He's one.
It's got to be a Cub, right? Is it Kyle Tucker?
No.
No.
Seiya Suzuki.
Is it Seiya? Good for him.
Seiya and Judge, 43 apiece.
That is
Charlie
awesome.
just said it. Yeah.
Did he know
He got it? He knew it. He said it before.
Nice.
You should have said it on the air.
Charlie, There's a button there. It's really cool.
Yeah,
it
start
turns
talking.
your mic on.
Well, I wasn't sure if you were asking Dion or you were asking the room.
We're just asking the room. We're all here together. We're one team.
Yeah. How about that?
That is
tied
awesome.
for the
Wow.
major league lead in RBIs.
That's good. That's
That
great,
is incredible.
Actually. Yeah.
That is incredible. Games where the Cubs win by a margin of at least 10 runs. 5 times this season in 49 games. Last year they did it 5 times in 162, and no other team this season has more than 3.
Wow.
Pretty crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty crazy what they're pulling up.
It is crazy. Yeah.
So, and I like Palencia at the back end of the options that they have.
Right now.
Once they get Shota back, I would not be against. In fact, I would be for Ben Brown to the back end of the bullpen.
Yeah, no, I've been hearing that. People talking about maybe them doing that. I think Cade Horton continues to impress.
He's
he
good.
Just does.
Matt Shaw looks more comfortable.
Yeah, he does. Well, I feel like every time they send someone to Iowa, they come back feeling a little more.
Would you want to live in Iowa?
No. Well, I don't know.
Sorry,
There's something
Iowans,
very peaceful about it. Like it just seems like more relaxed.
It's just boring.
Oh, see, you say boring, I say relaxed.
Just a boring state. I will tell you, in Des Moines, there's a place to eat called the Drake Diner.
Yeah.
I like diners.
Yeah.
The Drake Diner is spectacular.
Is it?
Spectacular.
I've been to Field of Dreams twice, and I loved it.
I've never
Absolutely
been to Field
loved
of
it.
Dreams.
It was very cool. Both times went with both teams, with the White Sox and the
Cubs
Cubs.
and
Although every time I talk about when the White Sox played the Yankees, remember Tim Anderson hit that walk-off?
Yeah.
Do you know where I was?
No.
Under the bleachers, waiting for my live shot. Missed it.
Oh, wow.
I heard the roar, saw it on TV. I was right there.
That's brutal.
It's awful. It's one of my big sports regrets. I can't even believe it.
Well, when the Blackhawks, Game 6, beat the Bruins to win the Stanley Cup,
Yeah.
Pat Boyle and I were watching it on a monitor.
Of course.
Because in late second period, they came in the press box. He said, hey, the elevators here at TD Garden are horrible. You guys probably want to head down now so you're down there if the Hawks win.
Yeah.
And then Pat and I are there. Dan Roan was still working. There's like a bunch of us.
Of course.
It's all the Chicago media. And we're watching on a monitor, like on an AV cart, like you have in school. And we're watching it, and a guy rolls this cart by, and he opens it up, and he shows us it's the Stanley Cup. And then the Bruins score. Milan Lucic gets a goal with 2.5 minutes to go. He's like, his boss comes by, goes, pack it up, get it to the airport. We got to get it to Chicago. He snaps the case shut. He wheels it back down, and Brian Bickle scores to tie it. He's like, get that thing back here. And here he comes with the cart again. And then Dave Boland scores 17 seconds later.
Right.
And we're watching all this on a
That was so nuts.
freaking AV cart.
Oh, gosh.
We're in the building.
Oh, see, yep.
Yeah.
That stinks.
Stinks. But
I'm trying to remember where we were all standing in 15 because it was home. We were at the end. We weren't we weren't watching it. We were kind of waiting for them to open the ice for us to go out on the ice.
Yeah, I think we were in the press room because I was there.
Yeah, I
had
was
to go.
there too.
Pat always hosts the show.
Of course.
And I was, his little reporter guy.
Listen to us, though. This is very cool that we got to go do this.
It was super
That's very cool.
Super cool. 312-332-3776. Let's get one more call, and then we'll get to our other topic. Lewis and Lyle.
Hey, good morning, Kap.
Morning,
Dion.
Good morning.
Hey, so can we just stop with this whole thing with Caleb Williams? Look, Dion, I know you want to hear about it, but this is all that this book does is confirm rumors that we were hearing last year during the draft process. Caleb wants to be here. We saw that primal roar he let out when we drafted him. You can't fake that unless he's one of the greatest actors of all time. He wants to be here. Let's not dwell on what happened in the past, what he was thinking about. He had legitimate concerns. Let's just focus on winning. Before I go now, though, guys, I've been watching your YouTube chat. There's this one guy, James Lamperis. Everyone stop feeding him. He is either a troll or Chris Conti's burner account. He is a guy with an attitude that can turn a wet dream into a nightmare. Let's just stop feeding him.
Okay.
Have a great day, everyone.
All right, thanks, Lewis. I don't know who he's talking about.
I don't either.
I don't read the chat over there. So.
I hope someone in our online friends
Yeah, I
does,
don't read
but
that.
I don't pay attention to it now.
I never do. Never. I've never looked at it.
I'm all for moving forward from the Caleb Williams thing, but I'm with Courtney. It could have all if he just talked about, now he's going to have to talk about it in 2 weeks. It just seems unnecessary. But I'm about moving it forward. What is different now? How are they helping you? How is the new coaching staff helping you prepare for your season in a way that is better for you, or has you feeling better about what's going to happen moving forward?
And when you say he's got to talk about it in 2 weeks, if he comes out there, hey, what's up? Hey, Caleb, how'd practice go today? Because someone will throw that obligatory question. It was great. Ben's on us. We've been learning a lot. Install's going well. And it's good to get through minicamp today.
Yeah.
Okay, what's the next question? Dionne, what's your question?
My question is, you didn't have the support you needed last year in watching film and preparation. Do you feel like you do now?
Yep. Ben's awesome. JT Barrett's been nothing but great. Declan's been tremendous. And we're excited.
And we know you had hesitations coming to Chicago. When did you start to feel differently? And how do you feel about continuing your career at this point?
I'm thrilled to be the Bears quarterback, and I'm excited for 2025.
Why did you talk to Seth Wickersham? Why did you and your dad do that, knowing it would be published in a book for all time?
Again, I am thrilled that Ben's here, and I'm really looking forward to 2025.
Okay, great. Now I have that, and I can put it in my story.
Great. And it does absolutely nothing for the story.
And Dionne, didn't you already know that?
I did, but I want to hear him say it.
Why? Who cares?
I do. I want to hear him say it.
That's because you went to journalism school. Where did you go to school? Where did you go?
I went to a very small liberal arts school called Houghton College in Western New York. I went there to be an English teacher.
There you go.
And here I am.
I got an English degree. I went to a small liberal arts college in Minnesota.
Oh, there you go.
Hamlin University.
Oh, I love it.
That's it.
Dionne, have you been back? Have you been back?
I have. I actually want to go this fall for homecoming because it's 25 years.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
If he says, like, I'm glad I have somebody to watch film with me now, I'm with Dionne. Like, even as a fan, I would want to hear that. I would be comforted.
Right, but then the next question's going to be from somebody in the media. So nobody watched film with you last year, and now he has to answer that.
Good. I want to know.
You don't have a right to know, and he doesn't need to tell it.
He doesn't have to tell me, but I still want him to, so I still want the question to be asked. And if he doesn't want to tell me, that's fine. But I want to know.
Guys, gals, I am not talking about anything other than the 2025 Chicago Bears. You want to talk about the Bears 2025? I'm all in.
I would love him to get agitated and answer that way. Yes, I still want to hear him say it.
I am not discussing anything in the past. Zero. I don't care if your name's Adam Abdallah or it's Dionne Miller. Hi, Adam. I am not answering anything other than about the 2025 Chicago Bears.
The fan in me then goes, okay, he's focused on 2025 then. I guess we can feel good about the direction this is heading now.
Yeah, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So silly.
Okay.
312-332-3776. So we wanted to do this topic. We really don't have time to do it, so we'll save it for the next time you're here.
Oh, gosh. Is it about my stomach growling again?
No, we would not point that out.
Yes, you would.
At all.
Yes, you would.
Oh, we will.
Oh, you will. Oh, stop. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. It's so bad.
Can you say cut of the day?
I know, right?
Kap and J Hood, cut of the day. Next.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Bears Weekly. Host Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer take you inside with the latest on your team. The latest news and the best interviews. Bears Weekly, tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. 125 years imprinted in history. On May 21st, 1915, the Sox edged Boston 3-2 in 17 innings at Old Comiskey Park. Future Hall of Famer Red Faber pitched 10 innings of scoreless relief to get the win. Exactly 110 years later, the Sox came up short in a one-run loss to Seattle 6-5 on Wednesday, despite hitting 3 home runs. The Sox are off today. They welcome in the Texas Rangers tomorrow night. Sox fans, the new City Connect uniforms are here, celebrating the legacy of the White Sox and the Bulls. This look honors Chicago's impact on both the diamond and court. Catch the team in the iconic uniforms every Friday night this season. Grab tickets and shop the full collection at the White Sox team store. For more info, head to whitesox.com/city. This has been your White Sox Minute.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou, a term provider, 800-568-2790. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-568-2790. That's 800-568-2790. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-568-2790.
The power of Dell AI with Intel Inside is transforming the world of pro sports. Teams can see curveballs coming with predictive analytics. Coaches can use AI insights to help players improve their shots in real time. And fans can get more out of every winning moment with AI-enhanced replays.
Unbelievable! What a play!
See how Dell Technologies with Intel Inside can power your wins at Dell.com/win.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
$5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and Jay Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
All right, time for the Kap and Jay Hood Chicago Cut Steakhouse Cut of the Day. Jay Moore.
Yo. Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport. Oh! Whatever. It's not boring. Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut!
I got here in 2012. I believe that
Your
Ben Johnson
record
is
way
my
under 500.
sixth head coach since I've been here.
2012.
Lovey.
Lovey was here?
Lovey.
Okay,
Mhm.
Lovey. Tressman.
Tressman,
Fox.
Nagy, Eberflus,
and
Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson.
In a dozen years, they've had 6 head coaches.
And how many GMs?
It was
Angelo still here?
No, it was
Phil Emery.
Phil Emery.
Ryan Pace.
Ryan Poles.
Just win, baby.
Did you hear Dion's stomach just
My
now?
stomach's growling. Holy Lord. That was embarrassing. Does that go over the air?
Wow.
That's going on the soundboard.
Oh, gosh. That's so
A
embarrassing.
hungry Dion.
That's awesome.
And that's all, folks.
That is the Kap and Jay Hood.
Does
Chicago
this mean
Cut
I get to go to
Steakhouse.
Chicago Cut right now?
David Flom and Matt Moore will take care of you at Chicago Cut Steakhouse. It's on LaSalle, north side of the Chicago River. They'll even take care of Dionne.
It's like your stomach waited for you to stop talking.
I know.
And then
It was
just went.
like, excuse me.
By the way,
Ma'am.
have you covered Craig Counsell?
A little bit, not a ton.
Every day.
Every day. I know. Yeah,
Hey,
that's
Craig,
true.
you just won 9-0 to clinch the division. Hey,
Well-
Craig, congrats on winning the World Series. Like, what the hell's going on, man?
a heavy sigh.
Sinus
So
and
dramatic.
snoringmd.com.
He's just
Jeez.
dramatic. That's all. That's heavy and intense.
That was Craig.
That's Craig does that.
That
too?
is Craig
What is
Counsell.
the bodily noises? Rick?
I mean, like,
Okay. But in that moment, I was like, was that real or was that just what he played? I'm going to change the subject. Happy birthday, Jason McKee. Today's his birthday.
oh, wow. Happy birthday, Jason McKee.
Yeah. Our teammate and friend.
Love it.
Yeah.
He's a great man.
Great dude. Yeah.
Great man. Anyway, let's get Thaddeus in real quick because he's been holding since Christ was a baby.
Oh. Hey,
What an expression.
hey, what's up, guys? Man,
What's
I listen
up?
to you guys every morning, man. I don't really call, but I'm calling now, and I just want to say,
Tune in.
instead of Trey Henderson, man, let's try to get a Michael Parson or Matt Judons or Darius Smith or Von Miller.
Von
'cause then that way
Von
we-
Miller's done. He's cooked. Matthew
Okay.
Judon's still sitting out there for a reason. I think he's probably nearing the end. And Micah Parsons, they're not trading you, Micah Parsons.
Well, you
No.
know, this is his last year, and
They're gonna.
but
they'll
not
sign
only
him.
that.
They'll tag him or sign him. They're not moving him.
Okay, but
He's a
here's
great
another
player.
thing.
I'll
The
give
reason-
you that.
Well, here's another thing. I mean, I just want a little extra more cap space. Maybe we can get a Jamal Williams or Akers as well.
There are options, but I don't know
Yeah,
if they're
I mean-
realistic ones.
Yeah.
Thaddeus, have a
I mean,
great
you have
day,
a
man.
place-
Have a
You
great
as
day.
well. Thank you.
Appreciate you. There you go.
I don't know how realistic any of it is, but
There's nothing out there right now that's going to move the needle in any real way unless you trade for
Trey Hendrickson.
Hendrickson. Yeah, that's
No.
basically the only
Gosh,
guy available.
That would be.
And I don't think that's going to happen.
I don't either.
I do not. He's 30. He wants 30+ million a year.
Right.
I'll be very surprised
Same.
if that happens. Wouldn't you?
Very. I would be very surprised if that happens. Yeah.
And I said yesterday, Biggs, who blocked me on Twitter so I can't see his tweets until I signed up for a second Twitter account just for him. He
gosh,
said
don't
that
do that.
he would be stunned if the Bears did that, which tells me, because he's got good sources, that they're not doing that.
I would be too, actually.
Yeah.
I would be too.
Is Shamar Stewart still holding out?
Is he? I
he
don't
He
know.
was holding out before.
I believe he
Turner?
still is. I don't think they've gotten.
Yeah, I don't think he's
anything done
holding
with
out.
that.
He just hasn't got the
He
language.
hasn't signed his
Yeah.
contract.
But
so
I think
it's-
he participated yesterday, didn't he?
Shamar Turner?
Shamar Turner.
The guy the
it's
Bengals
Stewart,
drafted.
the Bengals.
Oh, Shamar
the
Stewart.
Bengals.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the other edge rusher that they
That's
drafted.
a good
He is
question.
unsigned. He did break his silence. So he spoke.
He's talked a couple times. He says like he's just not doing drills. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I mean,
Why is it always the same crappy run organizations like the Bengals that can't get their draft picks in on time?
organizations stay bad for a reason.
Yeah. 100%
I'm hoping that
correct.
that's changing at Hallis Hall.
We've never really had problems getting guys signed. We've had problems picking the right guys.
And
Or
developing.
the right coaches
Probably
and
we've
developing.
had problems winning.
That's correct.
That's the problem.
Coming up today, Clinton and Friends at 10, Carmen York at noon, Waddle and Silvy 3 to 6:30, Bears Weekly at 6:30 to 7:30, and then the Timberwolves and the Thunder at 7:30. Should be a lot of fun. Dion's been a great time.
Always a great time.
Having fun with you.
Always fun, you
Go
guys.
get some
Thank you for
food.
having me. I'm going to go eat now.
All right. Jesse will be with me tomorrow. And I hope you have a good upcoming holiday weekend. We appreciate all of you and your tremendous support of the show. We appreciate you on the podcast and the streaming and everything else. For Jay Moore, for Charlie, for Dion, for Hoodie on vacation, I'm Cap. We will see you again tomorrow at 7 a.m. Appreciate you. Take that. From Chicago.
Well, see you later.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Another accident? What happened?
Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing.
Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this?
Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dashcam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault.
So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims?
Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operates smarter.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. You've heard me profess love for my 25 Defender from Land Rover Chicago and Howard Orloff Imports. And right now is your opportunity to buy your Defender at pre-tariff prices. From my travel to the draft in Green Bay, to my weekends with my son's travel baseball team, every trip is an adventure, and the Defender perfectly combines rugged off-road capability with the refinement and luxury you expect from Land Rover. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of 25 Defenders. At current prices, these are sure to move quickly. So visit them today just off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at Orloff.com.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J Hood show are presented by Ankin Law. Got a few minutes? Check out our shorts. YouTube. Got an hour? Watch interviews and silly show moments. YouTube. Got nothing going on now? Join us on our live stream. It's all on YouTube right now. Subscribe at ESPN 1000 Chicago. The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365. Did you miss Carmen and Jurko? Don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Woodford Reserve.
Years old.
Transmitter's working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here. Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Thursday, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. And if you're looking at me on Watch ESPN, you can see that I got no makeup on, but I do have a T-shirt on. It says Calvin Ball. If you don't know what that is, grab a comic book section. Devin's here. Josh is on the board. There's no need to go anywhere further. Last night is what group chats were made for. The Pacers beat the Knicks. The best game of the playoffs so far. It went to overtime. 138-135 with the bounce heard round the world to tie the game up. Back and forth. Started with a blistering pace, if you will. What was it, 9 for 9 off the rip for Indiana basketball? And then the Knicks came back in the first quarter. First quarter alone was breathtaking. Everybody was there. We had been talking about the Bing Bong community all week long. But one guy was there too. And he was on the telecast. And we remember what he did. The New Yorker still writes stories about him. He's from Los Angeles. He still lives rent-free in Knickerbocker fans' heads. And yesterday, he channeled the energy directly in to Tyrese Halliburton. And dare I say, Indiana basketball got it done. Some of the best basketball we've seen in a long time. And the Pacers continue to come back on teams and establish who they are. Aaron Nesmith, welcome to the world. This guy was banging threes left and right. People are wondering, when did he turn into the most clutch player in the NBA? The group chats were going insane. My phone would not shut up, Devin. This game had everything we wanted, sir.
I'm just going to put myself on Front Street just for all of our loyal listeners. I literally said, I think it was either when they were up 17 in the fourth or when they were 9 with a minute left. I said, Indiana basketball is going to hate me tomorrow.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
I said,
shot.
I'm going to say they came in, they were not ready to play. And then as soon as I said that, I think there was a little, Nesmith hit 2 straight threes, and then I said, hold the phone.
Literally, hold the phone. And it was you.
And, of course, we knew what happened, and then I think I followed that up by saying Indiana basketball, never a doubt. I never doubted them at all.
888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Indianapolis, our relationship continues to grow. I would still like to live in the apartments at the ballpark, but for today, hit me up. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. If you play basketball in Indiana in high school and you call the show, I want to know the name of your team. I want to know the name of your coach. I want to know what year you graduated and what number you wore. Stand up. Get out of my mentions and get into my car, so to speak, as in call the program.
This is here they are. Sorry, they're starting to call right now. I will get to your calls. Just real quick, my brother lives in Indianapolis. Okay. And so I'm familiar with the state. Yeah. And in his neighborhood, at least, you can't drive past any house without a hoop. It is, I'm not telling anything out of school. Everyone knows basketball is life in Indiana. And they are calling in droves.
Don't try to get your groove back.
Nah.
Don't try to do that. I at least stand on business. But I like the Pacers. Indianapolis, I need to hear from you. Man, this is great. Jalen Brunson, a problem for the Knicks defensively. Cat had a decent day, but couldn't get the free throws down when he needed them. The Knicks played well in this game. The Knicks arguably played well enough to win. But timing was a factor. I still can't believe we got to see what we saw last night. For those of you who don't understand, for history to repeat itself in such a way that Tyrese Halliburton had the clarity to actually hit the choke sign a la Reggie is truly unreal. I could not believe what I was looking at. I remember the Reggie situation well. I was a young man. it was a definitive moment in my sporting fan life. Not because I rooted for either team, but exactly that reason. As a neutral, it was incredible. Just like last night. Let's hear what Halliburton himself had to say about hitting that celebration.
In the moment, I mean, I wasn't like plotting on it or anything. Everybody wanted me to do it like last year at some different point, but it's just gotta feel right. And it felt right at the time. If I would have known it was a 2, I would not have done it. So I think I might have wasted it. If I do it again, then people might say I'm like aura farming. So I'm not. I don't plan on using it again.
Can't use it again. Don't need to use it again. Got to win the series for it to matter. And let me say something else here, Jack. For the Knicks, for the Bing Bong community, this isn't just one game. This is a problem. This is one of those game ones with so much energy and attention on it that if you don't pull it out when you thought you did, tank might be emptied. That's not an insane thing to think as far as I'm concerned. That's why game 1 is so important. Let's hear what Tom Thibodeau had to say. Thibodeau had to say about his mindset going into game 2.
There's a lot of emotional highs and lows in the playoffs. You got to bounce back quickly. You look at the film, make your corrections, get ready for game 2. And that's, when you go into the playoffs, you lay out the plan of how you're going to approach the entire playoffs.
Yeah, but that doesn't address the emotional drain from not being able to take that when you thought you had it. That ball bounced 15 feet into the air and came down.
Oh, my goodness. Think about for the Knicks how the last series went, obviously. They went into Boston and stole 2 on the road.
They did.
So to come in and lose the first game at MSG, again, you talked about it. I texted you. It just feels like and I'm not. It feels like, I'm not saying it will be, but it feels like a can't recover type moment because like that is so draining for the first game for that to happen.
That is real, dog. That is real. The Knicks are going to have to dig incredibly deep to return out of that cave after last night. The reaction videos all over the internet, they all make sense. People crashing out in their living rooms. One of the things I love about reaction videos, too, is that you get to see what the inside of establishments and other places look like. So I have a very decent idea of what a lot of the bars in Indianapolis look like because folks were just filming. And the explosions you got to see, the looks on fans' faces, absolutely incredible. But make no mistake, choke job and a half by the Knicks. As Anthony Irwin Kornheiser used to say, choking dogs. No way around that. Let's hear what Jalen Brunson had to say about how this team, the Pacers that is, came back.
Jalen, how do you summarize, you guys had a 14-point lead with 2:51 left to go. How do you summarize how the game closed?
Can't really summarize it. Give them a lot of credit. They closed the game out like they've been doing it all playoffs. Just not really good on our part.
I mean, you can summarize it like I just said. Choke job and a half. Quick sidebar, I thought the officiating was good in this game. I thought the let them play element made it a better basketball game. There was physicality, but it wasn't messy. There was a stretch there for a little bit in the third where I was like, ooh, let's get it together, boys. But this was the peak example of what I like out of NBA playoff basketball. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Pacer Nation, I want to hear from you. If you played high school basketball in Indiana, tell me where. Tell me your coach's name. Tell me your team name. Tell me your number. And tell me what you were doing watching this game last night. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Bill, where in Indiana are you?
I am in Speedway, Indiana, home of the greatest racing facility in the world. That's where I'm from. That's where I played hoops. Speedway, Spark Plugs, Quentin.
Nice.
It is in the National Hall of Fame for high school nicknames. I'm not kidding you.
That's awesome. That is awesome. What'd you think about the game last night?
Unbelievable, man. Twine, that string music was good. That bounce heard around the world, man, that's the best thing I've heard thus far this morning. Unbelievable. Seismic activity going on here in Indy sports and news. A lot of other things going on too, my friend. But, man, unreal.
Thanks for the phone call, Bill. Let's write these down and keep a running list at some point if we can. Speedway Spark Plugs is incredible. Who you guys got tonight? Dude, we got the Spark Plugs, bro. Oh man, they can really get it going early.
Was that his nickname or was that the nickname of the team?
I presume he said it was in the National High School Mascot Hall of Fame. Speedway High School, Speedway Spark Plugs. That's incredible. Absolutely great. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Jeff, you're in Milwaukee by way of where in Indiana?
I grew up in a town of 1,000 called Morocco, Indiana. That's right, Morocco. And we had 7 communities consolidated into one high school. It was North Newton High School in Newton County. It's about 50 miles south of the Loop in Chicago, but you'd never know that. And I grew up playing in barns, anywhere you could play. I used to shoot 1,000 free throws every single day. My number was 10 for Rick Mount. I'm a Purdue Boilermaker as well. Last night's game was phenomenal. I was a Pacers fan back in the ABA days. George McGinnis never saw a shot he didn't like. Last night was phenomenal.
What was the mascot name of your high school?
Spartans, North Newton Spartans.
North Newton Spartans. That is incredible. Thank you very much for the phone call. Shooting in the barn, 1,000 shots a day, focus, passing, defense. Indiana basketball.
Just imagine the fundamental bounce passes and chest passes in that gym.
You got to look out for the spark plugs. They don't turn the ball over. Ever. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Travis in Ohio by way of where, Indiana?
South side of Indy. Went to Indiana University, ran track there. I'm out here for family right now and just wanted to give Stephen A bing bong.
Thank you for the phone call. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. I can just imagine now. Some kid says, it's the first day of summer. He's gathering everybody. Bikes are being ridden to the local hoop. And everybody's bounce passing with each other.
100%.
They don't just go to the court and just start shooting.
No.
They run suicides first in Indiana.
Calisthenics are being done. My thing is, and also, even if you're on the pavement in Indiana, they're diving for loose balls. They're taking charges on the pavement, on the asphalt.
Built different. Straight up built different. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. I'm so happy for Indianapolis.
Me too.
I'm so happy for Indiana. Don't let Devin fool you, okay? We have genuine support for the best basketball state in the country, arguably. Coming up, more from you. Knickerbocker fans, where you at? Where y'all at today? Was getting a lot of chatter in my mentions about how the Knicks were going to do this. The Knicks were going to do that. The Knicks are renaming streets downtown after guys on the team. Oh, not great, Bob. Want to hear from you. That's after I tell you about Vivid Seats. The NFL schedule is dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. And we're here with the insider tip. If you're trying to catch your team this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap up your tickets now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days. Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio. Spark Plugs!
The NBA playoffs continue on ESPN Radio. The Pacers take game 1.
Back iron and in! Halliburton hit it!
How will Jaylen Brunson and the Knicks respond in a critical game, too. Coverage begins tomorrow at 7:30 Eastern with tip-off at 8 Eastern.
Hey everybody, this is Greeny here, and this message is for all the home improvement DIYers out there. Sherwin-Williams is running the play of the season with their Memorial Day sale. Get 30% off all paints and stains May 16th through the 26th. We're talking every color here, people. They still haven't made a Jets green for me, but their Shamrock shade is pretty darn close. That's 30% off paints and stains May 16th through the 26th. Shop the sale online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot, 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 and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh, yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. The Memorial Day sale is on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. That's no interest for 6 years or no payments till August. Get your Memorial Day savings at HawkAuto.com.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand finance on select models with approved credit.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
When you call or text 988, you're not talking to a machine. You're talking to someone like me. I'm here to listen to you and hear your story. You don't have to have all the words or know exactly what to say. I'll meet you where you are. Whether you're feeling hopeless, overwhelmed, or just need someone to talk to, we're here 24/7 because your life matters. Call or text 988. Let's find hope together.
My husband is a veteran, and he was injured in the line of duty.
It happened while I was deployed to Iraq. We were stopped at a checkpoint, and then all of a sudden, there was a loud explosion. An IED detonated 3 feet from my face.
It was bad.
I remember thinking, who's going to take care of my wife and daughter?
We took care of each other, with a lot of help from DAV.
When America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I don't know what we would have done without them.
DAV was the voice that we didn't have.
Every year, DAV helps more than 1 million veterans like Jason get the life-changing support and benefits they've earned so they can achieve more victories.
It wasn't easy, but he never gave up.
My victory is knowing my disability doesn't define me.
He's an inspiration.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Chicago's home for sports is on Twitch. See what we're up to. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago today.
This is Clinton and Friends.
I don't have many rules for my house, but I do have one, and that is that we never, ever, 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 ever use the big light.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. John Halliburton dancing around the bar with his towel and his son's image on it, doing the choke sign. Long way away from him getting pieced up potentially by Giannis Antetokounmpo on the court when he had no business there. But if they make it to the finals, let him back in the building. Gotta do it. Lesson learned. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Listen, here's the thing about last night's win, in which the Pacers topped the Knicks 138-135. Teams leading by at least 14 points in the final 2:45 of the fourth quarter had been 994 and zap since detailed play-by-play records began in 97 until this game. 994 is a wild number. And since 96, teams that have trailed by 7 or more points in the final 50 seconds of the fourth quarter or overtime in the playoffs are 4,702. Let me repeat. 4,1702. The Pacers have 3 of those wins. And they're all this season.
Incredible.
Indiana basketball.
That begs the question, with those stats, I hate to say these 3 words with a question mark at the end.
What's that?
Team of Destiny?
Team of Destiny. Stop it. Stop it. You know how I feel about getting ahead of ourselves. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Jeff, you're in Florida, but you're from Indiana. What do we got today?
Yes, sir. From a small town of 2,000 people. I will tell you that the high school gym holds 2,500, however.
Wow. Okay. All right. What's the school called? What's the mascot?
Mascot was the Bulldogs. I graduated in 1970.
Nice.
My high school basketball coach was Charles Denbo, who is a Hall of Famer in the state of Indiana.
Let's go.
And this spring, we won our very first state championship.
Nice. Good to hear. What'd you think about last night?
Last night was, kind of unbelievable, except that how many times have we seen it yet this year?
Yeah, it's a good point. Thanks for the phone call. Jeff's the party starter out there in Indiana. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. David, you're in Indiana. What's up?
Hey, yeah, I'm from Switzerland County, Indiana, representing Southeast Indiana.
Okay. Go on.
Our school's nickname happens to be the Pacers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there are only 2 Pacer teams in the state of Indiana, and we're excited to be one of the 2. And we're excited that the NBA is allowing our small little Indiana Pacers to be a part of the party, even though no one expects us to do anything. We're just kind of hanging around, and we'll see what happens over the next couple of weeks. We're fired up down here.
What were you doing last night for the game?
Well, I was watching it, and I will tell you that I walked away when we were down 14, and then I came back in, and I saw what was happening, and so we were just fired up to watch the game, and thought that Tyrese won the game for him, but it turns out that he didn't, but we took care of it in overtime.
Thanks for the phone call. Even the Pacer faithful, generational Pacer faithful. Can you imagine going to a high school that was nicknamed the Pacers and then being a Pacers fan? You could show up to Pacers games in your high school gear, and it would be apropos.
That's the type of pressure you want.
That's
and also in Indiana, I can tell you one thing. The bank's always open.
The bank is on. So you said your brother lives in Indianapolis. Have you talked to him?
I haven't talked to him about this game. He's actually a Boston Celtics fan.
Okay.
But I think he's grown to love the Pacers. They go to a bunch of the games, so I'm sure he's happy for the city.
Yeah. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Antoine, what up?
What up, CY?
How you living?
What up, CY?
I'm well. How are you?
All right. How you doing?
I'm good. What do you got to say?
Come on, man. I told y'all when we dusted off them Cleveland boys, put some respect on us. Pacer Nation, stand up.
Where'd you watch the game last night?
At the crib. You already know. In HD. Hey, in 49 other states, it's basketball, CY. But this is Indiana, baby. This is Indiana. It's serious.
Thanks for the phone call. I'm telling you, Indiana basketball, nothing like it. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Luke in Los Angeles by way of Indiana. What's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I called in a couple weeks ago after the Bucks series and told you about Indiana basketball. And, starting to believe, I think. But can't be proud enough for this team. We got 7 more, and we got to kick it up another notch. We did not play well except for the first quarter and that last 10 minutes, including overtime. So we had another gear. I still believe it. And we got to take it to them. We can't get complacent like we did for Game 3 of the Cleveland series. We got to keep it going.
Luke, where in Indiana are you from?
I'm from it was a small town. It was 15,000 people when I was born, Fishers, Indiana. Now it's about 150,000. So it's really changed a lot over my lifetime. Going back, it doesn't really feel the same, but going there for the 500 and can't wait to see all my friends and family and celebrate for Game 3 on Sunday with them.
What was the name of the mascot in high school?
The Royals, the Hamilton Southeastern Royals.
How about that? All right.
Home of Gary Harris, actually. He was Mr. Basketball in 2012, I believe.
Okay. All right. Thanks for the phone call. I'm fairly certain that Luke, who just called, was the first person that actually dropped the line Indiana basketball on this show. I think that was him. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Craig, where you repping in Indiana?
I live in Indianapolis. The high school I went to was called Mishawaka, and they were known as the Cavemen. Also, quick story there, the head coach there was Marv Wood, who coached a team called Milan that the movie The Hoosiers was based on.
Yeah. What'd you think of the game last night?
It was unbelievable. Stayed for it, watched every play of it.
All right. Thanks for the phone call. Guys were locked in last night. Everybody across the state. What a night. What a game. What a moment. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance, and now a no-frills ad brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Here it is. You could save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's it. See? Just a good old-fashioned, straightforward ad. See if you could save at Progressive.com.
Back iron, and in! Halliburton hit it! Halliburton hit it!
We've got overtime in Game 1.
This is day 1 of 13 days. Remarkable resilience by our guys, hanging in, finding a way to get the thing to overtime.
I was just letting them fly. I was in a good rhythm. Didn't really realize what I was doing in the moment. Was just trying to win the basketball game.
Indiana comes back and wins Game 1 in overtime.
It's special. Love playing with these guys, and look forward to keep this run going.
Joining us now, our old friend, Ramona Shelburne. You know her from being an ESPN senior NBA writer. You've seen her on Around the Horn. You can find her on the internet at Ramona Shelburne. Momo, that game last night. I mean, the drama, the ending. the choke sign, everything. You've seen so much more NBA basketball than most people listening. What did you think of that?
I mean, let me just describe to you the scene there, right? They had everybody in the building, Clinton.
Yes.
Like, you had Chalamet and Spike and Ben Stiller and all this. Larry David was there. I saw Martha Stewart pregame.
Wow.
I went up to Martha Stewart and said hello. Like, I mean, it was everybody was there pregame at the Garden. Then towards the end of the it was 5-6 minutes left. You know, the lead's 14. The Knicks are rolling. They start showing the Knicks legends up on the Jumbotron, right? Oh. You got Larry Johnson, Carmelo, Bernard King, everybody who was in the house, Patrick Ewing, like all the Knicks greats, because it felt like they could exhale. They were up by like 16 points in the fourth quarter at one point.
Yeah.
And people started to kind of say, like, should we stay to the end? You know, like maybe we could beat that traffic. It's raining outside. Should we go?
Right.
And all of a sudden, you know, because the run they went on 14 points, Jalen Brunson was on the bench. That was what was the most incredible part of the Knicks building that lead. Jalen Brunson had 5 fouls. He was on the bench. All of a sudden, though, Aaron Nesmith just starts hitting threes. Like that first one, it didn't seem like a big deal. 1-3, okay. The next one, okay, we have a little something here. Then it was 3, then it was 4, then it was 5, then it was 6. All of a sudden, literally all this took place in under 5 minutes. Like he hit 6 3-pointers in under 5 minutes. Wow. And what looked like a easy night where everybody was going to be singing New York, New York, like it was so quiet in there. And I turned to the people I was sitting next to on press row, right? Mm-hmm. And I was like, are those fans, when Karl Anthony Towns is shooting free throws, are those fans, are they shushing each other? Like you could hear them yell, shh, shh, let him focus, let him focus. He's trying to shoot free throws.
Didn't happen.
And they did it again when OG Anunoby was shooting free throws. Like you could just feel how tense everybody started getting all of a sudden, to the point where people were shushing each other, and it went from being loud and raucous party to like nervous, quiet. And I mean, I cannot describe how on the nose the callbacks to the 90s were last night.
Yeah.
Aaron Nesmith playing the role of Reggie Miller in Game 5, right? Then Tyrese Halliburton playing the role of Reggie Miller in that Game 1. I mean, because there's 2 Reggie Miller ones, right?
Yeah.
There's the choke job one where he hits 25 points in the fourth quarter.
Right.
And then that's when he's going back and forth with Spike. And then there's the one where he does 8 points in 9 seconds.
Yeah.
To win the game in Game 1. The callbacks were like a little on the nose. Like Reggie's on the call.
You couldn't have written it better. That's what's so strange about it. I mean, we're talking with Ramona Shelburne, by the way, who was in the building last night. And the reason I'm asking it that way in terms of the energy is it possible that you lose this Game 1 in that manner if you're the Knicks, and that's it? I mean, it's difficult to get back up enough after you thought you had Game 1, everything was rolling, it goes away, and now you got to turn around and try to pick it up for Game 2. I think this really affects the series, Momo.
It feels like that in the moment, right? I mean, you could see how demoralized the Knicks were. But both of these teams have been doing this to people all playoffs. Sure. Like, this has been what the Knicks have been doing and what the Pacers have been doing. Like, and I got to thinking, okay, so the story of these NBA playoffs have been the upsets, right? We all thought it was going to be Cleveland and Boston in this Eastern Conference Finals. Cleveland had the best record in the league most of the year, and then Oklahoma City caught them and passed them. But Boston is the reigning champs. But they lost to these two teams because these two underdogs, right? And you got to think about what is an underdog. All right, there's somebody without the pressure on them. So when do you play your best? When you fall behind by 16 points, when you fall behind by 20, and there's no pressure, like you're already losing. And you're on the road, you just start hitting a few threes. It's the great equalizer in this game, right? And, so now the pressure is on the Knicks, right? They were at home. They have the big lead. They haven't been front runners in these playoffs. No. They've been comeback kings. So I don't know. Can they? Where are they now?
Yeah.
Where are they now? There was two nows in a row, but it makes sense.
Yeah.
Now they need to come back. I think they're at their best when they need to come back.
Ramona Shelburne joins us here. Do you think that either of these teams played their best game in the last game? Like, as great of a matchup as it was, what do you think in terms of the ceilings of both of these squads based on what you've seen all these playoffs, never mind last night?
Yeah. Well, look, I thought they looked sloppy last night. Like, I mean, Brunson had like 7 turnovers. I mean, I thought they looked like two teams who've been sitting around for a while waiting to get going.
Right.
Like, it's a different story in the West. Like, Oklahoma City had to play 2 days after they won Game 7. The Knicks and the Pacers have been sitting around for a week, and that's kind of, you get a little cagey, you get a little rusty.
Sure.
And especially when you're about to play each other and how much is on the line. Everybody's been thinking about what's next. So I think, it felt to me like this, as this series goes, it'll get a little tighter in the sense that they'll learn each other. They won't have as many unforced errors. You'll start seeing adjustments everybody's making. I thought Brunson and Towns were great last night. Brunson had 43 points, and he was in foul trouble for part of it. Towns was killing it. He was hitting threes. I think he was the first Knick since Carmelo Anthony to have 30 and 10 in a game, in a playoff game like that. Like they got some good performances. What they didn't get is anything big out of their role players. Right. So I think you'll see more of that as this series goes on. But this series felt like it was going to go 7 games to me. I don't see that changing unless one team really just gets rolling. But these two teams are good. I will say this: I've been on the Western Conference playoffs for most of these until last night. Really, the level of basketball that I saw from the Denver Nuggets and the Oklahoma City Thunder was a whole different level than what I watched last night.
Okay,
like those teams in the West are really, really good.
Right.
And last night, the Knicks and the Pacers are good. Let's not diminish them, but I felt like that level of play last night was a little sloppy.
Last thing I'll ask you, and this is more of a solemn term, but I'm doing my last Around the Horn today, and the show is ending, as we know. Your thoughts just over the years on what it's like and what that experience has been like to be a part of the family of that program.
I went by the Seaport Studios yesterday, Clinton, because I couldn't schedule myself the last couple of weeks. I've been covering the playoffs, so it's hard to pick a day, when they ask you when are you available, right? Playoffs are always kind of a hard schedule for me. So I dropped in on reality, and everybody was saying their goodbyes. Your friend Harry Lyles Jr. had me almost in tears yesterday. Mina Kimes, Justin Tinsley, Michael Smith, the return of Michael Smith. I saw Reality again. I've been seeing Reality, and he let me do the paper toss at the end. I saw Frankie Anisola. I never got to do the paper toss. That was fun. I am a crier, right? Like I tend to be a nostalgic crier whenever things like they had me on the show that was when Jackie McMullen retired. I couldn't even barely make it through the show. So I was almost glad I didn't have to do a FaceTime because there's no way I could have made it through. But I would say this for Around the Horn. I thought it gave voices to a lot of people who may not necessarily have been platformed over the years. Mm-hmm. And when it begins with how it started. It was newspaper columnists. Like I grew up as a newspaper writer. That was, you aspired to be a columnist. That was the biggest thing you could be. And it gave voice to those newspaper columnists. So I got to hear from Bill Plaschke and Woody Page and Bob Ryan and Jackie Mack and all those great writers who were real hardworking journalists, right? Like they're in the locker rooms and they face to face with everybody, and you hear that Boston perspective or the Dallas perspective, and then over the years it's evolved, right? Now there's a lot of younger people on the show who have a lot to say, who come from different perspectives, and I know for myself when I first made it onto the show, that was like a your mama I made it moment. Like let's go to Sizzler, like it was a big deal to get on that show. And I think once you realize once you're on it, like how many people watch that show, like it is a wildly popular show. People like DVR that. People stop you. They see you. It's a classic. Yeah. And so it's really sad to me that it's going away because it's hard to build those up this day and era. Everybody's got to build a YouTube channel or a Facebook page or an Instagram page, TikTok accounts. There's not something that's a collective build like that anymore.
All right. Thank you, Momo. Appreciate you. Stay safe out there.
Don't cry. Just get it out.
I know. All right. I'm trying. I'll talk to you soon. Appreciate you.
Bye, Clinton.
Ramona Shelburne covering the Knicks and Pacers series. And, Really, really trying to keep my emotions in today. But we got a show to do. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers access to over 1 million products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. Call, click, Grainger.com, or just stop by. That was a We Gonna Sizzler White Men Can't Jump reference from Ramona, which was incredible. Coming up, more Indiana basketball. Clinton and Friends, ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The NBA playoffs continue on ESPN Radio. The Thunder strike first.
Gilgeous-Alexander open three. Bang, he got it.
How will the Timberwolves respond? Game 2 of the Timberwolves and Thunder. Coverage begins today at 8 Eastern with tip-off at 8:30.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family. What's that? I don't sound like a Chihuahua? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly am I supposed to sound like? I guess all Chihuahuas are high-strung, riding around in expensive designer purses. Actually, I prefer riding in cars. So I appreciate that my family protects me with Progressive's pet collision coverage. Okay, maybe I am a little high-strung. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and is subject to policy terms.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical joint pain relief with over 50,000 satisfied patients. If you're suffering from knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, or hip pain, imagine living pain-free again. No more discomfort holding you back from the things you love. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and what's truly remarkable about QC Kinetics is their use of regenerative cell therapy. This cutting-edge treatment restores the tissues in your joints using biologic growth factors, natural healing agents strategically placed to repair and rejuvenate damaged tissue. The best part? There are no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. This is a non-invasive, natural option that gives your joints new life without the risks of traditional treatments. Imagine enjoying your favorite activities this summer like golf, tennis, or pickleball without being slowed down by joint pain. The consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics today at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955 and learn how their innovative treatments can help you live a pain-free life.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
All right, Abdallah, let's set the scene. A hot summer day, ball game on the radio, burgers on the grill. What's missing?
A beer that won't slow me down. I'm grabbing a Flight by Yingling.
Flight is the next generation of light beer. It's crisp, it's refreshing, it's only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's perfect for extra innings or extra rounds on the 19th hole.
And it's Yingling, so you know it's legit. The oldest brewery in America does not miss.
So Chicago, when you're soaking up summer at the ballpark, the golf course, or just hanging with the crew, make it a Flight by Yingling.
Flight, because light beer should actually taste great.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
How did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you. All of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Malcolm is a listening learner. So he checks with Babbel's speech recognition to be
Precio.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-646-5959. That's 800-646-5959. 800-646-5959.
Hi, I'm Kim Holderness.
And I am Penn Holderness.
And we're here to remind you to get your cancer screenings.
Now, we don't have cancer, but we do want to keep it that way.
And while you don't have to race to the doctor.
Oh, but I like races, honey, especially when they're amazing races.
I see what you did there. But you do need to make time for routine screenings. I schedule my annual mammogram and gyno appointments every year around my birthday and then treat myself to lunch.
Well, that sounds like fun. Can I get in on that? I mean, I like lunch.
Well, you have a colon and you're over 45 and you have lungs.
Yeah.
And didn't you smoke in college?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, so seriously, Penn, if there is something, early detection can make all the difference.
Okay, I'll get screened.
This C word can be scary, but routine screenings for breast, cervical, colorectal, lung, and prostate cancers can detect cancer early, even before symptoms appear.
Please visit preventcancer.org to find out which cancer screenings you need.
Because early detection equals better outcomes.
If you miss a show or an interview on ESPN 1000, you can hear it anytime, anywhere through the all-new ESPN Chicago app.
This is Clinton and Friends.
I like it, yeah. And do it like just that. Just like that, baby. That's how I do it. Word up, you know? I'm Rose Dolo from state to state. Ha ha. Word up, you know what I mean? Yeah. I just want to link up with those getting it like I get it. That's all.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell, Burton? If you haven't heard that on your social medias over the last 3 weeks, lucky you. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Indiana basketball. If you played high school ball in Indiana, call me. Tell me your high school. Tell me the mascot. Tell me your coach. Tell me what number you wore. As we've been told, the best basketball state in America. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Catherine, where in Indiana are you? And welcome to the show.
I am from Indianapolis, but I grew up in North Manchester, Indiana. And when I moved there, my brother, who started kindergarten when we moved there, my parents were told to get on the wait list for the stadium seats in the high school. And we might be lucky enough by the time he was in high school that we might get stadium seats just in case he played basketball in high school.
Wow. That is incredible. Did he end up playing?
No, my younger sister did, and she ended up playing Division III high school or college basketball at Hanover and was very successful there. And the Manchester Squires actually ended up winning state in their division this year as well.
The Manchester Squires. We'd love to hear it. Where'd you watch the game last night?
At home, but I will be in the field house for the watch party on Friday and in my season ticket seats in Section 11 for the games the rest of the season.
If you see Catherine in the building, tell her what up. Thank you for the phone call. That was excellent. I really appreciate that. See, that's how you do it, y'all. A little historical, personal anecdote. Update the information on what's happening right now, and then a preview of what you're doing next.
Incredible.
Catherine, excellent phone call.
We're at the point right now, by the way, that when someone cuts off the line, immediately the next phone line lights up. It's Indy.
It's Indy all day. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. James, you're on the show.
CY, thank you for having me. Great show as always.
Thank you.
Where do I start? again, as you've been asking, James Jones. I'm in smack dab in the middle of Claremont and Speedway.
Okay.
Last night, where did I watch the game? I was in Brazil, Indiana, for my granddaughter's early graduation ceremony, graduating out in Brazil, and was able to catch the first half on the Sling app on my phone once the ceremony was over. Then had to head back home, listen to Mark Boyle, the great Mark Boyle, on the way back, per my tradition growing up with my dad watching the games, listening to Mark Boyle. So I was able to do that. And before the game, me and my dad had been talking how, they've been winning so emphatically every time that we sat down and watched them together. Knew that wasn't going to be the case this game. But then as I'm getting closer to home, things are happening. Next thing you know, we're going into overtime, pull a U-turn just before I got to my house. Wife's like, "What are you doing?" "Hey, you're just going to have to drop me off at Dad's." So got back to my dad's, watched the overtime, and while, of course, as we always did, turned the TV down. Unfortunately, had to turn down Reggie, but had to listen to Mark Boyle for that final call, and, just love it.
Thanks for the phone call. That was awesome. Threw in a little adventure into his call. Wife said, "What the hell are you doing?" "What the hell? What the hell, Burton?" 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Real quick, Justin, you're on the show.
Hey, what's up, Clinton? How's it going today?
Pretty good.
Good. Yeah, so I'm originally from Shelbyville, Indiana. We were the Golden Bears. We won the state championship in, I think, 1947.
Nice.
Yes. I was at home watching the game. It was absolutely amazing. I never lost faith. Don't sleep on these guys. They play for each other. It's just an absolutely amazing team.
Appreciate the phone call. That's one we hadn't had yet. They play for each other.
Man, listen, they're the first guys in. They're the last to leave. If there's a loose ball, they're diving on it. That's Indiana basketball.
Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it. Pulling a U-turn to go kick it with Dad at the end of a game is an A-plus move.
It's different Indiana, man. It really is.
Coming up, we might get to the NFL, but I doubt it. You know why? Indiana basketball. Clinton and friends.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This just in, the NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
You know, when I'm not hosting a spectacular game day party at the house, Fat Pour Tapworks is the ultimate game day experience. It's the best spot to watch any game in the city or nearby suburbs. And besides the brews, Fat Pour has great seasonal cocktails and a made-from-scratch menu that's better than anything I could make at home. Even if your team stinks, which is likely if you're a Chicago sports fan, Fat Pour has everything to make you feel whole again after the inevitable disappointment of another crushing loss.
Another accident? What happened?
Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing.
Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this?
Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dashcam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault.
So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims?
Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operates smarter.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
We're with Bridget, whose husband won't be home for months, and whose daughter is due any day. We're with Mike, who's leaving home to protect his family and yours. We're with all service members and their families who need community, connection, and maybe a bit of magic. Are you with them? Learn more at USO.org today. We're with Liam after his 4th military move, when being new is starting to get old. We're with Tara during the holidays, when she misses home the most. We're with all service members and their families who need connection, comfort, and a home away from home. Are you with them? Learn more at USO.org today.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Did you hear this one?
The Bears voted in favor of banning the tush push. They know what the play was, and they're just going on the term tush push. That doesn't sound very proper. Is that a profane term? I don't want it.
It sounds uncomfortable. Go ahead.
That too.
Ow! Ouchie! I haven't done that. Ouchie!
Kap and J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. YouTube, exclusive content from ESPN Chicago. Subscribe today at ESPN 1000 Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
From 2 goals down to beat the Oilers 6-3.
Transmitter's working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live. This is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Thursday, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. And if you're watching on Watch ESPN, you can see I put a hoodie on. It's got a little chilly over the course of the first hour. But you know where it's heating up? The great state of Indiana. Yesterday, the Pacers beat the Knicks 138-135 in overtime. A thriller at Madison Square Garden. One of the best basketball games, if not the best basketball game of the playoffs so far. Couple stats surrounding that in terms of the context. Teams leading by 14, at least 14 points in the last 2:45 of the fourth quarter had been 994 and nothing since detailed play-by-play records began in 97 until that game. That number is crazy. Since 96, teams that trailed by 7 or more points in the final 50 seconds of the fourth quarter or overtime in the playoffs were 4 and 1,702. The other 3 of those, by the Pacers. And guess what? They're all this year. Indiana basketball, doing things. 888-ESPN. 888-729-3776. We're celebrating Indiana basketball in our own special way. We love to know where you are when big things are happening. I also like to know where folks came from. And since Indiana is such a hardcore high school basketball state, when you call in, tell me what high school you went to or played at. Tell me the mascot. And if you remember your head coach's first name, which is impossible to forget if you ran suicides in Indiana, shout them out, too. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. The moment of the night, though, Tyrese Halliburton pops back to the top of the key, 3 wins it, 2 ties it. He's got a foot on the line, but the ball sails up into the air in a cinematic version, the likes of which you could not recreate in a movie. And when it came down, he hit the choke sign, a la Reggie Miller, who was calling the actual game himself, and they looked and pointed at each other. Again, you cannot script it any better. And yes, Knicks fans, I understand it's just game 1. Of course, there's plenty of time to recover. But emotionally, I don't know. I don't know how easy it is to get back up for that if you're the New York Knicks. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Ryan in Indiana, you're on the show.
Hey, guys. Thanks for the call. Yeah, I'm from Newcastle. We're about 45 minutes east of Indianapolis. Okay. We're the Newcastle Trojans. Nice. We have the world's largest high school gymnasium. You guys need to Google that, check that out. Holds about 8,500 people, bigger than like Cameron Indoor and a lot of college places. Sure. Also, the movie Hoosiers was filmed in our county in a small town called Knightstown, about 10 minutes outside of town. But now that game last night, everybody's done said everything you could say, but one thing people hasn't said is I called it the Jim Irsay game when we got that news about 7 o'clock, about Jim Irsay passing. I was like, man, Pacers are putting the city on their back. They're winning for Jim tonight. And by God, they did, and it was a hell of a game. You guys done said it all. Tyrese Halliburton, what the hell? What can you say?
I feel you, man. Appreciate the phone call. Heavy day in Indianapolis, as he pointed out. Oddball story in the context of this. Jim Irsay passes. Not a lot of people are necessarily paying attention to it. He had tweeted 7 hours earlier. And his tweet was "Go Pacers." Unbelievably eerie situation that the Pacers made good on for the town of Indianapolis and Colts fans whose hearts might have been struggling. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Adam in Indiana, what's up?
Hey, Clinton, thanks for having me. I grew up in a small town called Battleground, Indiana, literally where they had the battle for Tippecanoe. Mm-hmm. I went to a high school named William Henry Harrison High School. We were home of the Raiders. And my high school was out in the middle of a cornfield, literally a cornfield on all four sides. And in high school, and I just want to take a fun story about, like, how much we love basketball here. In high school, me and my buddies were out. We happened just to drive down a country road, and there was literally a basketball hoop in the middle of a cornfield. Just off a country road, a farmer had built a 30 by 30 pad, put an adjustable hoop there, and all me and my buddies were all short white dudes, like 5'8" to 5'10". We would adjust that thing to about 8.5, 9 foot, and we would literally play all day long. We just called it the hoop. We never once saw the farmer, but 5 foot off the court on all four sides was either soybean field one summer and then a cornfield the next summer. And when you got out there, the 8 of us, 10 of us would just play for 5-6 hours, and that's what we did. I grew up playing soccer, baseball, track and field. My buddies were divers, but our number one passion, if we could find a hoop, we played. And that's what life is here.
Thanks for the phone call. What you know about that, Devin? You don't know about 30-foot pads in the middle of soybean fields, dropping that hoop down to 8 feet so you can dunk on your friends?
That's different, man. You know why? Because that's Indiana basketball. If you're driving around and you see a hoop in the middle of a cornfield, you're gonna. I mean, obviously you're dribbling a basket. If you're just walking down the street, you have a basketball in your hand.
Gotta stop. Day plans have changed. There's that farmer's hoop. Guess we gotta call all our friends.
The hot summer Indiana day. Just playing hoops, man, in the cornfield.
888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Scott in Indianapolis, what's up?
Clinton, love the show.
Thank you.
I'm born and raised in Indianapolis. I moved to Brownsburg when I was 5. We are the Bulldogs. We are state champions in 6A football. Brownsburg is also home to the movie Hoosiers. And we're 8 miles from the biggest sporting event in the world, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Gordon Hayward is from here. Tucker Barnhart, Major League Baseball. Lance Lynn, and Drew Storen. They're all from Brownsburg.
Nice. What'd you do last night?
We were BW3s, B-dubs in Avon, which is close, and the place just exploded. Place was going crazy all the whole game, and when they hit the shot, it was just unbelievable.
All right. Thanks for the phone call. Former Clinton and Friends guest, Gordon Hayward. Don't forget it, Devin.
That's right. Oh, man. If anyone knows what Indiana basketball's about, playing at Butler, it's him.
I mean, that's not even a joke.
No.
Like, that's not a joke at all.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Imagine if that shot went down against Duke in the national championship.
Don't do that. Don't keep doing that. We asked him that, and he got pissed. You remember that?
I did. I mean, listen, would that have been
like, ask him about Duke. Ask him about Duke. So I asked him about Duke, and he's like, yeah, I don't try to think about that. I was like,
I think I know the answer to this, but if he had made that shot, bigger moment for Indiana, that shot, or, I mean, it's game one.
Probably would have been the biggest moment in Indiana.
Yeah, you're right.
If that had happened. But the history runs so deep, so thoroughly, with such roots in the ground for cornfields and soybeans. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Chris, you're on the show.
Hey, thanks for having me. Originally from a very small town in southern Indiana called Lagodi. Has a couple thousand people in it. My graduating class was 60 kids, so very small. We were the Lagodi Lions.
Okay.
Head coach was Jack Butcher. He's was and still is the winningest coach in Indiana basketball history. I think like over 860 wins. He's in the Indiana Hall of Fame.
Wow.
Watching the game last night, I watched the first quarter with my 2-year-old son. He's a huge Tyrese, Miles, Pascal fan. Boomer, actually. He's the biggest fan of Boomer, the mascot. But we watched the first quarter. Then it was bedtime for the little guy. Currently on our way to Cincinnati to watch the Cubs dominate the Reds this weekend. So we had an early night, but I did watch the game in bed while my wife and dogs were asleep. So I kind of had to do the silent celebration, fist pump, try not to wake everybody up last night. But it's tough to be surprised. I mean, you can never count the Pacers out with our three-point shooting and just speed just wears everybody down. So Pacers in 5. Let's go.
Thanks for the phone call. Got the phone under the covers. Don't want too much light in the room. Got the Bluetooth headphones going on the pillow. Doing one of these. What was that, honey? Nothing. Never mind. Go to sleep. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Thomas, you're on the show.
Union City, Indiana, the Fighting Indians.
All right.
Just want to say that small town, 4,500 people. Our high school gym seats 1,800. And last night I was watching the game, and I was embarrassed to admit I fell asleep at halftime. Woke up in the fourth quarter with 4 minutes left. Kind of depressed, watching it, going, oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. It was amazing.
That is fun. I love it. Thanks for the phone call. What is obvious here that is also something I've learned today is that everybody in Indiana knows the capacity of their high school gym. We've gotten like 5 different people to note that, which is, trust me, don't get me wrong, I love that stat, especially when the capacity of the gym is higher than the actual population of the town. But the number of people who have that just information just offhand is amazing. Once again, you can credit that, Devin, to Indiana basketball.
I mean, listen, the reason you have a bigger gym is because you never know. I mean, you never know that
from miles around.
Yeah, people are coming not from outside of the county because you know why? Indiana basketball.
888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Adam in Illinois, what's up?
Hey, Clinton. Hey, love your show, first of all, because when I first started listening to you, I was like, man, who is this chum? Now, one of my favorite shows on the radio in the morning. So I've got you on. I drive for a living, always hearing you, and I always appreciate your insight on anything. So one of my new favorite shows. Yeah. I'm from Southern Illinois. We don't really have a lot of NBA teams near me, so Pacers are about 3.5 hours from me. I actually took my son to see the Lakers there in March, the one where LeBron tipped in that game winner. That was pretty wild. I will tell you, Pacers are, from what I've seen, one team you cannot count out in the fourth quarter. I don't know if it's just their conditioning is that much better. They're doing a lot more suicides in practice or what, but if Pacers are down the fourth, you better not let your guard down. They're playing really well in the second half. Now, last night I was watching the game. It was third quarter, and Knicks were taking over. And I was like, you know what, I'm just going to go lay down. I'm going to keep up with the game on Gamecast. Then I started listening to the live radio broadcast, and I heard Halliburton's made shot to send it overtime, and I'm like, you know what? Okay, I'm going back to the sunroom. We're going to watch this game. I'm in my underwear, man. I don't care. I was out of bed. I was ready to see the Pacers do their thing. I'm calling Pacers in 5. I think they're just playing really well, and they got a lot of momentum on their hand. And then, Clinton, the last thing I want to say is just mentioning around the horn.
Oh, what happened? Adam, as soon as he was getting ready to talk about
unfortunate timing there.
Yeah, that was too bad, alas. Yeah, last day of Around the Horn for me. It is what it is. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Dylan, what's up, dude?
Hey, great show. DK's got me rolling. I'm picturing him in the Field of Dream cornfield on that 8-6 throwing it to Hollins, and then the cat in his underwear. I love that little mention. But Hallie, you have a bing-bong blunder. But as every Hoosier-born citizen, you're legally bound, and you have a blood oath to proclaim. That's just Indiana basketball. But you can literally say it, like if you watch the slow-mo, you can say bing as Hallie turns around and spots, bong off the rim. And at that point, I literally looked away at my newborn to check on him. And then I just heard the bucket afterwards. The Star Wars Association Galaxy, it continues to deliver. We've got our Reggie Palpatine pointing to the Hallie Vader as he fulfills his destiny. And then your Yoda Draymond, he's commenting on the choke sign with Chuck, which I guess who is Obi-Wan. The choke irony there of Draymond is, unhinged. And then I just wanted to say, best on the horn. Leave it all out there, brother. And I want to give you a FaceTime horn warm-up. I'm going to take the battery out of my back now and lay out and just ask you your most nervous, your most fun, and your most proud moments on the horn. Great day, and force be with you on that.
Thank you very much, Dylan. Yeah, if it weren't for the fact that I was so motivated by the deep, proud roots of Indiana basketball. And I'm not even joking about that. This moment has actually really made this day a lot easier for me to deal with in terms of where things are going professionally for me and what I've got to do later today to commemorate the luckiest thing I've ever been able to do. The NBA playoffs are on ESPN Radio. Catch Game 2 between the Thunder and the Timberwolves tonight on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Coverage begins at 8 p.m. Eastern, presented by Indeed. Coming up, let me guess. You got more to tell me about your gym's your high school gym's capacity. I'm kidding. We love Indiana basketball, and guess what? It loves you back. It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Saturday on ESPN Radio, it's a showdown in the AL East. Gunnar Henderson and the Baltimore Orioles head to Fenway Park to face Alex Bregman and the Boston Red Sox. Coverage begins Saturday at 3:30 Eastern with first pitch at 4:10 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
I've had a number of surgeries, and frankly, I don't have time to rehab a surgery and an operation at this point in my life. I didn't want to take time off my kids' activities.
That's why former college and pro football player Bobby Carpenter turned to QC Kinetics. We couldn't be happier saving our patients like him from operating rooms and long recoveries.
I've been able to resume like normal activity for me, which is a lot of running. It's a lot of workouts. I've been very, very blessed with how it's been able to hold up.
For so long, patients have accepted surgery as the only solution. But with new technologies, the medical professionals at QC Kinetics use regenerative treatments, your body's own biologics, to help heal and restore knees, hips, shoulders, and backs.
I actually ran into a friend of mine over at our golf course, and he had his knee done. It felt so well. He'd got his shoulder done. He goes, I can't thank you enough. He'd heard the commercial on the air, and so it's feeling great.
Find out how you can avoid surgery and finally get relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. Now is a great time to visit my friends at Howard Orloff Imports. They have pre-tariff prices on Range Rover and Range Rover Sports. The 25 Range Rover is a compelling premium class SUV with opulent luxury and impressive all-terrain prowess. And the Range Rover Sport is the definition of sporting luxury. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of Range Rovers, but at current prices, they're sure to move quickly. This is your chance to buy an outstanding premium SUV at a great value. So visit them off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
Don't miss your chance to see iconic rapper, singer, and songwriter Flo Rida live at Rate Field this summer. Be here on Friday, June 27th as the White Sox take on the Giants at 6:40 p.m. Everyone with a game ticket will have the chance to enjoy Flo Rida perform a post-game concert presented by Coca-Cola. Want an up-close on-field experience? Well, exclusive Field Pass packages are on sale now with limited availability. To purchase your tickets, visit whitesox.com/concert.
Hey guys, it's Silvy from my friends at Window Nation. Call them today at 866-90-NATION because now is your best chance to get new windows, especially with prices going up. Right now, they've got a great deal. You get 4 windows free when you buy 4, plus a free entry door when you buy a house full of windows. And check this out. No money down for 2 full years. It's a smart move, so do not wait. Do what I did and call Window Nation at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Hi, I'm Connie Britton, and I want to share with you the experience of Donna in Washington. She writes, I got injured about 5 years ago. I was let go when, because of the injury, I couldn't keep up with my schedule. I've tried to find other work, but I'm 68 now. No one wants to hire someone that old. This week is tough, though, because I had to get my tooth fixed. So I only have $10 in my checking account. But it will be okay. I at least have food because of this pantry. Millions of people face hunger. Some every day, just like Donna. The Feeding America network of food banks helps provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org. Feeding America, 200 food banks strong.
Kap and Jay Hood, morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Conditions apply.
This is Clinton and Friends.
I have this very unit in my home. Really? Yes, I do. But of course, I got it modified with the TK421, which kicks it up another, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 quads per channel, you know. But that's technical talk. That doesn't really concern me. You're still a little uncertain, aren't you? Yeah. You know what you need? You need a test drive. That's what you need. You need a test drive. I mean, it's one thing to hear it from Buck's mouth. It's another thing to hear it from the TK421. So let me just pop in this 8-track, and you just give a listen and tell me what you think, okay?
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Talking basketball after the Pacers beat the Knicks last night, 138-135 in overtime. Just a thriller of a game on every level. Celebrating as we do here, your Indiana Pacers show of record on ESPN Radio. When their biggest fan, Devin Kane, our producer. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Sean in Missouri, what's up?
Love your show, Yates. Just a couple of things. I was born and raised in southeast Indiana, and our town was of about 500-600 people, but yet we had 2 high school gyms, one for practice and one just for games. And also, a little fun fact, 14 of the largest capacity high school gyms are in Indiana. 14 of the top 16 in the country are from Indiana.
Absolutely. Appreciate the phone call and the stat update. I did not know this show was going to take a turn into population and gym chalk talk, as my man Slim calls it. But I like that lane. The practice gym, that's like what you see at those huge schools where they've got so many kids that they got to have a second gym anyway just to be able to have PE. But in a town of 500 for 2 gyms.
I was just going to say, 500 people? Why do you need a practice gym?
What are you doing on the other gym?
But you know what? I guess the question is, why not? And you know why?
Indiana basketball. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Now, the other thing about this, we're on in New York. What's going on, y'all? I haven't heard a whole lot from the Bing Bong community, and considering how loud y'all typically are, that's crazy. I'm going to show you what my cousin Karamba's feed says. He texted this to me today. These are from Knicks fans. One says, loving the Knicks is worse than being addicted to fentanyl. All that work Joey Badass did, and the Knicks still do this. Insane. And he sends me an emoji of crying emoji, laughing emoji, gun to the head. That's how bad it's going for the Knicks fans in New York this morning. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Jay Boogie, you got to represent for your people, man. What's going on?
Good morning. 3 capital G's. Blessed life, health, happiness to everybody. First thing first, yo. Appreciate watching you, you know what I'm saying, throughout this time on Around the Horn. But you ain't going around the horn right now. You're going further around the world. And whatever you got lined up to do, we're going to continue and follow you because we appreciate everything you do as far as opening up doors for us. Now let me switch it over, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to call and I'm going to represent. Shout out to Indiana. You did what you had to do. But it's a book. It's a story. I get it. But to a book, there's an opening, a beginning, a middle, and a closing. So y'all open. You did what you did. I get the storylines. The Reggie Miller commentating so much. And I shout out to Nate Smith. That's my man, Jerry Stackhouse, you know what I'm saying, guy. He raised him at Vanderbilt. So I understand how he can play. But don't think we're going to lay down. We know how to go on the road. Don't forget that we ain't lost but one game on the road. Don't forget we won 2 out of 3 games in Boston. Don't think we just going to lay down and let y'all keep filling up little small gyms. We trying to fill up some more arenas. Don't think we just going to give up and let y'all go ahead and win this series in game 1. We here in New York stand up. We ain't going nowhere. And we going to see y'all in game 2. And I promise you we going to win 2 out of the next 3. Salute, 3 capital S's. Everybody have a blessed day. New York, stand up.
Thank you, Jay Boogie. We need Dev, you're not watching on the Watch ESPN app. Dev is saluting, as he should, when Jay Boogie calls in. We love Jay Boogie. Jay Boogie, by the way, who we're still hoping will join our next installment of Freestyle Friday. For those of you who don't know that's something we do here at this program. First Friday of every month, we drop the beat and let callers freestyle. And then we determine a winner. Just something to do. Because I like to do that kind of stuff. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Wes, you're on the show.
That's good to hear from Jay Boogie. Glad to see that New York still has a pulse here. A couple things. I'm calling from about 40 miles northeast of Indianapolis, and I just want to say it's a great time to be an Indiana basketball fan. You know, Caitlin Clark steps on the floor and breaks records every time she shows up on TV. The Pacers are rewriting history every 5th day, so it's been a great time here. It's been a while since we had anything like this, but I also want to take a minute to talk about Jim Irsay a little bit. I know we're talking about basketball, but I just want to say there's the only time that people hear about Irsay is when he's in the news for something negative, but there's so many things that he's done in the community that's great. I read yesterday that his personal employees that he's had over the years, he's promised their kids that they could go to college, and he sent 80 kids to college over his tenure as the owner of the Colts, of just like personal employees. So that's just one story I've heard, but I just wanted to throw that out there and give him the love he deserves. So love the show. Listen every day, man.
Appreciate the phone call. Some quality perspective on what's going on in Indiana from a life standpoint. Never mind sports. The Caitlin Clark impact is not forgotten on me either. Basketball fans in Indiana are having their cup runneth over at this point. But his point about Irsay is understood. If you're not from some of the localities, you don't hear things like that. The headlines he's referring to are, I don't know, controversial. I'm not going to mention those things after the man's passing that way. But the eeriness of the fact that Irsay passed hours after tweeting to the Pacers, "Let's go Pacers," is unreal. Unreal. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Ryan, you're on the show.
Hey, Jay Boogie's call was pretty cute. Hello from the Hoosier State. Watched it with my boys last night in the basement, my 2 sons. The bad part was my younger son was watching on his phone. He was about 10 seconds ahead of us, so I heard him scream from the other room before we even saw the shot go in. Pretty tough. But my question for you guys, actually I'm from northern Indiana, Heritage Patriots, which was a tough being a Patriot in the state of Indiana when we had the Colts-Patriots rivalry. But who was hurt for the Knicks? You know, apparently we only won the first 2 series because players were hurt. I mean, did the ball boy have a bloody nose? Who was hurt? I'm waiting for the excuses why we got beat, because I didn't see anybody get hurt or hurt for the Knicks. So that's all I got. Thanks. Appreciate the call.
Thanks for the phone call. That's brutal when you get your moment ruined because somebody's got it on a faster feed on the group chat. That happens all the time. All the time. And sometimes we, like, on one of my chats, we, like, make a point to correct that so we're not messing up each other's moments. If somebody gets a goal response that's, like, a couple seconds ahead or, like, way ahead of everybody else, it's like, hey, buddy, We're going to have to give you a 30-second delay on those because every moment, too many people are finding out about that through the phone as opposed to through what they're watching. Anyway, joining us right now, my guy in studio. You know him from Sports Center. He also celebrated a birthday recently. There he is. Randy Scott on the show. What's up, dude? How are you?
What's up? Hey, man. Hey, listen, thank you for the birthday wishes yesterday, you and Devin. Devin, I think in the same breath, hit me up and was like, hey, happy birthday, by the way. Can you come on the show tomorrow? Like, it was all in one deal. But, I mean, listen, man, we're past the point of milestone birthdays right now. Thankfully, we're not anywhere close to the next one. So it was cool, man. It was cool to get to, celebrate with the kids a little bit. And, I didn't watch much of the game last night, though. Okay. I got to catch up down here, and that whole thing about being ahead, about somebody in your household being ahead of you as you're watching that, I cannot think of a worse playoff game so far where that would have been an issue.
Absolutely true. Well, listen, we're going to take some phone calls with you here because we've been talking about Indiana basketball, and people have been calling in, telling us their high schools, their mascot, what coach they played for, their gym, how much their gym couldn't hold, their capacity. So we're doing that now. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Can't wait for you to hear some of these. Michael in Indiana, what's up?
Hello, thanks for taking my call. Michael here from Logansport, Indiana, about an hour north of Indianapolis. Began my playing career, grade school-wise, for the Longfellow Poets. Wow. Continued on middle school with the Lincoln Rail Splitters, and finished up in high school with the Logansport Berries.
Wow.
And one thing about the Berries, Felix the cat was our mascot. Felix is the oldest recognized mascot in the state of Indiana, originating back in the 1920s. Rumor has it a cheerleader or somebody in the crowd had a Felix the cat doll and set it out at half court, and Felix has been our mascot ever since. Exciting game last night, crazy finish, elite conditioning by the Pacers. I say Pacers in 5, and thanks for taking the call.
No problem. That was a great call, Randy.
We haven't heard that one. Did he say elite conditioning?
He said elite conditioning.
Oh, yes. He did. That's one of the most wholesome calls I've ever heard. Like, everything about that was like, well, we were the Fighting Poets because we were named after Henry Longfellow.
The Lincoln Log Splitters was his middle school?
What was yeah, I was struck by the Poets because, like, outside D.C., Clinton, in Virginia, we were all of our middle schools were Poets. I was like Joyce Kilmer. There was a Longfellow Middle. There was Henry David Thoreau. Like, it was. So that's the first time that's been corroborated somewhere else in the country. But then Felix the cat is like the most wholesome. Like, either that's the most wholesome mascot, or but the Berries. Wasn't there another one? The Berries.
How you do that is beyond me. How you have an edible product as your mascot is beyond me. Earlier in the show, Randy, we had some guy called in and he said he's from Speedway, Indiana, the home of the Speedway Spark Plugs, which is in the high school mascot Hall of Fame. And so all day it's been incredible.
That's incredible. Indiana's a different spot. But like, yeah, but you're right. How do you strike fear into the heart of your opponent when you are literally a consumable? Like, we're gonna hurt that stomach, son. Ooh.
Indigestion coming your way. How's things been, though, with Gary? I know you guys are still rocking and rolling, and you guys have a good time. Yeah. What's going on in terms of where the new venture is at and how much fun you're having?
It's been cool. It's been a lot of fun getting Disney Plus, SC Plus, 9 a.m. Eastern, live at 9 a.m. Eastern, then streamable for the next it's on demand about 24 hours after that. It's been a lot of fun trying to. Study the algorithm, like study the audience research numbers and things where they're like, okay, so like originally we said if we could just get people to watch for like 2 to 3 minutes, that'd be great. And then we got the numbers after the first week, and it's like, whoa, 60% of people are watching all 15 minutes. And we're wow, that's great. And then it's like, now this is up to 70%. And it's like, holy cow. And then, you want it to take off, and you're not going to have commercials. You're not going to have interruptions. But you would love a sponsor. So, Peloton came on, and that was great. And now, we're still kind of fine-tuning some things. So it's been a lot of fun. It's a great time of year to do it because you've always got a playoff game that you're relying on. Right. It's going to be interesting. You and I both, Clinton, love baseball. Sure. Gary does as well. And we're really baseball dependent here as June wraps. That's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how that goes. And then, they just teased yesterday this 50 States in 50 Days project that SportsCenter is going to be doing this summer, and some of the planning for that's been really cool too. So we got some stuff coming down the pike here. Gary and I are going to be hitting the road. It's going to be cool.
Speaking of states, how about Indiana? 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Justin, you're on with Clayton Yates and Randy Scott.
Yeah, hey guys, thanks for taking the call. Just wanted to, last night watching the game, crazy with my 9-year-old son. This is kind of his first season getting into Pacers basketball, and what a time for him to jump in as a fan, right?
Yeah.
As a lifetime Cubs fan, I'm normally like a pessimist, like always bad things will. And I tell you, this Pacers team, first time ever as a fan, last night, down 14 with like 2-3 minutes left. It's like, hey, they got this. Get a 3, boom. They're right back in it. And I tell you, this morning went and bought the son a brand new Halley jersey. We're ready to go tomorrow. Crazy. Tomorrow night, the Pacers are hosting a watch party at Bankers Life. Tickets went on sale yesterday at 10 a.m. From what I've heard, like 12:30, tickets sold out. Don't know if that's a whole stadium, but I tell you, Pacers are rolling right now. This city's a basketball city through and through, and we're rolling.
Thanks for the phone call. Wow. He's got to go link up with Catherine, who said she's going to be at that too earlier in the day. Section 11.
Like, it is like the bread and butter for the state of Indiana.
Absolutely.
It's like a team succeeding to these heights in football for the first time from Texas or something. Like, you're trying to think of another state that identifies with one sport so singularly the way Indiana does with basketball. So this is I'm having some like, I don't know, some secondhand, like, there's not jealousy, but like I wish I was a Pacer fan, Like,
I get it. Listen, we've been taking calls literally all day. And by the way, that move of first year you really into something, star player does star thing, and then dad cops you that player's jersey. Halliburton fan for life, that guy. Halliburton fan for life, that young kid.
It's done.
No doubt about it.
Oh, yeah, it's done. Nobody else has a chance.
Let's do one more here. Scott in California by way of Indiana. You're on with Randy Scott and Clayton Yates.
Well, I grew up, I didn't grow up. I lived in Fort Wayne, Indiana for 10 years, and literally there's a place called Spieth Basketball, and there's 12 gym floors. And when you go into the entrance of the building, it lists like the top 25 capacity gyms in Indiana, and then Spieth was up at the top. But LeBron James came once. Bronny was playing in a tournament there, and I was refereeing. And I'm telling you, like, the entire city was like, oh, he didn't even go in the gym. He had to stay out in his RV and have a feed linked to the RV to watch his son play. So they are nuts for basketball out there. So it really is that crazy.
That's crazy. Thanks for the phone call. We've learned a lot today about the various basketball facilities around the Hoosier State. I'll tell you that much. Right? That's for sure.
Have you been boots on the ground in Indiana?
I have been to Indiana a couple different times, and I mean plenty of times rather. I went to college in Ohio, so Indiana wasn't far.
Oh,
and kids always knew each other, so you'd find yourself at whatever insert Indiana school here, trying to party on the weekend or whatever.
Yeah.
But, no, it's a basketball crazy place.
I've been to Hinkle, which is iconic. My roommate in college too, going to school in Illinois, he was from Fort Wayne, so my ears kind of perked up just now, and go to like Lake Whitney and stuff like that. Like, you spend some time there, but you're right, it is such a basketball crazy spot. Like, I wish I'd been to whatever that arena, Spieth Arena, whatever that was just now that he was mentioning. Like, that, I would love to. I've never seen a game at Hinkle. I just took the tour.
Just there, right?
Exactly. It'd be cool to see that. But like, it's also like, it wasn't that long ago that like Brad Stevens was at Butler, and Butler, had no business being in the Final Four, let alone like coming down to a Gordon Hayward, half-court heave from beating Duke for a title. Like, it was, like that. You try to think of like colleges that represent their state so authentically in one thing, and like, to me, Butler, just all due respect to the folks in Bloomington, but like Butler just jumps to mind because like, Coach Knight built the Hoosiers into the machine that they were, that Butler just still felt like a startup. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I totally get it. Last thing I'll ask you, though, Randy, and thank you for joining us. What's up with your football team, the Raiders? What are they doing? How you feel about them?
Man, there was a great line on draft night where, like, you want to be excited for Ashton Genty. Like, you want to be excited that you have this talent, but it's like, that meme of putting a Lamborghini under an overhang of, like, a decrepit.
A carport,
a carport, because, like, who's going to block for him? We have no line to speak of on offense. So, like, you can get Geno, that's great. He's Geno Smith is the best quarterback the Raiders have had since Derek Carr broke his leg in that year where he would have won an MVP. Otherwise, like we're making these like champagne moves when we have nothing in the cupboard. We got nothing in the fridge. You know what I mean? But we got Vouv in the fridge, but we got no glass to pour it into. We're making these really interesting decisions. I hope that Pete Carroll is a culture builder because we need that. But it's so tough watching everybody else in what was already a really challenging division get that much better.
He's Randy Scott. Check him out. Mornings with Gary Streisky, SC+. Thank you, sir. It was great to see you.
Good seeing you, man. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Anytime.
All right. Appreciate you guys.
Oh, what a day. What a day. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Life can be hard, so Progressive makes bundling your home and auto easy. Hope that helps. Learn more at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE. Coming up, we'll bring it home. I have an idea of what the watering hole might look like. It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. Shohei Ohtani and the Los Angeles Dodgers face Juan Soto and the New York Mets. Coverage of Sunday Night Baseball begins at 6 Eastern.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
If you don't pay your insurance on time each month, your coverage will be canceled. But did you know that the insurance company doesn't have a time frame in which they have to pay you? In fact, your insurance policy is full of obstacles and deadlines designed to make it harder for you to collect. But those same obstacles and deadlines don't apply to the insurance company. Why? Because they write the rules. Here's one example. You have a short period of time in which you have to file your claim, but there is no set amount of time in which an insurance company must pay you. In the years you're waiting for your claim to be resolved, you could lose your home and your health. People have had to go back to work while they're still injured, been forced to take short money or lowball offers. When you're giving an insurance company money each and every month, you're their good neighbor. But once you file a claim, you become their liability. If you want a law firm to help you overcome all of the obstacles the insurance company puts in your way, call the Verdoliak Law Group. 844-4VLG-LAW.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Jewelry is a gift that says more than any other. It tells the recipient that they're extra special.
This is Courtney Cronin for Rogers & Hollins Jewelers. For over 100 years, Rogers & Hollins has been Chicagoland's trusted family-owned jeweler. They have always offered meaningful pieces at a great value, and their expert guidance when buying and hands-on service with repairs will make you a customer for life. Visit online at rogersandhollins.com or stop in a store near you. That's Rogers & Hollins Jewelers, for now and forever.
Discover an unreal treasure this May at Potawatomi. Don't miss your chance to win a share of $300,000 in cash and prizes. Just play with your rewards card for entries. Prize drawings on Thursdays. Unreal treasures this May at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. Your win is waiting. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Imagine using your skills and experiences to inspire young minds. We see the teacher in you. No matter your starting point, we can help you become a teacher. Teaching offers consistent pay, a pension, and summers off. Learn how you can be the teacher. Visit BeTheTeacher.org. Sponsored by Grow Your Own Teachers, Illinois.
My mom is a veteran and she was injured in the line of duty.
I hurt my leg in a training accident when she was only 2 years old.
She had 7 different surgeries over the span of 9 years, and there were tons of complications.
I couldn't be the mom my kids needed me to be.
She missed so much.
After my last surgery, I got an infection so bad I thought it was going to kill me.
I told her she couldn't leave me yet. There was still so much she had to see. I hadn't even graduated.
I'm doing much better now. I may have lost my leg, but I've gained so much. I'm an active part of my kids' lives.
She can kick a mean soccer ball.
DAV's been there for me and my family. Through thick and thin, they've had our back.
Every year, DAV helps more than 1 million veterans like Sandy get the health and disability benefits they've earned so they can achieve victories great and small.
My victory is getting my life back. I got my joy back.
We got our mom back, thanks to DAV.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Chicago's home for sports is in your home through your smart speaker. Just ask Alexa or Google to play ESPN Chicago
on the ESPN app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Want to thank our guests so far today. Ramona Shelburne joined us at 10:30. As senior NBA writer, she's covering the Knicks-Pacers series. At Ramona Shelburne is where you can find her on the internet. She was in New York with the Bing Bong community, not with Indiana basketball. And also want to thank Randy Scott. You know him from SportsCenter. He does it with Gary Streisky. Incredible work. At Randy Scott, ESPN is where you can find him. He learned a lot about Indiana basketball today, too. Clinton and Friends is brought to you by Sherwin-Williams. Shop the Sherwin-Williams Memorial Day sale and get 30% off paints and stains now through May 26th. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
What's coming up today on Around the Horn?
Let's go Around the Horn.
Let's find out. This is Behind the Horn.
Clinton and Friends, ESPN Radio.
We do this every week that I'm on the program, that we've done it since I started this show, because I missed the conference call because this show is happening. Unfortunately, in the last week of the show, this is the last show I'll be doing. So Josh Bard joins us, as he does every week, producer for Around the Horn. How you doing today, buddy?
I am doing okay, Clinton. How are you doing?
I'm all right. It's kind of coming down to it for me. I'm sure you've had to share this experience with quite a few panelists because everyone is having their last day in sort of a rolling fashion schedule-wise. But it's come for me today, and yeah, I don't really know how to feel, to be honest.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, where on the roller coaster are you in this moment?
It's up there. The fall hasn't happened yet, but, you know, glad to be in the park, so to speak. So what do we got?
Like your show, apparently today, we are going to go long on Indiana comeback against the Knicks and MSG. A couple questions, Brew. You don't have to answer those because I think you've probably done that a lot here. but how all-time is the comeback. I mean, the shot going up high like that had traces of Kawhi, but also had traces of obviously Reggie Miller.
Right.
Talk about the all-time comeback. What percentage of this are you giving credit to Indy versus what percentage are you blaming the Knicks?
Mm-hmm.
And then is the Halliburton choking gesture, the Reggie Miller callback, is that appropriate? Is that fair? Did it rise to that level? That's where we'll go today. We'll also talk about how musty tonight is for the Wolves. Both how musty is it and how winnable is it? That's something I'm sort of wondering what you're thinking.
Right. Oh, man. See, words like that are what I'm going to miss so much. Bringing things like musty doesn't mean smelling bad. It means the must-win factor, kiddos. That's what he's talking about there.
Yeah, but the three-point shooting was musty in both senses last game.
Excellent point. Absolutely. All right. Is there anything I need to know, not to give anything away, but like formatics-wise, are we good, or we can update that later?
We're pretty good.
Okay.
I hope to prepare to FaceTime. If you've seen the show this week, everyone gets FaceTime. People are taking it, obviously, in a lot of emotional places. Not a prerequisite, but certainly something that is a natural decision for a lot of people to say goodbye. But however you want to do it, you're going to get a last chance.
Okay. All right. Sounds good, Josh. Appreciate you, man. Keep your head up. Talk soon.
Talk to you soon.
All right. Thank you very much. Time to go to the watering hole.
Time to check my social media.
The dulcet tones of Dustin Akui take us to the end of the program, where we reflect on the day that we have had. At Neil J. Brown, Clinton Yates is honoring Indiana Pacers' incredible Game 1 by mocking Indiana basketball in general. All these ESPN dudes think they know ball, but all they know is big market pandering. Wait and see. My guy, clearly you don't get the show, to quote a former program in this slot. The fun part is that Indiana basketball is actually a thing. That's the point. And then you say that and then drop in with, they think they know ball. You're tripling down on the meta of the joke, Mr. Ball Knower. Oh, people.
Real
so
quick,
caught up
you hear that, but you know, if people in Indiana hear that, you know what they do? They get right back. They lace up their shoes and they get right back on the court.
At Dave Coleman 365. Good morning. Best show ever. I now know more about Indiana basketball than I ever expected to learn in 67 years of life. Thanks, guys. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. Now leave this song out till the end of the show, because quite frankly, today for me is a circle of life moment. One time of my life, I was the Simba being raised on Pride Rock in front of everybody. And now the circle of life is closing on Around the Horn and the lucky run I've been able to have with so many other friends and family on it. We used to do this bit at ESPN LA 710 here where people would call me Television's Clinton Yates. We might have to suspend that because, well, today might be the last time. Joe and Q is up next. I'm Clinton Yates.
Carmen and you're coming up, and I'm not sure how the Pacers keep doing it, but they keep doing it. 3 times in 7 games.
Yeah, never say die.
Never say
All
die.
All of a sudden
I
they get hot. All of a sudden they can't miss from the 3-point strike.
You can listen. If you're a Knicks fan, it sucks. You cannot beat what we saw last night. It's just incredible as a sports fan, and to be watching it in a group. And I was.
You were watching it in a group.
In a group with a bunch of people.
I thought you said ad group.
No, in a group.
I got you.
With a bunch of people.
Number of people.
It doesn't get better as a sports fan than moments like last night. We'll talk about it. Courtney Cronin will join us to recap things that are happening up at Bears OTAs. We'll play some of the Ben Johnson stuff that we didn't get to listen to yesterday. Should Caleb have taken the opportunity to meet the media? I think so. We'll talk about that and all kinds of other fun stuff. Jesse Rogers will join us. We got a loaded show up at noon.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, Joeq, to get started today. Must be 21 plus, Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's Chicago's legendary deep dish. Fresh salads, appetizers, pizza, pasta, and desserts. Lou's has something for everyone. And now, here's the latest dish and the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited time deep dish or thin crust. Drizzle with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. You've heard me profess love for my 25 Defender from Land Rover Chicago and Howard Orloff Imports. And right now is your opportunity to buy your Defender at pre-tariff prices. From my travel to the draft in Green Bay, to my weekends with my son's travel baseball team, every trip is an adventure, and the Defender perfectly combines rugged off-road capability with the refinement and luxury you expect from Land Rover. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of 25 Defenders. At current prices, these are sure to move quickly. So visit them today just off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV. Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou, a term provider, 800-568-2790. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-568-2790. That's 800-568-2790. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-568-2790.
James was diagnosed at 3 months old with neuroblastoma. We went from thinking we had a healthy 3-month-old little boy, all of a sudden he had this super serious cancer. It was heartbreaking. He had chemotherapy until he was just under a year old, and at that point he was in remission.
Went that way for a year and then relapsed February of 2023, and here we are 1 year later, finishing up treatment, hopefully.
The research is extremely important. The treatments that they're developing here get shared with all the doctors to help treat children worldwide.
It's contributing something like one more piece of the puzzle to curing this horrible disease. We all want the same thing. We all want our children to live, have long, meaningful lives.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home in Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
2-point game. Indiana with it.
Halliburton. He'll take it. He'll backpedal a three for the win. And he got
That's a two.
That is a two. You're right.
I think that's going to be a two.
That only ties the game. That ties the game.
We're going to be going to overtime.
We sure are.
Oh, they sure did. And the Pacers won in overtime and took the hearts out of the Knicks and their fans in Madison Square Garden. I'm pushing 50 years old. And in moments like last night when I'm with friends watching in a group of people in a setting like that,
Where
and
we
a
at?
game ends like that, I'll tell you the whole story.
I was going to say, I need a picture.
We're jumping around. We're not Knicks fans, Pacers fans, or anything else. But we're
It's just good basketball.
It's fun, and it
Playoff
takes you back
basketball.
to being a kid and like being wrapped up in the moment and going crazy and like, oh my God, can you believe what we just saw? To steal Jack Buck's famous line, and we couldn't believe what we just saw. And to watch a game like that happen in the Garden, which is, you can even get a sense of it on TV. I've seen a basketball game at Madison Square Garden, and it is great if you like basketball. It is truly the Mecca. And it's still, they've updated it, obviously, over the years. But the building is unique, and it's old, and it still sort of looks and feels like an old barn, like the old stadium did at times. And you hear the organ playing, and to watch the highs and lows of that crowd and the highs and lows of the teams, it was amazing. And, yeah, when we left, we were at Empire in downtown Naperville last night for Whiskey U.
Yes.
Empire's a great place.
Yeah, top notch.
Top notch.
Were you in an Empire state of mind? I believe you were.
It's pretty funny. We're talking about the Knicks.
Yeah.
We did our Whiskey U. We had a great time, great crowd. We had the game on. Everybody was watching. And then as the fourth quarter was starting, I followed across the street. My brother and some friends that were out for Whiskey U, they were going to go over and have one nightcap at Sullivan's Steakhouse at the bar across the street.
Sure, why not?
And we got rowdy just watching basketball in there at the bar late at night. It's not like being in the city. By 9:30, everything's shut down.
Everything's quiet. Everything's quiet.
We made too much noise, but we couldn't help it.
Right.
Totally wrapped up in that game. And when Tyrese Halliburton hit that shot, and I swear it felt like Kyrie's shot a couple years ago, that bounced and went in the air. When that ball went up into the air, you thought like heavy off the heel of the rim.
No way in the world.
And I watched
it was going to hit the shot
And I watched
clock.
it. I'm like, wait, is this going to go in? And we're all sort of like down like this, and then we're all going crazy. And it's why sports are great.
Right. Did you think they won at that point? Or did you think there might have been a chance he was on the line?
I had a feeling his foot was on the line.
Right. He came out from the paint.
Correct.
Yeah,
he almost had the ball stolen by Bridges.
Yes.
Bridges almost poked that ball free, you guys.
But he didn't.
And it would have been totally different, but he didn't. And he gathered, and he made a mad dash. He realized at that point back out to the three-point line. He thought it was a three. It was exhilarating. I mean, I'm exhilarated just talking about it now, 12 hours later.
Was that a premature chokehold then?
Maybe.
Is that
but
what
it was still pretty awesome.
Because they went to overtime? Was that a premature chokehold?
Well, it's funny. I said to the guys, I go, they better win now because he's out there doing the chokehold.
No kidding.
They better win now.
Yeah.
And they did. This is 3 times in the span of 7 games that the Indiana Pacers have done this in the playoffs. 3 times in 7 games. I'll take you back a couple of weeks. In their first-round series against the Milwaukee Bucks, the game that clinched it.
Here we go. Halliburton. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. Halliburton for the lead. 1.3 to go. Pacers by 1. Porter to inbound it. No. Giannis is going to take it now. Here's Gary Trent Jr. Lets it fly. And the Pacers are moving on. What a comeback in overtime by Indiana.
They did something improbable in that game. They closed out that first-round series against the Bucks with an 8-0 run in overtime. The Bucks led by 7 points with 40 seconds left. They led by 7 with 40 seconds left. And Indiana came back and won. Then Jurko, fast forward 2 games. Game 2 of their conference semifinal series against the Cavs. Right?
Yes.
This happened.
Your guys have got to do a much better job of getting open.
Misses Halliburton, the rebound. 9 seconds. They do have a timeout. Carlisle's going to let him play. Halliburton steps back and hits. Tyrese Halliburton trying to take Cleveland's heart. And it is over. The Indiana Pacers in a Game 2 stunner.
They did take Cleveland's heart. The Cavs led by 7 points with 47 seconds left. So twice in a 3-game span, with less than 50 seconds left in a game, they were down 7, and somehow
found a way.
They found a way. They won them both, and you just heard the highlight from last night. The Knicks led by 14 with under 3 minutes to play. They led by 9. When Jalen Brunson made that layup, you guys, with just under a minute to go, there were 58 seconds left. The Knicks led by 9. Their win probability was 99.8%.
That's wrong.
And somehow the Indiana Pacers have now done this not once, not twice, but 3 times in the span of 7 playoff games. And I'll admit, when there was like 3:30 left, I was almost skedaddling out of Sullivan's to go home. And my buddy Tim said, Indiana's going to come back. I'm like, come back? Like, they're down 16. I'm like, what do you mean they're going to come back? And I'm glad I stayed.
Yeah, they came back. You'd have been listening to it on the radio, MFing yourself.
I would have been.
You know that?
I might not have even put it on the radio. That game is over. A 14-point game with 3. I'm like, this is over.
What would you listen to? Opera? I mean,
I don't know.
What's going on?
I don't know. Good question.
I mean, what the hell? Why wouldn't you be in there? Just in case. You may not want to watch, but you'd certainly want to listen. Did you see the stat? Down by 14 with like 4 minutes?
Yeah, it was like 1,000.
It was 0 and 944.
Right.
And now it's 1 and 944.
They've done it 3 times, you guys, in a month. So, but part of me thinks, well, if you're Indiana, you can't keep living like this. You can't keep being in games like this where you're down 7 with 30 to play and you think you're going to win. But then the other side of me goes, I don't know. Is this some sort of like team of destiny?
TOD?
I don't know.
We got a TOD?
Are the Pacers
nomination?
A TOD? A team of destiny? I don't know.
Well, that would be the Pacers going up against Oklahoma City, who happens to be the TOD. They're the team of destiny this year, don't you think? Oklahoma City? Well, they led in plus minus.
They did all time.
All that does is usually result in championship.
That's true.
Seems like they're the TOD, and every time SJ falls, they call a foul.
Guys are so harsh.
But it's the truth. It's the truth. He's learned how to fall, and referees have learned how to simply make a foul call, blow the whistle, and make a foul call. Either way, if that's the finals,
yeah,
I like it. I know what the NBA is cheering for, and they might tell the officials, listen,
like the Knicks.
We can't let this happen again. The New York Knicks need to play Oklahoma City. We can't have Oklahoma City and Indianapolis as our 2 marquee matchup. No.
OKC.
They will step in. Watch the NBA step in right now.
No, they won't.
They will.
They
conspiracy theory. If you've got a chance to bet the New York Knicks to win the series, do it. Because
the Knicks are still favored.
Of course. Yeah.
They're favored tomorrow night by about 5.
Cash money is what you're going to collect in this one, guys.
It's been thrilling. These playoffs have been outstanding. The drama that we've seen out of Indiana alone has been so much fun to watch. And I think when shaped around this narrative that, like, Tyrese Halliburton is a somewhat overrated player, and he was voted that way by his peers, makes it even that much more fun and great. And Halliburton's got to be loving every minute of this. Who knows how long this run lasts for Indy? I picked them to win the series beforehand. Jurko did too. I think it's regardless going to be a long series. This is a 6 or a 7 game series. I would, just because they had a devastating loss last night, I won't hot take it this morning. And Jesse gave us a new topic idea on Monday, by the way, when you were off, Jurko. Jesse's good at giving topic ideas. Reaction on the Waddle and Silvy show. He said, you guys should start something called, he was quoting a political reporter that he sees from time to time when the guy calls a race. He says, I've seen enough. Jesse was saying he's seen enough of the NL Central. The Cubs are going to win. What was Monday, May 16th? Yeah. And Jesse had the Cubs winning the division. Now, he might be right. I think the Cubs are going to ultimately win the division. I picked them to win the division beforehand. I don't always love the hot takey with 5 months to go. There were 4.5 months to go. Oh, that's it. I've seen enough. But it's great for sports talk radio. Another brilliant idea by Jesse. I can't hot take it today and say I've seen enough. The Pacers are going to win. I picked them to win beforehand. I'll ride with it. I think they're going to win the series. I think they're going to the finals. I wouldn't say the Knicks are dead because they lost a devastating game yesterday. This thing's going 6 or 7 games, and all the Knicks have to do, easier said than done, I guess, but because Indy's been really good at home, all the Knicks have to do is win a game in Indy here at some point and get it back for a Game 7, and they'll have their home crowd behind them, and we saw how important that was in Game 6, and that was never even a game against the Boston Celtics. Granted, that was a Celtics team playing without Tatum. That was sort of, 1-2-3 Cancun after winning Game 5. Thoughts on the Pacers, this run they're on right now, how much fun you've had with these NBA Finals, even if you've sort of poo-pooed the NBA regular season here the last couple of years.
Which you should.
The finals have been, or the playoffs, excuse me. Yeah, I said finals. The playoffs have been great.
Are exceptional.
312-332-3776 if you want to ring us up. Last night was thrilling. I think it is why a lot of us love to watch sports and get just, I don't know, it was everything that's fun about it. And especially when you're with a group of guys and you're watching a game like that and something totally improbable happens. And that was the case because I, for one, was pretty much ready to be out the door in the final 3 minutes because who thinks anybody's going to come back, especially on the road when you're down double digits like that. And a barrage of Neesmith threes later and a bunch of Knicks turnovers, and the ball game just completely and totally flips. Love that Reggie Miller's doing this series. Love that Tyrese Halliburton did flash the choke sign.
Mm-hmm. Premature.
But I thought what you thought. I go, boy, they better win in overtime now.
Yeah. Premature, but it's all right.
Little premature.
Yeah.
That foot just like Kevin Durant's foot a few years ago, remember? Just barely on the line. But it didn't matter. They won.
The storming of the court.
Yeah.
They stormed the court, and they had to settle it all back down.
That much.
We're going extra time. We're going overtime.
5 free minutes.
I love it because Knick fans are a tad bit arrogant.
Yeah.
So, watching them respond to a game they know they should have had,
right,
and losing it has probably got the big old metropolis up there on its ear this morning, which is good.
I bet it does.
Good.
Yeah.
You deserve it.
Our buddy Ed in Plainfield stopped by Whiskey U last night. What's up, Eddie?
Hey guys, I love the call after a Whiskey U, whether it's Jurko pinch hitting for you, Carm, or when you do it. It's the same old thing, but let me just say it again because the audience changes. That event is so great. Empire, we got free cocktails. It wasn't even just the tasting, which is great. You don't go there with any expectations other than to have a good time. As I told you last night, Carm, I have been dry since February, more to see if I could do it than anything else. And to go, the reason I went was to see you, and I was like, well, maybe I can make it through. They hand you a free old-fashioned, a full-size old-fashioned, I might add. So anytime, whatever the date is announced for the next one, whatever area you're in, go to see Carm.
Thank you.
The way you command the crowd. The guy from Horse Soldier was great, but he had a hard time with the mic. You both did, but your voice just carried so much. Everyone's sitting there listening to you. It's just if this radio thing doesn't work out, Carm, you got a future in the liquor business.
I'll be slinging whiskey for sure.
Listen,
Thanks, Eddie.
The bourbon industry
Have a good
knows
day.
Good
that.
seeing you, buddy.
Yeah, the bourbon industry knows that.
Somebody will hire me?
No,
I
they know
hope.
that. They already know. Trust me.
If I get fired, they fire my ass here someday. It's going to happen. I'm gonna go
You might have to
sling
move
whiskey.
to Versailles, Kentucky,
I might.
but I'm telling you, you've got a future in the bourbon business.
But listen, I appreciate Ed giving us the shout out, and what we've turned Whiskey U into is great. It is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
We took a chance on this like 4 years ago with our friends at Breakthrough. You know, we were sitting around having lunch at York Tavern in Hinsdale. Great legendary place.
Hinsdale, of course.
Great place.
Yeah.
On York Road.
Fancy
and we're
pants.
having lunch with Pete Corbar at Fancy Pants.
Yeah. At Brown Foreman. He was
He was
with Brown
Breakthrough,
Foreman.
at Breakthrough Beverage.
Breakthrough Beverage. Thank you.
And we were like, do you think people would like this? And I said, well, why wouldn't they? I mean, it's a good way to sort of learn about whiskey. Whiskey's popular. It's free. People love free stuff.
It is a little bit of a mystery, this bourbon.
People love free stuff.
Yeah. And you can explain it to them in layman's terms.
Yeah. And, I can explain
Cantaloupe.
it, and we get a brand ambassador.
Tastes like cantaloupe. What?
We get a brand ambassador.
What? No, go ahead. Continue on.
We get a brand ambassador that is passionate about the whiskey we're drinking, and these bars and restaurants we go to give great food, and it's free, and they give a welcome cocktail, and it's free. The only thing I say on the mic, and you've been there with me,
Yes,
is
I have.
All you have to do, all you're required to do is
taste.
Show up, taste,
drink,
have
enjoy.
a good time, and get home safe.
Enjoy, and get home safe.
And I guess number 5, I always remind people, leave a little something for the waitstaff. This is a free event. Throw a few bucks down for the waitstaff.
A shekel or two.
That's all you have to do.
That's it.
You get a free welcome cocktail. You get to drink some free whiskey. You get food. You get to have fun with us. And the next Whiskey U is June 12th. And I do believe it is another tandem whiskey with me and Tom Waddle. So
a scotch.
Yeah, we're doing a scotch.
Wonderful.
Yes, we're doing some bourbon and some scotch.
Ours was so popular, they'll never schedule it again.
That's not true. You will be on the schedule.
It burst through the seams of the establishment, Carm. I don't know if you remember.
I do. We were in Lockport.
Yeah.
Were we downtown Lockport?
I believe so.
For that event. It was a great one.
100% correct, though.
So Whiskey U's are great. Yeah, June 12th is our next one. I don't have a location yet, but stay tuned. We'll have it for you soon, and I do believe Waddle's doing that one with me. If you want to talk about the NBA action, are the Knicks in trouble now after losing a game like that at home? This is still going to be a very long series, and yes, it is possible that the Knicks win a game in Indy. I wouldn't be shocked one bit if somehow this thing gets back to what could be an epic Game 7 in the Garden, whenever that would be, a little over a week from now. 312-332-3776. We've got to recap some Bears stuff as well as OTAs are going on. Courtney Cronin's going to join us at 12:30. We'll talk baseball with Jesse Rogers a little bit later. Cubs go to Cincinnati to start a weekend series tomorrow. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The 5th Annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yingling Flight is sold out.
Not so fast, big guy.
What?
There's still a chance. Hey guys, it's Silvy inviting you out to Emo's Tavern in Grays Lake. Join me Wednesday, May 28th from 7 to 9. I'm qualifying fans for a chance to win a spot on Team Waddle and Silvy, sponsored by Great Clips. And at the end, I'm picking one to win the twosome. See you at Emo's Tavern on Central in Grays Lake next Wednesday, May 28th. Please enjoy responsibly.
Looking for the best live music in Chicagoland? Well, that's Joe's Live in Rosemont. Oh, yeah. Bone Thugs and Harmony, making a stop on the 20th of June. And then just announced it's Billy Bob Thornton and the Boxmasters on September 16th. So tickets will sell fast. Get them now before they're gone. Visit joesliverosemont.com. That's joesliverosemont.com.
It's that time of year again, and if you or someone you love is graduating soon, you know there's a lot to do. With all the finals, papers, party prep, and more, it's easy to forget about details like getting a fresh haircut. Luckily, that's why there's Great Clips. With convenient online check-in, you can put your name on the list from anywhere, and they'll text you when it's time to come in. No need to worry about finding time for an appointment in your busy end-of-the-school-year schedule. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips are schooled in all the latest styles and techniques, so whatever haircut you're going for, you'll look and feel great in your cap and gown, or as a guest, cheering from the audience. Plus, with the affordable prices at Great Clips, you can save more money for summer fun, and who doesn't love that? So get into your local Great Clips salon today and get ready to celebrate in style. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only. This is an ad by BetterHelp.
We're all better with help. Hey guys, it's Silvy. Take it from me, I use therapy all the time. But too often, people stay silent to avoid being judged. For over 10 years, BetterHelp has been finding the right therapist for people just like you and me. Visit BetterHelp.com/timeout and get 10% off your first month of therapy. That's BetterHelp.com/timeout. And let's get the help today.
It's time to make your yard the best on the block with Memorial Day savings at the Home Depot. Start by keeping the weeds at bay with Earthgrow Mulch, now 4 for $10. Then keep your garden thriving with Miracle Grow Garden Soil, now on special buy, 4 for $10. Give your neighbors yard envy all summer long with Memorial Day savings going on now at the Home Depot.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
$5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Working from home or back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Game 2 between the Knicks and the Pacers tomorrow night at the Garden. What a Friday night that's going to be. Knicks are a 5.5-point favorite. Game 2 tonight in OKC. Thunder laying 7.5. I loved the under in the first game. Easy peasy. Numbers about the same, 216.5 tonight. Man, with these two teams, kind of feels like another under, but SGA wins the MVP award. Did you know, Jurko, that this marks not only are we on a 7th consecutive year without a repeat champion, with a new champion in the NBA, which has never happened before in the history of the league.
Right.
Now that Boston's out. This is the 7th straight season that the award has been won by a non-American born player. I think this speaks to the incredible popularity of this sport around the world, thanks mostly to Michael Jeffrey Jordan and its growing popularity through the 80s and 90s and 2000s. I mean, soccer, auto racing, there aren't many that are like true global sports, right?
Sure.
There really aren't many.
Yeah.
It's probably soccer, motorsports, maybe golf at this point. Golf's pretty much, you get pro golfers from just about every continent.
Right. You get a lot of international play out of golf, yeah.
And basketball.
Yep.
From Asia and Europe and Africa and South America and Australia and Canada. SGA is born in Canada. So close by, neighbor, but a non-American born player. And I think this just speaks to the huge popularity of this sport around the world. Can you name the 4 players that have won those 7 awards?
Jokic.
Joker.
Giannis. The guy with Philadelphia, the Joel Embiid. And then this guy
SGA.
here.
Good job, Jurk. 7 straight years.
I told you, I actually like the NBA. I just tell people I don't like it.
I know.
Because the regular season's so boring. But playoff NBA basketball is fantastic. I've told you that.
You have?
I've been on record saying that for a long time.
That's facts. You're right. Ryan in Mount Prospect, I think, agrees with you. What's up, Ryan?
Hey, guys. It's my favorite show on radio. No doubt you guys do a great job all the time.
Because you're smart, my friend.
Thank you.
I'm a Celtics fan, so this is kind of bittersweet. But I've got to be honest, this has had more of a March Madness feel to it. Because for basketball of all sports, when you play 7 games, the best team is usually going to win, 4 out of 7 of those games. We saw the Bucks, the Sixers, the Celtics in the East before the season even started being told these are the 3 best teams in the East. And all 3 of them, none of them are there.
True.
And, something in common that I've seen, all 3 of those teams were trying to build super teams. Look at the Knicks. Jalen Brunson's a superstar, no doubt about it. But please don't tell me Mikal Bridges, who the Knicks did trade 5 first-round picks for, or Karl Anthony Towns are super teams. Or look at the Pacers.
Yeah.
Or look at the Thunder. Look at the Wolves. These are not super teams. These are young teams with really good players, but they were not going out to be built as super teams. I think it's just a new era. The new generation is coming in, and I think it's just a couple of years sooner than I thought. I thought Giannis, Tatum, and some of these other guys, maybe they'll be back, but I think these new guys are here to stay, and I think they're just proving it right now.
Good points, Ryan. Thank you for the phone call. This goes into the the bigger picture conversation about, where's the NBA going and what's it going to look like? Are we done with quote unquote super teams or even dynasties? This is a nuanced conversation. Like if you look at the Boston Celtics, okay, and yeah, they went out a couple of years ago and they traded for Porzingis. And that was a big swing. And they won. They won a title. But their 2 main guys are 2 homegrown guys. And because of the new rules, Jurk, because they're trying to even things out, and maybe they do want to get away from dynasties, and they want more parity, you've instituted these luxury taxes and these caps and these aprons. And it's going to be really hard for Boston to keep all of those guys. Is that fair? I wouldn't say, like, what did Boston do wrong? They didn't go out and build a super team or find a big three via a bunch of sign-and trade stuff. Again, they did go out and they took a swing on Porzingis when he was available. But their two best are guys they drafted and developed.
Yes.
Should they be penalized for that? I always thought that was kind of the point. The point was when you find a Tatum, when you draft a Tatum, and didn't they pass on Fultz for Tatum, guys? Chris, do you remember? Didn't Danny Ainge pass on Markelle Fultz to draft Tatum? I thought he did.
Tatum was the third pick, wasn't he?
So maybe I'm wrong then. How did that? Why do I have some recollection that
I don't know.
Ainge passed on Markelle Fultz? Or did they trade that pick?
They might have.
They might have. I don't remember. Like, they wanted Jason Tatum. They drafted Jaylen Brown. Like, should those teams be punished for that? Is OKC someday going to get punished? Well, they did in the past. Remember the previous version of OKC that was this close to a champion, Jurk? The team that went to the finals a decade plus ago? It was Durant. Wasn't that the Durant, Harden, and Russ crew? Weren't they all together on that team that went to the finals?
I believe so.
And they eventually had to kind of break that up because you can't afford to pay everybody because of tax thresholds and second aprons. Now, shouldn't the point be?
I think we're breaking.
Draft your guys and be able to pay them and keep
but
them?
I think we've broke your mold. Remember your mold used to be you had to have the superstars.
Yeah.
And you had to have at least two, if not three.
Yeah, you should have two.
Where you brought them together and that was it and that was going to carry you. I think that mold is slowly but surely breaking.
And I wonder why that is. It's because you can't keep guys together as much. You can't, and why? Not only that, how is it happening that a team like the Pacers might go on this run?
How many different teams has SGA been on?
Just two. The
Drafted
Clippers,
by one, traded.
The Clippers traded.
Then traded from
for
there
Paul
to
George,
there.
right? Yeah.
No, just once. He's been traded once.
Just once. Yeah, Clippers.
Who did he get drafted by?
Clippers.
They traded him for Paul George.
Right.
Okay.
They traded him for Paul George.
His DNP for a couple
play.
years for the Clippers. Yeah.
DNP?
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, that's a part of the conversation. You look at the four teams that are left standing. How do you acquire that best player? The Clippers had an MVP, theoretically, and they traded him away for Paul George to create, quote, a super team. You're talking about super teams. I would argue that trying to accomplish that isn't the way to win anymore. Look at Phoenix.
I don't think so at all.
Look at the way the Lakers were put together. I think the way to do it is you draft players who you hit on those drafted players, and then you keep them.
But then you get penalized because of these apron rules now when you have to pay all of them. But
I mean,
I agree with you, Chris. I would rather do it that way.
Yeah,
and deal with it.
You pointed out the Celtics. The Celtics are all under contract next season. You can't predict that Tatum's going to tear his Achilles, but for the most part, outside of Porzingis, all of their top players are under contract until 2029.
Right. Holiday's got 3 years left.
Brown, Tatum, Holiday, White, and Pritchard. They're all under contract. So, I mean, yeah, theoretically, it's more difficult to build a super team, but if you draft well, you can keep your team together.
That's my point. You should be able to still keep your group together without a bunch of punitive second apron rules, if you ask me. And this is very nuanced, and it gets into, again, parity and what is fair for all the other teams, and should it just be more of a true free market where anybody can spend, and if a team like the Celtics wants to spend and pay a tax bill, or if a team like the Clippers with Ballmer wants to spend and pay a tax bill, they should. They're hard conversations. I'm not telling you I've got all the answers. I probably don't. But I also don't think it's when you're doing it like the Celtics or when you're doing it like OKC, the teams that draft well, that turn out to draft and then develop what are superstar players, should they be penalized at some point or should it be hard for them to keep those guys together? And I don't think they should. The Clippers, when they saw an opportunity to get Kawhi Leonard, knowing that Paul George was going to bring him to L.A., said, we'll trade SGA in a boatload of picks. And Sam Presti and Oklahoma City are reaping every last benefit and reward out of that right now.
It's almost as if the way the LeBron James era of buddying up, what we saw in the early to mid 2010s, that now you get penalized for trying to do that.
You do.
And so, that idea, the argument against or not enjoying the NBA because of, quote, super teams, I don't think the super teams are the desirable way to build a team anymore because what we've seen is these superstars, the bloated contracts, the guys who are, quote, top 5 players in the league, when they get past 30, and now you're just trading for a Kevin Durant on his 6th or 7th team, that you're not actually better than the team like the Indiana Pacers that is just staying the course, drafting well, and putting their team together that way. I feel like that's a very obvious thing that's kind of taken shape over the last couple of seasons.
Yeah. And it's without, look, the OKC's got a true superstar. They've got the MVP for crying out loud. They have an incredible roster of talent. Indiana, maybe not as recognizable, and maybe bucks the trend a little of what, Jurko was talking about, where do you really need that true superstar? If Indiana gets to the finals, I mean, Halliburton might be close. I don't know that he's a true superstar. At times he's played like it, and he's incredibly skilled, and I wish the Bulls had him. That's those are fun conversations to have about what the NBA looks like now and where it might be going, and are we bucking some historical trends? 312-332-ESPN. We'll go up to Hallis, talk to Courtney Cronin coming up next. Plus, it's the end of the road for Around the Horn, and Courtney's been a huge part of that the last couple of years. I'm sure she'll want to talk about that a little bit. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Bears Weekly. Host Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer take you inside with the latest on your team. The latest news and the best interviews. Bears Weekly, tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. 125 years imprinted in history. On May 21st, 1915, the Sox edged Boston 3-2 in 17 innings at Old Comiskey Park. Future Hall of Famer Red Faber pitched 10 innings of scoreless relief to get the win. Exactly 110 years later, the Sox came up short in a one-run loss to Seattle 6-5 on Wednesday, despite hitting 3 home runs. The Sox are off today. They welcome in the Texas Rangers tomorrow night. Sox fans, the new City Connect uniforms are here, celebrating the legacy of the White Sox and the Bulls. This look honors Chicago's impact on both the diamond and court. Catch the team in the iconic uniforms every Friday night this season. Grab tickets and shop the full collection at the White Sox team store. For more info, head to whitesox.com/city. This has been your White Sox Minute.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
You know, when I'm not hosting a spectacular game day party at the house, Fat Pour Tapworks is the ultimate game day experience. It's the best spot to watch any game in the city or nearby suburbs. And besides the brews, Fat Pour has great seasonal cocktails and a made-from-scratch menu that's better than anything I could make at home. Even if your team stinks, which is likely if you're a Chicago sports fan, Fat Pour has everything to make you feel whole again after the inevitable disappointment of another crushing loss.
He's coming. Here he comes. Surprise! Your table saw broke. Also, the warranty expired weeks ago, so you need to pay for a new one out of pocket.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Oh, and the replacement part you ordered doesn't fit, so it's completely useless. What a waste.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
The power of Dell AI with Intel Inside is transforming the world of pro sports.
Teams can see curveballs coming with predictive analytics. Coaches can use AI insights to help players improve their shots in real time. And fans can get more out of every winning moment with AI-enhanced replays.
Unbelievable! What a play!
See how Dell Technologies with Intel Inside can power your wins at Dell.com/win.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Everyone's having a great Thursday. It's Carmen and Jurk. We got the lunch rush in about an hour. We'll crosstalk with Waddle and Silvy at 2:35. They'll get you home today. Then it's Bears Weekly from 6:30 to 7:30 with Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer and Jim Miller, and then into Timberwolves Thunder. Joniak and Dionne were on with Waddle and Silvy live at Hallis yesterday. They were doing the records game to game. 6 games in, guess what Joniak had the Bears?
5-1.
6-0.
Yeah.
It's happening. It's starting.
No.
Let's bring in
Not with me.
Let's bring in Courtney Cronin. She joins us on the Yingling guest hotline, and Courtney is brought to you by Costa Ivone. Injured? Call 708-4-million for the people of Chicago, because they are Chicago. Costa Ivone, your local personal injury lawyers. Hey, Courtney, how are you?
I'm great, guys. How are you doing?
We're doing well. 6-0. So Joniak's got him at 6-0. I think he had him going 11-6.
Yeah,
and then it was funny. He goes, "Boy, it's a tough schedule, though." I'm not sure at 11-6 if that's a tough schedule. Holy cow! But this is what happens. Everybody's excited. Everybody's pumped up, and like Ben Johnson continues to be. You guys are like laser focused on how Ben Johnson is patrolling the sidelines. It seems like, and I know a big deal was made out of him kind of getting in the grill of Cole Kmet yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's hard to spot him sometimes at practice. So I have my binoculars in the indoor facility, and I'm trying to find him. And it took me to the third or fourth period to lay eyes on him because there's so much going on. There's 90 plus guys on the roster right now, and he blends in. We'd heard all off season to this point of how fiery he is, how he, gets guys juiced up, and he's not afraid to let them know when things aren't going right. It wasn't really until that 7-on-7 that you're like, okay, I see it now. I see what these players are talking about when Cole Kmet lines up wrong. He's out wide, close, kind of, on the far side of the formation. And they, Ben Johnson blows the whistle, and they stop before they even get going so they could line up again and do it right. And so I think that was a moment where you think about all the things that Cole specifically, because he was a very vocal leader, a captain of this team, Caleb, DJ Moore, all of these offensive players who were saying last year they're not being coached hard enough, they're not being held accountable. If you see something, call it out. Well, careful what you wish for, because it's going to come in droves, I imagine, if that stuff continues to happen. Is it expected to happen? Absolutely. But at this time of year, to be able to correct those things, I think he took the right approach, and it was definitely something that stood out to me watching, the full squad for the first time with Ben Johnson as their head coach.
I want to get into a couple of Caleb things here. Let's start with the most important stuff, and that's on the field, if such a thing can exist at this time of year in OTAs. But how did Caleb look yesterday in the offense?
Looked a little rough. I won't sugarcoat it. It was day 2 of the install, so there is a lot that these guys are trying to iron out. His best throw of the day was a tight window throw down the sideline on a deep ball to DJ Moore. And, I think in Roma Dunes, they had a really good catch too. I think it was more that was a hands catch. He, has shown so much already physically in year 2, how different of a player he's going to be. But I think for Caleb, it's still learning this offense and translating that onto the field. But there are a couple moments you could tell, watching his interaction with the rest of the quarterbacks, and after a series for him would end, that he looked a little frustrated. Nothing bad by any means, but he wasn't. I don't think anybody expects him to be polished at this time when he's still learning a brand new offense. But he does look more confident out there and more decisive, which I think is a good thing, despite what the execution looks like. You want to make sure that your quarterback feels like he knows he can operate within this offense and not be second-guessing himself. And I didn't see any of that in what we saw at practice yesterday.
If I were Caleb, I'd be a lot richer. If I were advising Caleb, I would have told him, go speak to the media. Why not just, talk about what we learned last week, what's coming out in this Seth Wickersham book. At some point, it's going to happen. He's going to have to face some questions about it. Why not just get it over with? Why do you think he chose not to speak?
I don't know if that was his decision. I think that that's more on the team having already, kind of penciled him in for doing media availability later in the off season or like the spring. So probably, I would imagine it's probably Wednesday or Thursday of mandatory minicamp in 2 weeks.
Okay.
But it's a questionable look. I don't think that's on Caleb. I think that that's, the team trying to put Ben Johnson out in front of it. You could have easily squashed this story by handling it now. 2 weeks from now, these same questions are going to be asked, but I think there's a way to spin it forward if you're the Bears, if you're Caleb, to make sure that, the focus is on the here and now. How is Ben Johnson teaching you how to watch film? You said that nobody was with you last year in the meeting rooms. You had to do it on your own. I want to know about his relationship with Ben. What's Ben teaching him to see that maybe Shane Waldron didn't when they were working together? Like, what the book underscores that relationship, I think, heaviest. I know that a lot of it's talked about, Chicago's where quarterbacks go to die, and I thought Ben Johnson had a strong answer for that yesterday. But the relationship between play caller and quarterback is the most important one because that's what matters right now and moving forward. So could Caleb have handled all of those questions yesterday? Absolutely. But that's what's going to be brought up in a few weeks. And, where he goes with those answers will show you, he's never shied away from anything. So I don't know what they were worried about putting him in front of us.
I'm with you.
I think he'll handle it fine. I don't think there's anything really to be worried about from a PR perspective. He's always been very honest and very candid, and he has every right to feel the way that he did and what he expressed in that book.
Yeah.
With Tooney signing the extension, is there any more business that needs to get done before they start playing football in July?
I don't think so. I think that, you think about guys who are entering, not necessarily make or break for some of the higher paid players, but think about Tremaine Edmonds. He's got to play better this year. That's, I think, non-negotiable, but he's already been paid and he's got 2 years left on his contract. Other than that, most of the business, unless you're thinking of a Tyson Bagent extension at some point because he is, as an undrafted free agent, when he joined the Bears as a rookie in 2022, he's got his 3 years. So he's eligible for an extension. They love him. I would imagine that they work out something, soon. I don't know how soon. The Tooney one, I'm not surprised that it happened when it did, but that's not really how the Bears have done it in the past. They've usually had extensions for players that at least were brought up through their system later into training camp. But DJ Moore was traded here, and he got his extension in July. Maybe it was just something that was easier with Tooney and his age and knowing his agent, having done quite a bit of business with the Bears in previous years. I don't know the factor specifically as to why it got done, but Ryan Poles said it was a priority, and he's 2 for 2 now in telling the strategy publicly, or at least relaying for him and Kyler Gordon, for Tooney and Kyler Gordon, that both of them were priorities and he wanted to get them done, and he did.
You think Tooney needed, did they go to him right away? And Tooney wanted to get a little bit of a feel for what the organization was like? Just listening to some of the stuff he said yesterday, I'll take him at his word. Obviously money speaks volumes here and talks greatly. I understand that, Courtney, but he seemed to hint that he really likes what he sees out of Ben Johnson and his coaching staff and the family and the organization and where they're headed and what the plan is and it's finally going to work. Did he kind of have to be sold a little bit on the Bears, you think, at this point in his career?
I think it was just such a whirlwind. The guy gets traded in free agency after, and he's been through this before. I think that it's, weighing kind of where you're at in your career and trying to, he's the highest paid guard now in NFL history. That's a big sticking point. And you usually don't get that type of money just from the first conversation. So I imagine there were, quite a few conversations to get him to that point where he felt comfortable signing with Chicago and for the long term. But, he's somebody who has succeeded playing alongside the same guys, whether it was Creed Humphrey or other guys in the interior in Kansas City for a number of years. And, that's the setup that they have here. He's under contract through 27. Drew Dahlman's under contract. Jonah Jackson through 2027. So, to the selling point, I imagine, for the Bears is you guys get to have continuity. What a rare thing for an offensive line most times when injuries and other factors are a concern. So to get that done in the manner in which they did, I think sells Joe Thuney on everything he needs to know and shows you why he chose to sign the extension.
Before we let you go, what are the emotions like for you with Around the Horn coming to an end here?
It is today is my last show, actually.
Is
so
it?
I'm in hair and makeup now, and then we film in a little bit, and then it airs at 4. So it's it's bittersweet because the show has been an institution and an icon for 22 and a half years. Nothing lasts that long unless it's good. And I was fortunate to be a part of it for the last 3 years. But there's people like Woody Page and Bill Plaschke and the people who set the table for the rest of us who have done this their entire careers, more or less. And that's what I'm going to miss. I'm going to miss the people who have the institutional knowledge of the teams that they cover, who can talk about things without the hot takey nature that we sometimes find ourselves in a sports media climate that is predicated on instant gratification and microwave takes. So I don't know what will replace it. I don't know if anything could ever top how successful a show like this was. I just know that I was very grateful that I had the chance when I moved down here in 2022 to be a part of it for the better part of 3 years.
Enjoy your last show, all right? And thanks for the update. We'll talk to you next week. Have a good weekend.
Thanks, guys. Have a good
Courtney.
weekend. Take
We'll
care.
see you. There's Courtney Cronin. Yeah, Around the Horn coming to an end. This will be the last time Courtney is on it a little bit later today. 312-332-ESPN if you want to ring us up. Courtney, again, brought to us by Costa Ivone. Call 708-4MILLION for the people of Chicago because they are Chicago. Costa Ivone, your local personal injury lawyers. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
The trip up I-94 is a tradition for Northside baseball fans.
And IKEA is giving you the chance to join us for our annual trek to Milwaukee in July.
You can register at the Schaumburg and Bolingbrook IKEA stores during their annual sidewalk sale. On now through May 26th.
Hit the road with Cap and J Hood. Thanks to IKEA. Get full details at ESPNChicagoContests.com.
$5 million the Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football, being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury and auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 8444-VLG Law today. The Verdoliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Spring allergies, chronic sinus issues, snoring that's wrecking your sleep, whatever ails you, sinus and Snoring MD can help you breathe and sleep better. Family owned, over 25 years experience, Sinus and Snoring MD will treat you great and give you life-changing results. Hey, this is David Kaplan. Want to breathe easier? Go to sinusandsnoringmd.com or call 847-545-0147 today. That's 847-545-0147. Sinusandsnoringmd.com.
The search for Chicago's best foosball player is happening. Come play, and if you win in Chicago, you could qualify for a chance to play in the national finals for 2026 World Cup tickets. The Mick Ultra Foosball Tournament is back in Chicago this weekend. Mick Ultra, the official beer of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, is inviting all EPL fans to watch football, drink Mick Ultra, and compete in the May 25th foosball event at the Greystone Tavern. So play foosball and try to win a messy Mick Ultra jersey. Get to the Greystone Tavern on Sunday, May 25th at 10 a.m. Presented by Mick Ultra. Please enjoy responsibly.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This just in, the NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Adam's got all the lines, all game lines, all 17 game lines, Adam, for Bears?
Every single one.
Every single one. Not only are we going to do win-loss, we're going to do cover or not cover.
I imagine they'll only be favored, if I had to guess right now, in 4 games going into the year.
I guess more. Hold on. Hold on. That's good. You're guessing 4?
I'm guessing 4. I don't have the schedule in front of me.
I'm going to guess they're going to be favored in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
All home games?
I'm going to guess 6. I like this. We'll play coming up here in a little bit. Maybe we can try. I feel like I'm terrible at setting lines. I mean, I'm good at playing lines. I'm terrible at setting them. I feel like I'm always way off.
It happens.
I was surprised by a few of them.
Were you?
Yeah, like I guess I didn't think. I don't anticipate how bad some teams might be. Like, I didn't anticipate the Saints being as bad as.
I had the same takeaway. There are more. I think there's 2 or 3 where the number is a large number, and I did not expect the Bears to be a large favorite at any point next season.
Like, I obviously gave one away.
That to me is surprising.
Let's do this after 1.
Yeah.
I like it. Courtney said that a lot of Caleb not speaking could be on the Bears. That could be, I guess. I don't know what you think you're like protecting or who needs protecting even. I think Caleb should have spoke to the media. This book's coming out. He's quoted in it. So is his dad. They didn't really say anything wrong. They're not in trouble. But it's a story. It's going to be a story. He's going to be asked about it at some point. And if the Bears are trying to protect him, which he's not a child. I love it. The Bears trying to protect him. They got him sacked 70 times last year. Some of that's on Caleb, but it's kind of ironic. We're going to protect him. I think
the interview that needs to happen is the interview with his father. He's the guy that had the unpopular thoughts and the unpopular thinking, the unconventional thinking on how to fight the NFL.
But his father's not the quarterback here, though.
I understand, but ultimately, didn't he crush it when he said, I wanted to be a Chicago Bear?
Yes.
They drafted me. I want to be a Chicago Bear. What else do you need? What else are you looking for? Some guy writes a book with information pre-draft, and all of a sudden we're supposed to jump and say, oh, my, look at him. He wrote a book. Oh, let's jump to attention. That's crap. That's garbage. Understand the timeline of everything that's happening. Timeline was he got drafted by the Bears. He was told the Bears were going to pick him. Right. That's it. And he said, you know what? I'm a Chicago Bear. That's the way it's got to be now. And that's the way we move forward.
Well, I think he sort of said, let's stop trying to circumvent the system, like before the draft.
Yes.
We know the Bears are going to draft me.
They drafted me. I'm a Bear.
Yeah.
Well, what else does anybody need to know? Now some guy's trying to schlep a book around town And all of a sudden, we're all supposed to go, with our tongues waving out of our mouth, going, oh, my, this is all new. No, nothing's new. Nothing is new, except for a guy's trying to sell a book. That's
not true. I think it's the revelation of what they were trying to do was not something that was well known. What are you talking about?
What do you mean, what am I talking about? They tried to find any other way they could.
That's what I'm saying. That wasn't a well-known fact.
That was a well-known fact going into the draft before his first draft. Yes, it was.
That they were meeting with lawyers trying to... No, it wasn't.
Trying to figure out ways not to
Where did you hear that?
Before the draft 2 years ago. None of this is new.
Yeah, it is.
No, I don't
actually.
think so. Actually, I don't think so.
And when Colin Cowherd first started talking about it, he got eviscerated for it.
Sell a book.
People were shooting him down.
He can go sell his book by
Turns
himself.
out Colin might have been right.
I'm not helping the guy to sell his book.
What an idiotic stance. I mean, I'm not trying to help him sell his book.
I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not going to help the man sell his book.
And for the next Carmen and Jurko book report, Jurko has to read Seth Wickersham.
Absolutely not.
The quarterback or whatever the hell it's
called. You guys
called.
can buy 100 copies. You guys can read them all.
I don't even know what to say. Like,
Why
what
would
kind
I
of a
read
take
100
is that?
copies?
Like,
You only need one.
It's a non-story.
That, don't go read, kids. Don't go buy his book.
It's a non-story.
A book that actually sounds interesting about quarterbacks.
It's a non-story.
They're so popular.
Don't buy the book.
Don't go to school. Don't try.
Nobody knew that they were meeting with lawyers and trying to circumvent the collective bargaining agreement. What are you talking about?
Go buy The Hobbit. That's what you should go buy.
And so now he's just going to deflect because he can't.
No, I'm not deflecting at all.
That was not a story.
Trying to get a corporation, an LLC, was out before the draft when he was drafted. Absolutely,
the
100%.
details in this book had not been reported to the length that they've been reported.
Now he's changed
by anyone.
Now his tune has changed.
But
the details that have been made to Seth Wickersham weren't
first
available.
Of all, why would it be harmful for Caleb to be asked about it?
Just change. The point is, it's an old story.
But he's never talked about it. He was never asked about it.
What did he say?
He was never
truncated
asked.
it all, and it stopped the minute he said, I'm a Bear. They drafted me. I'm a Bear. Whatever conniving and maneuvering.
Why is it conniving? He wrote the book a year ago.
I'm not talking about Seth Wickersham. I'm talking about Caleb Williams and his father and his agents and his lawyers. Whatever they were trying to do, trying to get done before the draft, which was known, trying to create an LLC was known, trying to circumvent and trying to get
every
paid
time that was
and trying
reported-
not to have a fifth year was known. It was known.
Actually, it wasn't. Every time it was reported, people were shooting it down. People were saying it's not true.
Well, just because you didn't believe it doesn't mean it wasn't being reported, I think is my point. And the minute he puts it to bed and he puts it to rest, which is Caleb Williams, he puts it to rest. And when Ryan Poles tells him he's going to be a Bear and he's going to be drafted by the Bears and that's the way it's going to be, and he says, I'm a Bear, the story's dead and it's over and it's done.
You don't think he's going to be asked about
He's
it?
going to be. You could be asked a million times. They can ask him a million times. He could say, I'm a Bear, go blow it out your ass.
Well, then he should have said that.
He already has. He said it last year when he said, I'm a Bear. And just because Wickersham's writing a book doesn't mean he's got to respond to it. It's ridiculous.
What do you mean he said it?
At what point does he have to respond to what somebody wrote about him? He doesn't.
He told Seth Wickersham that.
It doesn't matter. He told him after the fact, after he was already a Bear.
Well, I don't know the exact timeline of that, if that's true. He told Seth Wickersham, he quoted it to him. I'm confused.
Okay, so he quoted it to him.
He gave him a quote. Why is that Seth Wickersham's fault?
Whether it was before the draft or whether it was after the draft, what's the one constant that you have? He's a Bear.
He's a Bear. I understand.
And he acknowledged the fact that he was a Bear.
I understand that, but
then what are you getting caught up in all the BS for?
If you think he should go to the podium and say everybody can blow it out their ass, why not just do it? Is what I'm saying.
Because he already did when he said, "I'm a Bear," and you guys won't accept his answer.
He didn't say that publicly. He said that to a reporter writing a book. Yerk. I mean, you don't see the difference. He said that to one person where it wasn't known or quoted anywhere else except in Seth's book. And you're, for some odd reason, eviscerating Seth Wickersham for writing a book and making money, which I don't get.
I'm not eviscerating him. I'm telling you, I'm not going to help promote his book. That's why this crap is coming out, because he's trying to sell a book. I'm not helping him.
The revenge tour against Seth Wickersham.
I don't even know who he is. I don't even care who
you
Seth
obviously
Wickersham
are
is.
triggered by him.
I don't have any idea.
Oh, a guy wrote a book and he's trying to sell it. How dare he? Hang him.
He can do whatever he wants. He's not going to get my help. That's all I'm telling you. He's not getting my help.
We'll cancel the Seth Wickersham
He's got to
appearance.
keep his ass out of Bears business. That's what he's got to do.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't understand.
Keep his ass out of Bears business.
Understand it at all.
I'm focused on football. I'm not focused on. I'm not focused on the distractions that somebody wants to throw out there. Those people that put pen to paper and think they're smarter than the world.
Yes. That's what people who write books do.
That's right.
How dare they write?
They think they're smarter than the world.
Burn all the books. How dare anybody write or read?
You suggested burning all the books.
Burn the books. The smart people are writing. How dare they?
I've got an expansive library of books that I respect.
How dare they?
They're leather.
And authors that I respect. Leather-bound books that smell of leather.
Name one.
John Grisham. I got about 12 books.
I like John Grisham.
I got 12 of Tom Clancy's books.
I like Tom
I've
Clancy,
got a lot
too.
of books on birds, Carm. You'd be happy with my library. Trust me when I say
This is great because Chris and I are the kids standing in the stairwell being like,
Yeah.
we're going to get divorced.
John Grisham.
No, we're not getting divorced. The
Let's
Case
go
Against Israel, written by Alan Dershowitz.
I remember you did say you read
Thank
the Case
you.
Against
I did read it. Which phenomenal little book. Take a look.
All right, we got a break for the makeup sex. Let's go.
Well,
There is no makeup sex. He's lambasting me.
I'm not lambasting you.
I was being
It's a weird,
lambasted.
you're lambasting Seth Wickersham, which is weird. But nobody knows that Caleb said these things.
I don't
He's
believe
going to
that.
get asked at some point. Why not just come out and say it? And my guess is he probably would have, like Courtney framed it. The Bears are the ones probably telling him, no, that's odd to me. You don't have to protect him. If he wanted to come out and say something, let him go out and say something about it. Because at some point, whether you like it or not, or anybody else likes it or not, he's going to get pressed about it a little bit. Whether that's fair, unfair, if you like it, if you don't, it's reality, guys. He's going to get asked about it.
You know what reality is, too? Since we're talking about it, no comment.
Well, then he could say that if he wanted to.
There's your reality.
But go and say something and at least let people ask you the questions, and you can respond however you want.
Old news.
You can say no comment. You can say old news. You can say blow it out your ass. I don't think he would choose that, but you could if you wanted to. But you're going to at some point have to do something. Everybody understands that and knows the game.
Let's get him on.
Who, Caleb?
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Why?
He's big time, man. I don't think he does local interviews now like that.
Big time Mike and Panachki's. When he throws for 4,000 yards and 30 touchdowns, he can start considering himself big time.
I would try, but
right now, he's learning on the job.
Getting the quarterback.
That's what he's doing. He's learning on the job.
Getting the quarterbacks are tough ask usually. Let's go game by game and try to guess the lines. So we don't have to do like wins, but I want to talk lines.
Where's your discipline at, man? We're at the
All
top
right,
of the
we'll
hour.
take a break. We'll be right back.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
We're all better with help. Hey guys, it's Silvy. Take it from me, I use therapy all the time. But too often, people stay silent to avoid being judged. For over 10 years, BetterHelp has been finding the right therapist for people just like you and me. Visit BetterHelp.com/timeout and get 10% off your first month of therapy. That's BetterHelp.com/timeout. And let's get the help today.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
No power numbers in the preseason. These are hard. Picking the Lions. Not the Lions, the Lions.
If they're favored at home.
Yes, I would think
And
more.
they're not-
Well,
I got one on the road, too, Carmen.
I do, too.
Yeah.
One.
Yeah. So there's one game I've got them favored on the road.
I think we'll probably have the same one.
I have a feeling we will. I have a feeling we will,
Does it start
too.
with an L?
Yeah, it does. And is it out west in the desert?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Vikings, most people know the Bears are a 1.5-point favorite opening night. Not opening night, excuse me. Opening weekend, Monday Night Football. They're a 1.5-point favorite against the Vikings.
Okay.
All right, at Lions, week 2. Abdallah's got all these. At Lions, week 2.
All right, gentlemen, as we go through the lines here at Lions
I'm
week
guessing
2.
4.5. They're a 4.5-point dog?
I've got him as a 6.5-point dog.
Jurko, you're wrong. Carmen, you might be better at this than you think, sir. 4.5 points.
4.5. Okay, so I actually hit that one on the head. Good.
I have a feeling that thing's going to move out to 6.5.
It might.
Early prediction. It moves out to 6.5 before kickoff.
Cowboys at home in week 3, Jurk. I have him as a 1-point underdog.
Fox's game of the week, by the
Yeah,
way.
that's right.
I've got him as a 1.5 underdog.
Okay.
The Bears are a 3-point favorite.
I'm surprised
at
at that.
home against the Cowboys.
I'm surprised at that.
Ridiculous. There's going to be no value on the Bears early.
All right, at Vegas.
Favorite. 3.5-point favorite against Vegas on the road.
I've got it as a 2-point favorite on the road.
Not so fast, my friend. A 1.5-point favorite on the
1.5.
road.
So I was close.
So they are favored.
They are favored. They're
Vikings, Cowboys, and Vegas, they're favored.
So far, yeah, they're 3 of their first 4. Commanders on the road. I have them as a 5-point dog.
I have them as a 3-point dog.
After the bye, there's 2 Monday Night Football games that weekend or that Monday. They're a 6:15 start. They're the 7:15 start. The Bears are a 4.5-point underdog on the road.
So I've been close on most of these, off by a half point. 4.5-point road underdog at the Commanders. Saints at home.
4-point favorite.
I had 3.5. Jurko and I are bigger 6.
7.5-point favorite.
Boy, they don't think the Saints are going to be very good, boys.
That's the one that I was like, wait a minute.
Who's going to be the quarterback of the Saints?
Exactly.
We don't know.
Okay, so I was way off on that one. That's my biggest miss by far so far. All right, Jurko was a little bit closer. He had him as a 4-point favorite.
At Baltimore, 6.5-point dogs.
I'm right with Jurk. 6.5, I thought.
7-point dog.
7, all right.
These are all according to ESPN bet,
We're all
too,
there.
by the way.
Yeah,
So.
close.
Cincinnati, 5.5.
I said 4.5.
3.
3, okay.
3-point
wow.
dog.
3-point dog. It's
Not bad.
At home against the Giants.
6-point favorites.
I'm 100% with Jurko. They're a 6-point favorite against the Giants.
Close but no cigar. 5.5.
5.5. We're close.
Damn, we're on top of it.
5.5. At the Eagles, that's the. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I skipped a couple games. Forgive
skipped a
me.
week, yeah.
I'm going too fast.
Minnesota.
I skipped 2. At Minnesota, a Fox game at noon.
3-point dog.
Yeah, 3 is what I had.
Close, 2.5.
2.5.
Mm-hmm.
I thought maybe it would be under the key. All right, and then the Steeler game at home.
That's where they're going to be a 2.5-point favorite.
I kind of agree.
And I don't like it.
Like a weird.
I don't like it.
The Bears are favored by 2.
2.5.
2.5.
Ding,
Jurko
ding.
nailed it.
Dead on.
Dead on.
Dead on.
All right, at the Eagles.
9.5-point dog.
I'm going to say touchdown. 7-point underdog.
Touchdown, yeah.
7-point
yeah.
underdog at the Packers.
It'll go out to
at the
9.5.
Eagles. It might.
It'll go out to 9.5.
Depending on how the seasons go, because there's a lot of games that will be played.
at
It's a
Green
short
Bay.
week. Isn't it a short week for both teams? It's a Friday game.
It is a Friday.
It does
Yeah.
look like a Friday game, yeah.
That's the Black Friday game.
Yeah.
At the Packers.
Why does it got to be black?
I'm going to say the Bears are. I'm going to say the Bears are 3.5-point underdogs in the spot at the Packers.
I'm worried about it because that's a day that could live in infamy. I will go with 4.5 points.
Carmen, you are better at this than you think. 3.5 points. Yeah.
Well, I can't echo it. I don't want to echo
I
it. I want to be a little bit
but
different.
Carmen went into this saying he's bad.
I
at
usually
this.
like preseason wise. I usually feel like I'm not that good.
The Browns at home, 5.5 point favorite.
I think Jurko's like probably spot on with that. Maybe
Touchdown.
Okay.
7
maybe
points.
6.
See, they're stretching them out in games. I don't think they deserve it. And
well, listen, I think the
shorter and some other ones.
Yeah, Packer game at home. They are a 1 point favorite.
1.5 point.
1.5
favorite.
Maybe, yeah.
1.5 point dog.
Oh, don't you
at
dog
home.
me.
Bet
Don't
it now
you
if you
dog
can.
me.
Get
Wow.
the Bears as a home dog while you can in Week 16.
At San Francisco.
Sunday Night Football.
I got them as a 10-point dog.
Not a 10-point dog.
They're going to get their asses kicked again.
They're 5-point dogs in that game.
3.5 points.
3.5. That was a point and a half off.
They're getting some love.
And then the final game, TBD, at home in Week 18 against the Lions.
Red rum.
They
This
got
is
to
the
be
possibility of red rumming it.
God, think about how far away this is. Who the hell knows? They got to be a 2-point favorite in that game.
Who?
They might be a dog.
Who?
The Bears. That's a home game. That's the home game against the Lions.
No.
You think dog?
No, yeah, it's a 2.5 point dog.
1.5 point dog.
1.5 point dog. You were close.
All right, the wild card guys when they face.
That's
We
pretty
knows
good.
what
So if
happens
you
once
count
they
that
get to the
up, so if you
playoffs.
count that up, that's 7 games where they're a favorite,
That's what I
and then
figured.
3 games where they're a field goal or less underdog.
A lot of tight lines.
So that's 10 games
tight
where they're
lines.
2.5 or they're an underdog of 2.5 or a favorite. So 10 games where they're either a favorite or they're a dog by under a field goal.
3 of their first 5 games are on the road. At the Lions, at the Raiders, which might be a little bit more like a home game, believe it or not, and then at the Commanders, the scene of the crime from last year. What's their record through the first 5?
Through the first 5?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Best case scenario is 3 and 2.
Best case.
Best case scenario.
I mean, obviously, best case is 5-0, but I kind of agree with your
No,
If it all goes well,
Best case
you're
scenario
3
is 3
and
and
2.
2. Yeah.
I'm wondering if they're not 2 and 3.
I'd take it through the first 6, Carm, just because you're at home against the
And then
Saints.
the Saints.
So your best case scenario is last year. You're 4 and 2.
4 and 2. They were 4 and 2
You
years
match what you did a year ago. You're 4 and 2, and then that's when the murders happened. And then you've got 5 of the next 7 on the road.
Yeah.
5 of the next 7 on the road. So if you're not 4 and 2 after 6, you're not beating Baltimore, guys.
And 5 tough games.
You're not beating Cincinnati.
You might.
You're
but
not beating Philadelphia.
Probably not.
Especially since they can tush push.
They can still tush push.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that stretch of road games that Jurko's talking about, late October into December, at Ravens, at Bengals, at Vikings, at Eagles, at Packers. Those are a couple of tough division games. There's the Super Bowl winner on the road. There's the Ravens on the road. I mean, every team in there except the Bengals were a playoff team, and the Bengals missed by a game.
Yeah.
Right? Ravens, playoff team. Vikings, playoff team. They might take a step back. Eagles, playoff team. Super Bowl champs, obviously. Packers, playoff team. And they also play the Steelers in there at home. And the one game that it's you never really know. Who knows what it'll look like come November, but the Giants look like maybe the cupcake game. If you
Give
wanna call
me
it
2 games
that. I like
that could flip either way. So give me 2 games that they are underdogs, where by the time we get to them, they could become favorites, and 2 games that they are favorites, where they could become underdogs. Obviously, we are not counting injuries. Injuries do not matter. We're not counting that right now.
Okay.
Obviously, anything can happen in the NFL. So we're gonna assume everyone is healthy.
Sunday, December 7th at Green Bay. That one could flip.
That was the one that they are a
dog.
3.5 point underdog, right? In that
Yeah.
one, you said?
Mm-hmm.
You think that could flip
Around
to the
there.
Bears being a favorite here?
Yeah.
I believe it was it 2.5?
Maybe 2.5, yeah.
Yeah, they're a 1.5 point dog at home against the Packers.
No, he's talking about the game in Green Bay.
Oh, in Green Bay.
Yeah,
And then
what was
I'd go with the Packers at home. I'd go both the games against the Packers late enough in the year. When you get there, those could flip.
I'll say you're going to think I'm crazy. And I don't know if I really believe this because I was surprised to see that they're a 3-point favorite in this game. But Adam said in week 3 they're a 3-point favorite at home against the Cowboys. But what if they start 0-2 and the Cowboys are 2-0? Like, I could see that game flipping. Like, if Dak looks awesome. The Cowboys are 2-0. We know how that thing gets going then.
I mean, at least I'm positive.
But he said both ways, though.
I know he said both ways. But at least I'm positive.
You are. That's true.
You went directly the negative route.
Well,
the Bears started 0-2. Oh, my God. Are you
I'm just
kidding me?
saying he asked us to pick 2 games.
My life is over before September.
The Lions game at the end of the season, too.
That could totally flip.
Because it depends on who's playing for what. Like, the Lions might not have anything to play for.
I think that's a prime candidate for a flip.
Yeah, but that's extenuating circumstances. Like, if that outcome matters for both teams, the Lions are still a favorite in that game. Unless losing both coordinators and a bunch of coaches completely throws the Lions off the rails.
Which it could, but I think I'll choose to believe a little bit more in Dan Campbell, but it could. What was the line when they go to Minnesota on the 16th?
They are a 2.5-point dog.
What if that can flip and the Bears are a favorite? What if things are going great? And Minnesota's taking a step back, and JJ struggles.
It's a rookie quarterback.
That's what I mean. Like, I could see that. So on the positive side, I could see that game flipping. Sometimes hard to be a road favorite in the division, but I could see that game flipping if everything's going swimmingly for the Bears and the Vikings have taken a step back and their offense has struggled. And plus, Ben Johnson's had a lot of success against that defense. He's had some success against Brian Flores. If all goes well, like let's say they get to that game and the Bears are 4-1, 5-2, 6. I mean, gosh, what if they're like 7-2?
Who?
Yeah,
the Bears.
Yeah, and then that flips. I know you can laugh. Hey, listen, it's better than the 0-2 start.
It's better than 2-7.
No, right? I'm getting negative.
They can't be 7-2.
Why can't you believe, man?
7-2 seems pretty lofty.
Why can't you believe?
Because I believe last year.
It seems pretty lofty.
I believe last year and got punched straight in the face.
But this team hasn't punched you in the face yet.
No.
Ben Johnson hasn't cheated on you yet.
They've already done
Just
it. Just
because you've been hurt, a scorned lover?
Nope.
Doesn't mean that this lover has scorned you yet.
Already done it to me, guys. I apologize. I'm sorry. I do have 8-8 going into the final game.
Do you?
Yeah.
Wow.
8-8 going into the final game.
That'd be some drama for Week 18.
No team made the playoffs with 9 victories last year.
Nobody did, Jurk?
Nobody made the playoffs with 9 victories last year.
2 years ago did a couple teams,
I think so, but not last year. Every team had at least 10 victories that went to the playoffs.
Damn. Yeah.
You want to go ahead and check that out?
Jurko's right.
Yeah.
I think maybe 2 years ago.
Could be.
The Packers
2 years ago.
had 9 wins and they made it.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, that would set up some drama for Week 18. Man.
That would set up some drama. And what do? Do they do their buddy Ben Johnson the favor and lay down and rest their players? Interesting scenario. Put that one down already. Future headlines. Detroit lays down like dogs.
For Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
If that game mattered for seeding, then they wouldn't be able to
Right,
lay
exactly.
down like, just saying.
But they can.
Oh, like
and
you're
they could
assuming
do their buddy Ben Johnson
they
a
already
favor.
punched their ticket. The Bears need.
Yeah.
What if they played them in Week 18, knowing that if they lost, they'd have to play the Bears in the playoffs? They would lose intentionally just so they can get them at home the next week on purpose, knowing that what they're going to be able to do to them.
I always think it's a bad idea to mess with a team that you might have to face in the playoffs. Like that happened to the Bears in 2010 when they didn't beat the Packers in the last week. Remember?
Oh, I do.
So I always think that's a dangerous game to play. 312-332-3776. I like Adam's question, too. Pick a couple that you think could flip. I give you the negative outlook is by week 3, the Dallas line could flip. The positive one is by week 11, the Viking game at Minnesota flips. 312-332-ESPN is the number. We'll do Immaculate Carm coming up. We'll do it a day late because we were off early yesterday with the White Sox game. They got that game in against the Mariners. So no baseball for our teams today, but we'll talk to Jesse at 2 and then the lunch rush at 1:30. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
Advantage Dealer Group makes car buying simple and fast with their 60-minute guarantee. They know the process starts online, so every one of their dealerships has designed the experience with you in mind. Browse the wide selection of new and used vehicles at Advantage Chevy, Toyota, and Acura. Use their payment calculators, explore financing options, and stop on by. They value you and your time, getting in and out with your new car in 60 minutes or less. Advantage Dealer Group, where car buying fits your schedule.
The stock market has been all over the place, and if you're nearing or in retirement, it's probably got you nervous. Will you have enough to retire? Are you worried about running out of money? Are you sick of hearing, just ride it out? What can you do differently to ensure that you have enough to retire comfortably with an income that's guaranteed to last your lifetime? Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth, and I've got great news for you today. I'm a featured expert in a groundbreaking film called The Retirement Deception. This film reveals exactly how you can create a guaranteed income with your nest egg protected from market volatility. Wall Street may not want you to see this film, but I do want you to see it at no cost. That's right, it's absolutely free when you call today. I want you to know the truth about retirement. A secure retirement is achievable. Call today to speak with one of our retirement specialists to get your free copy of The Retirement Deception. Call 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
What's up? It's Jay Hood. Spring is here, and your IKEA Schaumburg, Bolingbrook, and Oak Creek stores are rolling the savings outdoors for their annual sidewalk sale. Visit IKEA from now to May 26th for a wide variety of furniture and home furnishing accessories at big discounts. And don't miss IKEA's Friday Mystery Deals, May 16th and 23rd. For special deals only available in-store to IKEA family members. Not an IKEA family member yet? Sign up for free at IKEA.com/US. Save big at the IKEA annual sidewalk sale going on now through May 26th.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
$5 million. The Verdoyak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoyak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoyak Law Group.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Now that stretch, late October into December, that's going to be one we're going to talk about. And who the hell knows what these teams will look like at that time? Injuries and everything else. I mean, the NFL season's long and weird and winding. We know that. But it starts on the 26th of October at Baltimore. It ends on Pearl Harbor Day on the 7th of December. And in that stretch, not only are 5 of the games on the road, 5 of the 7 games are against playoff teams from a year ago. Oh, and the Bengals, who were the Bengals and just missed. Ravens, playoff team. Vikings, playoff team. Steelers, playoff team. Eagles, Super Bowl champs. Packers, playoff team. What if the Steelers come to town and Aaron Rodgers is the frickin' quarterback? Which he might be, and we know his dominance at Soldier Field. So that's it. That's the gauntlet, it seems like, right?
It is the gauntlet. I'd take my chances against an aging Aaron Rodgers with a different football team.
Yeah.
Some guys are Superman when they got the cape on. You know what I'm saying? They got the uniform and the cape on. They put a different uniform and a cape on. All of a sudden, they're not Superman.
I guess that was the case in New York.
So that seems like you look more like Aquaman. You know, fish out of water. That's what he looked like. So I'll take my chances against Pittsburgh Steelers-led Aaron Rodgers football team or Aaron Rodgers-led Pittsburgh team. Take my chances.
By the way, when's that happening? Is that happening?
I don't think he's in any hurry.
I guess
Neither
not.
is the owner said on the way out of the owners' meetings they're going to give him a little bit more time.
Okay.
And at some point, they're just going to cut bait and move.
They're going to
transition and not look back at it ever again.
I mean, they could still trade for Kirk Cousins.
Yeah,
I mean, they do have a rookie quarterback.
They do.
Yeah.
They do.
And they've done that. I mean, they played Kenny Pickett.
It didn't work out.
Well, I mean, they played Ben Roethlisberger.
Yes.
I mean, who do they still have there? They still got Fields, right?
No, he's in New York.
Oh, he went to New York.
They
That's
drafted
right,
Will
JT.
Howard.
Yeah, they drafted Howard.
Will Howard.
Yes, sir. K-State and
Manhattan.
where did he finish? He
Ohio
finished
State.
at Ohio State. K-State and Ohio State.
Will Howard.
For Will Howard.
Oof. Well, best of luck to you. That's what I would tell him. Fields with the Jets, huh?
Fields with the Jets.
I remember that when it happened.
Wait, did you just realize that Fields?
Well,
is
he
the
forgot for a
Jets?
second, but then he remembered.
Forgot for a second. Listen, I just
You
realized
the way you said it, you were like, "Wow,
Stephon
Fields with
Diggs.
the Jets, huh? That'll."
Stephon Diggs
He just signed.
just
right?
signed with New England. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know where I was.
No, I think didn't that just happen?
I know, but it came across the screen on me. I go, wait a minute, I got to check to see if this is factually happening. I didn't know if I was getting
Hey, Yerk.
I was getting got with a blue mark.
The
That's what I
Bears
thought was
trade
happening.
for Joe Tooney.
I know
also.
that happened.
Yeah, they
the other
signed
one
him.
is Cooper Kupp.
Yeah, Cooper's on them. He's gone.
Cooper, and trust me, I've got him on my dynasty league, so I need to know where Cooper Kupp is going to be, and I need to know now that he's no longer a Ram, what those statistics might look like as we move forward.
Do you know where he is?
Because he's Seattle.
He is in Seattle. We'll play NFL Where Are They Now soon.
We will, but I need to leverage, some of what I have in the future draft choices because my team is starting to age in front of my eyes.
And who's the quarterback of the Seahawks?
The quarterback of the Seahawks is not Geno Smith, who's moved to the Vegas.
He was in the division last year.
He's moved to Vegas.
And Vegas is they're the
Raiders.
There you go, Raiders.
The quarterback of the Seahawks was in the division a year ago.
Okay, hold on. Boom, no. Boom, no. Boom,
I don't know what he's doing with the boom.
Either am I.
Sam Darnold.
I'm at Sam Darnold. Yeah, right. Sam Darnold.
Yes, sir.
But he
played for the last year.
I thought you meant he was in the West.
Where did Darnold play last year?
Minnesota.
All right, Minnesota. Who do they have as their quarterback now?
J.J. McCarthy.
We don't know yet.
And others.
Yeah.
And others.
See, it's a good exercise.
Yeah, well,
and the Athletics are supposed to play in Vegas, but they're really playing where?
In Sacramento.
Sacramento. Yeah, there you go.
That's going to happen to like 12 baseball teams,
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
West Sacramento.
Oh, is it West Sacramento?
West Sacramento. I didn't even know there
It's like West Chicago. There's a West Chicago. There's a North Chicago. You know that, right?
That's true.
And Sacramento traded for 2 former Bulls, and those players are?
DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine.
See, there you go.
Yeah. No, I got it all. Listen, it's when you notice it and you're like, whoa.
Let's play Immaculate Carm real quick.
Where's George Pickens at?
He just got traded.
Thank you.
And he'll be in Chicago this year.
All right, let's play whatever.
Let's play Immaculate Carm. It's brought to you by the Village of Elmwood Park.
I've got to guess
Now,
already.
today you can't guess because you actually know this one. So don't
That's
guess.
why I have one.
Normally, Yurko guesses, and he's
Twitch
always
has
very...
it.
Twitch has it?
Twitch chat, yeah, they got it.
You're becoming too predictable.
Chris,
That's your problem.
This was a Chris Black special.
Well, I was trying to
this one up.
To be
Let's do
fair,
it.
I was trying to get inside the mind of Carmen and guess
was
this
good.
morning before he even picked one.
And I
So-
liked it so much, I threw mine in the garbage. I said, no, Chris, that's better.
Here's your dilemma. There's a lot of room in there.
Yeah, that's true. Today, the winner gets a $50 gift card to one of my favorite places, Armand's. I love Armand's Pizza. The original there
Armand's.
in the Village of Elmwood Park.
Beautiful.
Love Armand's. Armand's winner gets a $50 gift card.
I love Armand's.
Twitch already has it. Here is your first clue. 6th most makes all time. 6th most makes all time. Sixth most makes
Most
all
makes
time.
all time. Okay.
Here is your second clue. Now, come on. Quick fingers here. This is an easy one. Twitch already has it. 312-332-ESPN. Clue number 2. Are we ready for clue number 2? Sibling in the hall 2. Sibling in the hall, comma T-O-O, not like T-W-O.
In the hall.
Sibling in the hall 2.
Also.
Sibling in the hall also.
Either one. Either one's fine, Carm. I think you use either one. I think you're
Sibling
T-O-O.
in the hall.
2 also.
How do you say 2 in Spanish? Is it también? I think it
También?
is, Yerk.
Me también?
Yeah.
Me no comer.
Sibling in the hall, también.
Me no comer tacos.
You don't eat tacos?
No, I don't. I like burritos.
How could this be taking so long on the phones and Twitch had it before the first clue? Come on, guys.
You would think one of them would just call in.
312-332-3776.
What are they doing? I never know what they're doing on Twitch.
All right, next one, Carm.
Third clue,
Somebody doesn't have
11th overall pick in 87. 11th overall pick
in 87.
So you've got sixth
What a
most
good
makes
year.
all time.
I believe Indiana beat Syracuse that year, if I'm not mistaken.
86 or 87? I can't
87. Indiana beat Syracuse in 87, I
I'm
believe.
sure that wasn't 86. You might be right, Jurko.
Whoa,
Sixth most makes all time.
Smart.
Sibling in the Hall 2, 11th overall pick in 87. And your fourth and final clue, one team his whole career. One team his whole career.
I think Danny Manning in Kansas did it in 88.
They did. Danny and the Miracles was 88.
See? You know, that was my wheelhouse. It's when I was in college and I cared about college
that's
basketball.
true. You still
when
care
there was
about
a
it.
limited amount of basketball that was shown on ESPN, where they truly had a game of the night.
That's right, Jurko.
Or you had to wait a couple nights to get another game.
Yeah, you were right. Denny Crum's Louisville squad in 86.
Yeah, Purvis.
Indiana.
Never nervous Purvis
Never
Ellison.
nervous Purvis.
Yeah.
Indiana won in 87, and then Danny and the Miracles was 88. And, of course, 89 was Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we have our winner, I believe.
Can't doubt me when you're in my wheelhouse.
No, I know. That's a
College.
great poll. Great poll. I almost forgot about Denny Crum's Louisville squad. Carlos is on the north side. Carlos, who is today's player?
Reggie Miller.
Reggie Miller. You put all the clues together, Carlos, and you're a winner. You're a big winner at the casino today. You get a $50 gift card for Armand's in Elmwood Park. Go enjoy some pizza with the family, okay?
Appreciate it, guys.
All right,
Have a good
Carlos.
one.
Hold on, buddy. Hold tight. Make sure the guys have all your info.
Get
Reggie
your info.
Miller.
Carm, what's this I came across here? I don't want to. Yeah, but look at this. It's miniature bourbon, 50 milliliter pack of 3.
Never
What
seen
is
that.
this?
Never seen it.
I've never seen it either. You're the bourbon king of Chicago.
Where are you?
The bourbon night. I don't know. It happened to come on.
Buy it.
And boom, it smacked me in the eyeballs.
So you get a 150 mils of Blanton's. What are they charging you for?
That's what it looks like. It looks like $129.99. That's a little
ridiculous.
steep. But I think it's like a collector's thing, you know?
No, I never seen it.
I did 3 little baby bottles, man.
Never seen that.
I know. You can get it engraved, too. I can get these for you. And get like Carmen DeFalco on there.
Okay, don't.
Or the Bourbon Knights of Chicago.
Save your money.
Which I think is a great nickname for you, and you've never really embraced it.
Should I do that as
Have a
Twitter
great
handle?
night with the Bourbon Night, Knight. I think me and you can
do that
make
again.
this.
Yeah, like the Bourbon Night. And
Have a great night of bourbon with the Bourbon Night.
Like, think about it. Like the
Never embraced it when I brought it up the first
like
time.
the image we use for Whiskey University, it could be, instead of that, it would be Bourbon Night with the Bourbon Night,
Well,
obviously. And then they would have like instead of the
Thank
bat
you.
signal, it'd be a little bottle in there.
If you think it's too repetitive, then we go Night of Bourbon with the Bourbon Night.
I'm just going to look
in
and see.
italics.
Like, does somebody on Instagram already have that? Because that's a pretty.
Knight. I brought this up to you before, and you said,
Yurko
I'm a serious
made it. You have to
bourbon
buy
man.
it from him.
Yeah, I'm a serious bourbon man. I
never
cannot be
said
a
that.
bourbon night.
That's pretty good. I like that. I
course
never
you
heard you
can.
say that before. It looks like there are
I'm
a
sorry,
couple.
I guess if I don't write a book about it, it doesn't
That's
exist.
right.
Huh?
There
See
are
how
a
I brought it
couple
all the way back?
Bourbon Nights.
It's a professional comedian that does that. You
Hilarious.
bring it all the way back to the beginning.
Hilarious.
That's what I do.
There
But
are a couple.
You can
but
use
like,
it. Hey, it's free from the good kid.
It's a pretty cool
But
moniker.
it's of Chicago, too. You're the Bourbon Night of Chicago.
Bourbon Night _ Chicago.
Yeah, try that.
Should I start a new Instagram handle? Like,
Well, it depends on how many followers you have. You don't want to abandon people.
of course not.
Yeah.
I would have to do both.
Okay. You would have to transfer them or one time meld it all
Maybe
together.
I should just change my handle. Somebody's going to scoop
Well,
that up.
I had a
They're
couple old
listening now,
fashions.
though.
I had a couple old fashions yesterday.
We had a welcome.
Went and saw our friends over at Twin Peaks,
Nice.
Cherville.
Cherville.
Yeah, went over there and had myself a handful of those bad boys. Yeah, just two, Carl.
That's a handful.
I had to go
guess.
play golf later on, so I wanted to say 47 started 7-7. I can't get
Wait a minute.
away from it, guys.
So you went. We had a short show. You went to Twin Peaks. You had a couple of old
I had
fashions.
lunch.
Then
I had
you went to
lunch.
the golf course.
Yeah, I had lunch. I went over there and enjoyed a little something for myself. Had to put some sustenance in me.
Sustenance.
I had to put some sustenance
The
in
life
me.
of Riley.
Substance. It's not substance.
No.
Substance.
Sustenance.
It's sustenance. I learned something today. See? 57 years old. I just learned something today. Sustenance. Thank you, Carmen.
lunch
I appreciate that.
Lunch rush is next.
With the Bourbon Night.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Did you you miss Carmen and Jurko, don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Woodford Reserve.
He's telling me how classy he is. With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, and surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, and it gives you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV. The Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford is a registered trademark, 2025. The Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Feel the boom. The Schaumburg Boomers have a little of everything this weekend. Friday night is country night, plus post-game fireworks. Saturday afternoon, the first 1,500 fans receive a Boomers Hawaiian shirt. Sunday night features a dazzling drone and fireworks show. Plus, Monday afternoon is a day game on Memorial Day. Get the championship fan experience at beautiful Wintrust Field. Fun for everyone with great baseball, great food, a free kids zone, free parking, fantastic fireworks, and more. Get tickets and more at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom.
It's the Kap and J Hood Show here with Howard Ankin. Howard, remember back in the day when upper deck tickets were cheap?
You mean the cheap seats? Oh, sure. You're at the game, but you don't really experience the game.
Yeah, no bueno. If you've been injured, get the help you need and experience injury law made personal yourself only at Ankin Law.
Auto, truck, ride shares, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6-million.
Howard Ankin is our go-to lawyer on the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday morning, 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems. Listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Joe's Live in Rosemont, the place to be for live music. See Bone Thugs and Harmony on Friday, June 20th, and just announced Billy Bob Thornton and the Boxmasters on September 16th. Tickets are selling fast. Get them now at joesliverosemont.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Crosstalk in an hour, Jesse Rogers at 2. As we start the lunch rush, the tributes to George Wendt have been great.
Yeah.
You know, we talked a lot about it yesterday, even though we had a short show. We kind of just shared our memories of how funny that show was, how great Cheers was, how instrumental he was to it, and then some of the other funny stuff he did over the years, primarily the superfan stuff. And he was still having fun with that later in life with Peyton Manning, doing like kind of spin-offs of that and things like that. He was Tommy was telling you about that old Navy commercial. He did one with Favre. Yeah, and like they had a lot of fun with that. They got a lot of ground out of just a silly little SNL skit. Like often is the case. I mean, they've made movies, for crying out loud, out of those skits. And in fact, I think there at one time was supposed to be a movie, right? Didn't Schmeigel say that there was a movie and then Chris Farley died? They had a movie in the works for superfans.
Sure.
They had one in the works once for, remember the Hans and Franz Something happened where Arnold, I think what happened was, the story is, what was the flop he had, like in 93? As a kid, I actually liked it, but it flopped.
It was the one about the movie,
Hero.
Last Action Hero, which I watched, thought it was pretty good.
I liked it too, but I was a kid. So Last Action
good.
Hero flopped.
Yeah.
And Robert Smigel tells the story that they were ready to do the Hans and Franz movie, and that he claims it was the best script they ever wrote out of all those things. Like this, you're talking about Wayne's World and everything else.
Yeah.
That like it was the best script, and Arnold got scared because Last Action Hero flopped. So
I loved that movie.
I liked it too.
I was a kid.
But I was a
like,
kid.
Yeah,
I was in high school.
I couldn't have been more. I mean, how much older are you than me?
10 years. I was in high school.
So yeah, I was like 7 or 8.
It was a great
something
kids
like that.
movie.
It was
We
awesome.
loved it. Yeah.
It's awesome.
But I even liked it too. But it was a total box office flop, and Arnold got scared, and he said, I'm not doing the Hans and Franz movie. But they were supposed to do one about the superfans, and then Farley died. But I didn't realize until somebody had said it. Wendt died on the day of that was the anniversary of the final. George Wendt died on the anniversary of the final airing of the last episode of Cheers. It was May 20th, 1993.
Yeah.
And to put into context how big that show was, if you look at TV ratings, and we know NFL games do the best, not Super Bowl, but just like all the TV, like a regular season game, Bills,
Right.
Chiefs will draw about 50 million viewers, right?
Right.
On a percentage of our nation's population today, it's about 14.5% of the population will watch those big NFL regular season games.
Right.
16% of the nation's population in 1993 watched the final episode of Cheers. 16%.
It's one of 6,
Almost,
right?
Yeah. I mean, that's how big that show was. That's how big that TV audience was and how popular that show was. And Wendt died on the anniversary, the 32-year anniversary of the final airing of Cheers. I hijacked the lunch rush a little, but I wanted to talk about that. I can't.
Is that movie that we talked about with Arnold? Did they stack Dobermans in that one?
Yes.
Like they came back and it was like a pyramid of Dobermans.
You are correct.
I love that.
Yes.
So
Still burned in the brain.
Stupid movie.
Yeah.
It's stupid but great.
It was
I
awesome.
loved it in high
It was
school.
great. It was great.
And we were
The La Brea tar pits and everything.
Yes.
It was awesome.
We were so excited for it because like Arnold, it was at the height of his power, and we were huge Arnold fans. I mean, I still am. All right, Adam, let's lunch rush it.
All right, some breaking news here. The 12-team college football playoff next year will move, or I guess technically this year, will move to a straight seeding model. So whatever the 12 are that the committee ranks, those will be your seeds. You will no longer be awarded for winning your conference.
Oh, well, that's good.
That's wonderful.
That's good, right?
That is wonderful.
Didn't Oregon kind of get screwed?
Yes,
in a
Oregon
sense,
got
right?
screwed.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now Notre Dame can win a first-round bye because they are conference lists, but if they're in the top 4,
right,
then they get a bye.
They get a bye.
As I say that, Jurko and I were making the case for keeping divisions.
Yes,
in
I was
football.
just going to say, isn't it ironic, don't you think?
I still
Not
think
really.
it's important in the NFL. I don't mind them doing it the way they're doing it in college, if that makes any sense. And if it doesn't, I don't know what to tell you.
I concur.
Yeah.
Because you can still do this in college football and have your rivalries intact unless you're USC.
Taking shots.
You
can't help
What are you
yourself.
talking
Oh,
about?
I'll take a shot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not
Chris
taking...
will take a shot.
Yeah,
I mean, the USC fans, you're staring down the barrel of possibly ending the USC-Notre Dame rivalry, the greatest rivalry in college football. It's worthy of taking a shot.
Yes, I think Chris is right.
it's up there.
USC wants to do that?
Yeah.
So Notre Dame wants to extend their game
series
contract
Right.
for 12 seasons, and
Right.
SC is only committed to 1. And they seem apprehensive about it because their schedule is so
'Cause they're a Big
difficult
Ten
going
schedule now.
forward in the Big Ten. This is my favorite team, too.
Yeah,
But Lincoln Riley is a bit of a...
It wasn't for Indiana last year.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It won't
Amen.
be for Illinois this year.
Thank
they
you.
get the Indiana route this year.
Yeah.
So we'll see if Illinois can do it.
SC gets the Illinois, Purdue, Indy route this year, too.
Nobody is going to mistake Lincoln Riley for being Bill Cowher. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Nobody will make that mistake.
No.
Bill Cowher, tough as nails. The guy up in Detroit, tough as nails. Lincoln Riley, not tough as nails.
No.
No. would rather find an easier route.
Doesn't seem like.
Would like to sneak behind enemy lines if he could.
Yeah.
The other two would crash right through the gates doing 98. Lincoln Riley, he'd slither in the mud for a long time just to be able to come out without having to fight anybody.
Like, what is college football if you don't have the rich traditional rivalries?
That's right.
That's what college football is all about.
I think Notre Dame SC should play. I think it's. Is there an argument to be made that in this day and age where everything's on TV, it gets lost in the shuffle? Maybe you can make that argument, but to me, Notre Dame SC is pretty.
When my brother played at Notre Dame, they played Purdue, Michigan State, and Michigan.
Right. And Navy.
Every year
and
they
Navy,
played
right?
Purdue, Michigan State, and Michigan. No, I'm talking about 3 Big Ten teams.
Oh, I got you.
They weren't afraid of the Big Ten.
Yeah.
In-state team, Tudor to North, people can drive to, not a problem. Nobody's got to fly across the country. But they played them every year. Then they quit. It started to stop.
Yes.
Which I thought was ridiculous.
Well, because you're changing conferences and you're adding more marquee, like non-conference games, and you're adding more games, and all of a sudden, you're right, like Notre Dame, Purdue dies off.
I go to Eastern Illinois, and I love Eastern Illinois. We're going to play Alabama to get a big paycheck. That's what we're going to Alabama for. Alabama did not put us on the schedule to test themselves. They put themselves on the schedule to get some of the other guys to get a victory and to give themselves, some younger players, a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Play your guys for the first half, play everybody else for the second half. Let's see what we got. When Eastern Illinois leaves that place, we're going to leave with a loss and a whole bunch of money in our pocket. Okay, that's what we're leaving with. And hopefully we're leaving with a healthy football team, not a team that got the crap kicked out of itself and we lost a couple key players to injury. We can afford to put 2 of those on the schedule to rack up the revenue.
What I was reading is that USC's proposal has been that they could perhaps extend this rivalry, but they want to maybe move it to a neutral site game at the start of the season, which would be idiotic.
Yeah, they can blow it out.
You cannot play SC Notre Dame outside of the Coliseum and Notre Dame Stadium. That's the only place you should play that football game.
Period.
That's from an SC fan.
Period.
Sentence.
This should not be a game in Vegas or Texas at Jerry World.
Jerry World, I was gonna
How
say, yeah.
stupid. You want to see the game.
Be a nice moneymaker.
You want to see the game in South Bend in early October with the, what are the flowers along the sidelines? It looks so great every year.
azaleas.
No, not the
azaleas.
azaleas. Come on.
Come
on, Carm. You know this.
mums.
Come on.
The mums.
mums.
The only thing the mums.
Yes,
Mums.
in full
Come on.
bloom. The mums in
The
full
mums.
bloom.
The mums.
Or at the
word.
end of the season
you
in Southern California.
You can't have a frost.
Yeah, mums. The
Mums
frost
are gone the minute the
But
frost
the mums
comes.
are a fall
But that game
plant.
is usually like the second weekend of October if it's at South
Beautiful
Bend.
time for
So, I mean,
mums.
that's where it should be played. It should
Yes.
not be played opening weekend on Labor Day in Georgia.
It does not
That's not
surprise
where it
me
should
that
be.
USC would want to get away from Notre Dame. That doesn't surprise me at all.
With the tougher schedule.
The Big Ten has never been accused of being brave.
What else, Adam?
For those of you keeping track of Bears preseason games, Jurko, the first preseason game time and date was announced. It will be Sunday, August 10th at noon.
A nooner.
And also the Bears announced that they will be doing joint practices with the Dolphins and the Bills leading up to that home game as well.
Yeah. Dolphins, McDaniel.
Dolphins and the Bills.
Let's
and
go.
the Bills.
Will it be at a neutral site, or will one be visiting the other?
No, it's when the Bills and the Dolphins are both here.
Oh, they come here,
Yeah,
and then
when
they
come here.
get 3 extra days in?
Yeah.
Will they say we had enough and they don't have to play in the
that
preseason
remains
game?
to be seen.
Let's get more of that stupidity.
That
Can't wait to see
remains
that,
to be
actually.
seen.
I cannot wait for that conversation.
In the Athletic today, I know Kyle Tucker had a home run yesterday, so the give him all his money
Each of the
people
last 2
were out.
days.
Jim Bowden wrote the top 50 potential MLB free agents. Number 1 for the top 20 potential free agent positional players was Kyle Tucker.
Yeah.
And he says Tucker is expected to land a 9-figure contract that starts with a 6.
Ooh, wow, he's going way out of the
boy.
way above
But
the 5.
I've always said
he's
that
going
it will
all the way
start
to
with a
6.
6.
9
He
years,
expects the
6.
Cubs, Phillies, Yankees, and Dodgers to all be in play
The
for Kyle
typical
Tucker.
suitors.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, the Yankees
9
are getting.
years. Go ahead, Carm.
Yankees are getting a little left-handed pop out of the Ben Rice kid, but I think they're going to go hard after Kyle Tucker.
96540. It's $67 million a year to make it there. $67 million a year. to get you to 100, to get you to 603 million.
With the 6. And finally, for Jurko.
Mom, where's my onions?
For Jurko, the club and the player announced today on Thursday, Real Madrid and Luka Modric have announced that this year will be his last year with the club. He will leave after the Club World Cup this summer.
Yes, he is. The final game at the Santiago Bernabeu is this weekend against Real Sociedad. Imagine he gets to start. He gets pulled in the 80th minute to a round of applause.
End of an era.
28 cups, 13 seasons, 6 UEFA Champions Leagues. A lot of good stuff happened for Real Madrid.
Player.
$30 million in a transfer brought over by the special one, Mourinho. And Mourinho told everybody he was announced as the worst signing at midseason by any club in La Liga, only to turn out to be absolutely fantastic.
Great player.
Replaced Mesut Ozil, made him expendable.
God, that's
he
a
went
blast
on
from the
later.
past.
He went on later to play with Arsenal and had some very fine years with Arsenal. Replaced Kaká in the middle of the field. So
great player.
Wonderful run. Wonderful run. One of the best Croatians to ever play.
The best, isn't he?
Yeah, you know.
Who's better?
I'm going to give you that. I mean, I'll give you that. Zvonimir Boban was great in his day. You had Davor Šuker. You had Robert Projanecki.
Oh, yeah,
You had
Proj.
a lot. One of the few players to play for both Barcelona and Real Madrid. One of the
Modric
few
has just
players.
been brilliant.
Yeah.
I
Well, he's
mean,
been
like,
fantastic.
just
And
brilliant.
he's been fantastic. They consider him probably the best Croatian ever
Yeah,
played.
I think so.
But
He's got to
gonna
be a
play.
god in Croatia.
He's going to play here in the
Is
World
he?
Cup. Yeah.
Oh, he's going to play for Croatia?
The Club World
No, the Club World Cup this summer.
No, I got that, but he's also
he
playing the
is?
next summer.
Oh, he is?
He's committed to the Croatian national
He's going to
team.
be 40.
He's not going anywhere. He's bought into Swansea City, right? So he's made an investment.
Yeah.
If you look at all the Swansea City fans, they believe he's coming to Swansea City to play one more year because he's got to stay in shape.
That's fair.
But he could go over to Saudi Arabia and he could play in their league and make $100 million
half a
in
bill?
1 year.
Yeah.
Yeah, something crazy. So,
Unbelievable.
he
It's gotta be.
can team back up with Ronaldo out there, Cristiano Ronaldo, but who knows?
Carmen,
who knows what he's going to do?
not to take your tease away or the segment coming. I need help from people next.
Okay.
I need some help. I need some help.
That's next.
Carmen and Jurko. They'll be right back. ESPN Chicago.
The trip up I-94 is a tradition for Northside baseball fans.
And IKEA is giving you the chance to join us for our annual trek to Milwaukee in July.
You can register at the Schaumburg and Bolingbrook IKEA stores during their annual sidewalk sale. On now through May 26th.
Hit the road with Kap and J Hood. Thanks to IKEA. Get full details at ESPNChicagoContest.com.
$5 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group. Playing professional football, being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Veroliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Veroliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases. Personal injury and auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they're going to help you too. Call 8444-VLG-LAW today. The Veroliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows and get 4 free, and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. It's a lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
All right, Abdallah, here's a stat for you. Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America, was founded in 1829. Baseball, 1839.
So before baseball, people were already drinking Yuengling?
Yep.
And in their free time, just standing around with a beer? No home runs, just vibes?
And clearly, 196 years later, Yuengling is still going strong, and baseball is still playing catch-up.
Chicago, next time you grab a Yuengling, remember, you're drinking history, literally.
And baseball, you're welcome for the inspiration.
DG Yuengling and Son, Pottsville, PA.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
It's graduation season again, and nothing compliments a cap and gown quite like a fresh haircut from Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a confidence-boosting cut on your schedule and get ready to walk across the stage in style. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Dallas said he needs some help. What do you need help with?
All right, gentlemen. When we return from the holiday weekend on Tuesday, we will be 100 days away.
Yes.
From the start of the NFL season.
Oh.
I have started working on the list of lists.
Yes.
I like it.
I need some help.
You see, I just perked up.
You did.
I perked up.
You did.
Shut off.
Yeah.
I had decommitted.
You were like, what is this idiot going to talk about?
What's this guy going to spew?
What is this fool going to talk about for the next 2 minutes?
100 days away.
We'll be 100 days away from the start of the NFL season.
Yes.
I have started compiling the list of lists. We will have 100 lists. We will spin a randomizer wheel, whatever number it lands on. We will do that list that day. I need some help. I do not like consulting artificial intelligence. I did that last year.
Neither do I.
I got a lot of lists. We went through a lot of lists. So I need some help. So if you have an idea for a list, get at me on Twitter. At Adam A. Abdallah.
Oh, good. You're reaching out to
Adam
the public.
A. Abdallah. Because a lot of people call us and we were like, hey, I want to hear this list. I want to hear this list. So if you want to hear your list, tweet at me and give me some lists.
Do you want them to use a hashtag so you can sort
No, I don't
through
want a
it?
hashtag. Just at me.
First of all, I'm sitting right here. You could have asked me for help.
First of all, I literally
You didn't ask me
I literally
at all.
asked you yesterday.
But sure, crowdsource your homework.
No. Hold on.
Crowdsource it.
Hold on, buddy. Hold on, champ. Literally, while we were sitting here in between shows for 6 hours yesterday.
You didn't ask me?
I did too. I said, I'm making the list. You got any ideas for lists? And you were like, Manchester United's losing. And I'm like, do you got any ideas? And he's like, they suck.
1-0 to Tottenham.
So I did ask you. It's not my fault that you didn't hear it. No, I did.
Talking into your shirt does not count as asking someone.
I said it. Do you have any ideas for lists? Oh, they're so bad.
How many are you looking for our listeners to come up with?
However many people just at me.
You're that.
I got a bunch. I got a majority
think
of them.
Chris should offer up a few if you've got some at the top of your head.
I'll take it off.
I also don't mind if the listeners want to suggest a few too. It will be fun. We had a great time with that last summer. So I look forward. I can't believe it's 100 days when we come back.
Here's the problem, though.
I told you that.
I know.
It shouldn't be something you guys are aware of because it kind of spoils it.
That's true.
So don't put Carmen and Jurko on there.
Yeah, don't put us on there.
Plus, who says I'm going to use that one? If you put Carmen and Jurko on there, guess what? I'm not going to use it.
Yeah, don't put us on there.
So don't put Carmen
By
and
the
Jurko
way,
on there.
and whoever sits in this chair when Jurko's gone in Scotland needs to come up with theirs too.
Oh, they will.
Of course.
Yeah.
Whether it's Barstool Eddie, Jesse Rogers, Peggy if she sits in, whoever's sitting in.
Jesse will join us coming up next.
Oh, great.
I was going to throw a few stats at you.
Jeez. I mean, what the hell's going on? They both played in the afternoon. Didn't he go on the afternoon show yesterday?
I don't know.
Jeez.
I don't think so.
He did not. No.
First, you argued with me about nothing.
Well, listen, no,
and
I didn't argue
now
with you
you're
about
forcing Jesse onto the show.
Jesse will be good because, believe it or not, I was going to offer you some incredible stats that tell you how good the Cubs offense is. Jesse will tell you coming up next that there could be a downside to the Cubs offense.
I can't wait to hear it.
What? We're
Yeah.
back in 2 minutes.
Okay, Scooby.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Hey, it's Courtney Cronin, and when it comes to gifting, nothing beats a beautiful piece of jewelry. And when it comes to jewelry, Chicagoans have trusted Rogers & Hollins for over 100 years. As your local family-owned jeweler, Rogers & Hollins offers meaningful pieces at a great value, plus expert guidance, trusted repairs, and hands-on service that make every experience unforgettable. Whether it's an engagement, anniversary, or something for yourself, check out rogersandhollins.com or stop by a store near you. That's Rogers & Hollins Jewelers, for now and forever.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. In the North Shore and North Side of Chicago, there's only one name you need to know for fences. It's FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. They stand out as the locally owned, operated fence company dedicated exclusively to this community. From the timeless appeal of Western red cedar wood to modern no-maintenance composite materials for a contemporary look, FenceWorks guarantees custom quality that meets your needs. Take the first steps to keeping your family and your home safe by visiting theguyon41.com. That's theguyon41.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Jurko's already starting on the list. You got to wait till Tuesday.
I know. I went to a weird one. 5 favorite cartoon dogs.
That's not a weird one. I think it's a great one.
Hey, here's Droopy. You don't know who Droopy is. That's Droopy right there.
What show is that, though?
I don't know, but of course you know who Droopy is. Don't pretend.
You know who number one is that I didn't hear you say? Well, not number one, but would be in the top 5?
Who?
Underdog.
Yeah, of course. Underdog.
Snoopy, Scooby, Underdog, Brian from Family Guy.
Yeah. All the greats.
The dog from Inspector Gadget.
Don't get about Scrappy Doo.
Scrappy Doo.
Little Casey Urlacher.
Poochie.
Who?
Poochie.
Who's that one
from The Simpsons.
Oh, we were thinking
So we had Santa's Little Helper.
Yeah.
The greyhound that he adopted
Poochie
after he
was
did win
the
the
character
race.
that Homer voiced
Oh,
in the
really?
cartoon.
I don't think I remember that.
They had to cut
Peabody?
his character.
No, Mr. Peabody.
Copper.
It's a good one.
Somewhere. I don't know. Pongo
now I'm
from
gonna
101
cross that one
Dalmatians.
off.
I guess we have to cross that one off. That's
Well,
a very good
I'm
one.
glad. I'm glad. And then Dino. I mentioned Dino right away. Harm's like, Dino.
I forgot about
I
Dino.
go to Flintstones,
Yeah.
you jackaloon.
I
Who
did.
doesn't remember that?
I forgot about Dino. My
All right.
bad.
Either way, we're good.
All right, let's talk to Jesse Rogers. He joins us on
Yeah.
the Yingling guest hotline. I've got some numbers
Wait a
here.
minute,
I mean,
Carmen,
this
he's,
Cubs.
he's not even in studio today?
No, he's not in
boy.
studio. I've got some numbers. Hey, Jess, what's up, buddy?
I'm good.
How are you,
What's up,
Jesse?
fellas?
How are you,
Hi,
Jesse?
Jurko, buddy. What's happening?
Great to hear from you, my friend.
I've got some numbers here, you guys.
Yeah.
The Cubs are top 5. First of all, they're the highest scoring team. Well, not on a per-game basis. It's like them, the Dodgers, and the Yankees, but they've scored the most runs in baseball, Yerk. Cubs are top 5 in all MLB in doubles, triples, home runs, walks, and stolen bases. I mean, they're doing everything as an
Yes,
offense.
they are. They're doing it well.
Did you know, and I bet you Jesse knew this, did you know that the Cubs are the only team in MLB right now, Jurko, with 4 players that have 10 or more home runs? PCA, Tucker, Seiya, and Dansby all have at least 10. No other team can say that. The Yankees, the Red Sox, and the Tigers each have 3, and they're getting close. But the Cubs are the only team in baseball that have 4 guys with 10 or more home runs.
Well,
so,
good.
With all that said, Jess, what is the downside to the Cubs' offense? My God.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like not really a downside, but when you are trying out closers and among the contending teams, you have the least amount of save opportunities, it really doesn't bode well for that job to be won by somebody. Now, right now, Daniel Palencia is getting that chance. But among the playoff teams, right now, if the season ended, the Cubs have the least amount of save opportunities along with the Yankees. Why? Because the Yankees and Cubs have the best offenses, and they're not providing save opportunities. That's a good thing. I'm doing this tongue-in-cheek.
Right.
However, things will tighten up at some point, and we need to see a closer emerge. Is it going to Palencia? Is it going to be Palencia? Is it going to go back to Ryan Presley? Are they going to have to go into the market in July? So there's a little bit of a false sense of security in the bullpen at times because some of the numbers are going to look really good over time, winning these blowout games, easy innings. But when it tightens up, as it did in Miami, we'll see what happens. He failed on Friday. He came through on Sunday, though if you watched it, 2-1 game, 3 pretty deep fly balls in the 9th inning against Palencia. He's learning on the job, just 25 years old, averages 99 miles an hour on his fastball. But as we know, if you throw it straight, fast in, fast out. So that's the little downside. They're without a true closer, they're not getting many save opportunities, which means, do they really have a closer, even if a guy looks good once or twice a week? And so, again, it's a small thing, but it will get important maybe even this weekend when they play finally a team that has some good starting pitching in the Reds.
Yeah, the Reds do have good starting pitching. Their offense has been terrible. They've been shut out more than the White Sox. An 8th shutout yesterday as the Reds got shut out again. So that series is coming up this weekend. I didn't expect when the Cubs went there here for the first time over Memorial Day weekend that the Reds would be 5.5 out. But the Cubs have played pretty fantastic baseball, and the Reds have just been okay. But they can pitch. Back to this closer thing. Like, does Presley get another shot at some point? You were just kind of hinting at this. Like, what's the plan? What's he trying to work through? Things look better since the blow-up against the Giants, and he seems to be – not seems. I mean, like, the data backs it up. He is missing more bats than he was early. So what's been the difference, and does he get another crack at it at some point?
Yeah, no. So I'm not on the road with the team, and I was surprised he didn't get a chance Sunday. Once Palencia failed on Friday, and I truly think he failed because it was the 9th inning, 2 outs, 2 strikes, nobody on. The Marlins hit a double that maybe Kyle Tucker should have caught. But
Monday. You mean Monday's game?
I'm sorry, Monday. Yeah,
Monday's game.
Forget it. Yeah, Monday and then Wednesday.
Got it.
Sorry.
Yes.
Got my days really mixed up. Once that guy got on second, Palencia melted. 4-pitch walk, got behind the next guy, 2-run double, game over. Yeah. So, again, the 9th inning is so different. And I was surprised he didn't go back to Presley on Wednesday, not Sunday. And so, I think Presley will get another chance, but it seems like Palencia is going to get the first or the next, the current chance until further notice. I mean, they are only hitting 116 off his fastball. There's a lot of good in Palencia, but the key is not a lot of experience. And that's what I'm talking about with the way this offense is performing. How much of a chance is Palencia going to get in save opportunities? But you're going to give him that chance, and we'll see. I still think it'll end up back in Presley's hands for a bit, and he'll go into the market one way or another in July. But until then, at least they have a little cushion, and they can try some guys out.
Where's PCA ultimately going to fall in this lineup?
I mean, ultimately it's going to be 1 or 2. But that doesn't mean that's going to be this season.
I guess I meant, okay, let me rephrase that then. I didn't mean to have anybody misinterpret that. I mean now. Like, what's the best role for him, and where does he bat mostly in this season?
Yeah, well, with the amount of damage he's doing, I have no problem with him being in an RBI position. Happ has a better on-base percentage. Happ takes walks. Happ is a switch hitter, so you don't have to move him out against a tough lefty. I have no problem with Happ at the top. You want Tucker getting as many at-bats as possible in the 2-hole. So, but Pete Crow Armstrong as high as 5. He was 4th yesterday in the lineup. As high as 5 makes a lot of sense. It's such a good problem to have for Craig Counsell. Until there's 3 or 4 guys really struggling. I mean, even Dansby's hitting now. I don't think it's something he has to spend a lot of time on. Just put your best hitters near the top and go from there. But I don't think you need to put the pressure on PCA to walk more in the one hole, and then you take him out against tough lefties, even though he's hit lefties pretty well at times. So I have no problem at 4, 5, or 6, anywhere in there if you're going to go Hap, Tucker, Suzuki, or Hap, Suzuki, Tucker, anything like that.
Seiya leads the league in RBIs. That's the beauty of playing in an offense where guys are on base a lot, Jess. Because he hasn't been great, but he's been good, and he's had a lot of opportunity to drive in runs, and he has.
Yeah, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I still think if you want to be critical, like I feel like, and this is just a feel, he piles up a lot of stuff when the game's decided. We saw that in the 14-1 win against the Marlins. I could be wrong overall. I just have this weird, I don't want him up in the most important situations compared to other players on that team. That doesn't take away from what he's doing. He's driving in runs. He's hitting home runs. It's all great. I'd rather have someone else up in the ninth inning in a tight game.
Adam was telling us during the lunch rush, I think it was Jim Bowden was just writing about the free agency class, and that the Tucker number is going to start with a 6. What do you think?
So once he got going this season, I thought I used 12 years and $40 million as kind of my foundation. Most of these guys are getting paid to year 40, when they're 40 years old. So if he's at 28, 29 when he becomes a free, and then 12 years, $40 million a year. So my baseline was $480 million. 480. Now that could be very low if you strictly look at precedents. Juan Soto at 26, a couple years younger, got $765. Is he $200 million less than Juan Soto? Not the way things are going this year.
Right.
So Bowden using a 6 makes sense if precedents are used. Now, teams might say, we're not Steve Cohen. If he wants to overpay someone, that's his business. So we might land in the 500 range. So I think if you say a 5 or 6, you're probably right. A year ago, we would have said 3 or 4, but it's up to 5 or 6. 500, 550, 6, 610, maybe even higher if he continues to look that much better than Juan Soto this year. So, yeah, I have to readjust from a 4 to at least a 5, and maybe Bowden's right at starting with a 6. And that, I'm telling you, that probably takes the Cubs out. I mean, there's been no indication that they're in at 4 or 5. Right. I think they're probably out at 6, especially if you're talking about the Yankees, Phillies, and Dodgers.
Right, and all the big boys. Any other news and notes we need to know about?
Well, like I said, this weekend they faced 3 good starters.
Yes.
I mean, Hunter Green's coming off the IL.
Yep.
Andrew Abbott has a 180 ERA, but he never faces the lineup for the 3rd time. Nick Lodolo is a good starter. Not household names other than Hunter Green. But let's see. Let's see what this offense does. Let's see what the bullpen does in potentially close games. And the Cubs have only played 6 games in the division. That's by far the least of any team in baseball. So my point is, if the Reds or Brewers or whoever want to get back in it, they will have a chance in head-to-head matchups. 6 of the next 9 games against the Reds here. Their offense has really struggled for the most part in the first 7 weeks, but their pitching staff, led by a rotation that, most teams don't have 3 or 4 good starters. Here's the Reds' chance. Still think the Cubs are better. Still think they'll win the division, but the Reds have some parts to their game that could give the Cubs some trouble. So interesting to see what Francona does with his squad here. 6 of the next 9 against the Cubs. And interesting to see how that back end of the bullpen plays out with, again, not as many save opportunities as you might want when you're considering different guys and the long term, because, of course, October, things tighten up most of the time.
Yeah, they got to get that offense going in Cincinnati. The Cubs have 4 guys with 10 or more home runs. They don't have any.
Yes, they do.
They don't have Zippo. Ellie De La Cruz with 8 is their high water man right now. And
did you see that some tweet? And then this doesn't just apply to Ellie De La Cruz, but let's use him. He is about to pass Tony Gwynn in career strikeout.
That's amazing.
Says more about Quinn than anything, because I think a lot of guys in their first 4 or 5 years are going to pass Quinn in this day and age. But
that's
my God,
amazing. So so this is his 3rd season.
Yeah, and he's going to pass Tony Gwynn in career strikeout.
Oh, I love that. That is absolutely.
I know. I knew you'd love that.
Oh my God, I love that. Any Sox news?
None.
Not really. I was there the other day. It is what it is.
Sounds
Same
so
record
excited.
as last year. Better pitching, but still have holes in the bullpen, as we saw yesterday against Seattle. But you do like some of the improvements on the starting staff. That's probably not going to change. That's only going to get better as we move along here. And look, Chase Maedref's look good at the plate. Yes. It just hasn't resulted in many more wins. I said from the start, I think they'll be better later as the young players get some experience. I thought they'd get off to a tough start, and they have, even though they haven't had the 14-game losing streak. So, again, I think the second half will be better for the White Sox.
I heard Meller during the pregame yesterday or the day before, and you were talking about it with me on Monday when you were in, like, hey, maybe the Sox will get credit years down the line for actually doing something different that teams start to follow, and that's how they handled Colson Montgomery, one of their prized prospects, who was abysmal to start the season. Yeah. He's been better. I mean, I think he's coming off a 3-hit game, Meller said. I mean, I haven't looked at the stats here myself recently. I just heard Jeff talking about it, that Montgomery's been much better at AAA since he went back.
Yeah, and I said it on Monday with you as well. Like Joe Madden talked about, give guys a break, especially if they're struggling. Well, this is what a rebuilding team might do in the future. Like, give a guy a real break to fix something instead of waiting until November, December. I mean, it makes sense on paper. It feels strange to do, but let's see if it works.
Yeah.
I guarantee you that'll be a copycat thing for other teams.
Probably right. All right, Jess, have a good weekend. Thanks, buddy.
You too. Talk to you Tuesday. I got to get my days right.
See you next Tuesday. All right.
See you, buddy.
All right,
see you
buddy.
guys.
All right, there's Jesse Rogers on the Yingling guest hotline. Tony Gwynn played 20 years.
Yep.
And
struck out how many times?
We know Tony Gwynn didn't strike out a lot, but it's staggering when you hear Jesse say that. I didn't even realize it. Tony Gwynn struck out 434 times. Ellie De La Cruz is about to pass him. He's in his 4th season.
How many
he's in
at-bats?
his 3rd season.
How many at-bats for
Tony Gwynn?
Yeah.
9,288.
And he struck out 400?
He struck out 434 times.
That's amazing.
Amazing.
That is
Ellie
amazing.
De La Cruz is in his 3rd season. He has 1,204 at-bats, and he has struck out 425 times. And in the next week, Ellie De La Cruz is going to strike out more in his career than Tony Gwynn.
This guy had 10,037 plate appearances, 9,397 at-bats. So 9,397 at-bats. This guy only struck out 453 times.
You want me to guess who that is?
Yeah, he's my favorite player.
Bill Buckner.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
453 times in 22 years.
Wow. That's incredible.
Pretty damn good. Everybody says Tony Gwynn is the, creme de la creme.
I saw Matt, I saw his Smoltz one day just scrolling. Smoltz has some stat about Gwynn. Like, Smoltz says he, Glavine, Maddox, and Pedro. Okay? Think about that. Think about that foursome.
I am. Oh.
I think he says
thinking about him.
I think he says they combined to strike out Tony Gwynn twice or something. Like, Pedro's one of the best strikeout pitchers ever. Maddox, too. I mean, on a per-inning basis, not as dominant as some of those other guys. But, like, Greg Maddux struck out, I don't know, what did Maddox strike out, 3,500 guys or something? He pitched forever, and he was, you're talking about Smoltz was a great strikeout pitcher. Glavine and Maddox, not as much, but, those guys had a lot of strikeouts. And they struck him out twice. That's crazy. You crazy, man. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV, Godman, Sox fan. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
$5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 844-4VLG-LAW today. That's 844-4VLG-LAW. The Verloyak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's Chicago's legendary deep dish. Fresh salads, appetizers, pizza, pasta, and desserts. Lou's has something for everyone. And now, here's the latest dish and the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited-time deep dish or thin crust, drizzled with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
The 125th season of White Sox baseball. The 20-year anniversary of the 2005 World Series champs.
Sox winner and a World Series.
And a year of rebirth under new manager Will Venable. The fans will follow the Sox as they get back in the AL Central mix. And they will do it all on the White Sox radio network on ESPN Chicago. Tell your story to some of the most passionate fans in baseball. Consider advertising here. Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
Another accident? What happened?
Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing.
Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this?
Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dashcam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault.
So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims?
Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operates smarter.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
We're everyday people doing good in our community. Our kindness runs deep, just like our blood. The same blood we donate to help treat sickle cell disease, which hits black people the hardest. Good news is, 1 in 3 black blood donors is a match for someone struggling with sickle cell disease. Stand tall in the eyes of your community. Donate today because our blood saves lives. Visit redcrossblood.org/ourblood to make your donation.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Crosstalk is coming up 10 minutes from now with Waddle and Silvy. They're going to get you home. Then it's Bears Weekly from 6:30 to 7:30. And then we'll take you to Game 2 in OKC. Timberwolves and Thunder. SGA, fresh off winning his first MVP award. Thunder, a 7.5-point favorite in that game tonight. Still can't get over how thrilling last night was. We'll talk about that with Waddle and Silvy coming up. You want to hear from Ben Johnson a little bit? Ben Johnson spoke to the media yesterday.
Sure.
And here he was talking about just where they are in their program, opening up the second week of the off-season program. Take a listen.
We've had a great off-season program so far. We're, call it 6.5 weeks into it now. The first 6 weeks went really well just from what we're objective-wise. We got a lot of players, not just as football is concerned, getting better in that area, but they're working hard in the weight room and conditioning-wise. We're bigger, we're faster, we're stronger as a team, and that was really the number one objective that we're looking to get done. And so that continues on now that we've hit phase. It's been nice to get out on the grass and get a little bit more full-speed football going. We're making mistakes just like we thought we would. Second day of install here today, and you could tell we had a little bit more mentals and more pre-snap penalties, and the little details kind of fell fell to the wayside. So we'll clean that up as we go, but the guys are working their tails off. It's fun to watch them compete. It's been fun to watch the coaches coach, and really excited about the direction that we're headed right now. It's come to my attention that
I don't know what came to his attention. I wish
it's a next
spiel.
cut there.
Which one is it,
The
Chris?
next spiel.
The next one.
On the family drama, the Williams
Yeah.
family? Oh, okay. It's come to my attention. I like that. All right, let's hear it.
it's come to my attention that the quarterback's been out in the media over the last week, and just to get out in front of that a little bit, I just wanted to say I wasn't here last year, and so I can't speak too much in terms of what it was like before he got here and when he got here last year, but from my 4 months on the job, he's been outstanding to work with, and we just are focusing on getting a little better every day.
Here he is talking about the narrative that this is where quarterbacks come to die.
I love it. I love the opportunity to come on in and change that narrative. That's where great stories are written. And so we're looking to write a new chapter here, 2025 Chicago Bears, and looking forward to the future.
Amen. And when he talks about he wasn't here last year, who knows what was going on in that building? Was Caleb out on an island? Was he by himself? Was nobody sitting down kind of teaching him how to watch tape? Kurt Warner was on with Waddle and Silvy the other day saying nobody ever really did that with him. I know you've said Greg Blasch kind of showed you how to watch and what to watch for.
Yeah. We'd watch film, and then the D-line coach would talk, but, just point out what was wrong. But nobody broke it down and introduced it at a rudimentary level, telling you exactly what you need to look for. Here's the process and what you're looking for. He did that for me. But all my other coaches didn't do it for me.
But Greg was
I had
special.
one that did it.
Yeah. I guess you got to get lucky maybe and find that guy.
Yep.
That's what good coaching can do, huh?
Yep.
I mean,
it helped. It didn't hurt.
You've always said that.
Yep.
I don't know what they were doing over there last year. And like Waddle's wondered, what were they doing after practice? What was the structure like? Why is how did so much fall through the cracks? Who the hell knows? Like, it's in the past at this point. I just hope it doesn't happen again, that they clean this up. Like, I want to believe so much in Ben Johnson because I've admired what he's done. And this was the guy I wanted the Bears to get. I wanted him to go get him a year ago. That's pretty well documented. I didn't think they should have kept Matt Eberflus going into that last year. And I'm certainly glad that they won the Ben Johnson sweepstakes this time. I have so much, I don't know if I should say confidence. I don't know how to say it because I don't want to get burned again. But I want to believe so badly that these guys are going to get it right. Finally, like that this is a real coach, that this is an innovator. This is a guy who will not allow things to just fall through the cracks and so be it, that they won't skip steps. I think he's assembled a very impressive staff around him as well. I was talking to one person at the Bears who said that they believe, not that they can't fail, okay, but that they believe this coaching staff is too good to flop. We've seen coaching staffs put together here flop, right, Jurko?
Oh, yeah.
Mark Trestman flop.
Flop.
Matt Eberflus flop.
Floppy.
It didn't go well for John Fox, and he was an accomplished coach.
Yep.
Someone in the Bears who's been around there said to me that they believe it is too good a collection of coaches for this to flop. With Al Harris and with Antoine Randall, and when you're talking about guys that played in this league that had accomplished careers, guys that have been coaching a while now,
guys that you hope can teach.
With JT Barrett, you could hope teach, right? Your
guys
Ben Johnson,
you hope can teach.
That this group they've put together is too good to flop, and I sure hope that's the case, man. I do.
That's great for the coaching staff, but the players are the ones.
Well, that's fair.
It's great for the staff. It's great for everybody up top. All the guys that make the choices. It's the guys on the field that fail or don't fail.
Yeah, right.
I mean, it wasn't a coach that flaked out in Washington.
That's right.
It was
maybe a little.
It was the corner. No. It was the corner. Nothing what happened there lost the game for them until Stevenson flaked out and did what he did. Then they lost the game. Then you could have still had the debate, should they have done this? Should they have done that? Should they have done that? And then you could have used that as something negative against the coaching staff, when you start evaluating them at the end of the year. Maybe we're lucky that it happened and Ben Johnson is here because of that.
Maybe
everybody in Chicago should be thanking their stars that happened last year.
That's the ripple effect.
Otherwise, they're 5-2, and they don't have the mental funk They came back in the fourth quarter to win that even after Kramer time.
Yeah.
Maybe you should be thankful it happened.
Maybe somehow this all does finally go our way, I'll say. That the ripple effect is finally going to be such that we'll look back and say, well, it's a good thing they didn't fire Eberflus that first year, when Caleb was here, because it might not have landed them Ben Johnson. Like, they could have ended up with someone else. It's a good thing that no timeout, what you just said in Washington, and no timeouts in Detroit on Thanksgiving actually happened, because it led them to realize they had to make a change, and somehow it all
Could
led
benefit them
to Ben Johnson. I hope so. I was looking, I was curious. You know what this number is? 119-89. That's a 572 winning percentage. You know what that is? 119-89, Yerk. You know what that number represents?
119-89.
572 winning percentage. That was John Fox's winning percentage before coming to the Bears.
Yeah.
He went 14-34 as the Bears coach.
Yeah.
Adam Gase and Vic Fangio were on his staff. I mean, say what you want. Adam Gase still had 2 cracks as a head coach in this league.
Yeah,
Vic Fangio's great. He had a pretty good coaching staff, too. And I kept hearing, it's different this time. No, you got to see it. It's different. He commands the room, and he's got skins on the wall. He won a playoff game with Tim Tebow, for crying out loud. He's been to 2 Super Bowls. It's different this time. He had a 572 winning percentage and 8 playoff wins. John Fox had 8 playoff wins before he came to Chicago. He had a 292 winning percentage in the Bears organization. And they never came close to making the playoffs. So I've heard before how, no, it's going to work because this coach has got it. And I want so badly to believe in Ben Johnson. And I do, I'm just trying to protect myself a little. I think he's going to be great. But, man, we've seen, all shapes and sizes. And other than Coach Ditka and a little bit of Lovey, it's been a lot of bad in my lifetime, Yerk. A lot.
Yeah.
A lot. Other than 2 guys.
What do you need to make Coca-Vin?
Chicken
and wine, right? Chicken and wine, right?
Yes.
You can't make it with steak and butter.
Great question.
Right? You can't make it with steak and butter.
No, you can't.
Do you know what you need to win in the NFL? Players.
Coca-Vin.
Players. I can have all the coaches in the world I want.
That was awesome.
Coaches can make life easier for players. They can also make life a little bit more difficult for the players. But ultimately, it's the players that get it done. So you can have everything at the top be all right. The players on the field still got to do it, Carm.
That was a beautiful metaphor.
I'm here for you, man.
It's just absolutely.
Because I knew you're a big fan of Coca-Vin.
That was absolutely fantastic. Yeah. Coming up next, we'll cross-talk with Waddle Silvy. Jurko's got the final word.
Carmen and Jurko present.
A big shot, did you had to open up your mouth.
Today's final word on Carmen and Jurko.
None of this is new.
Yeah, it is.
No, I don't
actually.
think so. Actually, I don't think so.
And when Colin Cowherd first started talking about it, he got eviscerated for it.
Sell a book.
People were shooting him down.
He can go sell his book by
Turns
himself.
out Colin might have been right.
I'm not helping the guy to sell his book.
What an idiotic stance. I mean, I'm not trying to help him sell his book.
I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not going to help the man sell his book. Don't buy the book.
Don't go to school. Don't try.
Nobody knew that they were meeting with lawyers and trying to circumvent the collective bargaining agreement. What are you talking about?
Go buy The Hobbit. That's what you should go buy.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Bears Weekly. Host Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer take you inside with the latest on your team. The latest news and the best interviews. Bears Weekly, tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
All right, Chicago, it's time to make some room in the beer fridge because Yuengling is finally here.
That's right. After 196 years, the oldest brewery in America has officially landed here in Illinois. And we're not just talking about one beer, Chris. They're bringing the whole dang lineup.
Let's start with the legend, Yuengling Traditional Lager. Smooth, rich, and it's a beer that's been around longer than the North Side-South Side rivalry.
Then there's the light lager, that famous Yuengling taste, but crisp and easy drinking. You've got Golden Pilsner for that clean, refreshing finish. If you want a little extra flavor, the Black black and tan is a perfect mix of dark and light beer, just like us, Chris. And if you want to shed some pounds, try some Flight. It is Speedo season.
So next time when you're at the bar grabbing a six-pack, don't just go with the usual. Try a Yingling. You've waited long enough.
Chicago, the wait is finally over. This is officially Yingling country.
DG Yingling and Son, Pottsville, PA.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, Chicago's medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Weekend appointments available. Call now. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Stop the bash, Darren. Goldie is not dinner.
Right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in Central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
Hey, it's Captain Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck. I'm here to help. My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal. I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Cap and J Hood Show, weekday morning, 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan, we are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Morning, fellas.
Morning.
If this crazy stock market has you looking for a different way to secure your retirement, check out MitchLyonsWealth.com. Mitch is the featured expert in a documentary called The Retirement Deception that reveals strategies to protect, grow, and win retirement. He wants you to have a copy at no cost. For your free copy, go to MitchLyonsWealth.com.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Thanks to Courtney and Jesse for joining us today. Courtney Cronin, Jesse Rogers. Thanks to Bleck and Dalla. Thanks for listening and calling into today's show. We will wrap the week tomorrow. It's time for Crosstalk with Waddle and Silvy as they are going to get you home. And it's brought to you, as always, by the Verdoliak Law Group, fighting insurance companies for over 60 years. Back in studio today. What
Over
up,
$9
boys?
billion won, kid.
Nine?
Over $9
That's a
billion
lot.
won.
That's a
$9
lot.
billion?
It's a lot of winning.
They get 33% of that too, right?
I don't know what the numbers are, Tom.
Well, I think that's standard in the practice,
I
isn't
don't
it?
know.
In the Mel Owens case out there when we went against the NFL, it was 15 and 18%.
Really? You guys got a bargain there.
Yeah, I think we did.
Wait a second. 15 and 18. That's 33.
Or 18.
Oh, okay.
15 or 18.
That is a bargain.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, Jurk, I watched the Favre documentary last night on
What'd
Netflix.
you think?
Oh, yeah?
I liked
I haven't
it.
seen it.
You know, it's basically the Jen Sturger story.
Sure.
It's only an hour. It's very short.
Here's
but
a picture of my pee-pee.
do you know a fact from this?
Is that a song?
It is, yeah.
Do you know this? I don't think I knew this. Jen Sturger and Brett Favre they've never met in person.
Yes, I did know that.
You did?
Yes, I did.
Like, I didn't know that until watching the documentary.
Yes.
And all that fallout that Jen Sturger took for doing nothing wrong.
Nothing.
And she never even met him.
No.
It's crazy, some of this. And they get into the Mississippi
Do
stuff.
they?
Yeah.
And it's
The financing
Yeah, at
of,
the end,
of
yeah.
the gymnasium or the volleyball courts,
Yep.
that kind of thing.
so it's just a 1 hour.
It's a 1 hour
special?
Untold. It's in that Untold series. And, you know, they're very, depending on who's telling the story, this is not from the Favre side. This is from the other side. Your guy, Peter King's in it a lot, Jurk.
Peter King?
Peter King. Remember how much he used to
loves
love
craft
Favre?
beer.
Oh, yeah.
He loves craft beer.
He told the story when he first met Favre, and he did a story about him that he invited him out then, like on a Friday or Saturday night. And every time now he would go to Green Bay, when he was in Green Bay, Favre would have him roll with him and his teammates.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. That's getting awfully close, though, if you're a journalist.
That is.
Well,
It's
it's
a fine line to
access.
walk.
You've
That's the
gotta
way
be
it
able-
used to be, though,
Right.
back in the day, honestly.
But you got to be able to separate yourself. The
Yeah.
rider's the responsible for being able to separate yourself.
Yeah.
Love the access.
Yeah.
But the responsibility is incumbent upon him.
And if that rider
to
couldn't
maintain it.
prove that
Yeah.
he could protect some of the, whatever.
What'd they tell Lester Bangs in Almost Famous? Remember? He kept
Yeah.
trying to tell the kid,
Yeah.
they're not your friends.
Not your friends.
They're not your friends. They're not your friends.
Hanging out with him, you've got
Perfect
access,
example.
but
That's
not
right.
your friends. Yeah.
Remember that.
Good call on that one.
So you liked it?
Great movie.
You loved
I
it?
thought it was good. I don't know if it was like this outstanding thing I was looking forward to. I thought it was good.
Okay.
I'm interested to hear your take. But
I have not seen it.
You don't have Netflix, though, do you?
I do have Netflix.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Carmen, do you have Netflix?
I canceled my Netflix.
I lived with Favre for 4 years. What do I need somebody to spin yarns about him for? I know who Brett Favre is. I'm gonna
Brett
listen-
Favre?
Brett Favre. I'm going to listen to some guy tell me about him. What do I need him
I want to
telling
know
me
who
about
Brett
him?
Favre is.
We're going to get into
It's
this.
his alter ego.
Yeah?
Brett Favre.
Brett Favre.
I'll watch it when I fire
Farmer
up Netflix
and the
again in
Hunter.
December for the NFL Christmas games. I'll watch it then. I'll have to watch that.
Netflix really does have good programming.
Nothing. I watch zero on Netflix. That's why
I watched
zero.
Peaky Blinders again.
I like
But
that.
I mean, every movie I've seen.
I just watched the
Land of
Osama,
Bad. I've seen Section 6.
Osama
I've
bin
seen.
Laden.
Osama bin
doc-
Laden.
that-
Bin Laden
Is that good?
The documentary,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's good.
It was told from
Who
the
did it?
CIA's perspective.
Yes.
Who did
That
it?
does sound interesting.
Yeah, it's all the people who were involved while things
The
when the
intelligence
Pentagon
people.
were
Who
hitting
did
the
it?
Pentagon, people who were on the investigation.
Who did it?
Who did what?
Who's the producer? Who's the director?
I don't know
I
that,
wanna
but it was
know-
told.
Wait, is
I
this
wanna
about
know
how
who
they
did it.
caught him ultimately?
Everything.
Oh,
It goes
yeah?
back to the footage from 9/11 is
Yeah.
nuts.
It went through the
Was SEAL
it's-
Team
it's
6
from-
and
there?
before
How
9/11.
long is that one? Is that a
It's three
episodes?
episodes. It's good.
Now
It's
that
through the
does
eyes
sound
of
good.
the
I will
CIA
say.
and the intelligence.
Was
crew.
SEAL Team 6 there?
They were interviews with Robert
they-
O'Neill
I thought they
and
died.
a couple of the other.
Didn't they die in a helicopter crash?
Not in
I
that
don't
one.
know.
No, they died in a bunch of them died in one of the helicopter crashes, like in the movie about the operation that they
Black
made.
Hawk Down in
No,
Somalia?
that's
No,
not
not
Black
that
Hawk.
one.
Those were Army Rangers.
Okay.
The one Mark Wahlberg did, Lone Survivor.
That was the 4 of those guys.
They lost
Yeah.
a bunch in a helo crash though when they went to try to
gotcha.
rescue them in that operation.
That was a good movie.
That was a very
Saw
good
that
movie.
on Netflix too.
That was a
very
really
good.
good movie.
Yeah. Hey, maybe I'll fire it back up then just for that,
you
for the
were-
money.
you
Take
were
a look
really
at it.
something.
Take a look at it.
Yeah, the way you throw around money, and then
Well, you gotta save somewhere.
You draw the line on these $9.99 subscribe. Well, I mean, Netflix is
$20
$9
Sit
a month.
down, have a Wagyu 54-ouncer, a nice bottle of bourbon, and crank
choice-
up the Netflix.
Bourbon or Netflix?
Yeah, true.
You know?
Bourbon. What are you gonna? I don't watch anything on Netflix.
Bourbon
I
or
ask
the
my
Peacock.
kids. My kids
Bourbon.
watch
If you don't watch
zero
it
on
like,
Netflix.
then that's fine. Yeah.
Complete waste. I never go on there. Although that does sound interesting.
It's the first thing I usually go to when I'm looking for something to watch is see what's new on Netflix, and then I probably hit Apple second.
Yeah, some good
I like
stuff
Apple.
there.
Apple's good.
I just finished the Studio, last episode of the Studio,
I heard
season
that's
1.
pretty good.
It is. It's just, it's a satire, of course, but it's pretty good. It's funny. A little over the top, but it's funny.
Well, the NBA last night just.
It was unbelievable.
You guys,
What a game.
It's phenomenal.
Unbelievable.
What a game.
This
Playoff
close to just
basketball.
walking out,
Me
too,
too.
and being like, it's done.
Me too.
Come on.
It literally went through my mind. I was going to go upstairs to the bedroom, and I was in the family room with just the one TV. And it was when they were up 14 with 2-something left. And I had the remote in my hand, and because I had to do some stuff. And then I go, you know what? This is the same Pacers team that came back twice down 7. I think with like a minute and a half left or 30 seconds.
40 seconds.
Something like that. And I go, stick with it. And sure enough, there it went.
3 times in a 7-game span.
And then you think
this.
it's done when it's 9.
Yeah.
What was it, 9 with...
58 seconds left. 9.
It's crazy.
Right? It's 9. After the lap, it's 9.
let me ask-
I wrote it down.
It was 9.
14.
Carm's got it.
Hold on.
Let me
Let's
ask
make
you a
sure.
question about...
It was, when Brunson made the layup with 58 seconds left, they were up 9.
Yeah.
With 58 seconds left.
Listen, I would never talk anybody out of saying that this was a choke, and I'm not saying it wasn't, but how much, when you try to define what happened, how much of what Neesmith was able to do, like he made 5 threes,
In
and
a blink.
all of them were, create your shot threes or well-designed. I mean, there's still an element of the pace, that kid having to make those shots.
Yeah.
That I know it's still considered
It's a choke.
John.
It is. It's got to be.
I know,
right?
but it's like,
we never give credit to the team that comes back.
Yeah.
like that kid was dynamic.
Yes.
Like there aren't, and I know he was.
So how was Brady in the second half of the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
That I don't even remember. I mean,
Against
I know
Atlanta?
that.
Is that what you
Yeah,
mean?
like
Yeah.
the 20. So I have a poll
You've gotta
question
be
on
dynamic,
of of recent memory. What is the biggest choke you can remember? I gave 3 options. You tell me if I'm missing one. But these are the first 3 that came to mind. We'll take calls later on. When I say choke, what is the first sporting event you think of? The 3 that I gave were 28-3 Falcons. Last night's game, because it never happened before.
Never.
They were owing like 1,000 of 400 or something like that.
Something crazy.
And then the third was or NLCS 2003 Cubs.
Oh, that's a good one.
Now, how much of the Falcons ended up losing that game? Do you know the final score?
They were down 28-3, right?
Yeah.
I want to say they lost 34-31.
34-28.
34-28.
So the
They didn't score
Falcons
again.
didn't score a point in the
score
second half.
Yeah, oof.
So that to me would add to the choke portion of the story.
What about
Not only did they give up 31 points, they didn't score a point.
Holy cow.
It's always from the vantage point of who you root for, because remember the Illini game at Rosemont Horizon?
Of course.
It was a monumental choke by Arizona, up 15 with 3:45 left, but it was an epic comeback by the Illini.
Right.
Like Darren Williams had to make those shots. The Luther Head on some of those layups. D. Brown with the steals.
Ask Cleveland Guardians fans about the 2016 World Series.
Sure. Right.
Going back home.
3-1.
Right? Going back home with 2
Well, it was
to win 1.
3-1 going in to Game 5 with Lester on the mound.
yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, they had the
And that's the same with the Cubs, with the Marlins.
And then you had
where
a chance to win 1 game back at home, and you couldn't do it.
People forget the same thing happened in 03. People always think it's, hey, we have Pryor and Wood in 6 and 7. Remember, they were up 3-1.
That's a good
Josh
point.
Beckett stuck it up there, you know what, in Game 5.
Yes, indeed.
Josh Beckett.
He was so
yeah.
good.
Remember how good he was in those games?
And then they lost the 2 home games, including the one where they led 3-0 in the 8th.
It's a great point. Last night was about as
like
epic
maybe
as it gets.
86 Red Sox.
Yeah, it's a good one, obviously. The way they blew that. I mean, that was so much more than just Buckner, too. Like, he had to wear it.
Yeah.
But just the way that entire inning kind of fell apart on them because they had a good lead.
That was as enjoyable and as exciting of a sporting event as.
That's why we live for it.
Yeah. It was
Tibbs is really going to have to wear this if they don't win the series.
You never know when you're going to get it, too.
Yep.
You don't know.
This team, to do what they've done, not once, but 3 times, is just.
In 7 games.
It's insane.
In a 7-game span.
It's insane.
Are they Team of Destiny, TOD, as Jurko said, or are they
TOD?
they're going to run out of it at some point here?
By the way, that was
you can't
Harry's
keep being
original.
down
TOD was
You have to have TWTW to be TOD.
That's right. The will to win.
100% right. And
You got that.
And TWTS.
Right now, somewhere, Hawk has stood up in a chair and says, "You damn right."
TW.
And by the way, the reason why I would say yes, if I did say yes, is not just from a general term that they were able to come back. That shot that Halliburton took at the end, the fact that hit the iron, went straight up,
heel,
and straight down.
I mean, when does it ever hit the heel? Like, the rim is one thing. Like, remember Kawhi? When Kawhi on the baseline, it hit the rim.
But like 4 times, didn't it? Didn't it ping pong around a little bit?
I don't even remember. I thought it just hit and went up and in, Sylvie. Like, when does it hit the heel and go in?
Yeah. I didn't think when... that's the point where I'll buy the TOD.
Like, it doesn't ever, it's never heavy off the heel of the rim and then it goes in, right? I mean, like,
when that ball hit the rim, I was like, well, Knicks are up 1-0, and then it went way in the air and went down. It was crazy.
Incredible.
Crazy.
And we're going nuts, and we're not Pacers fans and Knicks fans.
I thought you guys
get so into it.
I thought you guys had a great conversation, too, about how the game has changed now, and it's not just about superstars on teams. You know, like Jalen Brunson's a superstar. I get it. But, like, it's not like I think you guys talked about, you know, when you're pairing guys up.
The pairing, yeah. Now it's like, it seems like it's almost kind of getting back to, although the Knicks haven't done this. They've acquired those guys via trade.
They have.
Or free agency. But OKC or Indiana, those are teams built up around their core of guys that they've drafted and developed. Celtics, you know, they added Holiday, they added Porzingis. I would say Minnesota's a good example of it because Ant, Gobert, McDaniels, right? Like, those are all their guys, right?
But you still have to have a star. Like, they have to, like, whether we're seeing what with Indy currently of their best player turning into a superstar.
You got to have a star.
Or we saw Jimmy Butler with Miami that didn't have a lot. Jimmy played like a star in those postseasons.
He did, and he got them to a couple of finals.
And look, you have SGA now for OKC, so it's still the MVP.
Yeah.
So you still have a star. You have to have a true star.
You do.
At least one.
At least. You still do. You're not going to win in this league without
Right, but it's not like the matching of 2 and 3 stars the way it was, like you said, with
like Durant going to
like AAU teams.
Yeah. AAU teams or
and I don't know, maybe this is just a blip
and
it's just, you know, an ebb and flow, but I'm not going to lie, kind of like you win it however you're going to win it. This to me is a little more enjoyable to watch. I'm not going to lie.
Is the no dynasty thing better for the league?
I'm not going to rail against that. I don't know, but like I like watching Indiana play.
It depends who the dynasty is, right?
I guess.
Because with the Warriors, it was awesome.
How did you not like it? I very much like this Indiana team.
Yeah.
I do like watching them play.
I like watching the Knicks play.
Yeah.
I mean, it can get a little, you know, wonky at times.
I like how physical last night was, too, and they kind of let him go.
Anunoby is a good player, like is you know, plays hard.
I mean, Brunson's awesome. He's so much fun to watch.
What did he have, 43?
43. I mean, not only did Brunson have 43.
And he sat out a bunch, too, because he was in foul trouble.
And they went on like a 14-0 run.
That's the only time you're going to sit for Tibbs.
Yeah.
That's
He played, 7 guys?
I think that's right.
Do you see the one time they brought the kid out? It took him 30 seconds to get all of his gear off because he didn't want Brunson on the court. He didn't want one of their other guys, and maybe it was Hart because they had foul trouble. And it was the end of the third quarter, and there was like 5 seconds left. It was going to be one possession. And the kid took 30 seconds to get all his stuff off at the score table.
He did play 8 because Cam Payne played 9 minutes, so it was 8.
When there was one kid that played 30-some seconds. I forget what his name
Darrell Wright, was it?
DeLon Wright. DeLon Wright.
Darrell Wright's a different player, isn't he?
Darrell Wright.
Wasn't he like a player from like the early 2000s or late 90s?
Maybe.
Let me look.
Yeah, DeLon Wright played just the 30 seconds you're talking about.
Yeah. Fun game.
It was so much fun, and I love watching Indy play. I do, and it's weird because, like, I don't know what level of superstar is Tyrese Halliburton. I mean, is he a top? He's not a top 10 player, right? No way.
No, I don't think so. But it's hard to argue.
But he's still an Olympian. Like, so what is he? Top 15? Top 18? Like,
yeah.
I mean, he leads them to the NBA Finals.
He's very clutch.
He is. He's not afraid to take these shots, and he keeps making them.
How about he drove the lane and may have had and then backed it out to shoot it for a 3?
I mean, they were that close to, like, Bridges was that close to turning that ball over.
But he had it look like an opportunity to get to close to the basket to tie it up, but he decided to back it back out and try to win it.
I said to these guys, "What if they lose it in overtime after he gave the choke sign?"
Would you guys talking about it?
He would have been ripped.
Sylvia, I told Carmen that.
Well, boy, I
As
thought
a
the
man,
same thing.
yeah,
Like,
that
he
would
better
have
win
been
now.
That would have been the
premature choke job right there.
Like, he better win this game now.
He knew he had planned that at some. He even said it. I think he had that in his back pocket. And he was waiting for the time. Yeah. And they just did it. Like, I just saw something going on about Spike Lee. Remember, I think they just did a feature on that between Reggie and Spike Lee, and how Spike Lee got blamed for Reggie Miller going off because he motivated him.
Don't poke the bear.
Right.
Yeah. Spike was harassing him.
Don't poke the bear. What do you guys think of the new Hawks coach?
Yeah,
no clue.
Look, I don't know if he had the horses in Detroit.
No.
This is a guy whose star at one time was rising.
That's true.
But I don't know if they supported him well in Detroit. And look, you go back under John Cooper, who, let's face it, is one of the
great Ohio State coach back in the day.
Great X and O's guy. He's won cups. He's lost cups, and he's known how to bounce back from adversity. He's won some, he's lost some. Yeah. And now maybe a second chance.
I said that.
I'm impressed you knew that he was on John Cooper's
15 years ago, if someone would have said to you that the Blackhawks are going to name a new coach and Carmen, the good kid, over the course of their entire show, are not going to mention it until crosstalk. Two guys who follow hockey close, not as close as Sylvia and I.
No,
but follow hockey closely, and you wouldn't even talk about the hiring of a new coach. It's not a shot at you guys. It is directly related to them being
since their
irrelevant.
issue and since they turned everything over, they have climbed into a hole and they have stayed there, and that's where they're comfortable and where they want to be right now.
Yeah.
Until maybe they get better, and then all of a sudden they want to come out and see the sunshine and see the world. That's fine.
Yeah.
But that's what they've done.
Let me ask you this
They
question.
have disappeared.
Of the three figureheads inside the Blackhawks organization, okay, so you have the owner, Danny. You have, what's her name, the team president?
Jamie Faulkner.
And then you have the general manager.
Do you know
Luke
his name?
Richardson.
It's not Luke Richardson.
He was the head coach.
Yes.
He was.
Can you name the general manager?
This is the guy that nobody knew in Nashville when they were there for the draft.
I know him,
and
too.
He was answering
His initials are
questions about stuff.
KD, not Kevin Durant.
Davidson.
Kyle Davidson.
Kyle Davidson.
Yeah.
Kevin
What
Delaney.
you shame on you for bringing that.
Can't a man have a mental block?
We didn't have one.
I
We
had
just
plenty today.
Power rank those three on who you believe in most.
No.
Because they're all new. Like, it was under Rocky, it was under McDonough, and it was under, Bowman and Talon.
I'd say Davidson.
Those are 0, 0, 0s.
Oh,
next
I
to
was
them.
wondering if you were going to check them.
No, I can't number them 1, 2, 3. 0, 0, 0. I don't know. I don't have any faith in any of them.
That's our big topic today on the Waddle and Silvy Hockey Podcast.
No,
We do a hockey podcast.
No, it's not.
Grab it wherever you get your favorite podcast. We dissect today
It's called Spit and Chuckles.
Yes, right.
That's what it's called.
It's who we
Spit
have the
and
most
Chuckles.
faith in, whether it is Kyle Davidson, Jamie Faulkner, or Danny Wirtz.
You know the Chuckles candy, the big ones?
Yeah,
Spit and Chuckles.
It's called
Not Spit and Chicklets.
You're so full of it. You know that. Yeah.
And then your guys' debate was a good one today.
I don't know what it was a debate about. I mean, it's,
I love
like blasting a guy for writing a book.
Much to do about nothing. No, the point is, it's not a story just because the guy's writing a book. I'm sorry.
You sound like my Twitter mentions right now.
No. I still don't believe it. I don't care.
Just to give you a little Wickersham, by the way, this Wickersham who you didn't never heard of.
Yeah,
Wickersham was the one who broke the story about Jeff Lurie in the owners' meeting, talking about
nocturnal emissions.
Yeah, did you hear that quote?
I don't think I heard that.
He was in the meeting arguing with the owners about the tush push and why it should stay and how they have this special
You really
play.
didn't see this quote?
No.
Oh,
come on! I'll
How did
get
I
it
not
for
see
you.
it?
It's about can we say it right?
If you want to call it a wet dream, call it a wet dream.
I think you could say wet dream.
I mean, he said
I called
it's
it a
like
nocturnal emission.
He goes, when you have an original play like that is uniquely yours, it is like a teenager having a wet dream.
But Jeffrey Lurie said that
Yes,
to the owners?
Inside the owners.
Who broke that story?
Seth
where it was
Wickersham.
just only owners and nobody else in there.
Seth Wickersham?
Yeah.
What do you think George McCaskey said when he heard Jeffrey Lurie say wet
Heavens
dream?
to Betsy.
Heavens to Betsy. How dare you, Jeffrey? What's a wet dream? I mean, can you imagine, like, George in that room where...
He looked at Kevin Warren and goes, what did he say?
By the way, he was admonished by Troy Vincent.
Was he?
Oh, yeah. He said to him, listen,
can't say
inappropriate
that.
considering, we have an audience here with women in here as well.
Yeah, that is probably an inappropriate thing to say in mixed company, as we say, Tommy. What is Jeffrey Lurie thinking?
I don't know. Well, I think that when you win a Super Bowl, you're empowered to say pretty much whatever you want.
That's a funny line.
Hey, I'll take an owner with his success rate.
Yeah, I know. It's a funny line. All right, what else? What's coming
so
up
we
on
have
the show,
Barstool Big
boys?
Cat today.
Yes.
We have Courtney Cronin after her last episode. I know you guys talked to her too, and she'll give you her opinion on everything. We want to ask the question. This is a Jesse Rogers. I'm not doing the bet. I am just, as Jesse Rogers would say.
Have you seen enough?
Have you seen enough from Ben Johnson to know that the Bears are in better standing and in better hands, or must you see him coach games? Like, where are you on that? Because there are a lot of people.
Yeah.
Move on.
It's
move
early.
on.
It's early.
It's early, yes.
Coach game.
Johnny, you would have enjoyed practice yesterday. 2 hours. It looked like a football practice.
Look like they're doing some work.
Finally.
Some instruction.
And I think it's going to be even more tasty in training camp.
Let's hope so, Tommy. I'm going to go on a heavy day, and I hope
2 hours
not to see what I saw 2 years ago.
2 hours, no jacking around, quick pace, and they were going full speed.
Love it.
First time I've seen that in a long time.
Love to see it.
Jack with you all day.
You know what it did? It looked like it's supposed to look.
That's right.
No, I was
not
awake.
like some new modern
I was
football.
awake.
Maybe last
had
night
I
you were
nodded
dreaming
off,
about it.
No, had I nodded off at practice, but I wouldn't have told anyone because it would have been messy. We were all huddled together in the Payton Center. That's not the place to have one of those.
Taking it
Carmen.
too far.
All right, so
I am.
Tom.
Too disruptive.
So we'll get into that, and then call us about when I mention sports chokes. What is the number one game or series that comes up in your mind?
It's a good question.
312-332-3776. And was last night the worst choke you've seen?
Can it be an individual sport?
Yeah, of course.
Sure,
Jean Van de Velde.
There you go. That's a good one. British Open.
British Open.
All right, Waddle and Silvy are next. See you tomorrow.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Bears Weekly. Host Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer take you inside with the latest on your team. The latest news and the best interviews. Bears Weekly, tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
We're all shaped by those who came before us, including Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So at 15, my mom became an investor. She created the marketing for the largest, I'll just say, telecom company in the world, and they disposed of her. But they kept her marketing, though. Gave her the buyout in 1991. And then I watched her when I was 15 start buying real estate. She opened a print shop and decided that, hey, I wanted to create increase. But within 6 months of her doing real estate, she had made $200,000 buying property, fixing property, renovate. After she fixed it, she refinanced it and pulled cash out and her initial investment. And I looked up and she owned the whole community.
Put some real life experience to work for you. Visit BrandonMrFinance.com.
She made me go in there and do work, so I had to learn how to do drywall and floors and masking mud and tape and paint, but it gave me several skill sets today. So I recognize, how things should be done when it comes to real estate.
BrandonMrFinance.com. Make an appointment today.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? Well, that's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online, fellas. No awkward doctor visits. No waiting in pharmacy lines. No announcements. Mr. Jurkovic, your PP pills are waiting for you. And it ships right to your door in a discreet package. Their licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and the strength for your prescription. All made right here in the U.S. of A. Because Blue Chew ships direct, it's also cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, you're a South Sider, or you're just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. And here's the winning play. Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com. We can hear you. Use promo code ESPN and pay only $5 for shipping. So when it's your moment to deliver, chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
White Sox fans, we want to reward you with incredible experiences all season long. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for a chance to attend Chicago's hottest summer events. This month's winner will receive 2 tickets to Lollapalooza and Riot Fest, plus 2 Field Pass tickets to the Flow Rida post-game concert presented by Coca-Cola on June 27th at Rate Field. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Good mornings make for better days.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This Memorial Day, turn up the heat with the Home Depot. Find the perfect grill and patio set to keep the cookouts coming all season long. Grill up a feast with the Next Grill 4-burner gas grill, only $229. And complete your space with the stylish Glen Ridge Falls 7-piece dining set, now on special buy for just $499 with free delivery. Take your Memorial Day cookout to the next level all summer long with the Home Depot. See homedepot.com/delivery for more details.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
Bring gas.
It's locked, cocked, ready to rock.
I want to talk about the Bears, baby.
Free Brunson. New York is 11 of 29 shooting threes, about 38%. Halliburton, his three is good. Halliburton with 27 the other way with a screen from Shepherd. He'll roll and he'll find the defensive hole. Neesmith three, good, got it. That makes it an 8-point game with 2 minutes to go. Neesmith three, good, another one from outside. Under a minute to go. Neesmith again, three, got it! He's a flamethrower! Neesmith, it's a three. It's a 2-point game! Oh my It's goodness. A 2-point game with 22 seconds to go. 2-point game. Indiana with it. Halliburton. He'll take it. He'll backpedal a three for the win. And he got it!
They got to make sure he got all the way behind the line.
That's right.
He certainly got it off in plenty of time.
Oh, I think that's a 2. That is a 2. You're right. I think that's going to be a 2. That only ties the game. That ties the game.
We're going to be going to overtime.
We sure are. It's a 1-point New York lead. Approaching a minute to play in overtime. Halliburton fakes. This is a 3. Oh, and slammed in by Toppin. 1-point Indiana lead. And the game is over, and Indiana has won, coming back and captured game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals.
That place got quiet in a hurry. I was joking on Twitter last night that the silence was deafening, and it reminded me of 1993 after the Smith blocked again game that the Bulls went in there and they won in the Eastern Conference Finals, and it was a stunner. I was this close to turning that game off, and the highlights courtesy of TNT, Kevin Harlan on the call there, Stan Van Gundy and Reggie Miller alongside, and Reggie Miller, of course, You go back to that choke game. We were just talking about it with Spike Lee in the 90s as well. The Knicks have a few of those games in their history. And I was rooting for the Knicks. I know some of my friends have asked me, Silvy, how can you root for the Knicks? They were the Bulls' rival. And to me, like, these rivalries haven't, except maybe Indiana and New York, because they're good again, these rivalries haven't stood the test of time. I don't remember, I think it was Derrick Rose against Carmelo Anthony the last time the Bulls and Knicks had like a competitive game or year.
All I know is the Knicks are led by a local kid.
Yeah, and I like Tibbs.
And coached by, a guy that we like.
I still think Tibbs has faults. I would certainly take him. I never wanted him to leave. I wanted him to get better. And Jalen Brunson's a great story. And I like they're in a drought. And a lot of people love to hate New York fans and everything like that. It's been 50 years or whatever it is for them since they've won a championship. So
is it how many years since they've been in the Eastern Conference Finals? Like, this is the first time they've been in the conference finals.
The 90s?
I think it's 25 years or more, isn't it?
So last time was 2000 against the Pacers.
Yeah,
too.
Like their drought is longer than ours here in Chicago.
About going to an Eastern Conference Finals. Yes, the Bulls were last in the Eastern Conference Finals in 2011, right?
Well, somewhere there.
The Bulls have been to one Eastern Conference Finals since the dynasty.
Yes.
So one thing that we wanted to ask, if you want to talk about the game, or one thing that we were just talking about in Crosstalk, and it's brought to you by, let's talk about it. Let's talk about this, and let's talk about is about getting involved with you guys. And we want you to talk about it, and it's brought to you by BetterHelp, because mental health is health. There's something I always say, guys, when the mind is right, the body follows. It helps with your physical health. This is not taboo. Make sure you go check out BetterHelp.com/timeout today for 10% off your first month of therapy. Thousands of therapists. They've treated so many people. I talk to somebody every other week. I think it's very, very important. And at least check them out online. It's Mental Health Awareness Month as well. BetterHelp.com/timeout today for 10% off. So when I ask you guys, what is number one choke? When I say, tell me what sticks out first when I say sports choke. Which game or series is it?
I honestly go back to Jean Van de Velde at the British Open, and I know that a lot of people probably don't know what the hell I'm talking about, but watching him collapse, and there's no one there to help him because golf is obviously an individual sport. On a team front, don't forget as well, as I'm being reminded, not only, did the Falcons blow a 28-3 lead where they did not score a point in the second half of that game, I don't believe. The Bills and Oilers game. Oilers were up 35-3 in that game.
I brought that up in the in the pre-show fist fight.
Yeah.
That was a
playoff game.
Yeah, it was at the half, and their backup quarterback, wasn't it?
It was Reich, right?
Yeah,
wasn't
Frank Reich was the quarterback in that game for the Bills. It was not Jim Kelly.
No. So that's one of them. Like that was crazy.
28-3 though, I think and it's leading the way. I gave 3. Am I missing any? And like you say, Van de Velde, that's a great one. The 3 that I gave were 28-3, Falcons trailing. As you mentioned, they did not score in the second half.
Not only did they give up? Did it end up being 35? They lost 35-28. I think is
in
what
overtime.
I said. Yes. It was 34-28. They didn't score a point. Not only did they collapse defensively, they didn't score a point after they had gotten to 28-3. So
then I put 20-03 Cubs, and then Knicks last night, because while it's not a championship game, it was game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals, and like the stats show, it was one of the biggest chokes in the history of sports. Like there was one stat about some lead that they had that had never been done before. I also read this one. NBA teams were 0-970 when down by 14 or more points in the final 250 of regulation in the playoffs over the last 27 postseasons. So so basically for this century,
it had never been done.
It almost 1,000 chances for that to happen. And they were in 970. And the Knicks know a thing or two about coming back because this is something they did against the Celtics.
99.8% win percentage at one point. And this is where, like, look, I get it, and there is obviously the choke factor there. But I think when you say that, you do diminish some of the performances that allow these teams to come back and win these games in an unbelievable fashion. Aaron Nesmith made 6 3-pointers and scored 20 points in the final 5 minutes of that game. Like, when this story is told at the end of the year, it can't be just how the Knicks collapsed. It's got to be that, did you see what Nesmith did?
I think that happens in like we talked about in crosstalk. I think any choke job is always ripe with great effort from the comeback team. Like Brady had to play great, and there had to be things that they did great. Just like I said, and it all depends, too, on who you root for, who your rooting interest is. Was that an epic comeback? I mean, Halliburton was outstanding. Nesmith, like you said, that team never quits. Rick Carlisle's a great coach. He's won a championship before. And I think all of them can be viewed that way. So 312-332-3776. Let's talk about it. I say choke. What comes to your mind first? Let's go to Luke in Plainfield. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Luke?
Hey, guys. How you doing? First off, I did watch that Bills-Oilers game live, I remember.
Me too.
And that was one of the craziest things I've ever seen. I just threw it on and went, I'll see how bad they beat them. And it was but my biggest choke job is 1 out, top of the 8th. Luis Castillo hits a foul ball and the Cubs collapse in the 0-3 playoffs.
Yeah, that's why I put it up there. I wasn't at that game. I always tell the story about me watching it with my friends. And I think just like the Buckner play also a Game 6, this was in the World Series against the Mets, that what people forget is the layers. It wasn't just, first of all, you shouldn't blame Bartman, but it wasn't just Game 6. The Cubs had a 3-1 lead, a chance to finish it out in Florida. Josh Beckett totally shut them down. They lose Game 5. Now they have a 3-0 lead in Game 6. Okay, the Bartman play happens. Now all of a sudden, your shortstop botches a double play ball. And then nobody, Dusty doesn't go to the mound. Mark Pryor unravels. And then also what people forget is the Cubs had a lead in Game 7 against the Marlins. I was at that game. Kerry Wood homers to, I believe, tie the game. And then Moises Alou homered and gave them the lead in Game 7. And they ended up losing. So it was on 3 different games and multiple plays on how everyone always says, the Bartman game. But if you look at all the different ways that they choked, it's got to be up there.
How about more recently in the NCAA tournament with Duke losing to Houston? They had a 14-point lead in the final 8 minutes. There was different places in that game where they had a lead that you thought was insurmountable. And then you factor in, speaking of the choking portion of it, Duke made 1 field goal in the final 10 minutes and 30 seconds.
And I was
so
rooting,
it wasn't
I know.
just that Houston was doing what they needed to do. That's where Duke just shut it down offensively.
Shut it down, yeah. The missed free throws, remember, by Proctor, one of your better players who's been there and done that. Joe is in Barrington. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Joe?
Yeah, I was living in Southern California at the time. 2000 Western Conference Finals. Portland blew 2 20-point second-half leads at home and 15-point lead in the fourth quarter about 7 minutes ago in Game 7.
Was this the Scottie Pippen Blazers against Shaq and Kobe?
Yes.
I was watching, and I think I went to Game 7. Remember ESPN The Zone?
7-2 or 4-1 on Portland, $500 for the series. So, yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean it was a huge choke job. I was a huge person rooting against the Lakers back in the day, and I'm rooting for Scotty, obviously, and it sucked. Joe, good one. That's a good one. Thanks.
Joe had money tied to it.
Of course. That's usually how you remember these things more, whether it's your team or you had money on it. Hank and Gurney, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Hank?
What up, man? I'm a Knicks fan. Dude, I could have told you they're gonna lose in 5. I thought they were gonna lose. I thought they were gonna get swept by the Celtics. That's what the Knicks do. They need to get rid of Thibodeau and bring in Ewing as the coach.
Who?
And if you want to,
Patrick Ewing?
33, dog.
After his Georgetown experience, you want him to coach your team?
Hell yeah.
Oh,
The
good luck
GOAT,
to you.
man. Yeah, I want better than Thibodeau, man. These guys ran out of gas already, dude. It's like you look at his hairline, man. His hairline ran out of gas. The team's running out of gas. They're all done, bro.
His hairline has been out of gas for a long time.
He's now compensating with the beard for the hair. The beard is getting bushier.
I feel like bald guys do that all the time.
Your
and
eyes go to the beard, not to the top of the head.
That's why he's got to shave it. Shave it and grow a nice stubble.
I don't know that I agree with that. I'm not so sure that bald is his best look.
Now, we all say that, but that was when we've already accepted these people as bald. Like Urlacher was a good bald guy, but we knew him as
find
bald.
us a simulation
Can we do an AI generated? I need stubble for Tibbs. Don't give me the clean shaven face and a bald. That's the Kojak look. That's no good. It's an old reference too.
I saw you right there. Yeah, the Tootsie
Do you know
Pop.
who Kojak is?
No idea. Never heard of that before.
Who loves you, baby? That was the line in the show. Who loves you, baby?
I've got a choke here, and it's funny. I just pulled up the box score, and the video is of Waddle giving analysis of this play. It is
Is it Michigan in Northwestern?
It is Blair Walsh missing the 27-yard field goal in the playoffs against the Seahawks. And the video that's showing in the box score, it's a video of Waddle, and it goes, their kicker didn't do their job on a 27-yard field goal, missed it.
Was this when I was doing friends and family work at ESPN too?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, where we were actually, me and Doug Kazarian used to do a lot of the recaps of the early games while you guys were all watching the afternoon games and no one was watching us. We were doing a show for Friends and Family. That's why Doug and I called it the Friends and Family Sports Center. Just some great times.
That is a power tag team right there.
No question.
By the way, your guy Randy Scott I was on with last week.
Were you really?
Oh, and because he was filling in for Joe.
Did you say happy birthday? Because he just had a birthday.
Well, his birthday was yesterday, I want to say.
He's coming to town in August.
Yes,
he wants
that's what
to go
he
to
said.
dinner.
And we were like, it was a love fest for you.
Oh, Randy's one of my good friends.
And he is one of the nicest guys
He's a Northwestern grad, too.
And he's my favorite Sports Center host.
Very funny guy.
Yeah. Tom wanted to branch off on this topic. Tom, on the north side, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Tom?
Hey, what's up, Silvy? How you doing today?
We're good.
Waddle, I love you, and I love you too, Silvy, but Waddle played for the Bears. It's different.
Of course.
But,
it's a different kind of love.
Did you hear that, Jack?
So I wanted to mention, we were talking about choking. I saw a 30 for 30 that was about the Pacers-Knicks rivalry when Michael Jordan wasn't in the NBA. And so who do you think is the best player that was robbed of a championship because Michael Jordan was just so good? And I think Reggie Miller's right up there.
Yeah, for sure. I
And
mean,
then also-
Barkley, Ewing.
Moses Malone.
Carl
Malone.
Yeah, John Stockton.
Well, I mean, obviously the East, you've got the East that you had to get through them, and then the West was like the rest of the best. But, I mean, you've got the Cavaliers, you got the Pacers, you got the Knicks.
Those were good teams, too. Like, anyone who thinks that the 90s weren't, like, I've always argued that Cleveland team that the Bulls beat would beat the LeBron Cleveland team. Now, that's a hot take, but that team with Mark Price and Brad Daugherty and Hot Rod Williams and Elo and Larry Nance, and then they had Ron Harper on it, too. It was a really good team. They won 60 games almost every year.
But even 94 Pacers, they had Rick Smits, they had Antonio Davis, Dale Davis, Reggie Miller.
Was Detlef still on the team? Detlef Shrimp?
Did they win in 7 in that series to
the Bulls
advance?
in 98, yeah.
Right, that was their last year, right?
Yes.
The
I'm
Pistons
talking
took them
about
to
the
7.
Pacers 94, 95 when Michael wasn't playing. Or he wasn't playing 94, he came back 95, but it was late. The Pacers, Rick Smits, Antonio Davis, Dale Davis, Reggie Miller, and gosh, I can't remember the man's full name, but Hardwood, the point guard. He was a tough baller. Like, there's no denying, I think, that the 90s is the best era of the NBA, obviously, because I saw it as a child growing up. But, I mean, they were some tough teams, and you had to get through the East to win. And I mean, if there was one player, I think Reggie Miller would have been the best player that deserves a championship that didn't get it because of Michael Jordan. And that can be debated forever.
Tom, thank you. Appreciate it. There's Tom. Let me go to Herman in North Aurora. Herman's got a good one, like your Vandeveld, and I think this is the comp. Herman, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up?
Oh, thank you for getting me on here. Just if you're a golf fan and you watch the Masters, which takes all afternoon, Greg Norman in '96 was like water torture. So I'll leave you with that.
Yeah.
Can you add details to that?
I'm trying to remember it. I don't remember what the lead was.
It was 6 shots.
Was it 6? I think
6 shots to start the day or on the back 9. Where was it?
It was entering the final round.
Yeah.
6 shots in golf, especially if you're Greg Norman, too.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
I think the Masters has been the site of a couple of collapses.
You could say, well, the U.S. Open last year, too, with Rory.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Rory almost choked this year,
Yeah,
didn't
he almost choked this year, too.
And then he came back to win it. All right, so let's continue to talk about it. 312-332-3776 if you want to bring this up. Patrick on the south side, don't go anywhere because he's got one that no one has brought up, and I'm shocked by it. So we'll get to all these calls coming up. Then we'll talk some Bears. We've got Barstool Big Cat coming up at 4 o'clock. Courtney Cronin at 5. We want to talk to you at 312-332-3776.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
We're all better with help. Hey, guys, it's Silvy. Take it from me. I use therapy all the time. But too often, people stay silent to avoid being judged. For over 10 years, BetterHelp has been finding the right therapist for people just like you and me. Visit BetterHelp.com/timeout and get 10% off your first month of therapy. That's BetterHelp.com/timeout. And let's get the help today.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle here, and I drive a Hawk. The Memorial Day sale is on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or no payments for 90 days. That's no interest for 6 years or no payments till August. Get your Memorial Day savings at hawkauto.com. $13.89 per month per thousand finance on select models with approved credit.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
If your hair could talk, it would probably say, "Thanks for going to Great Clips for a haircut." The skilled stylists at Great Clips salons do millions of haircuts a year. But with Clip Notes, they save every detail of your hair, including the secret to taming that cowlick. Oh, and if your wallet could talk, it'd say the price looks pretty great too. Isn't it nice when everyone's happy? For the haircut you love for less, take it from your hair. Take yourself to Great Clips. Download the app today.
If you're the unwitting victim in a calamitous mishap, anticipate compensatory damages, subrogation relief, or tort claims under...
Guys, what are they even saying?
Coast Ivoni ads don't sound like that.
Lawyers like that are exactly why people call us. No legal mumbo-jumbo, just real talk.
We're from Chicago. We talk like you, we fight for you, and we have real conversations so we can help you.
They get where you come from, they get what you need, and they get you. Coast Ivoni, your local personal injury lawyers, because they are Chicago. 708-4 million.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in Central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Guys, let me tell you about Four Seasons Heating, Cooling, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. They are expanding into Hobart, Indiana. Great news for Northwest Indiana. Your team's integrity, professionalism, and care will truly benefit the region. And we wish you guys at Four Seasons success as you bring us success with all the great work you do. Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. Congrats.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. You're listening to Waddle and Silvy. Watch us and join the chat. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app.
Anunoby has one more foul shot.
Try to compose yourself when the Pacers hit this game winner.
All right. He made the second. It's a 2-point game. Bring it the length, fellas, and hit a 3. 2-point game, 6 seconds to go. Halliburton driving. He's in the lane. He nearly lost it. He backs up and unloads a 3. Oh! That did not happen! It hit the back of the rim. It popped high into the air, and it dropped gently through the net. The scoreboard shows 125-125. It's called a 2-point shot.
Mark Boyle on the Pacers radio network, 107.5, The Fan. Is that his catchphrase? As it dropped gently through the net, or did he just say it that way because the moment dictated it?
I think it was well described. I don't know if that's how it always happens.
Like he kind of emphasized it like it's a catchphrase. That's why I was wondering if you guys had ever heard.
Jack, you probably study the radio calls of local NBA
what do you got, Jack?
It was a great description, so I'm not sure, though. Not listening to a lot of Indiana Pacers radio broadcasts recently.
Really?
No.
You could probably, get it. We're not that far away. All right.
Yeah, or on your phone.
You're not the diehard sports fan that I thought you were.
Oh, really? You thought he would be listening to the Pacers radio network?
Yes, he's a young, budding broadcaster. Yes.
Studying the craft?
It's like watching film. He's got nobody to watch film with.
That's not our fault,
Nobody's teaching him
That's not our
how
fault.
to watch film or listen to tape.
He's not under our umbrella yet.
All I know is as soon as this show is over, I get in my car and I go home. I'm guilty.
Yeah, that's right.
I am not sitting
like
down and listening to tape with Jack. My bad.
312-332-3776. In the wake of last night's game, when I mentioned choke, what is the game or series you come up with? And it took us this long to figure this out. Patrick could be a winner here. Patrick on the south side, what's up?
Yeah, what's going on, guys? So I do actually have my initial call, but then I have a bonus futures if you don't mind.
Oh, nice. I like the bonus call.
So my initial call is sticking with the New York team, 04 New York Yankees, ALCS. Only time in MLB history a team allowed another team, the Boston Red Sox, to come back and win that series. I think that's got to be way up on the list there.
No doubt.
And then sticking with the bonus here, futures bet, choke. would be the Cubs signing a top 10 player in MLB history to a contract extension because it's so damn cheap. So I'll hang up and listen.
All right. That's
So
what kind of odds are you going to get? Well, he's saying that the odds of the Cubs not signing a top 10 hitter, my assumption was he was talking about Tucker. Yeah.
Yeah, because he said all
so damn
time.
cheap.
That's what threw me off.
Yeah, I don't think that Kyle Tucker's a top 10 all-time free agent.
What is what do you think the odds would be on that?
That the Cubs would re-sign him?
Yeah, are the Cubs going to re-sign Kyle Tucker? Is that available, and if it's not, what would the odds be?
I'm going to go 46.3% chance.
Okay.
Less than 50% chance.
So then, that's a plus 120? Is that something what that would be, plus 125?
What kind of percentage would you put on that, Jack?
Or at least what would you set the odds for, in the sports book, to gamble on? The Cubs will sign Kyle Tucker, yes or no, and the odds are what?
Give it plus 150. It's close to even, right? They have him under contract right now, and they're the only team that can negotiate with him right now. You would think it's closer to 50-50 than 2-1.
If it's close to even, you ain't getting plus 150.
I don't think it's as close to even as you think. That's like
either.
Tucker signing with the field or with the Cubs. And so I think
I would take the field just based on history.
And even Shohei going to the Dodgers was I want to say it was 150 or 2-1.
Yeah, it's definitely plus money in my book. 312-332-3776. And then someone tweeted us, where is the Hail Mary on the Chicago sports all-timer? Or that game in general, because like I said with the Cubs, and this is a regular season game, but like I said with the Cubs, many things happened before the Hail Mary that could have been prevented from choking that game away. Now, they did come back, but Doug Kramer running the football at the goal line and fumbling, letting them gain those 13, 14 yards to set up the Hail Mary. Tyreek Stevenson not being ready, and then no one doing their job properly to bat the ball down. Where is it that, or is it Cody Parkey for Bears history? Is it Cody Parkey because it's a playoff game?
Probably.
Or is it just so crazy the way they lost the Commanders game that it's that one?
Just because they came back, I feel like the Commanders' choke isn't as bad because I don't define it as much as a choke as just an unfortunate loss, a tough loss. I didn't feel like they choked away that game because of the way they came back in that one. You can't choke away a game that you didn't have the lead in for most of the time.
Sure you could. Sure. I mean,
once you gain the lead. And
they could have got the lead earlier if not for the Doug Kramer play.
The Parkey game, they weren't leading all that much.
No. What was their win percentage in that Washington game prior to the third down throw?
What was your question?
What was the Bears' win percentage, the likelihood win percentage?
They're always usually
it had to be 99
Yeah,
point.
it was something like that.
Prior to the third down throw.
As that possession started,
yeah,
I think it had to be 98 or 99%. So there's a side topic off the topic. This is a good one, too. It's certainly up there on the boneheaded plays. Kevin in St. Charles. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Kev?
Hey, guys. How are you guys? Love the show.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to ask a quick question, and then I'll give you my example, and then you guys can answer the question. So the question is, do you guys define choke versus collapse differently? So put a pause on that. So I would say Seattle versus New England, when Seattle chose to throw a pass instead of run with Marshawn. To me, that's the biggest choke. Different than Atlanta, not a collapse. So I'll leave it to you guys.
That's a great question. You really have to drill down on that one because I didn't, to answer your question, thinking about this, collapse, choke, I was generalizing the two. How do you view each, unless you think they're the same? Collapse has to be a big lead. I think that's what you're talking
where
about.
I was coming from. Yeah.
Maybe the Bears, it wasn't a collapse for the Bears, but I do believe they choked that game away numerous different times against the
To answer your question, Waddle, 96.4% win percentage for the Bears.
Lower than
That's lower. Me too. I think a choke also has to include incidents where the moment's too big for people and you see it. which
Like
is
Van de
which is
Velde.
why Van de Velde.
Yeah.
Yes, I basically shanks one into the water.
Or the Cubs. And having that long drought and
Yes.
all the Cubby occurrences that happened.
That's why I also, like if you look at the Falcons-Patriots game, not only did they not score, and once they took a 28-3 lead early in the third quarter, not only did they not score another point, but they gave up 31 points. Like, they, on both sides. Like, last night, the Knicks were still scoring some. They just couldn't find a way to stop Neesmith. I mean, I think there was one point where the Pacers, it took them 5 or 6 minutes to miss a three. Like, how much of that is just a choke?
Some of the defending the way they were going through screens was not right.
Yeah, but some of those, the degree of difficulty on some of these threes was pretty high.
Anytime you come back from 14 with how much time left, both things have to be true.
2 hours, 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
Yeah, you have to have outstanding performances in those last 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
But like the Falcons, they did nothing offensively or defensively in the last probably, what would it have been, 25 minutes of that game in that Super Bowl. Didn't score a point after they took a 28-3 lead.
So
and ended
that's
up
more
giving
of that's a choke and a collapse then.
I think so, because it happened on both ends of the field.
This is an interesting one. He's turning the tables on us. This is the discussion. Lewis and Lyle, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? So I don't know if you guys, I came in a little late. I don't know if you're doing just collapses or chokes by a Chicago team, but I'd say the Cardinals choking that game back in 06 against the Bears. They could have kneeled it the entire game, and they would have won the way Rex Grossman was playing.
Lewis, Rex Grossman had a 0.0 passer rating in that game, didn't he?
Yes, he had a Mutarski.
And they never scored an offensive touchdown. All 3 touchdowns were either defensive or special team scores.
Exactly my point. Like, how the heck do you blow that game?
But yeah.
And you know what? It made for a great commercial thanks to Dennis Green.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, what a moment. And all those things, like, we view that as one of the greatest comebacks in Chicago sports history.
Right, not a collapse. In Arizona, it is one of the biggest chokes in franchise history, if not the biggest.
Another one is flipping the tables on us. Frank on the south side. What's up, Frank?
Hey, guys. How's it going? Love your show.
Thank you.
How about the Boston Bruins against Blackhawks? 17 seconds. They choked it away.
And again, we look at that as like some of the greatest 17 seconds in sports history. And yet, to blow that game, to have the Hawks pull their goalie and a minute later you're pulling your goalie.
Yeah, I'm sure that the Boston Bruins fans call that a choke. We call it the greatest comeback of all time.
Exactly. Let me see who else we have here. There's some wounds that I don't know if I want to open. Tom in River North. What's up, Tom?
Love the show, guys. You guys are the best on the planet. Keep
Thank
it up.
you.
I wanted to bring up the 1984 Cubs. I guess it was choke against the Padres, right? We're up 2-0 in the series. They're out to San Diego. Lee Smith gives up the home run to Garvey in Game 4, and then the ground ball through Leon Durham's legs to lose Game 5, and the excuse was that he spilled Gatorade on his first baseman
Right.
glove?
That's the excuse for those who are not old enough. Before there was Buckner, Leon Durham in a Game 5, and this is the best of 5. It wasn't a 7-game series. In the NLCS, they were up 2-0, and then in Game 5, once the Padres made it 2-2, Durham let the ball go through his legs, and the reason he said is his glove was sticky from there was Gatorade spilled on the bench onto his glove.
Makes for a great Gatorade spot, though, doesn't it?
But what with the glove being sticky, why couldn't he get the glove down?
It was an excuse.
Yeah, I mean,
lame
that's
one.
a bad excuse.
Yeah,
That
but
doesn't make any sense.
But yet, how many years later does Tom in River North still remember that, or even remember the excuse? It was crazy. That was my first experience as a sports fan. People want to know why I am the way I am. Obviously, a lot of dominoes had to fall. That was the first domino to fall. When I was 13-year-old me, and the Cubs lost that NLCS.
You thought that was a given they were going to win.
Yes. And I thought, finally, okay, finally, after all these years, I'm 13. You know, you think that I've waited my whole life to see the Cubs in the World Series, and you think they're going to get there. And that probably is the first time an actual professional game made me cry. So that's where the long life.
How many games since then have you cried at the outcome?
That's a good question because I always tell you the last time I had tears roll down my eyes was 2003. So between 84.
So you haven't cried on a sporting event since 2003?
No. No.
No tears of joy, no tears of pain.
No, I didn't cry when the Cubs won.
You were still pissed.
I was still,
yeah, still pissed.
Yeah, maybe it got a little emotional, but I didn't cry after they won the pennant. That was pure joy, though. All right, we'll take more of your calls coming up. Barstool Big Cat is going to weigh in. A lot to get after today. Our thoughts from Bears OTAs yesterday as well, and a good Ben Johnson topic for everyone. It's all coming up.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
If you got money in 401ks and 403bs and TSPs and deferred comps and 457 plans, that's not really to your benefit. You're delaying the inevitable, more taxes, because of accumulation. So you over 20 or 30 years of work, you're going to build more money, which is going to put those monies in a higher tax bracket.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
I say pull those monies from those things, invest with me, or put money into what we call qualified accounts, the insurance vehicles, the annuities, the IULs, to where you can get the compound interest and then protect family, but also create generational passive income, right now residual income streams, leveraging insurance, because insurance is the biggest business in the world, the only one that cannot fail.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
I don't do any risky things. I like the money to go to work, and I like to see it.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical joint pain relief with over 50,000 satisfied patients. If you're suffering from knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, or hip pain, imagine living pain-free again. No more discomfort holding you back from the things you love. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and what's truly remarkable about QC Kinetics is their use of regenerative cell therapy. This cutting-edge treatment restores the tissues in your joints using biologic growth factors, natural healing agents strategically placed to repair and rejuvenate damaged tissue. The best part? There are no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. This is a non-invasive, natural option that gives your joints new life without the risks of traditional treatments. Imagine enjoying your favorite activities this summer like golf, tennis, or pickleball without being slowed down by joint pain. The consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics today at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955 and learn how their innovative treatments can help you live a pain-free life.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. Now is a great time to visit my friends at Howard Orloff Imports. They have pre-tariff prices on Range Rover and Range Rover Sports. The 25 Range Rover is a compelling premium class SUV with opulent luxury and impressive all-terrain prowess. And the Range Rover Sport is the definition of sporting luxury. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of Range Rovers, but at current prices, they're sure to move quickly. This is your chance to buy an outstanding premium SUV at a great value. So visit them off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
All right, Abdallah, let's set the scene. A hot summer day, ball game on the radio, burgers on the grill. What's missing?
A beer that won't slow me down. I'm grabbing a Flight by Yingling.
Flight is the next generation of light beer. It's crisp, it's refreshing, it's only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's perfect for extra innings or extra rounds on the 19th hole.
And it's Yingling, so you know it's legit. The oldest brewery in America does not miss.
So Chicago, when you're soaking up summer at the ballpark, the golf course, or just hanging with the crew, make it a Flight by Yingling.
Flight, because light beer should actually taste great.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
This Memorial Day, turn up the heat with the Home Depot. Find the perfect grill and patio set to keep the cookouts coming all season long. Grill up a feast with the Next Grill 4-burner gas grill, only $229. And complete your space with the stylish Glen Ridge Falls 7-piece dining set, now on special buy for just $499 with free delivery. Take your Memorial Day cookout to the next level all summer long with the Home Depot. See homedepot.com/delivery for more details.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen 1 too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text STAPLE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text STAPLE to 321-321. That's STAPLE to 321-321.
Guys, I've been telling you about FenceWorks for the last couple of months. The weather is getting great, and we play basketball outside on our driveway almost every night of the week now that these days are much longer. We got our new hoop from FenceWorks. You can check it out online. I posted all about FenceWorks on my Instagram page, Mark A. Silverman on Instagram. FenceWorks is a family-owned business that's been helping the community for over 58 years. And it is being run now third generation from that same family. Grandpa Stan is still very active. He came over, checked out the hoop. The installation, flawless. My guy Jake is going to tell you what kind of hoop is best for you in your lot, whether it's a play set that you may be in the business for or looking for, or maybe it's a trampoline. That's where FenceWorks comes in. Check them out on theguyon41.com. Get the kids off the screens and outside playing like they're supposed to. Theguyon41.com, and it's also in the name. If you need a fence for the front yard, for the backyard, keep the kids in, to keep a pet in, or just for safety's sake, and you want it to look great, also go to theguyon41.com.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
One thing we got to talk to Big Cat about in about 10 minutes, his guy Josh Allen is going to be in town, not only for a preseason game, but they will be training with the Bears.
I love it.
And they're not the only team. And we even mentioned this yesterday when it came up, that Ben Johnson and Ryan Poles have mentioned that they would ideally like to do practices with two different teams because they believe that's where the most work is done.
That's where I've always said that it is so much more beneficial in my world than playing preseason games. Doesn't mean I wouldn't play my guys in preseason games. I would. But I think you get even more work in the days leading up to the preseason.
So you're going to get Bills and Bears practicing before they play, and you're going to also get Dolphins and Bears. That will be first, won't it? Isn't that their first game against the Dolphins?
I think Joniak told us that yesterday.
Yeah. They've come to Hallis Hall, but I think they were the first team to come to Hallis Hall a few years back to train up here. So that should be very interesting. And also, you know what this means. The Bears are back on Hard Knocks. The Bills are the Hard Knocks team.
That's right.
So you're going to get footage of the Bills practicing with the Bears, and of course they do all those games with the play-by-play.
You may actually see a Bears player and swearing at the same time.
How about that? Pretty good.
You need it, right? Don't you? As a football fan, you're sitting there, you're hunkered down to watch Hard Knocks, and you don't get a couple of F-bombs, and you feel like you've been cheated.
Well, that's how practices are. Like, you played, you know this. How often is a guy swearing on the field?
Gee willikers! Pretty, I mean, at all times.
Like every 30 seconds, you hear another swear word?
Yeah. It's just how it is. I mean,
Jason in L.A., you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Jason?
Hey, what's going on, guys? My two favorite radio hosts.
Hey, now!
The biggest collapse to me / choke is the 73-win Warriors, who wasted that huge winning streak to start the season and got up 3-1 on the Cavs and ultimately choked their championship dreams away, so they can no longer be considered the greatest team ever. That's still the 72-win Bulls. And Silvy, I have some hope for you. Watching this Indiana team, I think that the Bulls are not that far away.
Oh, Jason.
Putting a team together.
Jason.
No. Hear me out, Silvy.
Go ahead.
Tyrese Halliburton was never considered a superstar when he got traded from Sacramento. He was a good young player, and he developed. I'm looking at this Bulls team has as a core, and I'm saying, do we not have someone who could be like a Nesmith? Patrick Williams could be like a Nesmith, right?
Wow.
Josh Giddey, you signed Giddey, let him play. He likes to play with this team. Silvy, the Bulls are not that far off as a team collective. We're not going to ever get a superstar. So get that out of your brain. Look how these teams are playing collectively, and then we can have some hope. So that's what I pulled from yesterday. Can the Bulls do something like the Pacers? And my answer is yes.
Jason, how long have you known me? How long have the two of us known each other? We've gone back and forth on social media and stuff like that.
Man, it's been about 20. It's been over 20 years,
yes,
man. It's been over 20. We got a 20-year relationship.
We have a 20-year relationship. You're one of my favorite guys. That, by far, is the dumbest thing you've ever told me.
Ouch.
It's not dumb, Silvy. So here's something, because I thought about this, because I think that you overreacted over this lottery. Do the Bulls fans realize that the Bulls have had 18 lottery picks since 1999? 18. The answer is not in the lottery, guys. We've had two number one picks, 3 number 2 picks. Guys, it ain't going to happen.
Well,
so we might as well.
The draft is where it happens, Jason. Thank you. Appreciate it. And thanks for 20 years. Yeah. I love that guy. He's a great guy. I just can't believe that take. It may not just be number 1 picks, but you must make hay in the draft. You must get lots of picks. And what the Bulls have failed to do under AK is accumulate picks. They give away picks. And then when they do have a top 5 pick, they pick Patrick Williams, who is one of the biggest busts, and then you pay him $90 million. Like, Derrick Rose was the number 1 overall pick, and he was the key to that whole second really, really good Bulls team after the dynasty. But they also made a good pick with Joakim Noah. They made a good pick with Jimmy Butler. They made a good pick with Taj Gibson. You still must have success in the draft, and when you have Dancing Dalen Terry, and you have Patrick Williams. Now, Matas was a good pick. He has not shown me that he even knows what he's doing as far as accumulating assets. And he traded one of the Bulls' best players for his own pick.
You don't have to sell me. No, I like Jason a lot, but I'm not buying what he's selling. When you invoke the name of Patrick Williams, I pass out.
And going to be our Nesmith?
Yeah, I pass out.
How old is Nesmith?
Nesmith is 25 years of age. This is his 5th season. Started his career with Boston. Was a 14th
so that's his theory behind it, that he could be.
I mean, he's never averaged more than 12.2 points per game.
But he could shoot it.
Yes, I believe he was a top 10 3-point shooter in the league this year, was he not?
I know
shot
in college,
43%.
He shot over 50%, I think, his final year
Vanderbilt.
in college. Yeah.
Wow. All right, coming up next, Barstool Big Cat will join us. His thoughts on everything going on. Ben Johnson, is he sold? As Jesse would say, has he seen enough, or does he need to actually see it on the football field? We'll get into that and what is, in his opinion, the biggest choke he's ever witnessed. That's next.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
Welcome to the Chicago White Sox newest affiliate, Vatican City. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox, celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV.
It's your friend Tom Waddle here with some strong advice for you. I suggest you gather your friends and your family, or maybe your friends and your family, and you head over to Fat Poor Tap Works for a great meal and an even greater time. Look, they've got 3 places to choose from. You can go to Lincolnwood. I've been there twice with my family, once for Derby Day, once for just a beautiful Saturday afternoon, and it was spectacular. They've got a place in Wicker Park and McCormick Place. And if you're a fan of sports, Fat Poor Tap Works is your spot. There are flat screens everywhere, so you can watch baseball, you can watch the basketball playoffs, the hockey playoffs, whatever you want. Fat Poor Tap Works is your spot. Dozens of beers on tap, made from scratch menu items that are delicious. As I said, the beer is cold, the sports are on the flat screens everywhere, the people are nice, the place is clean. It's just a great place to go and visit and have a great time. So do yourself a favor and check them out at fatpoortapworks.com.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course. Quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in Central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
Who are you talking to? As a business owner putting hard-earned dollars into advertising, that question is everything. So who are you talking to? How about a very loyal fan base of a great Chicago team? Send your message out to White Sox fans all over Chicagoland. The Sox fan is hungry for a new start and ready to support a business that supports their team. So who are you talking to? How about you start with talking to us? Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
Hey, get in. What? Who are you? I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Yeah. Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
This just in, the NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days. Adam Schefter here. When the draft clock is ticking, you've got to pick the best talent, regardless of position, to fit your team's needs. Well, if you're hiring for your business, you want to find the best talent for any of your roles. That's why you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful technology hustles to find qualified candidates for your job immediately. And if you see a standout candidate, ZipRecruiter lets you personally invite them to apply. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
It's graduation season again, and nothing compliments a cap and gown quite like a fresh haircut from Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a confidence-boosting cut on your schedule and get ready to walk across the stage in style. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Barstool Big Cat, host of Pardon My Take, and voluminous tweeter at Barstool Big Cat. It's time for his weekly conversation with Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000.
That's right, Barstool Big Cat joins us on the Yingling guest hotline, and he's brought to you by
Blue Chew. Blue Chew has the first chewables that give you confidence in the bedroom. Go to BlueChew.com today to get your first month free. Just pay $5 shipping. And Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee. Your win is waiting.
That's right. Barstool Big Cat every Wednesday normally, but we had the White Sox play during his time. So we said, hey, how about Thursday? And Big Cat, being Mr. Flexibility, said yes. What's going on?
Mr. Flexibility.
I was going to
barely
say.
touch my toes.
Yeah.
Well, not in that. I'm talking about figuratively.
Oh, I got big news for you, Silvy.
What's that?
Are you ready for this? I thought of you last night. I was going to text you, then I was like, I'll be on with them so I can just break it to them while I'm on. You ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
Next spring, third week in March, I'm going on vacation.
Whoa! And you planned in advance.
Spring break, yep.
Wait a minute.
Now,
this is during the NCAA tournament, your favorite.
Second round.
You're going to the Bahamas?
Third and fourth round.
Bahamas?
Sweet 16 Elite 8. No, I'm not going to the Bahamas. But now I need a ruling on this. I'm also making the whole show come with me so that we can do, we can tape and we can watch games and stuff like that. But I'm bringing my family. Does that still count as vacation?
No.
We're not going to miss a show.
That's
We're all just basically going on vacation
trip.
together.
Sounds like a work trip to me.
That's just going on the road.
No, we're just go. I told PFT, I was like, hey, I'm going, and Hank, I was like, hey, I told my wife we're gonna do spring break every year now because it's not fair to her to just be stuck with 3 kids during spring break. And I was like, I'm thinking about going to this place. Would you guys be okay with going, there as well? We can all get some sun. We can maybe catch some Cubs spring training games.
Oh, you're going to
Scottsdale. Might give it away.
Yep.
Yeah, and then we'll rent a hotel suite that we can all convene in and tape the show. We can watch the Sweet 16 games together.
That's
perfect.
hotel.
I give up 2 nights on a week-long vacation. Look at that.
And
Is
now
that
you
not
can write
smart
it off.
thinking?
You can write it off for tax purposes now.
Well, I have the company card.
Yeah,
No one's ever asked me a question about that in a decade plus. So that's no problem.
He made it sound like this is all. You know what? I'm going to only take this trip if I can write it off.
No, but they're paying. So you put the vacation on the company card?
I'll put the suite that we rent as a communal suite to record the show on the company card.
A working studio. How do you
That
rule
is a
on this,
working
Waddle?
studio.
I don't think that's vacation at all. I just think that's
How?
taking the work on the road.
How is that not vacation? There's going to be we're going away
Because you're
for a
working.
week.
Vacation means
No.
you're not working.
Listen, I'm working for, let's call it 12 hours in an entire week on vacation. That's nothing.
What do they say, like, when someone does a drug that isn't that dangerous, it's a gateway drug or something like that? This is a gateway vacation. This is not a true vacation.
I'm not on the hard stuff yet.
No.
Yeah.
This is like a half-ass way.
Yeah, right. We gotta walk before we run.
But it's better
Go to Disney World with the family and don't do any work. That's a vacation.
I will never go to Disney World.
I think I'm kind of with you. Is that weird?
Did you go here, Sylvie? This is the important question. Did you go as a kid?
once, and I was older. But like I've been a roller coaster guy. I'd rather go to Cedar Point, Great America, places like that than more of the theme parks.
I never went to Disney World as a kid, and I was always jealous of all the kids that went to Disney World. So now I'm going to pass that down to my kids and be like, no, we're not going to Disney World.
I only went as a parent. I took my kids.
What
I never
was the
went
experience
Disney World.
like?
It was great. Second time, it wasn't so good because I took the red eye to Orlando and went straight to Magic Mountain or whatever that ride is, and I
Space
puked.
Mountain,
Space Mountain. I puked afterwards with my kids.
No.
Yeah,
puked at Space Mountain
with your kids.
Yeah, well, yes. I got off the ride, and there was a garbage can right next to it. I had not slept.
No, but
and I puked.
But were your kids also puking?
No, just me.
Was it all the waddles around a trash can?
Just
puking?
me. Just me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you puked in front of your kids, not with your kids.
Yeah, everyone had their overalls with no shirt on underneath, but yes, I was the only one puking.
Speaking of speaking of puking, where does the Knicks loss last night rank on your choke meter? And when I say choke, what game or series do you immediately go to?
Hold on. I don't think it was a choke.
I asked that earlier. Was this more of not as much about what the Knicks did and more about what the Pacers did?
Yeah, I think it was Neesmith just going to God mode and hitting. What, he had 5 threes? He went 5 for 5 down the stretch.
I wrote it down. He had 5. He was 5 for. He had 6 3-pointers and scored 20 points in the final 5 minutes. Is what he had.
Right, like I know that the Knicks missed a couple free throws here, but I watched that game. I walked away being like, that's just Pacer basketball, because this is not a coincidence. They've done it 3 times these playoffs. Remember, they did it against the Cavs. They did it against the Bucks. Last night, they were the first team ever to be down 14-plus under 3 minutes and win the game. Against the Cavs and the Bucks, I think they were down 7 with like 45 seconds each, and they won those games. This team, their conditioning is so elite, and they just never stop. And when everyone else gets tight, they just keep hitting shots. So as much as I want to say it was a New York choke, I feel like that was just more about the Pacers.
Did you have
God mode.
Did you have money on the Pacers?
I did, of course I did.
See, this is how you view it. If you're a Knicks fan, it's a choke. What's that?
Did you see Jim Irsay's last tweet?
Yes.
Yes, yeah, that's sad.
He tweeted about the Pacers.
Yes.
I said, I saw that tweet. I said, rest in peace, Pacers money line, Irsay legacy game.
Wow.
And you don't think that he put that ball in the hoop for Halliburton?
That's right off the back. That's a great theory.
Right? Jim Irsay, by the way, I was having this discussion earlier. Is he top of the level in terms of rich guys who did it right? Because, like, he from all the stories, and obviously there's some complicated things with Jim Irsay, but complicated people make for more interesting stories, and it's what, I'd rather have a complicated person than a boring person. But from all the stories, has an NFL team, buys a bunch of awesome guitars, still parties, has pictures of him with, like, stains on his shirt, and by all accounts is, like, the most generous guy ever. There was all these stories about him. Like, I read a story today where someone said that he paid for his family, his, like, father's funeral, and the only stipulation was that they cannot say that he paid for it. And, like, things like that, giving people, like, on the street a couple grand. Like, he did rich right.
It's such a good point. And building on that, too, Big Cat, is he always told people that he was from Chicago, and he really was from Chicago.
He went to Loyola, didn't he?
Yeah, and I wish he had.
Although
he maybe didn't have the best track record as an owner. I mean, he got Peyton Manning.
I missed that. It was good, though.
Andrew Luck.
I got it. It was a good one.
Yeah, did you get it?
Yeah, it was a good one.
You think he's your friend. Like, you just keep thinking he's your friend.
No.
I am your friend.
Silvermans are my enemies. All the Silvermans are my enemies.
You have a rivalry with Braxton. Did he hire Polian? Was he the man who brought Polian to the franchise? Because if he did, that's a big move, too.
He must have been, right?
I think so, yeah.
When did they take ownership? Was 97? When did he become?
He did. His dad had owned the team.
Right, but he took over in 97.
Yeah, but he was the general manager at 24.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, he did, like, there's all these stories about how he did all the jobs in the in the entire, organization. Like he was washing laundry, like trying to learn how everyone else was doing it.
I think the vast number of players loved him. Like a lot of the players loved him. Like again, he had his demons. I kind of know a little bit about his story, but I had no idea he was only 65 years old.
I didn't either. Also, I'm just fact checking. He did in fact hire Polian. He was the owner.
He did.
98 was Polian, and he took control of the team in 97.
Yeah, so he did a lot of good things. So answer the question then. You don't consider last night a choke. When I say choke, what is the first game or series that comes up into your brain?
I don't know. I've had a long day. Give me a couple thought starters. Give me a couple that you've thrown out.
Patriots, Falcons?
Yeah, 28-3.
Duke this year.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Duke this year.
Cubs in 03.
Duke this year.
Duke against UNC. But do you guys agree with me?
What about Wisconsin against Duke?
No, that was the refs getting involved. You can't control the refs. Coach K can. Do you guys not like? You know what? I last night. It probably isn't the perfect analogy, but it's like the Bills' 13-second game against the Chiefs, where it's like that wasn't a choke. The Bills played like Josh Allen played perfect football. Like Patrick Mahomes just made a play at the end where it's like it's just great ball back and forth. Now the Knicks maybe a little more have ownership for that loss. But I see it as more like that was just an incredible basketball game, and the way the Pacers caught fire is like it's less about a choke.
Yeah, I mean,
I did like the celebration.
Brunson had 43. Cat had 35.
Do you guys know how Tibbs was finally validated last night? I was thinking about this legitimately.
I don't know.
So back in the Derrick Rose game where he blew out his ACL. Do you remember all the debates? Should Derrick have been on the bench? Yes. And I think it was like 3-something left. The Bulls were all like up 12.
Yes.
And Tibbs always said, strange stuff can happen. And that's why he was in the game. And we're all like, it's 12. You've got this in the bag. I think last night's game was validation that Tibbs got it right back in 2011.
I don't know about that. Well, I'm always all right. Here's how I was never so like I'm of the belief that like when Derrick Rose tore his ACL and we found out obviously through the rest of the injuries like I don't think there's like a like Jason Tatum tears his Achilles like that's gonna happen eventually, right? Like that's not something like he's in the game he tore his ACL. Like if he didn't tear his ACL in that game. It would have been another game.
Like it's a time. Like you think it's a ticking time bomb?
I think it's a ticking time bomb where you can't play that game where you try to tell yourself like, oh, it's because he was in the game right then. And also, by the way, I'm fact checking you. It was because I feel like it was less time. It was 1:13 left. In that game
minute 13 up 12. They blew a 9-point lead. What was it with 50-some seconds? Now, look, I was mad at Tibbs that day. I had to take my anger out on somebody.
But do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like, I don't know if injuries. I don't play. By the way, I've now caught up with my brain. The choke has to be. I feel like golf is the number one sport for the choke. Like
Van de Velde is the one I picked.
Yeah, Van de Velde, Greg Norman, where it's like guys who you are watching them like literally melt down, and they cannot control it, and there's nothing they can do. Where it's like team sports are a little tougher.
What about Yankees against the Red Sox in 04? Up 3-0.
That one, but that's like, team sports, that's up there. I'm trying to think that's happened a couple times in hockey too, I think.
Yeah.
But I would go to golf for the chokes, the biggest chokes.
Speaking of Josh Allen that that we were just talking about, is he gonna sleep over at your house as they practice against the Bears?
I will offer it, but I would say he's probably gonna not take me up on that offer, but the Bills Hard Knocks is going to be cool.
Yeah,
I'm pumped. Josh is the man, that will be really fun.
Will you be cheering for him or the Bears when they meet one another?
I'll be cheering for the Bears, but it's preseason, so I really don't care.
Okay.
Dude, would you agree?
Yeah, who does? Yeah, as long as they get some good playing time.
Remember when Justin Fields? It was like 3 years ago when he threw that screen pass And in the box score, it was like 65-yard touchdown pass.
He had a couple of those, yeah.
Throughout his career here, yes.
Well, but in the preseason, I think he had 2 touchdowns that were like 5 yards of air yards, but they went for touchdowns. I'm like, look, he needs to learn to check down. That was one of the issues. I was fine with it.
Okay, here's a big picture.
The preseason is just root for no injury.
Yeah.
That's all that matters.
Big picture question. In the 2025 NFL season, which quarterback has the most pressure on them?
Oh, good question.
Yeah, every now and again.
Lamar Jackson?
That's interesting. Some people, Kurt Warner said Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen because Kurt thinks only in Super Bowl victories and championships.
Well, I think Lamar above Josh because Josh has been great in the playoffs. Going back to that 13-second game against the Chiefs, I think he played a perfect game almost. So you can't, the criticisms of him not winning a Super Bowl are a little different to me than Lamar has won MVPs, and then his play has diminished in the playoffs. So I think that changes it.
Let me ask you a question, though, because with the accomplishments comes expectation, but you're already a dude. Allen's got 1 MVP, Lamar's got 2. Both of them have $250 million contracts, so money's not an issue. Both of you are probably Hall of Famers. So I get it. Winning the title is the ultimate. But if you don't win the title, you have generational wealth, and you will forever be remembered in the Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio. My answer to my own question was Caleb Williams because he's in his second year. Last year, he was the first pick of the draft. They have hired Ben Johnson. They have drafted guys for him. The guy that was drafted after him played better than him. He has talked about being a brand, and by the time he's ready to get his bag, it may be a $700 or $750 million bag to gather. Doesn't he have a significant amount of pressure for all of those reasons?
No, I would actually push back and say he doesn't have the most pressure in his own division.
J.J. McCarthy's never practiced, never played, rather.
I wasn't talking about J.J. McCarthy.
So you think it's Jared Goff or you think it's Jordan Love?
I think both of them might have more pressure.
Both of them
Williams.
have secured the bag.
Both of them have secured the bag. So you're just talking about money.
No, I didn't say.
I'm talking about
No, I did not say only about money.
It's a calculus.
Okay. But I think Jared Goff and Jordan Love, both of them have teams that have realistic Super Bowl expectations. Jared Goff, that team, did they peak? Is this the downswing? Who knows? Jordan Love, he had obviously that year 2 years ago where he finished the year super strong. Last year was up and down. They gave him money. Is he going to be the long? You know what I mean? If Jordan Love has a bad year, what do the Packers do? So obviously Caleb has pressure on him. But I think year 2 is still too early. I think year 3 is when the pressure really ramps up.
First of all, the position itself just dictates that you're going to have inherent
the most
pressure.
pressurized position in sports.
Yes.
Yeah. Kyler Murray? Kyler Murray has a lot of pressure.
So much so that he doesn't even have to watch film himself. He's just playing whatever the video game is.
Is that true or is that a
I don't know. But he's secured the bag as well.
Okay, so you're just talking guys who haven't secured the bag. What about C.J. Stroud then? Wouldn't C.J. Stroud have more pressure than anyone?
Well, C.J. Stroud was Rookie of the Year.
What?
I understand, but he was up and down last year, and he hasn't secured the bag.
I said you were just talking about Justin Fields. What about Justin Fields, who is playing for his starter life? This is his third team with the Jets. That's a pressurized situation, playing for that New York team, which is always dysfunctional, even more so than our team. And if he doesn't do well, he's probably a career backup.
Yeah. Bryce Young. Why isn't he playing with pressure? He's got to get the bag. He finished last year, well, but he's now got a lot of pressure because this is year 3. And
they all have pressure.
They all have pressure. I think we're finding out they all have pressure. Who's got the least amount of pressure of any quarterback in the NFL next year?
That's a good question. That's a better question. Patrick Mahomes. Yeah.
It's definitely Patrick Mahomes. What do you think about the Wickersham thing? Bears fans get very angry, at least some of them on social media, if you even broach the subject anymore. This is in the past. Move on. But we haven't talked to you since then on that Friday when it came on. What is your reaction to it?
my reaction was, so obviously the initial, I think the wording of the initial tweet was like, uh-oh, here we go. And then I read the article, and I was like, where is Caleb and Carl Williams wrong? Like, nothing they said offends me.
And they were proven right. They were proven right, but based on the season.
Right. The Bears had a terrible time figuring out the quarterback position. They had a coach who didn't know what he was in over his head. They had an offensive coordinator who was in over his head. Like, if you're Carl Williams or Caleb Williams, the concerns were all real, and they all turned out to be even more real than you thought. So as much as, I wanted, you wanted to get, offended by it, I looked at that article, and I was just like, yeah, I don't really see anything. Now, if Eberflus was still the coach, that would be major, major issues. But Ben Johnson should fix all this. So I read that article. I was like, I'm not going to get upset about something where they were proven to be right.
Well, and the whole concept of he and his father investigated trying to possibly maneuver out of the number one spot here we already knew that.
Well, right. And I'll side with Carmen on this. Many people disputed that, or remember, Greeny got ripped for that. A lot of people didn't believe Colin, including me. There were on this show. It was not.
But you didn't believe that his father actually,
when we were at the combine,
was viewing every potential option.
When we were at the combine, as this book dictates, there was no worry about Caleb Williams playing for the Bears.
Well,
Zero.
that's because the Bears were they were convinced that there was no question they were going to pick him.
According to the book, after he met with the Bears and after he met with the Vikings, he said to his father, I want to be a Viking. That's right. News. That's stuff we didn't know.
But that's also
and I don't blame him. I'm not, I'm not blaming him.
O'Connell versus Matt Eberflus?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's smart. I walked away being like, Caleb Williams knows football coaches.
But I just get upset when I hear this. Well, we all knew this. No, that's not true.
No, I disputed it. Yeah, I fought back at it. I remember it and being like, "This is ridiculous." But it was, again, he was proven to be right.
Yes.
And I think that because Ben Johnson is in the building now, that article doesn't affect me as much as it would have if it were Eberflus still in the building.
But none of it, nobody pursued it hard. It was just a concept that was floated. Right. But there was no having to talk them out of anything. And there was never the presumption that any of that was ever going to happen.
Oh, yeah. None of this none of that stuff bothers me.
Well, that's the point. I think the point where people are getting, irritated or arguing is the point about how, he told his father that there was nobody to help him. I don't think
that's where I get upset. Yeah.
Yeah, that is upsetting. That is upsetting, but it also goes back to, we kind of knew that this coaching staff was in way over their head and didn't know what they were doing, and it was a complete mess. I mean, we saw it on the field.
But the issue is, Big Cat, we knew it before Poles. Poles is still in charge. So, yes, Ben Johnson is here, but while he may not screw up the quarterback, there are other issues he still could be in denial of, just like he was in denial with Velus Jones, just like he was in denial with Eberflus, just like he thought that Waldron was the answer in Caleb Williams' rookie season when he drafted him number one. What's next? Has he not put enough stock into the edge position? Has he not put enough stock into the left tackle position? This is my fear, and this is why I want Ryan Poles in the organization to learn from it.
Okay, so my counterpoint to that would be I do think Ben Johnson is going to be more in charge than the average head coach, which I'm excited for. Mm-hmm. And then I would ask you, if maybe you know the answer to this, because I don't know the answer to this, was it 100% Poles' decision to keep Eberflus?
I think there are conflicting reports, but at the end of the day, it was his guys, so he's, you're forced to wear it.
This is how I counter that, because I don't believe that to be true. I believe that he wanted to bring him back. But let's say he didn't want to bring him back. Let's say. Why then, when Ryan Poles coordinated the entire offensive coordinator search, he was writing that whole thing. He set up all the interviews, but it was Matt Eberflus's choice. If he didn't believe in Eberflus and he truly wanted Eberflus gone, why wouldn't the general manager then pick the offensive coordinator?
Well, because this is where the flawed reasoning of the entire offseason last year comes into play, where keeping Matt Eberflus was mistake number one. Yes. And once you make mistake number two, it compounds to more mistakes. Sure. Where what offensive coordinator is going to take a job with a defensive head coach who is most likely going to be fired?
I think once you keep Eberflus, you've screwed the pooch.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. So, the Shane Waldron thing, that doesn't happen if that's just you made them first mistake and then it became two mistakes, which I agree with. If that was Ryan Pohl's call, that's I just don't know. I don't know. I still can't figure out. I think it's maybe because Kevin Warren is very tight-lipped and we don't have any, I feel like who's the best source with Kevin Warren? Who's making all the decisions at the end of the day? Where does the buck stop? And this is also a bigger question of, this is where, an organization fails. If you can't answer who's making the decisions, that's a problem.
Well, this is what I would just surmise, that things changed. And you can like Kevin Warren, you can, be skeptical, whatever the case may be. Not you, just anybody. I don't believe they spend $13 million a year on a head coach without Kevin Warren in the building.
Do they explore Chicago as a place to build their stadium if Kevin Warren is not here?
I doubt
that one. That one confuses me. Where it's people are saying, "Oh, good job,
well,
Kevin Warren."
Well, they had bought the land in Arlington Heights prior to having Kevin.
That's my point. That
right.
If Kevin Warren wasn't here, they would have just built in Arlington Heights. Right. They would have done the smart thing. It's why I still can't buy everything until I see the final result on the field. I can't project greatness. I simply can't.
Well, I don't think many people can, especially when you don't have a history or a track record of it. So it'd be silly to sit here and tell you that I can guarantee you greatness when you've had...
Kevin Warren greenlit hiring Ben Johnson, but he also greenlit trying to work with the city of Chicago and wasted a year when they already own the land in Arlington Heights.
Right. I agree.
Yes.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, when they build the building Paradise in Arlington Heights, the big concern or the complaint is going to be it took you too long or it could have happened quicker.
Or maybe, hopefully they do it right.
Well, I can't guarantee either.
Because they didn't do it right last time.
Shovels could have been in the ground a year ago, and I'm not going to give them a cookie for finally getting the shovels in the ground.
No. But I can't also sit here. Listen, I can't dispute anything you're saying, but I'm excited about Ben Johnson. I'm not making any guarantees, but I'm not going to judge Ben Johnson up until the point, based on what Matt Eberflus did. All I can do is go off of how I feel about Ben Johnson and the staff he put together. That's all I can do at this point.
We said this, Waddle, when it was the coaching search. We said exactly this: that if the Bears do something out of the ordinary, that's when we're going to start perking up and being like, all right. If you hire a Mike Vrabel or you hire a Ben Johnson and pay him $13 million, that is not a normal
You've got my
move
attention.
By the Bears.
Yes.
Right. So maybe things are changing.
Here, one last thing for you. I wanted to bring this up. I know you already talked about this earlier in the week. This is Marco Rubio. We usually don't play any sound bites from politicians, but it's a quick 4 seconds, and he was talking about all the cuts that he has made in the government spending.
There's other things here. We spent $227,000 for Big Cat's YouTube channel.
What?
Dave texted me, and he goes, "Do you have a YouTube channel?" And I was live on air, and I was like, I freaked. I was like, "Wait, I don't think so. What are you talking about?" And then, and so for a second there, I was like, "Oh my God, did I get money that I don't even know about? Is someone scamming me?" And then obviously realized it was Big Cat Rescues. So they're trying to save, I don't know, some lions or something.
Obviously,
lions need to be saved.
Obviously, the move is you have to have Marco Rubio on the show.
Well, obviously the move is I should have been scamming USAID.
Well, that as well.
Mad at myself.
There's other things here. We spent $227,000 for Big Cat's YouTube channel.
Listen,
I really was confused.
Listen, your YouTube channel is tremendously more valuable than $227,000. So
I don't have one. It's
if
part
you
of my
did,
cake.
if you did, it would be more valuable than that.
But I'd take a check from the USAID.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah, why not?
Because you're a stand-up guy. You're a stand-up.
I don't even know how this works. I tweeted I'm so mad at myself for not scamming the USAID, and then I had just the worst replies because I guess that's like that type of joke is like mildly political, and I just was like, I'm out.
Yeah.
I was like, I deleted the tweet. I was like, I'm out. I'm not doing
you deleted
politics.
it. You didn't live with it.
Yeah, because it was like people like I was making a joke about Marco Rubio saying my channel, and I was just like, this is so stupid. And then everyone's like, oh, this and that and Trump, and I was like, all right, I'm out.
Yeah,
I'm not doing this. I'm out of here.
Yeah. Okay, I don't blame you.
It's such a pleasant and civil place these days,
Yeah,
social media, isn't
I
it?
know, right? Oh, so fun being online.
All right, Big Cat, great stuff. Thank you. All
right,
see you, buddy.
See you guys.
There you go, Mr.
Later.
Vacation, Barstool Big Cat.
Working vacation.
Working vacation. Taking the show on the road, too, with his family to Scottsdale next spring. All right, coming up next, Waddle's World, Courtney Cronin. If you want to talk to us, it's 332-3776.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
At Potawatomi, where ways to win are endless, another chance to capture epic cash and prizes comes Friday, June 27th. It's the season finale blockbuster drawings. Watch your entries from Enchanted Spins, Unreal Treasures, and Boundless Bounty come together for drawings where $300,000 in cash and prizes is there for the taking. Be there to win your share. June 27th only at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. More info online. Must be 21 years old to play.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So we show people how they can borrow cash to buy cash to beat inflation, right? So banks charge interest on your money, so I believe in reverse engineering things. So you borrow money, take the bank's money, and then go out and create increase. Do it by way of a business so you can create leverages, and then you can get tax rates for making more money.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
And you're your number one asset, but many times people don't insure themselves. So life insurance is a big deal, but it's also a vehicle of how the wealthy, basically shelter money.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
And then you can prepare yourself by putting money into insurance outlets that will grow compound interest and create generational wealth to have a living and a death benefits.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Those are some of the ways that you can use to create wealth and give yourself financial freedom while protecting your family.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
When I'm not hosting a spectacular game day party at the house, Fat Poor Tapworks is the ultimate game day experience. It's the best spot to watch any game in the city or nearby suburbs. And besides the brews, Fat Poor has great seasonal cocktails and a made-from-scratch menu that's better than anything I could make at home. Even if your team stinks, which is likely if you're a Chicago sports fan, Fat Poor has everything to make you feel whole again after the inevitable disappointment of another crushing loss.
Hey, parents throughout Chicagoland, if you're like me and only want the best and safest option for your kids, you've got to go check out my guys at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. FenceWorks is the premier spot for playgrounds, fencing, trampolines, and basketball hoops. I recently got a hoop installed by FenceWorks, and my kids are thrilled. FenceWorks has been treating families like mine to quality, safety, and exceptional service for over 58 years. Swing by their Northbrook showroom or check out theguyon41.com.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Progressive knows sports brings people together, but you gotta feel bad for people who don't even get it. Some people will never know what it's like to see their favorite team's hopes decided by a ping pong ball to draft the next superstar. Or not. I mean, sure, it's silly for your happiness to hinge on the success of a 20-year-old entry-level employee, but you just can't help yourself. The stress is exhilarating. Progressive can't bring people together like the draft, but we can bring your home and auto insurance together with a bundle. So switch and see if you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
$5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Waddle and Silvy, from our State Street studio to your hellish commute home. We're there with you, making it bearable. Never mind. Back to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago. This is Waddle's World.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
Bears legend.
Amazing.
9 career TDs in the NFL.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him.
Tom Waddle.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
It's time to find out what's on Tom's mind.
Is that why you were here?
As we go inside Waddle's World.
Welcome in. Let's do some hockey. You want to do some hockey?
Let's do that hockey.
Brendan Shanahan.
Brendan, Mr. Finance?
No, Brendan Shanahan will not return as the Leafs president after 11 seasons. That's the top line on the ESPN NHL site. But the rebuilding Blackhawks have hired Jeff, I don't even know how to pronounce his name, Blashill, as their head coach. Can you break down the new Hawks?
As they broke it down in crosstalk as well.
Do it again, because your audience changes.
Well, we all know
understand.
that the after many, many good years the Wings they were in a rebuild mode, and he was their head coach in Detroit for several years. Didn't win as much as he would like. Didn't have a lot of talent there either. He's tried to revitalize his head coaching career by going with John Cooper in Tampa.
All right, that's enough.
And now he is going to be asked to take the Blackhawks to the next step of the rebuild.
I'll ask you, did you ever think there would be a time, let's go back 15 years, where the Blackhawks would name a head coach and it wouldn't be a serious discussion?
You're talking to a man who was at Alpo Suhonen's press conference when he was hired.
Because you had to be.
Right. Well, because people were talking about it.
So
Mike Smith hired Alpo Suhonen.
Yes. Boy, have
I covered
things
Craig
changed.
Hartsburg.
Do you think if the Bulls fired Billy and hired a new coach?
No, we'd be talking about it almost every day.
That's my point. Like, it's almost sad, isn't it? The fact that it has been kind of ignored in a lot of ways.
Yeah, and there were some bigger names out there who obviously they couldn't get or they weren't interested in.
It's one of my favorite stories of all time. Not that one, this one. Lost drunk man spends hours helping search team looking for himself.
Oh, that's great.
And a bizarre incident from Turkey. 50-year-old Beyhan Mutlu inadvertently joined his own search party after wandering off from a night of drinking with friends, reported missing by his concerned wife and friends. Mutlu stumbled upon the search team and began assisting, unknowingly calling out his own name.
How awesome is that?
That's the best.
When was the reveal?
How
was it revealed?
What do you mean, when they finally found out?
Yeah.
How drunk do you have to be calling out your own name and not put two and two together that it's you that they're looking for?
The confusion came to an abrupt end when one of the searchers called out, Beyhan Mutlu, and Mutlu responded without hesitation, I'm here.
He thought he was doing a roll call. No, we're looking for you.
At that point, a rescuer took him aside to get his details and understand what was going on. Don't punish me too harshly, officer. My father will kill me, Mutlu reportedly said, according to local television.
So he thought, because he was gone, that he could hide in plain sight?
I guess. I don't know.
I almost think that's worse on the search party.
Yes.
he's among you and you
And
can't
don't
find
you
him.
also? You should probably have like a at least a sketch or a picture of the person you're looking for.
That may be. You know what? That might be.
Hey,
fun.
this guy
Air on
looks
the
like
search
you.
party.
Yeah.
Have you?
It led me to ask young Jack, when was the last time he puked from drinking? What'd you say, Jack?
It's probably
Mom and
about
Dad are
about a year ago at after a buddy's bachelor
What
party.
happened? Describe to me what happened.
The puke? I don't think people want to hear about that.
Oh yeah, that's why I
Waddle's
asked.
asking you.
Yeah, what happened? No, I mean, what happened? What led to you being
Moments leading up.
Well, for the bachelor party, we were at a casino. We were hanging out and
just had a little too much?
A little too much.
How long did you make it? Did you puke early? Did you puke
No,
late?
it was the next day. Little hangover
I never
action.
understood that. I never understood the hangover puke. Like, it's either when I'm in my peak drunk moment, never the next. I had a roommate
I don't know
like
if
that.
I ever puked after.
My roommate in college would consistently do this. He'd be fine, or like he'd be buzzed and everything. He'd go to bed, everything. He'd wake up in the morning, not overnight, and he would puke. A hangover puke.
Yeah. Tyler, when's the last time you puked because of alcohol?
The Sunday.
By the way, let me throw this out right now for youngsters listening as you're being picked up from school or being taken to practice. I'm not advocating this type of behavior. This is behavior that
my
you
kids
should
are
not
listening
follow.
right now.
Well, you're going to be asked next.
Okay.
Sunday after Thanksgiving this year.
This year?
Yeah. It was a weird night.
Well, so you're saying also, like Jack, it was a puke the day after.
No. It was, well, I guess it was technically Saturday night, but it was probably Sunday
I got to
morning.
tell.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
But like,
But my
I don't.
roommate threw up Sunday morning. He did the same thing, the hangover
Jack
puke.
did?
Yeah.
I don't. These guys are very young too. Like when you're still in your 20s, to me, it's a long time for Jack. Who is 24? What are you, Jack?
24. Yeah.
Like to go a full year.
Oh,
and
yeah.
not puke. That's a long time for a 24-year-old.
I was bi-monthly. Yeah.
So does that mean twice a month?
Duh. Yeah.
Could be every 2 months.
Like yeah,
the way
that's
that
what
you're
I
thinking. Yeah.
I always get mixed up between
Yeah.
if that means once every 2 months or does that mean twice a month?
For me, it meant twice a month. Making up myself. So finish your story, Tyler, before Sylvie embarrasses him in front of his sons.
We didn't even, I remember we didn't even drink that much that night. It was just weird, and everyone was just hammered. But we could not have
Somebody
had more.
did you guys roofie each other or what?
I don't know. But I don't think any of us had more than like 5.
For me, it's been a good 3 to 5 years.
That's not there needs
Something
to be
was
an
up.
investigation.
Something was up.
What were you drinking?
Foul play. Just beer.
Oh no! Somebody roofied you guys. You guys were roofing each
Like
other.
what is the thing? Why do people do that? Who would do that? Like as a prank?
I don't know.
I don't think anyone was roofing each other, but like,
why wouldn't you roofie each other? I mean, before.
We all
I mean,
remembered
people
the
roofie
night,
people
too.
for hideous reasons.
yeah.
Not for fun.
Well, I
It's a
know
dark
that,
drug.
but like just a random dude drinking beer, someone's going to drop something into
Hey,
his.
listen, I may have 5 tonight. I hope to God I don't puke. Like really? I'd like.
It was
You
weird.
got to tell the story too.
People
Me?
were just kind of dropping. Yeah.
Tell everyone how you're trying to cheat the system today.
Oh, that's different. That's not. I mean, that's a different story. But yeah,
But that's
like,
why you're going to have 5 drinks tonight, though.
I haven't had a drink since Saturday afternoon.
And why?
Because I'm having a physical a week from today and I had to get my blood drawn today. So I wanted to be well hydrated. I hadn't taken any Tylenol or anything and hadn't had a drink.
See, this is not a true indicator of your health. You're scrubbing the evidence.
But I want to know if, in fact, I adopt this cleaner lifestyle, what actually who I am.
It shouldn't only take 5 days for a cleaner lifestyle.
No, I'm just seeing to see what kind of response there is to this behavior.
He's going to walk. He's going to, Tom, you look great. Your blood work is like of a 42-year-old. I don't see any alcohol or drugs or cholesterol.
Well, there's no drugs. I don't do drugs. You can raise your eyes all you want. I don't do drugs. I have beverages, but I'm not a drug guy. When's the last? I'm just not a drug guy. When was the last time you puked from booze?
It's been 3 to 5 years. It's been a long time.
Happened?
I don't even remember. I think it was after one of these big Goodfellas dinners or one of these big dinners that we went out and where I just you're so involved in talking that you're not trying to get hammered, but the beverages are going down. The next thing you know, the room's spinning.
It's been a while for me as well. I think the last time was one of my own Super Bowl parties where I fell asleep in my Timberlands and my winter jacket, woke up at 1 or 2 and had to go puke and then went right back to bed in the same outfit. I didn't even take it off.
What about the night when you cracked your head?
Yes, that was another one. I think that was a few. Threw up in the Uber. My daughter, I think, tipped the guy $200 when he dropped me off. I fell out of the Uber, cracked my head on the front step of my house and had to go to the emergency room. Those are the last 2 times I puked from drinking, and I haven't done it since then. I've learned my lesson. Kids, don't act like that.
Very good. This public service message is brought to you by Tom Waddle.
Yeah. That's. I thought that was an interesting topic to go to after the guy that was who was looking for himself out in the woods somewhere in Turkey. When we come back, we'll turn to performance-enhancing drugs. Okay, that's what we're going to talk about when we come back.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yingling Flight is sold out.
Not so fast, big guy.
What?
There's still a chance. Hey guys, it's Silvy inviting you out to Emo's Tavern in Grays Lake. Join me Wednesday, May 28th from 7 to 9. I'm qualifying fans for a chance to win a spot on Team Waddle and Silvy, sponsored by Great Clips. And at the end, I'm picking one to win the twosome. See you at Emo's Tavern on Central in Grays Lake next Wednesday, May 28th. Please enjoy responsibly.
Hey, it's Captain Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck. I'm here to help. My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal. I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Cap and J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical joint pain relief with over 50,000 satisfied patients. Knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, and hip pain, all gone. Imagine living pain-free and getting back to doing what you love without the burden of joint discomfort. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and let me tell you, what QC Kinetics offers is truly remarkable. They use regenerative cell therapy to restore tissue in your achy joints. This treatment uses biologic growth factors, which are rich in healing properties, strategically placed into your joints to repair old and damaged tissue. What's even better, there are no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Just natural cellular level healing that brings lasting relief. It's a powerful way to give your joints new life and get you back to your active lifestyle. The consultation is completely free, so why wait? Call QC Kinetics today at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. See how these cutting-edge treatments can help you live your best pain-free life.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. You've heard me profess love for my 25 Defender from Land Rover Chicago and Howard Orloff Imports. And right now is your opportunity to buy your Defender at pre-tariff prices. For my travel to the draft in Green Bay, to my weekends with my son's travel baseball team, every trip is an adventure, and the Defender perfectly combines rugged off-road capability with the refinement and luxury you expect from Land Rover. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of 25 Defenders. At current prices, these are sure to move quickly. So visit them today just off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at Orloff.com.
What's up, it's Jay Hood. Spring is here, and your IKEA Schaumburg, Bolingbrook, and Oak Creek stores are rolling the savings outdoors for their annual sidewalk sale. Visit IKEA from now to May 26th for a wide variety of furniture and home furnishing accessories at big discounts. And don't miss IKEA's Friday Mystery Deals, May 16th and 23rd. For special deals only available in-store to IKEA family members. Not an IKEA family member yet? Sign up for free at IKEA.com/US. Save big at the IKEA annual sidewalk sale going on now through May 26th.
Another accident? What happened? Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing.
Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this?
Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dashcam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault.
So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims?
Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operate smarter.
Imagine using your skills and experiences to inspire young minds. We see the teacher in you. No matter your starting point, we can help you become a teacher. Teaching offers consistent pay, a pension, and summers off. Learn how you can be the teacher. Visit BeTheTeacher.org. Sponsored by Grow Your Own Teachers, Illinois.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Now's the time to schedule your Four Seasons AC tune-up. Backed by a 1-year no-breakdown guarantee, peace of mind is only a tune-up away. Call today and save $50 from your trusted local experts. For all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons.
Waddle and Silvy are back. Follow the show on Twitter at Waddle and Silvy and at TWaddle87. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
PED use allowed in new enhanced games set for May of 2026. We head to Vegas, a new company hoping to infuse unprecedented levels of science, money, and performance-enhancing drugs into Olympic-style sports. Says it will hold its first formal competition in May of 2026 in Las Vegas. Enhanced Games announced plans Wednesday to host in exactly 1 year its first annual competition in which athletes will be allowed, if not outright encouraged, to use PEDs.
I like this.
Like steroids, testosterone, and growth hormone that are typically legal to possess but banned in sports. Organizers say they hope to remove the stigma of using these substances and promote safer ways to push the limits of human performance.
What do you think the some of the accomplishments will be like? Will we notice it or will no one pay attention?
Someone's going to run a 2.4 40-yard dash. Companies offering substantial financial incentives to athletes who will likely have to give up future opportunities to compete in most other international sporting events, along with a $500,000 purse for each event. $250,000 to the first-place finisher. Enhanced Games will also provide appearance fees to athletes and bonuses for breaking records during the competition.
Who's behind this again? Something in Vegas?
Is Aaron D'Souza, the company's founder and president. He framed Wednesday's announcement as the opening salvo in an effort to create superhumanity.
Superhumanity?
Yeah. It's the Enhanced Games. I would watch.
You like enhancement?
I would watch. I'd be interested in seeing how it goes. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you be interested?
How to what degrees are we going with enhancement?
Well, again, as far as testosterone, growth hormone, and other PEDs can take you.
It's all there.
It's all on the table. Like a candy jar.
Aren't all the best athletes in the world, though, aren't they not going to be in this because they still want to compete in the Olympics and in the professional levels? So we're just really seeing not the best guys, second-tier athletes.
Or maybe even fourth tier.
I want to see what science can actually produce, Jack.
You should enter.
That's what I'm saying. No, I don't want to enter. I just want to watch.
Maybe you want to. Maybe
I
you
don't want to enter. I want to watch. Let me get my blood test back first before I decide to ingest anything else. This story is for you. 6 Wienermobiles will race for glory at the Indy Motor Speedway on Friday.
I didn't know there were even 6 Wienermobiles. How many total Wienermobiles are there?
I'm not 100% sure.
Funny enough, I know 3 different Wienermobile drivers.
Do you really?
I've tried before to get a ride in the Wienermobile. I've reached out to them through someone else,
I'm sure there's
on
a joke there for somebody.
Yeah.
But
and I asked if I could drive one day, and they told me no. So I have not gotten a ride or anything. It is on my bucket list.
Oscar Mayer is sending 6 Wienermobiles to the track for the first time, and it's not just any old track. It's the same circuit that will host the sold-out Indy 500 on Sunday. The winner will be crowned after just 2 laps of the 2.5-mile-long oval. Oscar Mayer told The Drive. And the same men and women who drive the Wienermobile across the country will race it.
I don't think you'd do well in the Wienermobile. You'd be too claustrophobic.
No chance. Yeah, I
Doesn't
wouldn't get in
seem like
it.
there's a lot of room in that Wiener.
Not getting in the Wienermobile. It doesn't sound like Oscar Mayer will make any mechanical modifications to these 6 hot dog-shaped trucks before letting them loose on the track either. So don't expect to see world-breaking speeds or to hear Formula One-like exhaust sounds.
Yeah, it's going to take them forever to get around 1 lap.
Yeah.
This is a meeting of the Titans, by the way. This is all 6 that exist in the world.
This
There's only
is
6.
Wow.
If you were
Each
offered that job,
Wienermobile will represent a different regional hot dog. There's the Shy Dog representing the Midwest.
Okay.
The New York Dog for the East Coast. The Slaw Dog for the Southeast. The Sonoran Dog for the Southwest. The Seattle Dog for the Northwest. And last but sure as hell not least, a Chili Dog racing for the South.
What were you going to say, Jack?
if you were offered that job, you get 1 year, you're paid to drive around the country in a Wienermobile.
No.
Would you do it?
Nope.
It's hot dog themed inside too.
Only if I didn't have any other way of
I'd do
being
that in
employed.
retirement, yeah. I'd do it.
I'd go sit at a Home Depot and wave to people.
Is that
instead.
what you?
Yeah,
and
I'm not
you want to be a
driving
golf starter? Yeah.
Yes, that too. But I'm not getting in the Wienermobile and driving all over the country. No thanks. No.
You at the front of. You're not going to greet people. You don't greet people now.
That's not true.
Yes, you're not a greeter.
That is not true in the slightest. But you're
I
right.
would say
I'm going to be a starter at a golf course.
You're almost too much of a greeter. You say hi to everybody.
What do you mean? Not strangers.
Wherever I go, I say hello to everyone.
Oh, really?
Don't I?
Even like when we're in the elevator.
Yeah. Hey,
He
how
talks
you
to
doing?
everybody.
Isn't that sort of when you're in an elevator and someone else walks in? Don't you say, "How's it going?"
But even when
it's in this building,
when we were on the first floor on the ground level here, and we take the elevator down to walk to the studio.
I
would
wave
pass
goodbye
the
to
hall.
the guy that sits behind the desk.
That too,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
I
you
wave
do.
to the
You
guy.
do.
I wave to the person
Okay,
that's
maybe I
in
stand
the guard
corrected.
shack. I wave to everybody.
okay. We're gonna say.
I got one more story.
Oh, okay. Go
What
ahead.
time is it? I got time. Chicago newspaper prints a summer reading list. Books don't exist. Figured you'd like this. I'll make it quick. Good luck picking up the books on an unofficial summer reading list from the Chicago Sun-Times. Hoping to delve into the multi-generational saga Tidewater Dreams by Isabel Allende, for instance? Keep dreaming. Maybe a science-driven story like Andy Weir's The Last Algorithm is more to your taste. Can't help. Okay, how about Min Jin Lee's riveting tales set in Seoul's underground economy? Sorry, all you're going to find is shade. That's because while the authors may be real, the books don't actually exist. And the Chicago Sun-Times is being roasted online for publishing the AI-generated list of summer books to read.
Wow. That's crazy.
Here's a list of books we think you should read.
And they don't even exist.
Doesn't exist.
Wow. And they got it from AI? See?
I think I got it from Potsy.
I thought you were going to make like an Allen Iverson joke like the Bills.
No, I won't.
All right, coming up next.
Hey, how you doing?
We talked to Courtney Cronin. It's the Greeter and Silvy on ESPN 1000.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Bears Weekly. Host Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer take you inside with the latest on your team. The latest news and the best interviews. Bears Weekly, tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
If you or someone you love is graduating soon, nothing compliments a cap and gown quite like a fresh haircut from Great Clips. The skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are schooled in delivering the confidence-boosting cuts you love, and with convenient online check-in, You can stop in whenever it fits your busy schedule. Plus, with their affordable prices, you can save more money for summer fun. Get into a Great Clips salon today and get ready to walk across the stage in style. Great Clips, it's going to be great.
You want to change the way your money works for you. So when you book an appointment with BrandonMrFinance.com, what's it like?
I'm going to find out who you are. It's important to know what you want, what your needs are, because I want to focus on those things. And then I'm going to basically just come behind it and give you a lot of ways that you can grow, so you can own your time versus sell it. Because, no offense, most people, they work their jobs, it's selling the time, whether it's an hourly or a salary wage. But I tell anyone who works a job, there's nothing wrong with creating a business, because then you can tap into the tax code. So we're going to expose you to things that you've not been exposed to.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
We show people how to repurpose their life and organize money and then create, wealth. Like in my household, if you're a family person, I'm gonna tell you that I don't pay anybody cash in my house. I give you a paycheck. I can write this off. But I'm also arming you to have qualified financials so that when you want to make an application for funding, you can verify income. So I'm setting you up to qualify for things that you want or you need.
So book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com.
I want to teach you how to grow, but this time on your own time with your own terms.
Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. If you're injured, you want a legal representative that gets you and where you come from.
Exactly. When you call us, you're not getting some out-of-town mega firm. You're talking to Chicagoans.
That's Julio Costa of Costa Iavoni, and his partner Anthony is also here.
Thanks, Courtney. We're proud of the trust we've built here in town.
There's an immediate connection with Chicagoans. They know we'll take the time to understand what they're going through.
And then we will fight to win. At Costa Iavoni, we get you.
Costa Iavoni, your trusted local personal injury attorneys at 708-4million.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
We're all better with help. Hey guys, it's Silvy. Take it from me, I use therapy all the time. But too often, people stay silent to avoid being judged. For over 10 years, BetterHelp has been finding the right therapist for people just like you and me. Visit BetterHelp.com/timeout and get 10% off your first month of therapy. That's BetterHelp.com/timeout. And let's get the help today.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute, hosted by Danny Ecker from Crane Chicago Business, is heard Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and is presented by Chicagoland BMW Centers.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Waddle and Silvy are back on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
One of my favorite things about Around the Horn is that it took sports reporters all across the country and gave them an opportunity to talk about their teams from their city on the national stage. Like when this show was just getting started, I was a middle schooler arguing with my friends about who we were more upset with after the 2003 NLDS Game 6. Was it Steve Bartman or was it Alex S. Gonzalez? For the last 3 years, I've had a chance to put on for a place that means so much to me in the city of Chicago, and I've gotten to give a piece of my home to the viewers of Around the Horn, and I'm so grateful for that.
Really good stuff from Courtney Cronin today. It was her last Around the Horn episode. Is tomorrow the last one? When's the last official one?
I believe tomorrow is. I think it's 22 years, right? Hasn't it been 22 years on the air for 22 years, I believe?
I've read a lot of the stories and, you know, how Tony Reale took over that show and really made it his own. And many of our friends have been on the show throughout the years, according
Your
to the
buddy
last
Jay
three.
Mariotti was on it forever, wasn't he?
That's right. He was. I haven't talked to Jay in years and years and years. I wondered, he's not going to be on, is he?
I don't know.
Or is he going to make a guest appearance tomorrow?
That I do not know.
Because I believe he's second for the most appearances
Woody
ever.
Page?
I think it's Woody Page number 1.
Not sure.
But he was like one of the inaugural guys and would be on it every single day. So Courtney's going to join us here shortly. We don't have baseball tonight. We have Bears Weekly, so that's coming your way at 6:30. It's with Joniak, Thayer, and Jim Miller.
No baseball on either side of town. Cubs are catching a breather, too, before they go to the Queen City to rough up the Reds.
We have Western Conference Finals tonight. As far as the NBA is concerned. What else we got tonight?
I think
we have
that's
a hockey game.
Yes, I believe you've got game 2 between the Panthers and the Hurricane, right?
Okay. So I'm going out tonight with this is weird because it's not weird, but like no one calls it Little League anymore. We call it now for when our kids play. It's House League and travel. So like all we knew is Little League. We're having a Little League, like not a real official reunion. We're having a Little League reunion tonight, where some of us are getting together.
When you played Little League baseball?
When I play.
Oh, okay.
These are my friends that, and a few of them I still keep in touch with often, text, and they listen to the show. But a couple that I've not seen in a while, and we're getting together tonight at Carson's, and we're going to chill, drink, and eat, and watch sports, and have a good
look
and
out,
reminisce.
Carson's. Here comes the Little League team of
Skokie Indians Little League right here.
Everyone's smoking weed and doing shots.
Smoking weed? How did you put those two together?
Isn't that what you guys do now?
No,
to celebrate when you get together?
I don't smoke weed.
Okay. I thought that's what you guys would do tonight. Sit out in the parking lot.
Have you ever seen me smoke weed?
I thought you were the drug guy on the show. You accused me of being the drug guy on the show. I thought it was you.
So is that what we're doing now?
Yeah, right.
Harry once accused you of being the drug guy.
That was a long time ago,
That
too.
got messy, too.
Yeah, that was not kind.
Let's bring in Courtney Cronin right now, who I'm sure it was very emotional, as Courtney's done great work, as we know, not only on the radio, but on television, not only locally, but nationally. And not only is she going to talk about the Bears, but she joins us on the England guest hotline to talk about her experience today. We just played your last highlight from Around the Horn. What was the emotion like for you as you did that?
I'm kind of surprised I held it together because you guys know how I feel about this place and like what it means to me. And it's like the opportunity I've had for the last 3 years to go on a national, like we're the third biggest market in the country. And I think sometimes that we get lost in the mix of the LA, New York shuffle and some of the other places that get talked about a lot. But Chicago is a fantastic sports town. And I wanted, like, when I knew that we were all going to do FaceTimes, I was like, what do I want to do with mine? And I wanted to localize it and personalize it to what I've carried with me every time I go on that show. Like, we don't talk Chicago sports every single time, but when we do, I know that they're going to defer to me because it's where I'm from. It's the teams that I grew up watching, the teams that I'm a fan of, the team that I cover. And so I wanted to like pay homage to that because when I started watching the show in the early 2000s, that's how they got their start. Like they would go find reporters, columnists, journalists of all forms, but particularly writers, and they would give them a platform to talk about their teams, to be the expert in the place where they came from. I mean, Bill Plaschke has, worn that like a badge of honor for 20 years. Tim Cowlishaw, same thing with his Dallas teams. And so that's something I've tried to uphold every time that I have a national appearance, that, carrying Chicago with me to a place just so people know how proud you are to come from here. I mean, I don't take that lightly when people say greatest city on earth. Like, I believe that. And yeah, some of our teams are incredibly frustrating to be fans of. But this is the place that made me into a sports fan, and I'm just grateful that I got to share that with a national audience the last 3 years.
Courtney Cronin is brought to you by Costa Ivone. Injured, call 708-4MILLION for the people of Chicago because they are Chicago. This is exactly what Courtney was talking about. Costa Ivone, your local personal injury lawyers. Wilbon has told us these stories, too, because PTI Around the Horn pretty synonymous, and the 1-2 punch there, that I think he's recognized most with the fraternity group, like fraternities around college campuses. Who stops you? Like, what age group of fans stops you the most based on your appearances on Around the Horn?
Oh, that's a good question. Middle-aged men.
Oh, really? Okay.
The low-hanging fruit one, but no, I mean, there's.
What do they say when they say to you when they come up to you?
Well, I was walking down Michigan Avenue. I was going to Sephora a couple months ago, and I have a backpack that we got for the 20th anniversary of the show in 2022. It's got Around the Horn on it. So I remember somebody stopped me and were like, hey, like, love you on Around the Horn. Also heard you on Hogan Johns last week. So it was really cool. So, like, somebody, you know, kind of melding the two worlds together. Because I think it was during the season when, it was like when me, Kevin Fishbane, Adam Hogan, Adam Johns did a podcast after either the Waldron firing or Eberflus. I don't know. There's so many firings I can't keep track. But, like, it was cool to hear this person recognize the local aspect, but also the national aspect. And I just think it's just fun. Like, it's just a cool way to be able to connect with people. I mean, this is the show. I've always said it's the show of happy hours, dentist office, and everybody at the gym after work. We're on everywhere. And it's cool. Like, I appreciate, like, more than anything, it's like when you see your friends or people that know you and they'll, like, you know, take a screenshot of when you're on TV and send it to you. And it might be the worst screenshot. You might look like you have 5 chins, but it's like somebody recognizes it's like something that, you know, has filled a space for 22 and a half years. And I got to be a part of that space for 3 years. And that just means a lot to me. Anybody who's recognized, like, the amount of work that goes into it and what we've brought to the audience the last, 2 decades.
Courtney, is it fair to say you're a competitive person?
Highly.
With that in mind.
Competitive and aggressive.
With that in mind, what was your final win percentage and where did that rank you all time?
I don't know where it ranked me all time, but I do know that I had 52 wins, which, Tony and I are going to have a little talk about the final couple of weeks on this show because I felt like I got ripped off on a couple of those.
Oh.
But I had 52 wins, 180 appearances on this show, but I hosted the show 12 times, so 192 total. And what does it say on my? It says 28.9% win percentage. So under 30, that seems, you do the math there, it seems pretty good.
I think that's very impressive. I would think that would rank you very high all time.
Awful announcing, I guess, in 2024 said that you were 10th all time at that point.
Interesting. So I've fallen off, in other words, because it seems like my percentage has gone down. But the scoring system, the points, all of that, I am competitive with it, but you take it with a grain of salt because this show is about making salient points, whether you get muted, whether you get the flame emoji, no matter what happens. It's the thing I love about it is that it doesn't put me in a box, and I've had the opportunity to talk about everything. I mean, today was all NBA, all NBA for and hockey, for the most, majority of the show. We did, the game tonight, obviously, that led our B block, but our whole A block was Pacers-Knicks. And, it's really a cool opportunity for me. Just like when I'm on with you guys or Kap and J Hood or anybody at 1000, we talk about a lot of different things other than the Bears. Yes, there's an area that, you're either a bigger fan of or it's your expertise, but I love getting a chance to talk about local teams that matter to me and nationally, doing that too, because I'm a sports fan. At the heart of it, I am a sports nerd that loves to watch games and loves to chop it up with friends and people I don't know about whether, your opinion's wrong or mine's right. Let's find some common ground and just talk about the game.
Yeah, you can't do that on social media anymore, right? You got to do that in person.
Not, because then you're awful. Although I'm ready to have a victory lap after the Oklahoma City Thunder close out the Minnesota Timberwolves, because that's the pick that I made. And you would have thought I'm the Antichrist for making a pick like that, saying they're the only serious contender from the West. But you're right. In this climate, around what made Around the Horn, I think, different than other shows and other places is the fact that we had conversations with nuance, and it wasn't hot take climate. you could say something spicy, but like you're not talking over other people. You're not yelling over other people. And I think there was a level of respect and decorum that the show had that will sorely be missed.
Yeah. Courtney Cronin joining us. It's Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000. So I go to Ben Johnson, and we saw you yesterday at practice. I heard you today on with Carmen and Jurko. Are you willing to say, in the words of Jesse Rogers, I've seen enough. I know this coach is going to be different from all the other coaches the Bears have had?
Wait, Jesse said that based on what?
No. He coined the phrase, or he coined the phrase, I've seen enough, as like a segment. So he didn't say that about Ben Johnson. But a lot of people believe, like I've been reading a lot of stuff where people say, look, Caleb's in great hands now, and we love what we see. I still have to wait to see games before I pronounce him awesome. And even though a live mic picked me up saying, I love this guy, as I was turning to Caitlin Sharkey and to Pat, the designer, yesterday after the press conference, I still need to see more, but I love what I see so far.
Yeah, I think that's logical because it's May 22nd, and we don't know what we don't know yet. Like these are OTA practices where you're getting a glimpse into how Ben Johnson coaches. So I fall in line with that. I think there's plenty more to be seen. I want to see what happens when they face adversity, because everybody feels great when you're 0-0. But what happens when stuff starts hitting the fan? Like, how does Ben Johnson respond to that? I mean, I think you have seen some good examples of it so far. Like yesterday, him coming out and getting ahead of the Caleb Williams questions that were going to be coming his way about the book. Like, that's proactive, not reactive, the way that Matt Eberflus probably would have handled that. So, and then like coupled with the fact that we're seeing mistakes made in practice, and Ben Johnson is the first one to yell at Cole Kmet to make sure he was lined up in the right place and blow the whistle and, to blow the play dead. I think there's signs right there that are very encouraging. But I'm with you. I need to see games and how this team handles wins and losses to know, just how good of a leader he is as a coach.
But I think we've all enunciated there is tangible evidence that it is different than what it used to be. And I think you've just cited some of the examples. Like it is I've seen Ben Johnson coordinate an offense at a top 5 level. Now, does he have the same level of? We'll figure that out.
Right. Or can he balance the head coaching and play calling?
That is a good question as well. But look, I don't think it equates to any guarantees about how many games you're going to win. But I think there are tangible pieces of evidence that tell you that it's different than what it's been like up there. Courtney, I just like yesterday, and I'm not making too much of it, yesterday's practice looked like an NFL practice should look. And I can't say personally from my perspective that I felt that way watching this team practice, whether it be in training camp or during the season under the previous regime.
I hear you. And I know, there are tangible signs of change. Just the way that Ben Johnson speaks. Mm-hmm. Like, Pat and I were talking about this on the podcast. Like, what would Eberflus have done if he got up there? He would have said, we're going to keep those conversations internal. Did you talk to Caleb Williams? We're going to keep that between us. You know where this would have gone.
Yeah.
Ben Johnson handled that like a professional, and maybe he got some good guidance. I don't know. He just seemed like he was able to manage the moment and speak truthfully about it too. Like, he didn't lie. He didn't sugarcoat anything. He said that Caleb's his own man, and he's entitled to feel how he felt about last season, but also spun it ahead to with the two of them looking forward to turning the page. I thought he handled that like a head coach should in the NFL, and all the other stuff that we're seeing that changes, the changes that have already taken place. But I just, I've seen I don't know. I felt like yesterday's practice was obviously, it looked intense. There were a lot of different drills. I think seeing the other coaches and how they coach, how they're being empowered to coach, the type of drills that they're running, it looks organized. But Eberflus had some pretty intense practices out there. I can go back to, a time I remember Roquan Smith, right after he came back, blowing his body through David Montgomery in a practice. That was pretty damn physical, and he wasn't supposed to do that. I don't know whether that's unprofessional or not, but there were definitely moments that were physical under Eberflus that I don't think I don't think it was all bad in terms of the practices. I know that's the narrative that's out there, but if it can be organized and if they can come away without the back-to-back days where the red zone offense is terrible. Right? We saw that a lot last year. If you can have days where it feels like a page has been turned, then you can point to that's different than last year because the coaching is different than last year.
Courtney, we talked a lot last year, too, about attendance. And, to our eyes, and I know this, they always would say, hey, it's one day, just the day that the media is allowed in, so you don't get to gauge these other days on the attendance. So, if a couple guys were missing, this is just that one day, they would say. But, we saw the trend with Nate Davis. There were other guys, too. I've always said to Waddle, this is not a hobby. You should still schedule your life around OTAs, even though they're bargained as optional. With a new coach coming off a 5-win season especially, how did you like the attendance yesterday?
I thought it was really good. Obviously, some of the more notable absences, like Luther Burden dealing with a soft tissue injury, that's not a great sign. And just the way that Ben Johnson, again, another change, just as an aside, what did Flus talk about with injuries in the offseason? Week to week, day to day, wouldn't give any information. Ben Johnson got out ahead of that, and I thought that was important what he said, little alarming what he said, but that was an absence that was pretty notable. Outside of the starters, or outside of the rookies, the only starters that were big ones that weren't there were Kyler Gordon, who I believe was in Con, and Andrew Billings. Those were the big ones that I noticed. But it's definitely when you have a new system, and I think it was Grady Jarrett who said this, but also Tremaine Edmonds and Kevin Byard, that you want to be around. You want to learn it now, even though it's voluntary. I personally, and I get it, the players' union is going to negotiate this to help their guys because of time limits that coaching staffs can work with them in the off season each week. It's voluntary in name only because we only talk about the guys that aren't there. But when you have a buy-in from your leaders, all of the offensive leaders that we expected to be there were there, and on the defensive side, you've got Jalen Johnson, there's Montez Sweat, there's both your, high-paid linebackers. That sets the tone for everybody else. And, I think Ben Johnson has an effect on that. But I also think where this team was last year and where they're trying to be, you got to make sure that you're learning right now so you have the time. You build in time to get the mistakes out of the way because that can't happen. If you want to be a good team, you can't, come back and, for mandatory camp, be there 3 days and expect everything to be perfect. Now's the time that they need to get that stuff out of the way so they can move on and be a better team this year.
Courtney, are you expecting any kind of roster juggling between now and training camp? And if so, what do you think that they would potentially add or subtract?
I still think that they probably will need another running back and an edge rusher. They want to be between 6 and 7 running backs for training camp, so could be just bringing in another camp body. But there are also some veterans that are on the market. Now, you won't be able to tell what you have with your running backs, the same as with your pass rushers, until they're in pads to see how guys perform. So early training camp, I don't think they're in any sort of rush to do that just yet. And they've said that at every turn that they want to get these players around the coaches. But those to me are the two most notable areas that they probably are a little thin at right now.
And then the other announcement, you've alluded to this before, that the Bears are not going to have just one training camp with another team. They're having 2 sessions with other teams. So it's Miami first, and then it's the Bills. 2-part question. How much do you love this? And number 2, does this also mean because they do this that they don't want to play starters in regular games, or will they do both?
I think, first and foremost, I think it's fantastic. Ryan Poles has leaned into the idea of doing these joint practices for the last couple of years. They didn't do it the first year because they were just trying to keep their head above water, but 23, 24, and 25, it's a good opportunity to get real work in against another team. And then you don't necessarily have to play your starters much, if at all. I remember the Bengals game last year. I think Caleb played, a couple series? Maybe it was 1 quarter. I forget. It was the preseason. But, there wasn't, he got a lot of reps in against some pretty good cornerbacks, despite how bad that defense ended up being in the regular season. That means more than what anything could happen in preseason games. But I think this would probably lean towards starters will be playing less in the preseason. It'll give you an opportunity to really, in those games, get a feel for your depth and what you have.
Great stuff. Courtney, congratulations on such a long run on Around the Horn. We appreciate you and what you mean to us. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Courtney.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Take care.
There you go. There's Courtney Cronin. Her last show today on Around the Horn, the last one tomorrow. It was a long, long run for Around the Horn.
If she's top 10 in terms of win percentage, that's quite impressive.
Very impressive. All right, coming up next, Aki's A-List. We also have today, we are up to number 20 on the greatest clip countdown. We'll get to that, and then Bears Weekly 1 hour from right now. It's Waddle and Silvy.
This is Waddle and Silvy. Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
All right, Chicago sports fans, it's Toyota's Summer Starts Here sales event. Summer is finally here, and with a new Toyota, you can go out and make the most of summer. Maybe it's taking the whole family to the game in this spacious Grand Highlander, or getting out of the city to explore the rugged RAV4. It's what I used to drive, and I loved it. Or using the powerful Tundra to get the boat in the water. There's a Toyota for every adventure, and every Toyota comes with Toyota Care. I have it as well. It's a 2-year, 25,000-mile, no-cost maintenance plan that even includes roadside assistance. It's a value you can expect from Toyota. So summer starts now at your Chicagoland Toyota dealer. Visit your local dealer like I did, or Toyota.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
The United States has the worst rate of mothers dying in childbirth than any country in the developed world. While countries like the UK and France have seen a 20 to 30% decrease in deaths over the past decades, the number of mothers dying in the U.S. has almost tripled since 1987. That means in our country, more mothers die during childbirth than in places like Kazakhstan and Libya. To make matters worse, the CDC reports that 60% of these deaths were preventable. Considering the advancements in medicine, you'd think that deaths would have decreased. But NPR reports that hodgepodge protocols continually turn treatable complications into lethal killers. In addition, many doctors specializing in maternal fetal medicine are able to complete their training without ever stepping foot in a baby delivery unit. And finally, because you're relying on statements and records from doctors, nurses, and staff, many times the truth is camouflaged in complicated medical terminology. You need a law firm who has been uncovering the truth in medical negligence cases for almost 60 years. Call the Verdoliak Law Group at 844-4VLG-LAW.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Spring allergies, chronic sinus issues, snoring that's wrecking your sleep, whatever ails you, Sinus and Snoring MD can help you breathe and sleep better. Family owned, over 25 years experience, Sinus and Snoring MD will treat you great and give you life-changing results. Hey, this is David Kaplan. Want to breathe easier? Go to sinusandSnoringMD.com or call 847-545-0147 today. That's 847-545-0147. SinusandSnoringMD.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
It's time for Aki's A-List. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 Ps of Waddle's world. Aki's A-List. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
That's right, Aki's A-List brought to you by Mr. Finance. Build wealth through smarter investing by visiting BrandonMrFinance.com. It's BrandonMrFinance.com. Here's Tyler.
All right, guys, let's start with a little bit of football because there was a list on Pro Football Focus that was ranking all 32 starting quarterbacks.
Some people out there are going to put their fists up.
Did you see where Caleb Williams happened to land? Did you see Silvy?
Some people are going to want to fight.
This is Pro Football Focus.
PFF, yep.
Is this a projection or based on last year?
It's based on what's been seen, but also projecting forward, too.
It's exactly written based on a combination of recent performance and career trajectory.
I would say Caleb is 18th.
You're about a half dozen off there.
He's 6th?
He is half dozen.
Go the wrong way.
Half dozen. Then he is, he's 12?
He is 24.
24?
24.
24.
You want to see who's in the neighborhood?
Let me guess who's in the neighborhood.
All right, so who's 23? I'll give you so it's tiered too. So
okay.
Each thing's a tier.
Wait. Don't give me any hints. Can I let me just look at the quarterback list.
It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood.
Aaron Rodgers?
A beautiful day in the neighborhood.
Well, I'll tell you this. I think giving you the tier
reading 20 through 23. Just to see the look on his face.
Well, hold on. Let me guess. I
think giving
Bryce Young in that.
He is 20.
Okay. Is Russell Wilson there?
No. I'm going to give you what the name of the tier is because I think that'll.
Okay.
The tier is young players with a wide range of potential outcomes.
Trevor Lawrence has got to be in this tier.
Trevor Lawrence is 16.
Okay.
He falls in solid starters, but they need more help.
Is Bo Nix in his tier?
He is. Bo Nix is 19th.
And he ranks ahead of him already.
Pretty far ahead of him.
As he should.
Where is Jordan Love? Is Jordan Love in this tier or is he above him?
Jordan Love is 12th.
Wow.
Don't tell me like an Anthony Richardson is in there. No, so it's not that bad?
No,
it's Justin Fields in this tier.
Anthony Richardson is 30. Justin Fields is
A little bit behind him.
Yeah, he's a little behind. He's at 28.
Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray, I'd imagine, is ahead of him.
Yeah,
okay, all right, I give
Kyler's
up then.
15. All right. 20 is Bryce Young. 21, this may anger you. J.J. McCarthy.
Well, he hasn't played a game yet. And how could that be if it's based on past performance?
And future trajectory.
Yeah, like, how could you judge future trajectory if you haven't seen the past performance?
I don't know.
Drake May at 22.
Okay, same draft class.
Michael Penix at 23.
How could Michael Penix? Now, that does bother me.
More
This
than
is the
JJ?
one- Huh?
More than JJ?
Yes.
I think JJ would bother me more. The guy hasn't taken a snap.
That's true, but was Penix anything last year?
He had a couple of games that
He was
PFF
fine.
deemed elite performances.
Wow.
That's yeah.
So they have
elite
J.J.
strong.
McCarthy and Penix ahead of...
And Drake May. The entire draft class.
I'm looking
was ahead
through.
of him.
Yeah, the entire draft class, I believe,
All
is
the
all
first
ahead of him.
rounders.
Yeah, all the first rounders. Yeah.
Bo Nix was 18.
Okay.
18 or 19?
But that kind of makes sense. Like,
No,
Bo Nix was awesome
yeah, he
last
played
year.
well. 19. It was 19.
Bo Nix wins Rookie of the Year most years with that season.
This is what they write about Caleb, who comes in at 24. Touted as a generational talent by many, Williams underwhelmed as a rookie, earning just a 67.6 overall grade and posting only 5 single-game grades above 70. The talent is undeniable, but his NFL success will hinge on learning to find open targets and avoid the habit of running himself into pressure. Cam Ward is right behind him.
Wow.
Sam Darnold is 26.
Cam Ward is ahead of Sam Darnold on this list.
Sam Darnold should be pissed.
This
too.
is why
Not
I've
that he
always
could
said
be
to
great.
you that PFF is a solid tool in your toolbox. But if it's the only tool in your toolbox, you're not building anything.
Like, where is a guy like Geno Smith on this list?
Oh,
Way too
Geno
high.
Smith actually angered me.
10.
He's 10?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
That's nuts.
Here, you want to see the
Geno
list?
Smith is not a top 10
I'm gonna
quarterback
read
in
you,
the NFL.
I'm going to read you the names of quarterbacks behind him on this list, all right?
Yeah.
Brock Purdy.
Yeah, how could that be?
Jordan Love.
Wow. And I'm not a Jordan Love fan, but come on.
Here's a huge one that I could not disagree with more. Baker Mayfield. Baker's put some awesome seasons
The
together.
last 2 years of Baker Mayfield. Last year he threw for 4,500 yards.
And
He had
40 touchdowns,
And he had a
right?
quarterback rating of 106.8.
And had injuries galore along the line and in his receiving core. Like, let's talk about
He's been
someone who
good.
did a lot with nothing last
He
year.
had
Baker
40
Mayfield.
touchdown passes last year.
C.J. Stroud is behind Geno Smith.
Get out of here.
Kyler Murray.
Told you were going to freak out.
Who's doing this? Is the I think you got. I don't think this is the real PFF.
No, I think you got.
I'm on PFFF.com.
Yeah, I think you're or PPF.com. It's a PP list.
I'm not a huge fan of this guy, but Dak Prescott is better than Geno Smith. Tua,
Yes.
Trevor Lawrence, like all these guys are better. I'd take Bo Nix over Geno Smith.
Of course. Yeah.
Number 24.
20.
Number 1 in your
Okay.
heart, number 24 in your
There's
PFF
Let's
list.
go. Let's like.
I'm with you. Use it as incentive.
The only difference between me from this year and how I'm doing it and me from the previous 2 decades is I'm not counting any chickens before they're actually hatched. I need to see the chickens alive and strutting around out of the egg.
Doing
out
their
of
little chicken wiggle.
I need a little cute chicken wiggle. I need that. I can't just allow them to be under the lamp or under the chicken.
Do you want like full-grown chickens or little chicks? Little chickies?
I'll be okay, and I'll even like go. You know me. I want to love. I want
You
to
like to
hump.
hump? Yeah.
We coined that phrase, but I'm not counting anything before they're hatched.
Did you guys ever in school have to do the chicken, like raise chickens? Little chicks?
No, we did not, Docs.
We did an egg where we had to take care of an egg. and we couldn't break it for like a week to see how responsible we could be.
You would think of everybody in this conversation, I would be the one where I came from that had that experience, but I did not.
You guys took care of chicks?
I can't remember if it was chicks or ducks. It was one of the two.
That's big
I think
responsibility.
that's animal cruelty to have 5-beer Tyler in there taking care of the ducks and the chicks.
In third grade, I was not 5-beer Tyler.
2 beers.
You shouldn't be in charge of chickens and ducks in third grade either.
There's an elementary school around the corner from me that has an entire farm on the side of the school.
I was picking my butt and my nose in the third grade. I couldn't take care of an animal.
Well, that's not fair. You still are.
But I can take care of an animal. I can pick my nose and my butt and still take care of my dog. My dog turned 16.
That's gross. Don't pick your butt. Picking your nose
What
is
if my
acceptable.
underwear gets caught up
Doesn't
in there? I
matter.
gotta
You
pick it
don't
out.
pick your butt.
If my underwear gets caught in the
You
crack, I pull it out.
But you don't pick your butt the way you just.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Like I'm picking my underwear out of my rear end.
One more.
My dog turns 16 next week.
That's
Jack,
a good
and
life.
I take care of the dog.
Yes, Lola's very fortunate to have you.
Damn right she is.
Let me ask you this: when you say you took care of the chicks, you didn't take home a chick for a night.
No, they stayed in the classroom. But
okay, that's different.
It reminded me, like when you talked about the heat lamp there.
Yeah.
It brought me back to elementary school. Some NBA stuff here. SGA came away with an MVP, and he got it over Jokic. And I don't want to get into that necessarily, but now that you look at the MVP award in the NBA, an American player has not won MVP since 2018.
I heard that on Carmen and Jurko today.
When James Harden won it. You've had Giannis, who won 2. You've had Jokic win 3, Embiid, and now SGA.
Who's from Canada.
Yep. Who would win in a World versus USA game, which may be the new All-Star
we
format.
talked about this, is that the NBA All-Star game should be like what the hockey did.
I would love to see it.
I drafted up some teams here. You ready?
Yes.
This is Team World. You've got SGA, Luka, Giannis, Wemby, Jokic, Murray, Embiid, Lowry, Franz Wagner.
Well, they're a 30-point favorite.
No. I mean, they're very, very, very good.
U.S.
Yeah.
Steph, Ant, Tatum, LeBron, Anthony Davis, KD, Donovan Mitchell, Jalen Brunson, Kawhi.
Come on, it's still a great team.
They're 10-point favorites. The world.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
The world.
No. You're anti-American.
The world. Of course, that's exactly how I represent myself. The world team is a 9.5-point favorite in that game.
I don't. We need to reach out to Kazarian and find this out. Can you send him though? That's fascinating, Tyler.
I can. Yeah.
To me, it's a pick 'em. I'm not putting U.S. as a favorite.
You know what's funny is
they've got the last 7 MVPs.
But the guys on the U.S. team are not chopped liver. These
Nobody
guys
said
are
they're chopped liver.
all Hall of Fame players.
Yeah, and half of them are 37, 38, and 39.
That's true. LeBron and Steph are older.
Yes.
But Ant could easily be the MVP next year.
And he's getting
Tatum,
outplayed. He'll get outplayed in this series by SGA.
Tatum at times looks like a top 3 player.
He could use your
He needs
Achilles.
another leg. Yes, I know that. But this is not a bad team. This is a very, very good team.
Nobody is saying it's a bad team. I'm just putting the number at 9.5.
All right, send that out to a couple people. Can we get?
will.
Yeah, that's
Try
good.
to get a
Tyler.
line on that.
Who are your big guys for the Americans?
You've got Anthony Davis, and
He'll be hurt.
There's really not a lot of bigs. I mean, you could throw like Bam or Evan Mobley on this team instead of some of the other guys I mentioned, but
it's getting worse as you describe it.
It's
funny because I was talking about this with Jack.
The bigs are not good.
The bigs are way better.
Yes.
On the international team, whereas the guards are way better on the American team.
Yes. Like, where are the shooters on the world team? Jamal? Did you say Jamal Murray?
Murray, I have on the team, and then Luka's a shooter.
If he's got his breath.
Yeah, like.
Are you kidding me? Like, he doesn't have to play because he can play half the game and smoke the hookah pipe the rest of the time. Do we need to break into a USA chant?
USA. USA.
You get very
USA.
defiant about that. Like the last 7 MVPs have been won by foreign players.
I will say this, though, as I sort of workshop this a little bit more. Team USA, with many of those players, had a tough time like beating France, right? Or Greece or whoever.
Mm-hmm.
Who did they beat in the championship? Was it France?
France.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, so they had trouble just beating that one country.
If
all of these teams are now blending their players. But I also think something that makes those teams special is their chemistry with each other. I don't know if you're going to have great chemistry with Giannis and Wemby and Jokic. I don't know if there's enough basketballs, quite frankly.
You talked about the guards. Like, SGA is the MVP.
You've got the last 7 MVPs on your team.
I know that's not my team. I don't know why you guys saying this.
Carm is weighed in. Now, he admittedly said on the show today, I heard this from you, Carm. You said, I'm good at picking against the line, but I'm terrible at setting the line. So he has set the line, and he said the world would be a smallish favorite.
Okay. So he's not buying that they'd be 9.5.
No, I said it would be a pick 'em.
I would lay the points and take the world team.
This is a Hall of Fame Aki's A-list question. Did you come up with this, or did Charlie send this to you?
I get my finest stuff from Charlie Bevins.
He does. Charlie, on that group text, sends his ideas around.
No, but I saw that when I was looking at I saw something like a MVP list, and it had the flags of each of the last.
How many minutes
20.
is LeBron playing? Half the guys you talked about couldn't get through the postseason. Anthony Davis didn't play. What's his face? Steph pulled his hamstring.
Let's talk about this.
Tatum destroyed his Achilles.
Let's talk about this let's turn the injury slider off here on the video game when we do this.
But LeBron's 40. LeBron's not the same player now that he was 5, 6, 7 years
but
ago.
he's still a top 10 guy.
He can get up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like this is a game of pride here.
You think LeBron at this stage of his career is still top 10 in the NBA?
I do.
Oh, yeah.
No.
I do.
No way. No way. And I like LeBron. There's no way he's a top 10 player in the league.
Okay, list me 9. You want to do that on the other side?
The other side
I
of the
want
moon?
the 9 guys who are better than LeBron. Now, obviously,
draft it up.
SGA and Jokic.
You need 10 guys better than LeBron.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay. All right, we'll do that coming up next. And more Aki's A-list. We've got the 20th greatest clip, and we've got to talk about some Ben Johnson stuff. It's all coming up before we leave.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Hit the road with Kap and J Hood. Win tickets on the bus for the I-94 rivalry trip to Milwaukee in July. Stay tuned to Kap and J Hood for details or go to ESPNChicagoContest.com. Brought to you by the IKEA Annual Sidewalk Sale, now through May 26th.
Guys, it's Steinhoffel's Memorial Day mattress sale. You can save up to $900 on select adjustable base sets. Plus, get up to $300 in Steinhoffel's cash. Could also take advantage of Steinhoffel's special 60-month financing. Get a Queen Tempur-Pedic mattress for only $48 a month, a Beauty Rest Black mattress for only $36 a month, and an Avocado mattress for only $26 a month. We love our new chairs that we just got from Steinhoffel's. It's where we have transformed our entire home, thanks to Steinhoffel's 6 Chicagoland locations, including the newest in Orland Park. I shop at the Vernon Hills location. And don't forget, Steinhoffel's is Chicagoland's mattress leader. Shop in-store or online at steinhoffels.com.
What's up? It's Jay Hood. Spring is here, and your IKEA Schaumburg, Bolingbrook, and Oak Creek stores are rolling the savings outdoors for their annual sidewalk sale. Visit IKEA from now to May 26th for a wide variety of furniture and home furnishing accessories at big discounts. And don't miss IKEA's Friday Mystery Deals, May 16th and 23rd, for special deals only available in-store to IKEA family members. Not an IKEA family member yet? Sign up for free at IKEA.com/US. Save big at the IKEA Annual Sidewalk Sale going on now through May 26th.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV. Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
All right, guys, congratulations to my friends over at Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. They do everything for me under that umbrella. And now they have expanded into Hobart, Indiana. Great news for Northwest Indiana and that entire region. Your team's integrity, professionalism, and care will truly benefit that great region. Wishing Four Seasons continued success.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. This is Waddle and Silvy. Listen now in HD on our app and on ESPN 1000.
But before you get into the 10 guys who are better than LeBron currently.
I'm Zach Lowe right now.
No, I hope not.
Ow! Ow!
He was never nice to us.
How many people are?
No, there are a few, but you're right. The majority are not. Maybe we should look in the mirror. So anyway, Tyler, this is another Tyler who spells it Tylor in response to your question about the world versus Team USA and who would win, because based on the MVPs recently being from other countries in the U.S., he says, who cares about the spread? This matchup would be the first time I'd be interested in an NBA All-Star game, especially when incentive to play hard and win. I don't think that they would need an incentive to play hard and win. I think it would get competitive because.
Just because.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
All right, so, and then based off of this argument, Waddle said they'd be a 12.5-point favorite at first?
I said 9.5
I
is
thought
what
you
I
said
said.
12.5
I
at
said
first.
10 and then dropped it to 9.5.
9.5.
Let's just make it 20.
No, I wasn't doing that on purpose. So then I said it would be a pick 'em. Carm said a smallish favorite, and then that stemmed into you bashing LeBron, which I'm usually here for.
I'm not bashing LeBron.
And then you said he's not
40.
a top 10 player. Yeah.
LeBron is a top 5 player all time.
Right. You said he's not a top 10 player.
How can you say that right now? He's a top 10 player in the NBA right now. SGA.
Yep.
Giannis.
Yep.
Joker.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
But you need a yep after every name?
Tatum. Donovan Mitchell.
Is okay.
Ant.
I don't think he's better than Donovan Mitchell.
I do.
I don't think he's better than Luka right now. I mean, I don't think Luka's better than LeBron. Not in this current shape.
Steph, Kawhi, Jalen Brunson, and I put Wemby on my list.
Yeah, I don't think LeBron. I think LeBron is better than Kawhi at this stage.
Not at 40, he's not.
I do.
I think he's better than Kawhi for sure.
Well, you don't know basketball, Jack.
Mr. Basketball here.
You're
call him Dr. Jack.
What has Kawhi done in the past 4 or 5 years that has shown that he's better than LeBron at this
How many
stage?
titles has LeBron won?
4? Is it 4?
Lately.
4,
3?
yeah.
He said lately.
Tom Zetterman here.
I'm just saying, like, he's 40 years of age.
Donovan Mitchell is not better than LeBron James.
You wouldn't take Donovan Mitchell on your team right now instead of LeBron James?
In a one game?
For one game.
In a one game?
I'm saying on my team. Who do I want on my team, LeBron or Donovan Mitchell?
For one singular game, I'd want LeBron.
I would take Donovan Mitchell right now.
Donovan Mitchell is very good. I like him a lot, but he's not better than LeBron. And this is coming from me. I'm always here for that. You failed.
Do you like Jalen Brunson? And you're really going to tell me?
Jalen Brunson
You're really going to tell me?
Yeah, I think Jalen Brunson at this stage is better.
You're really going to tell me LeBron over Luka?
Right now in Luka's state, yes.
You mean like whatever today is? When we go,
if Luka would put himself in good shape, he probably would be better.
In crappy shape. He's been a first-team NBA player each of the last 5 years.
Was he this year a first-team NBA player?
I don't know. I don't know
think
if it's
they're
out
yet.
I said the last 5 years. Well, LeBron's not going to be on it either. Listen, wow, you hate Michael too, don't you? You think LeBron's better than Michael. I can see it in your eyes.
But don't play that game. By the way, Mike says, correction, Waddle originally said a 30-point favorite for the world team.
That was a joke. When I was setting the line, I said 10 and then 9.5.
All right. If you want to weigh in on this pressing conversation, 312-332-3776. It's fun.
We can argue about.
I think we are getting a line soon, by the way. Doug has replied.
Oh, good.
He said,
good.
I just had to send him rosters.
Okay, good. So we'll get to that coming up, and then we've got the 20th
on an island
greatest
right
clip.
now. I could use some friendly help right now.
All right, so weigh in if you want to win. Do you agree with Waddle that the world would be a massive favorite? And then do you agree that LeBron currently is not a top 10 player? This is Chicago. 312-332-3776. Let's ring it up.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Bears Weekly. Host Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer take you inside with the latest on your team. The latest news and the best interviews. Bears Weekly, tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
It is that time of the year again, and if you or someone you love is graduating soon, you know there's a lot to do. With all the finals, papers, party prep, and more, it's easy to forget about details like getting a fresh haircut. Luckily, that's why there's Great Clips. With convenient online check-in, you can put your name on the list from anywhere And they'll text you when it's time to come in. No need to worry about finding time for an appointment in your busy end of the school year schedule. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips are schooled in all the latest styles and techniques. So whatever haircut you're going for, you'll look and feel great in your cap and gown or as a guest cheering from the audience. Plus, with the affordable prices at Great Clips, you can save more money for summer fun, and who doesn't love that? So get into your local Great Clips salon today and get ready to celebrate in style. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's going to be great.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
The search for Chicago's best foosball player is happening. Come play, and if you win in Chicago, you could qualify for a chance to play in the national finals for 2026 World Cup tickets. The Mick Ultra Foosball Tournament is back in Chicago this weekend. Mick Ultra, the official beer of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, is inviting all EPL fans to watch football, drink Mick Ultra, and compete in the May 25th foosball event at the Greystone Tavern. So play foosball and try to win a messy Mick Ultra jersey. Get to the Greystone Tavern on Sunday, May 25th at 10 a.m. Presented by Mick Ultra. Please enjoy responsibly.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installations with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Now some guy's trying to schlep a book around town, and all of a sudden we're all supposed to go, with our tongues waving out of our mouth, going, oh, my, this is all new. No, nothing's new. Nothing is new, except for a guy's trying to sell a book.
What an idiotic stance. I mean, I'm not trying to help him sell his book. Okay.
I'm not going to help the man sell his book. The story's dead, and it's over, and it's done.
You don't think he's going to be asked about it?
He's going to be. You could be asked a million times. They can ask him a million times. He could say, I'm a bear. Go blow it out your ass.
Well, then he should have said that.
He already has. He said it last year when he said, I'm a bear. And just because Wickersham's writing a book doesn't mean he's got to respond to it. It's ridiculous.
What do you mean he said
At what point does he have to respond to what somebody wrote about him? He doesn't.
Yeah, that was very, very entertaining. Early in the show on Carmen and Jurko today.
Go get him, Jurko.
Now we're having our own debate about the world versus the U.S. If there would to be an all-star game where they would compete. Kind of like...
they should do this.
Yeah, for sure. Like Nick Friedel chimed in earlier about like our choke conversation based on last night's game. Like, what is the biggest choke you remember? He mentioned in golf, the Ryder Cup, U.S. versus the world. Yeah. At Medina. What was that, 2012?
God, that was a long time ago.
I believe 2012, yeah.
2012 Ryder Cup.
Rory barely got there. Remember that story? Had to be driven like last minute. Somehow, some way, he missed. I think he missed and showed up, barely on time for his tee time.
That also,
we were there for that.
We were there, and I almost didn't get there, too, like Rory, because...
Traffic.
I took the Metra, and I got it at Grand and Western, and a train pulled up at the time that the one, and I was unfamiliar with, because they're not listed like the red line where it says, purple line or red line or whatever. They may run on the same track. This one, it pulled up. I got on the train, and we started going, and it was not going to Medina. It was a different line. and there were a bunch.
Remember that.
There were a bunch of us, by the way.
Yeah.
So I made a couple friends on the train, and we all shared a cab ride. Then when we got out, like on Irving or somewhere, and we.
So I was gonna ask this if you remember this, but maybe because you arrived late, maybe you don't. What former NBA coach who's no longer with us was there?
Flip Saunders.
Yeah, that is correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I saw him, and they were all wearing the Vikings garb, Minnesota Vikings garb. He was the coach of the Timberwolves.
That's right.
He's no longer with us.
No, he's passed away,
and was a great man.
Yeah,
really good. All right, so refresh the topic, Tyler. Tell everyone these teams, and then we'll get to the calls.
Did Doug respond?
And Doug responded.
I think he's reaching out to a book right now. He just needed to get the rosters.
Oh, okay, so we don't have a line yet.
But I'll let you know if we get one before the show goes off the air.
And this portion of Waddle and Silvy, as we crosstalk with Tyler and with Jack, because we've got Bears Weekly coming up, is brought to you by Steinhoffel's 6 Chicagoland locations.
All right, so here's the rosters we're rolling with here. For Team World, you've got your starting 5 of SGA, Luka, Giannis, Wemby, Jokic, with a bench of Murray, Embiid, Lauri Markkanen, Franz Wagner, and I threw in Alperen Sengun to give him 10.
All right, so I've got a question here. I was thinking about this, too. Embiid just played for Team USA.
Yeah.
Doesn't he have
he's got dual citizenship.
Dual citizenship. So you're putting on the world team.
Yeah. I know he just played for Team USA, but he's played internationally more than he has for Team USA.
I'll accept that.
Team US, you've got Steph, Ant, Tatum, LeBron, Anthony Davis, Donovan Mitchell, KD, Jalen Brunson, Evan Mobley, Kawhi Leonard.
And you better have a doctor.
You're going to need they're going to have to go into the cold tub before maybe and after.
You got one game.
Is KD still on that list at this stage in his career, do you think?
He's still like a great shooter.
I think.
Would you put KD ahead of LeBron?
Well, he's coming off the bench in this game.
Would you put KD ahead of LeBron?
I don't think so.
I can add him to my
defense.
list if you need me to.
He had good numbers this year, but of course that team was trash. Devin Booker not on the team?
I left him off.
He made the Team USA.
So did like Derek White though. Like Team USA this year, like there were some weird
because those guys can shoot. You need to space the floor.
Like, remember Derek White and Drew Holiday both were getting more minutes than
Tatum?
Who
I'm putting on this team? I'm putting Cooper Flagg on this team. Cooper Flagg makes it already.
He probably
Do you think
would.
the U.S. team will score more than one basket in the final 10.5 minutes of the game?
Another Duke joke today. That's only the 8th. Between you and Big
No, it's
Cat.
not. It's
between you and Big Cat.
It's a USA versus world joke.
Okay, so we don't have the line then. Doug's checking into it, though. And he's going to reach out
I'll let you know
to
if
the
we hear.
sports book. And Waddle predicted a 9.5. 9.5. Okay. Justin in Geneva, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Justin?
Hey, Mr. Silvy, Mr. Tommy Waddle, long time, first time. Shout out to you, Mr. Silvy, for being active on the IG. I was peeping that the other day. But I am very, very concerned for Mr. Tommy Waddle's health. I think we got to get him checked out, and the CTE might finally be starting to set in.
Oh, no. That could be true.
LeBron not top 10 right now. I think Mr. Waddle, again, we got to get him checked out in the head.
I'm getting checked out next Thursday, a week from today. So
I'll let you know
how it
what's
goes,
posted
Justin.
there, please.
Yeah, I'll let you know how
Thank
it
you.
goes. I think LeBron is almost as old as me, so maybe we should both go with.
Meantime, there are a lot of people, too, who totally disagree with me.
About what?
About the LeBron thing. He goes, my guy, too. This is a guy I talk to the most on Twitter. This is one of the friendly guys, and he's always friendly and listens to the show religiously, and he's live tweeting. It's Jim Jones.
Oh, you're losing allies?
Well, he goes, and he's talking to me like most Twitter followers talk to me. He says, there's no way you're this effing stupid. It's a bit.
Get him, Jim.
It's a bit. You win.
Oh, that's fantastic.
So who was better, Jim or Justin? Was it Justin?
And then there's another one here, Kevin in Bolingbrook, who's got a LeBron hot take.
School him up.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, first of all, Luka Doncic is better than LeBron James right now. I don't know. I don't know if LeBron James is in the top 20, Silvy. Like, what are we doing here? Paolo Banchero, Jaylen Brown. The Celtics have like 3 guys that are better than him right now. Derek White's better than him.
Oh, come on. Like for in a one game.
Derek White is better than LeBron James. Trust me. That guy can shoot. Kate Cunningham is better than LeBron right now. Did I say Paolo Banchero? He's better.
Yeah, I won't accept
Franz
that.
Wagner, dude, Tyrese Halliburton's better than LeBron. Where do we stop here?
Well, why don't we have Halliburton on the team?
I thought about him. He didn't fit.
Oh no, not for you. On Team USA. I was asking.
Who do you want to flip off?
I'm not flipping off anybody.
KD.
Swap him. KD
Wouldn't
for
you?
Halliburton.
Okay, so Kevin, you don't even have him in the top 20.
No, I think I could find 20 players I'd rather have right now.
See,
if you're looking
he
at
averaged
everything,
24, 8, and 8 this year.
I gotta say this as well. I was not thinking about this in one game either. I was thinking about as a current player who's going to play more than one game.
Or in a
league.
season, right. This past season.
Yes.
I'm not projecting either like another full season.
Right.
But I think in this season he was still a top 10 team. But we have not gotten the all-NBA teams yet. I bet you he finishes higher this year than Luka. I mean, because
Who's
of the injuries.
Player? Who's the better player?
When in shape, when Luka is a better player.
If you were building your team for next season, who are you taking?
It depends on how is Luka going to look like he looked at the end of the season.
I thought in the playoffs, LeBron looked like the alpha on the Lakers.
You're going to have to roll the dice. I don't know. He may come in at 400 pounds. Who are you going to take?
Luka's the better player, but this isn't a one-year thing. This continues to trend this way. And I'm not validating Nico Harrison trading him, but I understand the frustration. I think the Lakers are frustrated.
And LeBron will be 41 next season. He's a top 5 player of all time.
I can't believe I'm defending LeBron
I know,
James.
I can't either.
I can't believe
I think
it.
you're losing your MJ fan card.
Ashton in Cedar Lake, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Ashton?
Look, Waddle, I think you need to take Kevin with you to get his brain checked out, too. That is ridiculous. LeBron is a top, at least 15 player in the league currently.
Well, no. It's got to be top 10. That's where we were. Kevin's, whoever was it, took it a different direction.
I'd put LeBron at the 10 spot then.
Okay.
I'll put LeBron at the 10 slot. But what I want to come on and talk about is World versus USA.
Yeah.
I think that saying the world is favored by 9.5 points is ridiculous. I think that the veteran expertise with the USA guys who played with each other in the Olympics and know how everyone's game works.
They almost got beat by France.
That combination will allow them to overcome the.
They did.
Yeah, they almost got beat by France.
But that's because
that
of
French
chemistry.
team. But that French team, though, they're scrappy.
Yeah, well, they know
They're
how to
scrappy.
play. They know how to play with each other.
Excuse me?
Huh?
What?
They know how to play basketball with each other. All right,
You're
Ashton,
right.
thanks.
You're right. Because they're the U.S. team is much more wily than a player like Jokic. You got me there. You got me there.
I was going to laugh when I read off this France starting 5. This was the team that almost beat Team USA, all right? You got Wemby. You've got Nick Batum.
He's a good player.
Frank Ntilikina.
I like him.
Gershon Yabusele.
I know him.
Yeah, you know Gershon.
Isaiah Cordin.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I know.
There's your starting 5.
By the way, so Todd Furman has weighed in, according to Carmen. I guess Carmen reached out to Furman, who used to be a bookmaker, and now obviously does this on the media level. He said, without finalizing a roster, but just, quote, knee-jerk reaction, Todd Furman says world by -1.
I'll take the world. I'll make that play.
So you think that's a value bet then on the
That
world?
for me, yeah.
That Team USA is
I may
only
be a bit
getting
high
one.
by 9.5. Okay, I'll admit it. I may have gotten a little aggressive there, but I would definitely favor the world team.
What this is again more than anything we talked about in the NBA regular season.
Yeah.
I don't know why they even have to get into a boardroom to discuss this. This should be a thing at the All-Star break. And if they want to do it, make it a best-of-3 series and make it like the All-Star week.
By the way, again, an American player hasn't won the NBA MVP in how many years?
Since 2018, 7 years.
I'm telling you, like, I don't know.
And who was first? Now, this year it was won by who?
SGA.
And who was second?
Jokic.
Where's he from?
Serbia.
Okay.
World.
Here's the other thing. We talk about this as dads all the time. I don't know if other dads know this, but they take our kids right now, 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds, and, like, they'll practice, but all they do are play these games. This isn't the AAU level. This is, like, the C team of feeder league. And they're playing and playing and playing. And what do they do in Europe? What do they do overseas with their basketball players? They practice and they learn skills much more than they throw them on a court and they play basketball. Yeah. And that's why also, too, the world is caught up with us, is because
world by 9.
AAU, tournaments, yet they're not refining their skills.
What would ask Furman about how the U.S. team barely got by France, but yet you put an all-star, all-world team together, and they're not going to be more than
this is Carmen. Carmen listening to us, texting Furman.
Carmen, send it to him.
All right, should we get to the list right now? Our countdown. It's brought to you by Great Clips.
From championship calls
3 seconds at midcourt. Gives it to Jenkins for the championship.
to the soundtracks of summer.
There's a drive. Deep left center. Cubs win. Oh, baby.
And everything in between.
Pull up your pants, take off the bra, and be a man.
Waddle and Silvy count down the greatest clips of all time. Presented by Great Clips.
That's
Number
right.
20.
My fault. It's brought to you by Great Clips, Waddle.
Yes, that is correct. Great Clips. Great Clips stylists use clip notes to know the details of your haircut. Download the Great Clips app today at Great Clips. It's going to be great. And right now, caller 10 will win a 10-pack of haircuts from Great Clips.
What a
312-332-3776.
What a prize. And we do this weekly. So, like, usually on Thursdays.
10-pack coming your way.
A 10-pack of haircuts.
Got to be caller number 10.
312-332-3776. Call right now. Last week, I don't know if you were here when we did it. Didn't we do it on a Friday? Was Jesse in for Waddle that day?
I don't believe I was
here. You were in
here.
Midlothian that day, weren't you?
Yes.
It was the Jack Buck Go Crazy from the 1985 NLCS against the Dodgers. Walk-off Ozzie Smith. Can you refresh Waddle's brain and just play last week's, or do you not have that? If you don't, Jack, no big deal. I threw you a curveball. Don't have it?
Don't have that
Okay.
one off the board right here.
We stick with baseball. We stick with the NLCS.
Oh, no.
We fast forward 18 years from then. This is a low light in Chicago sports history, one of the worst of the low lights, but yet it was called masterfully by Dan Schulman, who called it on this very radio station. Take you to Game 6, 2003, NLCS, Mark Pryor on the mound, 5 outs to go, and here we go.
And again, the 3-2 pitch and a fly ball down the left field line. Heading over near the wall in foul territory is Alou. He jumps and a fan took it away from him. And Alou is livid. A fan reached up and took it right out of his glove. I can't believe it. Here of all places.
That's a memorable
That's classic.
call. Like the way thinking on his feet, he described it perfectly. Here of all places, the friendly confines.
Yeah.
And the treatment of Bartman, we've always talked about that, was absolutely terrible. But the here of all places regarding that.
Do you know what was
crazy.
great about him? And it's why he's so good at his job. That's probably a tough call to make in certain ways. You know, he specifically, there was no pause. There was no indecision. Dan Schulman told you exactly what was happening when it was happening and did it brilliantly. There are some times in broadcasts where the broadcaster is behind the play, and especially if you're not watching it and you're listening to it, you know, you feel like the crowd will actually make noise before the announcer actually describes what is happening. But he was on it from the very beginning. There was no indecision. He knew exactly what had happened.
It's still raw, even though it was so long ago. But the Cubs winning in 2016 also softens that blow more for me. Because if they wouldn't have won and if they would have lost Game 7 of 16, that would have been worse than Game 6 of 03.
Does it also soften it for you as well that wasn't, like, you still had the Alex Gonzalez error?
Oh, yeah,
and then, I mean, there were so many other issues that led to the Cubs not winning that series that I think that, at least I'm not a diehard Cub fan, but I would think that for you that would soften the blow a little bit of that actual play.
He's the easy scapegoat because fans want to blame others before they blame their favorite players.
Sure.
So they didn't want to blame Pryor for losing it. They didn't want to blame Dusty, even though I think more people did, for not going out and telling them, hey, guys, chill out. We're still up 3-0. Go out and get the hitter. You can still go get the hitter. Take a deep breath. All that stuff. Settle the team down because of the history. He didn't do that, and like I said, the treatment. He was the easy scapegoat after that whole inning blew up, like you said.
Yeah.
And what I think the final of that game. What was the final? Was it 8-3? Am I thinking of Game 7? But I feel like that game got away too. Like they exploded for like a bunch of runs that inning.
8-3, yeah, was the final score.
8-3, yeah. So I remembered that one correctly. But
crazy.
And I know people probably go, you put that as the 20th greatest call. It doesn't mean that the highlight was good or bad for Chicago. It was about the call.
Yes.
And I found this out too. You were with me. I never knew this. Dan Schulman, Packer fan.
Yes.
Never knew that.
I did not either.
So
he's from Canada. You know, I had no idea why he would be a Packer fan.
I went to college with his son. He used to wear a Packer jersey
Really?
around campus.
Yeah. I never knew that. And then we were at Soldier Field, and it was a cold game against the Packers.
Yeah.
And
he came up.
He was looking at me, and he's waving.
And you didn't recognize him.
I didn't recognize him because he's wearing the winter cap and everything.
And I looked at you and said, hey,
do
I
you
can't
know
believe
who this is?
Yeah, I said, I couldn't believe you didn't know.
And he pulled off his hat.
Yeah.
And he goes, Silvy, Shulman.
Yes.
And I'm like, because I've always had a man crush on Dan Schulman.
Yes.
And then I met his son, and we've got to have.
Can you really have a man crush on a guy that you can't even you can't even recognize him when you're 15 feet away from him?
Yes, I do. I do. I think there are many people that you probably would have a man crush on that maybe you wouldn't recognize right away.
Okay. Can you name any one of them?
I can't, because you don't have a lot of man crushes either, but you don't recognize people. There are still people in this office that you don't know who they are.
I know who they are, and as Tyler would tell you, I will be very congenial and wave to them. I may not know all of their names.
Who's this producer standing next to Jack right now?
That's Jake.
Oh, very good, Waddle.
Kiss my ass. Jake's my guy.
Jake is a great guy, yes.
Jake used to play quarterback?
At Hawaii.
Yes.
He's from San Diego, though. How many facts can you name about Jake?
Jake was at Fox Television for a long period of time.
Right, in San Diego.
Jake's got a brother that played ball as well.
Right. He teaches now kids football.
Yeah.
Gives them lessons and also coaches at the University of Chicago.
See?
Know your guys.
Yeah. How about that?
Good. That was good.
I've delivered
you've come through
on quizzes recently. I'll probably go over going forward now.
Do you think this is because you haven't had a drink in a few days?
No, I don't think so.
Your memory is
I don't
clean
think
blood
I don't
right
think that
now.
has anything. I don't even think that has anything to do with it.
All right, it was a fun show. Thank you to
God, it was better than yapping about the Bears, wasn't it? No, Jack?
We usually don't say that. I mean,
it is the end of May, and
Yeah.
what we were talking about got boring and tiresome.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you also to Barstool Big Cat. All of it's on our YouTube page. Bears Weekly coming up next. Thanks to Jack. Thanks to Tyler.
Good to see you, Jake.
And good to see you, Jake. For Waddle, I'm Silvy. It's ESPN 1000. Have yourself a great Thursday night.
Waddle, he's gone.
Really excited.
That was a big thrill. Hi, it's Andre Dawson, including myself, Ed Belfour.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes.
Who's getting wild tonight? That's what I'm talking about, baby.
No hi from you?
What?
No hi from you?
I'll give him more buys than highs.
Waddle, waddle, waddle. Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle, till the very next day. Bum, 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 bum.
And thank you to all, and to all a good night.
I just want to say thank you all, and as always, everybody else. I love y'all.
White Sox fans, the new City Connect uniforms are here. The bold design unites the legacy of two legendary Chicago teams, the White Sox and the Bulls, and celebrates the city's impact on both the diamond and the court. Every Friday night this season, the team will take the field in these iconic uniforms. Don't miss out. Grab your tickets now and check out the full City Connect collection, available at the White Sox team store. For all the details, visit whitesox.com/city.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. The Memorial Day sale is on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. That's no interest for 6 years or no payments till August. Get your Memorial Day savings at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand finance on select models with approved credit.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192. Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
$5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Welcome in to Bears Weekly, powered by IGS Energy, a Chicago Bears network production. Bears Weekly is brought to you by Advocate Healthcare, Athletico Physical Therapy, CDW, Connie's Pizza, IGS Energy, and Miller Lite. Here are your hosts, Jeff Joniak, a.k.a. the Mayor of Bearsville, and his sidekick, Tom the Surfmaster Thayer.
Well, we're starting to get a feel for how the Bears will be coached and tutored under head coach Ben Johnson and his outstanding staff players on the grass as the OTA portion of the preseason completes the first part of Phase 3. Good stuff across the board as the Bears prepare for one of the more challenging schedules in the 2025 season. Welcome to Bears Weekly on ESPN 1000 and the Bears Radio Network with Super Bowl winning Bears guard Tom Thayer. We're joined by former Bears quarterback Jim Miller from SiriusXM NFL Radio. My name is Jeff Joniak, and coming up with the program, we visit with Bears left guard Joe Thuney after his 2-year contract extension has him set here through the 2027 season. Dan Barilli, Jordan Treadup, our producers, and in the ESPN studio tonight, Jack McGrath, the executive producer of the Bears Radio Network, is Erica Ostrowski. Good evening, everybody. Tom, one thing about that extension for Joe Thuney through 2027. Now, all those three guys that the Bears acquired, Drew Dahlman, Jonah, are set now through 2027.
That's an enormous portion of this football team that needed significant veteran improvement. And Ryan Poles and his staff did a great job of bringing these guys aboard. And then they're going to have them in place. And what that can do for a young quarterback like Caleb Williams, a young head coach like Ben Johnson, and trying to develop the continuous of the offensive line and developing young offensive tackles, because Darnell Wright has been around, but he's still a young guy. And then when you look at the left side, they're still trying to figure it out. But I think it's a major, major step forward in terms of what they want to do offensively and now what they're going to be able to do with the experience of those veterans.
So a few OTAs in the books. Obviously, the media allowed in once a week. So that was yesterday. So we'll hear some comments from some of the players at the podium from this week. And, of course, head coach Ben Johnson. Caleb Williams, I just realized this, doing some math, one of 14 quarterbacks to start all 17 games in the NFL last season. I guess that's more than I thought, given how often quarterbacks change in this league. But that is something of significance for me that he did that. And now with Ben Johnson making a different impact in terms of what the offense is, the footwork, the technique, how he's taking the snap out of the huddle, out of the shotgun, going under center, a lot of things that already have been really kind of done. According to Ben Johnson, we'll hear from some of that in a minute. But just now the implementation is just starting, the download of what they're going to run in terms of plays and scheme.
One thing about Caleb starting all the games, that is a small sample size, but I'd like to see what it is over about a 3 or 4 year period, because he showed us his commitment, his toughness, durability, his passion for the game, and everything that you need to see out of a young quarterback. And now you'll see moving forward. But, the one thing about the Bears and where they're at right now, there's a lot more understanding of the evaluation process, from the weight room to the meeting room to the practice field and everything in between. So really the one thing left is going to be full pads. And so you learn a lot about a team throughout OTAs. And I think we brought it up every week since they brought it up, is the depth chart portion, because now there's more of a reality and you're fighting for depth chart positioning, and every chance they have to be on the field, taking information from the meeting room to the practice field, you get a chance for a more honest evaluation.
And Jim Miller, this is your expertise, the quarterback position. So a lot to discuss. Ben Johnson's relationship with him is paramount.
Oh, there's no doubt. They got to be on the same page. They're going to talk to, they're going to go through so many situations of how you manage situations in game, from 4-minute drill, 2-minute drives. There's so many situations there, 3rd and shorts, 3rd and mediums, 3rd and longs, key moments of the game, how you want to start the game to get a flow, to say your 15-play script, what you're trying to accomplish early in the game and what it could lead to late in the game, of just like a vision of how a game is going to unfold and what type of game you expect it to be. And they're going to talk through all of those things. And after a while, Caleb will see the game similar to how Coach Johnson sees the game and all those things. And then, Caleb will understand that, and he knows at that point what he's going to need to do. Not just what the coach is going to call. He's going to expect certain things. And so he'll be thinking ahead, and he'll be, like we always talk about, you want to be thinking about 3 plays ahead of what could unfold, what could happen, all these type of things that you're trying to prepare yourself for. So it's going to be very beneficial for him. And like we talked about last week, I'm very excited about it because I think Caleb is going to be very impressed with how detailed Ben is, how thorough he is, and he's going to learn a lot of football. He's been introduced. He's been in Lincoln Riley's system, now had a system last year. Now he's going to get introduced to a different system. It's going to expand his knowledge of football, how he thinks about things, and he's going to grow. He's going to grow as a player exponentially. I expect a big year and a positive year for Caleb Williams, even though it's a new offense. He knows what to expect now going into every single game. He's played it. He's gone through a season, and more is going to be expected.
Well, let's listen in to see how it's going from the head coach.
We've had a great off-season program so far. We're, call it 6.5 weeks into it now. The first 6 weeks went really well just from what we're trying to achieve objective-wise. We got a lot of players, not just as football is concerned, getting better in that area, but they're working hard in the weight room and conditioning-wise. We're bigger, we're faster, we're stronger as a team, and that was really the number one objective that we're looking to get done. And so that continues on now that we've hit phase 3. It's been nice to get out on the grass and get a little bit more full speed football going. We're making mistakes just like we thought we would. Second day of install here today, and you could tell we had a little bit more mentals and more pre-snap penalties, and the little details kind of fell to the wayside. So we'll clean that up as we go, but the guys are working their tails off. It's been fun to watch them compete. It's been fun to watch the coaches coach, and really excited about the direction that we're headed right now.
Ben, what's your process of building the trust with Caleb and getting his full buy-in under your watch?
Yeah, it starts with developing a rapport and a trust, and that's earned over time. You don't walk in day one and expect that to be achieved. And so the more time we spend together, he understands that I have his best interests at heart, and vice versa. He's going to go out there and play as well as he possibly can, not just for himself or me, but for the whole team and the city. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. So we're very much aligned in terms of what we want to get done, and it just takes more time on task in terms of getting on the same page with how we're going to do it.
Daniel Harding moves well for a special teams player.
Sure does, yeah.
Does he move well enough to be in the mix at linebacker?
Yeah, we're finding out. He's toggled a little bit between defensive line, and we're going to experiment a little bit with him this springtime in training camp to see what he looks like dropping into coverage for us and what we're asking our linebackers to do. So I do know this. He's got some pass rush ability. He's shown that over his time here, and that's intriguing, but we're going to look to expand his skill set as well.
Ben, we saw Caleb's footwork get foot forward. Is that something that you want to change last season? What is it?
Yeah, I mean, I've done it a number of ways in my time in the league, and really over the last few years, I've kind of gravitated towards that. It's something that I feel pretty strongly about. He and I talked about it, the reasons why we want to do it. I think it helps out certainly with the quick game from the gun, and then helps us be in a little bit better throwing posture for a lot of the other things that we're asking him to do. So he, when we talked about it initially, he was already kind of exploring that himself. So it wasn't so much us telling him to do it. It was more a mutual, let's see what this looks like. And I think he's taken a knack to it.
What did you see on Rome on the practice field, and how well would you say he's been picking?
Yeah, no, I'm extremely impressed. To be a second-year guy, you would expect a little bit more inconsistency, and yet the way he approaches the meeting room, the walkthroughs, the on the field, the drill work, it's very much like a seasoned pro, some of the best that I've been around. And so he's still learning. I know there's a lot of information that he is getting thrown his way. Coach Randall and Picasso, they're doing great jobs with him right now. And I think we're going to see a lot of growth from him, not just in the springtime, but once we get to camp.
All right, that last bit there on second-year receiver Roma Dunze, but a lot on the quarterback, and I want to talk about Daniel Hardy as well. But, Jim, let's talk about the footwork, leading with your left foot, taking the snap. You're in a position to make a quick throw if you need to, a little subtle adjustment. How do you look at that as a former quarterback?
Well, yeah. Well, you got to imagine yourself being a baseball player, like a shortstop or a second baseman turning two. You want to use the least amount of footwork in order to deliver an accurate throw. And if you have your left foot forward and your right foot back, if you're a right-handed thrower, it becomes a one-step throw, meaning my right foot's already back. I really can just catch and release. It's really just my left foot stepping towards my target so I can deliver an accurate ball. And so if you're in the shotgun, imagine for the listeners out there, you're throwing what we call a bubble screen. Say that, where the inside slot receiver runs just bubbles a little bit back from the line of scrimmage while the outside receiver blocks. If I'm in the shotgun making that throw, one, it's got to happen quick because the ball is being snapped, I'm 5 yards deep. I've got to be able to get the laces or sometimes even throw the ball without the laces, but I've got to be able to catch and release. So if I've got my back foot, my right foot back because I'm a right-handed thrower, my left foot's already forward, once I get that ball in my hands 5 yards deep and from that shotgun snap, I just have to point my left foot towards my target and throw the football because I've already got my right foot back. That's my base. I got to drive with my right foot. My left foot really is just my transition foot, so it's really just step and throw. Catch the ball, catch the snap, step and throw is all it is. And so it's just a lot easier. It removes a lot of footwork. It increases your timing so you can get it out very quickly because, again, the ball has to be released quickly because that outside receiver that's blocking, he cannot block a yard down the field until that ball touches the receiver's hands. So there is timing involved. So that ball has to be delivered quickly. And if that footing is right and the steps are right and it's done correctly, that is the best way to make sure and ensure that timing happens with all those variables that you have to deal with.
Tom, you blocked for a lot of quarterbacks. How long did it take for that relationship with the offensive coordinator and or head coach to develop?
Well, just considering that you're installing a new system, you got to understand the terminology perfect. And we talked about at the beginning of the show, the three veterans on the interior of the offensive line. They can help Caleb as much as some of the coaching comes from his position coaches. They recognize the vulnerability of the protections. They understand how to put him in the right position. They understand the linebackers they're responsible for. So this is a group effort. This is not only the Caleb Williams story. This is the transformation of the new Bears offense story and how everybody and all the pieces fit into place.
Another comment from Ben yesterday. Great ones want to be coached hard, and Caleb has invited that, but they're operating on the assumption that everybody on the team wants to be, to your point, Tom, and they want to be a part of greatness, and that's the approach the coaches and Ben Johnson is taking. When we come back, we'll be joined by Joe Thuney, thrilled about the business side of his relationship with the Bears as we continue on Bears Weekly on ESPN 1000 and the Bears Radio Network.
You're tuned into Bears Weekly with Jeff Joniak on the Bears Radio Network.
From last-second game-winning field goals to 98-yard kickoff returns, football is exciting. But as the official bank of the Chicago Bears, PNC prefers to be steady and boring, like a solid ground game that eats up the clock. A strategy that scored a lot of financial wins over the last 160 years. And while our customers may not wear our name on the back of jerseys, Bears fans can get 20% off regularly priced merchandise with the Chicago Bears PNC Bank debit card. A pretty exciting option play if you ask us. Find out more at pnc.com/bearscard. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Want to make a world of difference without leaving your street? The answer is right above your head. We're IGS Energy. We offer solar solutions that make a world of difference. That's why you see solar systems popping up around your community. It's easy to switch. Now you can choose your energy source, manage your impact, and protect the systems that keep your home comfortable. Choose IGS Energy, and let's go green for good. Visit IGS.com to learn more.
Traveling to an away game to watch the Bears win big? Get ready to celebrate. Celebrated a little too much? Time to sleep in. Slept in and gonna miss that flight home? Time to change your flight without paying change fees thanks to United. So, when will you worry about getting back? Tomorrow? Maybe? United, proud to fly the Chicago Bears. Does not include basic economy unless a United waiver applies. Exceptions apply for certain international flights.
Are aches, pains, or injuries keeping you on the sidelines? At Athletico, our movement experts are here to help you turn your setbacks into comebacks and create a personalized game plan for your recovery. With no prescription or referral needed, Athletico Physical Therapy is where your comeback story begins. Get started today by scheduling a free assessment at athletico.com. Official physical therapy partner of the Chicago Bears.
Make Hollywood Casino Aurora and Joliet your new game day headquarters this football season. We've got the biggest screens, ice-cold pints, and the area's best game day food. Plus, when you join Penn Play, the official loyalty program of Hollywood Casino, you can earn rewards that will cover your next round of wins on us. Getting the most out of this football season? Well played. In partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Counseling resources available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome back to Bears Weekly on the Bears Radio Network. Here's your host, the voice of the Bears, Jeff Joniak.
This segment of Bears Weekly is brought to you by IGS Energy. Earlier yesterday, had a chance before Joe Thuney went to the podium to talk to the Chicago media, to sit with them about his new days with the Bears and a new contract extension. Joe Thuney with us here on ESPN 1000 of the Bears Radio Network. I see the smile. An extension. First of all, everyone anticipated this. I'm sure you did as well. But in this league, you never know. But how does it feel?
Absolutely, yeah. It feels great. You know, just coming here, getting to work with the guys, the coaching staff, the organization, you know, everything's just been unbelievable. And, you know, it's a great place to be. I'm really excited about it. And, you know, it's just it's a nice relief knowing that happened. And now all the, you know, just total focus on football and just glad. I was very glad where I'm at.
Yeah, you know, because no player wants to think about business, right? Especially in a new place. Is that part of it?
For sure, yeah. I mean, you know, I have a great agent, Mike, and he's done a great job. You know, it's always in the back of your head, like, you know, just wondering what will happen. And, you know, just, you know, like I said, though, just couldn't be happier with the organization and how everything went. And just really pleased to be here. Yeah, you know, a former Bears scout, Mike McCartney. I love that. Yeah, right? Yeah,
he used to be in the building. We all know him.
Yeah.
You know, when I first started, he was here.
Nice.
So he's helping out the navy blue and orange thing.
Go, yeah.
Way to go, Mike. Way to go, Mike.
Full circle.
Yeah, exactly. So now this is your third NFL team. You've had great experiences with legendary coaches. What has it been like? Take us inside a little bit to Ben Johnson, the offense, and your offensive line coach, Dan Rochar.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been a ton of time together, but, you know, just from what I've seen, just an experience, just, you know, the intention, the intensity, the attention to detail, it's all, you know, what I'm really comfortable with and what I'm familiar with. And just, you can tell the passion, the time that these coaches put into, you know, installing this offense and teaching us what they know and how to, you know, execute certain plays. So, yeah, and then Coach Rochar, just it's been great to learn from him, and I think we have a great O-line room, just guys really wanting to work and play for each other, and obviously it's early, you know, it's OTAs, but, you know, just trying to really hammer down these details of this offense, and, you know, every play that we're, you know, trying to execute, just trying to do it to the best we can, and, yeah, so it's been a really, really great start to the process. How's the download in terms, you know, installs very minimal at this point, but just what they expect offensively, what Ben expects? Yeah, I mean, it's a very high standard, you know, and the standard is the standard, you know, it's, you know, that's the expectation, and, you know, I think guys are really committing to it and really, you know, pushing themselves and each other, and, you know, so it's really cool to be a part of, and, you know, it just feels like, you know, it just feels right. And like I said, yeah, I couldn't be happier. You know, from your career, you can only tell me. I didn't live it. You did. Does it feel like just it's the baton being passed to another high standard of excellence from what you've become used to in your career? And you feel like you're just picking up where you left off, so to speak? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just, you know, just listening to the coaches, and it just all feels, you know, very normal to me, like what I've experienced, and, you know, what I've kind of these teams I've played for. So, you know, I feel great, and yeah, just excited to just go day by day, week by week, and keep stacking them. You know, it's only a couple OTAs, but it looks fast. Like things are moving, a lot of plays being run, a lot of drills. Is that pretty much normal when you experience too, or does this feel a bit different here to this point? Again, early. Yeah, it's early for sure, but. You know, like you said with the offense, you know, we just want to execute the plays called, and, you know, we want to do it with purpose and intensity, and, you know, just whatever's dialed up, you know, just we're communicating constantly, and, you know, we want to, you know, execute the best we possibly can on each play. So, But yeah, it feels like a nice tempo.
There's a lot of cliches out there, but I'm gonna throw a new one. Can a big dog like yourself be taught new tricks? So, I mean, are they asking you to do anything different from a technique and fundamental standpoint that you're adapting to, or pretty much you're doing your thing?
It's been great, with Coach Rochar and our offensive line coaches. Just you can pick up so much information. They've been around the league and around the offensive line for decades, and there's always things to learn, things to improve on, things to continually to work on. So, there's definitely things that I'm trying to improve on and trying different techniques. And but yeah, like I said, though, the O-line group is we're all coming together and focused and really trying to execute.
And last question, we'll let you go. Appreciate your time. I know that Ryan Poles has stated this. He'd love to have whatever five is going to start, the best five is going to start. Like to get that going together and build a lot of reps together. Obviously, that's the goal every year and every team. Is it encouraging for you to hear that that's what is the goal here, and what would that mean for this offensive line, especially with three new interior guys getting to know each other and you lining up to a left tackle yet to be determined?
Yeah, I mean, as a unit, the offensive line always takes pride in itself to lead the offense, and we just want to protect the quarterback, open lanes for our runners, just do everything we can to help this offense. And like you said, regardless who's out there, just it's me five very determined, focused, hardworking guys that are going to give everything for the sport, and it's a great room to be a part of.
Again, congratulations.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Joe. And Tom, is he speaking your language?
It's the attitude and the outlook that the Bears have been needing in this offensive line for a lot of years. And when you have a guy like that has success in his background, experience on a couple different teams, and understand what it takes to have five guys that work as one, he's just one of the five candidates for this job, but he's also has so much success and experience that I think that he can speed up that process tremendously.
Hey, Jim, you spent time with Joe, right?
Yeah.
Either at Super Bowls or on the training camp tours, whether it be in New England or Kansas City. What is your impression of Big Joe?
Well, he got paid as a guard starting left tackle money. I mean, that's what Kansas City gave him. I mean, he is that good of a player. And he's gonna bring a lot of insight. Obviously, in big games too, championship games, how you prepare, those type of things. He's played both those positions. He brings a ton of knowledge. Well coached, but I think he's going to bring along especially that left tackle position, because he can talk to the players both playing the position and what he's done as a left guard, how he can help them on the field as well. Great player with a lot of insight, a ton of experience. And I think Dan Rochar is going to help that group as well. I've got a history with Dan. I know Dan well. Respect him dearly with how he coaches and what he's going to bring to the table. And I will say those players up front will be prepared on Sunday.